In the midst of the apocalypse, Luo Ren found himself with a surprising advantage: a powerful base system. Determined to survive, he set up a base, gathered a group of survivors, and began bringing some structure to their lives. By forming alliances with friendly factions and eliminating hostile forces, Luo Ren steadily expanded his influence. Upgrading his base, he soon started producing soldiers and weapons, preparing for the battles that lay ahead. Body scanning, scanning progress, 5%, 30%, 50%. Scan completed, 100% fit, system binding in progress, ding. System binding successful. Congrats, Luo Ren, you've officially become the host of this system. Heads up! The Doomsday virus is about to break out in 12 hours. System. Doomsday? Luo Ren jolted awake, looking around in confusion. He was in a small, unfamiliar room with just a bed, a chair, a computer desk, and a cheap monitor blasting bright light. System binding? Doomsday virus? Did I just time travel? He hopped out of bed, went to the mirror, and saw a stranger staring back. The guy looked good-looking but way too skinny, with a pale complexion and dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, he had been burning the midnight oil. Ouch! He pinched himself, and the real pain confirmed it. This was no dream. Panic set in as he raked his messy hair and muttered, "What the heck? How did I end up time traveling?" After a bit of freak-out and self-talk, he reluctantly accepted that this was his new reality. As they say, if you're going to be in it, you might as well make the most of it. Rubbing his temples, he asked, "So, system, what can you do?" The full name of this system is the God-level base system, designed to help you build a doomsday base. Just hit the required population number, and you can upgrade, unlocking more weapons and gear. Whoa! A base system? And it's God-level? No way! His initial helplessness vanished, replaced by excitement. After calming down a bit, he recalled the system's warning from earlier: the Doomsday virus will break out in 12 hours. Time was short, less than 12 hours left. No time for dawdling, he had to get to work. Ding! Base construction guidance activated. Please build your base ASAP according to the system instructions. As if it read his mind, the system chimed in, and an arrow appeared in front of him. Following the arrow, he left his rental place, took the elevator, and finally arrived at the open-air parking lot of his community. There weren't many cars, but the lot was packed with older folks chatting away. Luo Ren scanned the crowd and spotted a massive steel vehicle labeled Mobile Base Vehicle. That's got to be it. Keeping his cool on the outside, he was bursting with excitement inside. He squeezed through the crowd of elderly people and climbed onto the vehicle. Wow, young man, is this car yours? It's amazing. Seriously, what brand is this? I need my son to get me one too. You're using a cane and dreaming of driving that beast? You trying to reach the heavens early? Hey, Mrs. Ho, don't be so harsh. I'll just look at it, not drive it. What's it to you? Tisk. V-room. Ignoring the chatter, Luo Ren fired up the base vehicle. The roar silenced the crowd, sending them scurrying back. Who wants to hang around when the end is nigh? Hey, grandpas and grandmas, stop loitering. Go stock up on food, the world's about to end. He called out from the window. How rude. We're just socializing. This kid has no manners. The end of the world? Sounds like you've been watching too many movies. Believe it or not, it's your call. I'm done talking. Not bothering to engage further, Luo Ren drove off, leaving the confused crowd behind. According to the system, he needed to find a clear space to set up his base. Time to get moving. More than an hour later, Luo Ren drove the base vehicle to the suburbs, looking at a construction site that had just been filled and compacted and had not yet started construction, and then looked around. The green water and green mountains, those high-rise buildings were in the distance. The virus broke out, and it was definitely not as dangerous as the city. With his hands on his waist, he nodded with satisfaction. That's it. Ding! Mission released: deploy a mobile base at the selected location and produce 10 soldiers. Completing the mission will reward 5 million points. Fuck! Starting with 5 million points, Luo Ren was shocked at first, then ecstatic. It is worthy of being a god-level base system. What else can I say? It's over. The base vehicle automatically drove to the center of the construction site. Luo Ren jumped out of the car, and a blue transparent light screen popped up in front of him, showing text on it. Environmental scanning. The terrain is flat, and the mobile base can be deployed. Deploy the mobile base? What else can I say? Of course I choose yes. Boom. Kaka, the sound of the machine sounded, and the base vehicle began to transform like the Autobots in the beautiful Chinese blockbuster Transformers, except that it was not a robot, but a steel base. Soon, the base vehicle was deployed, and a transparent light screen popped up in front of Luo Ren's eyes again, with various options on it, including soldier production, food production, and base upgrades. However, the option to upgrade the base is gray and inoperable. There is no rush to upgrade the base, just produce soldiers first. After looking at the soldier production notes, one soldier requires 200 points, which is not much, but the embarrassing thing is that his current points *0. There is a bug here. The condition for completing the mission is to produce 10 more soldiers after establishing the base. But producing soldiers requires points. Where can he get the points now? Does he have to wait for the apocalypse to kill zombies by himself? This definitely won't work. He's the only one with neither weapons nor martial arts skills. When the time comes, I'm afraid it won't be him who kills the zombies, but the zombies who will kill him. Bite. The system provides 10 W startup points. The host should pay attention to check. At this moment, the system's sounds sounded again. It was a timely help. Luo Ren's points suddenly changed from 0 to 10 W, which was beautiful, which was called, no, it was cool. I'm just saying, you can't just give a task at the beginning, and you can figure out how to get the points yourself. Luo Ren chuckled, and with the points, he immediately chose to produce soldiers. Currently, a maximum of 20 units of soldiers can be produced, with a total of 4,000 points. Produce 20 soldiers. Luo Ren didn't even think about it and just chose production. After all, the points he spent were not his own, so he didn't feel bad. Looking at the blue light screen, Luo Ren read, it takes a total of 10 hours to produce 20 soldiers. Calculated this way, 2 soldiers can be produced in 1 hour. After sitting in the mobile base for a while, it was really boring. It took 10 hours to produce soldiers, so it was okay to just wait. Luo Ren had an idea, so he left the mobile base and found a shared electric donkey on the roadside. It's a remote place and I don't know who rode there. Get on the mule and fly towards the nearest supermarket according to the map on your phone. The little electric donkey had enough power and ran at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour. Finally, after riding for nearly an hour, we arrived at the entrance of a department store. Although the base can produce military food, you have to change your taste. Isn't it true that people live for 2 things, 3 meals a day, and they must be well matched in terms of eating? Besides, if you don't spend the money now, you won't have anywhere to spend it after the virus breaks out. After finding a small truck and discussing the price with the driver, he asked him to wait outside the supermarket while Luo Ren rushed into the department store and went straight to the food area. Chocolate, buy it. Beef jerky, buy it. Bread, buy it. Lao Gan Yang, you must buy it. After one trip, I bought a whole cart of food, and there was only 200 yuan left in my bank card for the fare. When I was checking out, the supermarket cashier looked at Luo Ren as if he was crazy. He is a bit of a social jerk, but no matter what strange looks he gives, you are now laughing at me for buying too much, and I am laughing at you for making your stomach growl with hunger after the virus broke out. Urging the truck driver to drive back to the base. This trip took almost more than 3 hours. The small truck was traveling at lightning speed, much faster than a small electric donkey. It only took half an hour to reach the construction site where the mobile base was located. Sitting in the car, Luo Ren saw 6 tall soldiers lined up neatly in front of the mobile base. He excitedly rushed out of the car and ran forward, looking at the 6 soldiers in circles. Hurry up and unload the goods. I still have things to do. I don't know why I came to this damn place, the driver of the pickup truck complained as he got out of the car. There was a cigarette in his mouth, and he squinted his eyes. Suddenly he saw the steel base's words suddenly stopped. He looked at the mobile base in great surprise, and he was very confused in his heart. When did such a strange house appear here? He moved his eyes and saw 6 tall soldiers with loaded guns. With a sound of awe, the lit cigarette fell from his mouth. Suddenly, he was only frightened, and his 2 strong legs were shaking with fear. I was so scared that I thought to myself, it can't be a criminal gang, it's a terrorist. It's over, it's dead. Luo Ren came over and slapped the truck driver on the shoulder, making him tremble with fear. He smiled and said, don't worry, we are all professionals. The truck driver forced a smile to show that he was not afraid, but his trembling legs completely exposed him. Luo Ren stared at him for a while, then ordered 6 soldiers to unload the goods. Taking advantage of this gap, Luo Ren put his hand on the truck driver's shoulder and said seriously, Master, I tell you seriously, the doomsday virus will break out in a few hours. By then, the world will be full of zombies, and many people will Bitten alive. As long as you stay, I'll keep you safe. As he spoke, he stopped a soldier, pinched the soldier's biceps and gun. Look at this gun, look at these muscles, how safe you are. After hearing this, the truck driver thought Luo Ren was going to kidnap him, so he knelt down and said tremblingly, "Brother, please leave. I have a 70-year-old mother above me and a 3-year-old child below me. Please spare me." Luo Ren looked confused and waved his hands repeatedly. What the hell? Believe it or not, would go, if it weren't for the population required for base upgrades, he wouldn't be bothered to say such nonsense. After the goods were unloaded, the driver quickly boarded the truck, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out 100 meters, fearing that Luo Ren would not let him go. The truck driver drove while looking at the rearview mirror and said, "It's too scary. I have to call the police immediately." Looking at the small truck going away, Luo Ren shook his head and said, "Opportunities often slip away from your hands. After the virus breaks out, we have plenty of people here, and we don't need you." Although he said so, his actions were very embarrassing. He took out his mobile phone and opened the contact, but when he saw the interface, he was confused again. What's going on here? No one has a name or surname. They're all bicycle repair, computer repair. What was the situation of this body I traveled through before death? What are the contacts in it? I was thinking of calling all my relatives and friends, but now there's no one. Was this guy an orphan before death? Facing this scene, I really want to recite a poem. It's so miserable to be alone, so miserable, so miserable. Ask me why it's so miserable, I don't know what's going on. Hello, Laolu's farmhouse stir-fried pork. What would you like to eat? Luo Ren held the phone, listened to the voice from the other end of the phone, and said quickly, "Hello, it's like this. Oh, by the way, I'll tell you in advance that takeaways now require an additional $1 meal box fee." Read. Google search TWKAN. Luo Ren was surprised. I'm not using a takeaway platform. Why do I have to pay for the meal box? Oh, boss, prices are so expensive now, and we still charge $2 for the platform, but we only charge you $1 here, which is very conscientious. What conscience, you do business like this? Luo Ren was very unconvinced and wanted to refute, but when he thought about it, he remembered that he was not ordering takeout, so he stopped immediately and returned to the topic and said, "It's like this, I'm not ordering takeout. Why are you calling if you don't order takeout? Wasting my time, crazy." Beep beep beep. Luo Ren kept his mouth like this for a while, then swallowed back the words that were already on the tip of his tongue, and whispered to himself in dissatisfaction, "What kind of quality is this? I don't care, do whatever you want." Ding. Mission completed, reward 500 W points. Ding. You have 500 W points in your account. Oh my god, this sudden sound, I thought it was an order. Luo Ren subconsciously took out his mobile phone, only to see the screen was black, and he could clearly see the cracks on it. When he saw that the breathing light was not flashing, he came back to his senses and remembered that it was the sound of the system. He summoned the blue light screen and saw that his points balance had soared to 509,6000. He was excited. What else can he say? Just do it. The mission was completed and the points were credited, which means that 10 soldiers have been produced now. Looking outside the mobile base, he saw 10 sturdy soldiers holding automatic rifles that looked like AK-47s but were slightly different, standing in a row with their heads held high. Luo Ren stood up and walked in front of these soldiers, looking at the first one and asked, "What's your name?" "Report to the commander, I'm number 001. The soldier stepped out of the line and shouted with full energy. "Number 001? Luo Ren picked his ears. He was too close, and the shout made his eardrum hurt. He walked to the second soldier and looked him up and down. "Then you should be number 002? "Yes, commander." Another shout made his other ear buzz, as if there were 2 flies buzzing beside his left and right ears. This feeling was really uncomfortable. You really don't learn from your mistakes. He picked his ears, took a few steps back, and then looked at the other 8 people. "You don't need to introduce yourself. I know your names, 003, 004, right? This won't work. You were my first batch of soldiers after all. Let me give you a surname and a name." He touched his chin and thought for a long time, then pointed at 001 and 002 and said, "You two will be called Luo Shan Luo Hai." He looked at 003 and 004 again, and this time he thought for a long time before speaking. "Your name is Luoji, and your name is Luoli." Looking at the other 6 people, Luo Ren grabbed his hair, thinking hard for more than half an hour, and finally chose to give up. "It's too difficult to come up with a good name, forget it. You can be called Luo Wu, Luo Lu, Luo Chi, and so on." "Yes, sir." "Yeah." Luo Ren looked at these soldiers with relief. He never thought that one day he would be called a sir. Time passed by minute. Under Luo Ren's command, 10 soldiers built a circle of simple fortifications around the mobile base. At the same time, the number of soldiers also increased to 20 people at this time. This made Luo Ren's sense of security instantly doubled. Luo Shan, how many bullets do you each have? Luo Ren asked. Report to the commander, our magazines are equipped with 30 bullets, and each person carries 3 magazines. Luo Shan replied. 3 magazines, that means only 90 bullets. Luo Ren shook his head and said, not enough, how can my soldiers have only so few bullets? The base produces them for me. Having 5 million points is a luxury. Batches of bullets were produced until the mobile base could not hold them anymore. Level 0 base is too miserable. Not only is the upper limit of soldiers only 20, but it can only produce bullets, not grenades. We have to find a way to increase the population and upgrade the base as soon as possible. Luo Ren lay on the chair, watching the sunset gradually fall and the night fall. Ah! The piercing scream broke the tranquility of the night. The originally prosperous city fell into panic in an instant. Many people suddenly went crazy and bit anyone they saw. The whole city was filled with cries and groans of pain. Although it was in the suburbs, the sound of people bursting out in despair was very loud and penetrating. Luo Ren also heard these noises. He jumped up from the chair and commanded 20 soldiers to prepare for defense. Whenever zombies attacked, if there were few zombies, they would try to deal with them with sabers. If there were many zombies, they would shoot. Night and day alternated, and 3 days passed in a flash. That night, the moon and stars were very clear, and under the stars, Luo Ren stood with his hands behind his back, admiring the moon like a literati, and at the same time, he wondered why there were no surviving humans coming, and no zombies, and at this moment, he suddenly heard. Ah, it's the army, we are saved. He heard the sound and looked around. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely see 20 or 30 people running towards the base, with a dozen figures chasing after them. The situation was urgent. Luo Ren shouted, Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Ji, Luo Li, grab your sabers and attack. Kill! At Luo Ren's order, 20 soldiers drew their shining sabers and charged forward without fear of death. Luo Shan, Luo Hai, and the others were all professional soldiers. It was not a problem for one person to deal with 2 or 3 irrational zombies. Under Luo Ren's watch, they got rid of the dozen or so zombies in a few clicks. Bite. Killing ordinary zombies rewards 1 W points. 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 I'm so awesome here. Killing a zombie will reward you with 10,000 points. This system has a lot of points, the host just needs to worry about it and that's it. Ox. Which of you is the leader? Just as Luo Ren was excited, an extremely mean voice attracted his attention. All the zombies were killed, and the survivors had already run into the base. When all the survivors were congratulating themselves on surviving, a fat lady who looked like a fat lady came forward, pointed at the soldiers and yelled, "What's going on with you soldiers? If you don't deal with something like this quickly when it happens, you're using our taxpayers' money to eat and drink here. It's not a shame, you're really a bunch of moths." The lady's voice was extremely harsh, and her words were also very unpleasant. It's just that, we use money to support you, but you don't care about the safety of our people at all. When disaster strikes, you just know how to hide and have no sense of responsibility at all. After the aunt finished speaking, someone immediately echoed her. Luo Ren walked out and stood in front of the noble lady. His eyes were full of anger and he said in a deep voice, "I am the highest officer here. You'd better take back what you just said." The noble aunt put her hands on her waist, put on a shrew face, pointed at Luo Ren's nose and vomited lotus flowers. "Oh, if you dare to do it, don't dare to listen, I just said whatever it is, look at the shape of my mouth, it's rotten, insect." Her face really makes Luo Ren disgusted. She is still relying on her old age at this time. Who can tolerate it? Who is the grandson? Luo Ren wiped the drool from his face, sneered, raised his palm and breathed hot air towards it, then breathed out fiercely. Snap! The crisp sound of the slap was extremely clear in this night, and the ant was immediately stunned by the slap. Luo Ren looked at the others. You really deserve a beating. Aren't the soldiers on the front line in emergency rescue and disaster relief? The enemy is coming. Aren't those who go to the front line soldiers? Besides, this is my personal army, and I have no obligation to save you, understand? If you want to be protected by the base, you must abide by the rules of the base. After the words fell, no one dared to say more. They already knew that the young man in front of them was not easy to mess with. Moreover, they also saw the situation clearly. So many people turned into man-eating monsters, just like the zombies in the movie. At this moment, I am afraid that the order has collapsed, and human society has returned to the most primitive era of the weak and the strong. However, the lady who was slapped obviously didn't understand the situation clearly, and she still didn't know what happened. "Ah! You dare to hit me! Do you know who my son is? Do you know who my wife is?" Her wailing voice was sharp and loud, and it immediately attracted the nearby zombies. Luoren said anxiously, "You screamed so damn loudly, are you looking for death?" The noble lady didn't care so much and continued to curse loudly in her bitter voice. "I'll kill you." Before he finished speaking, Luoren saw dozens of figures running towards the base. He secretly thought something bad and cursed, "Fuck. I'll take care of you later." Then he kicked the ant away and ordered, "Load the bullets and fight." Nearly 100 zombies are attacking, and they can no longer be dealt with a saber, they can only be dealt with by shooting. Following Luoren's order, the base suddenly burst into flames and gunshots were heard. Those zombies have no sense of pain, no fear, and no fatigue. They only have an extreme desire for new flesh and blood, and are far more difficult to deal with than ordinary people. It was difficult to aim in the dark, and zombies had to be hit on the head or heart to destroy their power source. Just by killing nearly 100 zombies, each soldier almost emptied 3 magazines. But killing these nearly 100 zombies is the beginning of the battle. Due to the sound of gunfire, more zombies were attracted. This is also the reason why Luoren didn't use firearms in the first place. Wave after wave of zombies are coming, and they can only resist with all their might. Fortunately, a large number of bullets have been produced in advance. The more than 20 survivors were trembling, each one more frightened than the other, and some couldn't stop screaming. However, after seeing the soldiers and Luoren desperately resisting the zombies, some of the survivors were braver. They overcame their fear and volunteered to deliver bullets to the soldiers. The flames from the black muzzles were as dazzling as fireworks in the night sky. The flames from the 21 guns combined to illuminate the mobile base. More than an hour later, the gunfire finally died down. Luoren breathed a sigh of relief and swept his eyes across the battlefield. He saw densely packed zombie corpses, estimated to be nearly 1,000. Zombies are no longer human, but except for their white skin and constricted pupils, they are no different from humans. Luoren didn't know how many zombies he had killed, maybe 3 or 4, more than 10, or even none. He didn't know, but he knew his feelings very well. Excitement, fear, guilt. In addition to these, there was also a kind of irritability. Fortunately, he was more rational and could restrain various reactions in his heart. Seeing that there were still more than a dozen zombies with mutilated limbs crawling, running, and jumping towards him, he ordered the soldiers to shoot and kill again. At this point, the zombies around were probably attracted, and there was no need to put the guns aside and use knives. After killing dozens of scattered zombies, the gunshots were completely extinguished. Luoren couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This first wave of zombies was blocked. "Let me go. What are you doing? Believe it or not, I'll ask my son to catch you all." Without the cover of the gunshots, other sounds became much clearer. The piercing and sharp voice, shouting like a shrew, broke into Luoren's ears again. He looked at the sound and saw that the rich lady was pressed to the ground by several other survivors. The rich lady struggled frantically. The strength was so great that several young people could hardly hold her down. Luoren thought that she must not need young people to give up their seats when she took the subway or bus. "You are restricting personal freedom. I tell you, when I get out, I will let you all sit in jail. And you, I will sue you to the military court." The rich lady has not recognized the situation until now, and she is swearing like a shrew. Luoren's inner frenzy was magnified, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. He walked step by step to the front of the lady, waved his hand, and signaled others to go away. The lady lost her restraint and jumped up immediately, like a macaque trying to snatch food from tourists, scratching Luoren's face with her sharp nails. Luoren looked stern, raised his pistol and pointed it at the forehead of this crazy woman, and his reason was gradually swallowed by violent emotions. "Hey, who are you trying to scare with a gun?" The lady was not afraid at all. She was sure that Luoren would not dare to shoot, and even put her forehead against the muzzle of the gun, saying in an yin and yang tone, "I'll put my head here, if you have the guts, shoot me to death. Alas! If you don't dare, you are a grandson." Bang! The gun flame flashed, but at that moment it illuminated the faces of everyone present, and many people were horrified. The bullet pierced the lady's head, and her brains splattered. The lady fell straight to the ground, her eyes wide open, her expression frozen in meanness and arrogance. Luo Ren's hands trembled slightly, his rationality returned at this moment, and was strengthened a lot. The rage in his heart disappeared. This was his first time to kill someone, and he instinctively felt fear. But things have already happened, and the strengthened rationality told him that he should calm down, at least in front of these people, he should calm down. Luo Ren took a deep breath, and his inner emotions quickly calmed down. He looked at the remaining 26 survivors with an indifferent expression and a cold tone without emotion, saying, "I say it again, the base is my base, and the army is also my army. I can let you stay and provide you with shelter, but," cold eyes, sharp eyes, traversing the 26 people, he said coldly, "you must abide by my rules." The survivors looked at each other, and finally responded under the compulsion of fear in their hearts, "We will definitely abide by the rules." Luo Ren didn't care whether they were afraid or recognized the situation, as long as they abided by the rules. He nodded and said, "Now that you understand, let's clean up the zombies with the guards." The 26 people heard his words clearly, but they did not act, because his face was full of fear. Luo Ren saw the expressions on these people's faces and sneered, "In the end times, fear is the biggest obstacle to your survival. I will give food and shelter to those who help the soldiers clean up the corpses. Those who don't want to can choose to leave. I won't force them." After saying this, Luo Ren fell silent and left the final choice to them. Seeing that the soldiers had already started to clean up the zombies, a few of the brave ones hesitated for a moment and followed. After about 3 or 4 minutes, someone finally mustered up the courage again, one after another, and finally only 2 people were left huddled together, unable to overcome their inner fear and dared not to clean up the zombies. These 2 people have fair skin, delicate hands, and exquisite makeup. If you don't look closely, you really can't tell that they are 2 men. Luo Ren glanced at them and said what he should say. It was up to them to choose. In the current world, if they didn't have this courage, they had no right to live. The clouds cleared and the sun rose from the east. The sunlight was still warm, but the earth was completely different now. Yesterday, it was a peaceful and prosperous day, but today it has become a hell on earth. When Luo Ren got up early in the morning, the first thing he did was to ask Luo Shan who were the people who cleaned up the bodies yesterday. To his surprise, all 26 people actually took action. "I thought the 2 pretty boys were not brave enough, but I didn't expect that I was wrong. Sure enough, people will burst out with infinite potential in desperate situations." After stretching, Luo Ren saw people who were leaning back, squatting, or crying with their faces covered, and sighed softly. He used his points to exchange some compressed dry food and water for the guards to give to these people, which was also a recognition of their courage. After filling his stomach, Luo Ren gathered 26 people. He looked at a sturdy man standing in the front row. He remembered this man. He was the one who held down the old woman last night, and he was also the first to stand up when cleaning up the zombie bodies. Luo Ren approached the man, looked him up and down, and asked, "What's your name?" The man was very nervous, but he still plucked up the courage to answer, "My name is Saudi." Saudi? Luo Ren heard this name, and his first impression was that he was very rich. After coming to his senses, he felt that the man was quite pleasing to the eye, so he said, "Saudi, right? You will be the survivor supervisor in the future, responsible for organizing the survivors to build houses and fortifications." It was like a good thing that came from the sky. Saudi was extremely surprised and did not dare to neglect it. He answered very seriously, "Yes, sir, I will do a good job. In this situation, it is very important to survive, and no matter when you want to live a good life, you must have power and strength. Since this superior respects himself and lets him be the supervisor, he must seize this opportunity to work hard, so that he has a chance to live a good life." Saudi finished breakfast with excitement, and then immediately started working. Who is responsible for building tents and who is responsible for strengthening fortifications, all were arranged clearly. Luo Ren saw his performance and was very satisfied, so he specially arranged a soldier to assist him in his work. At present, the population is too small, the base cannot be upgraded, and the number of soldiers cannot be increased. Taking advantage of the early stage of the apocalypse, it is the top priority to expand one's own strength as soon as possible, otherwise after a while, when the major forces rise, someone will definitely covet the base materials. Weak strength cannot stop those greedy people who have lost the constraints of the law and moral kidnapping. Without further ado, Luo Ren left 5 soldiers to maintain order and led 15 soldiers to the nearest industrial park to search and rescue survivors. Jebei Industrial Park. Luo Ren led the soldiers to carefully search for survivors. "Ah! It's the army is here to save us. Sir, we are here." Luo Ren looked for the sound and saw 3 people holding the corner of the wall and waving at him behind the office building not far away. He made a gesture of silence, indicating them to speak softly, and the 3 people were very obedient and shut up immediately. Then he waved to the 3 people, indicating them to come over. The 3 hesitated for a while, and finally mustered up the courage to leave the corner and run over. At this moment, 5 or 6 zombies found them and rushed over. The 3 were horrified and quickened their pace to run towards the army that came to save their lives. Luo Ren ordered 5 guards to come out and block 5 or 6 zombies hidden with sharp sabers. Hearing the sound of puff, the zombies were successfully solved. The 3 survivors also ran over. Luo Ren looked at the 3 people and saw that one of them was holding a steel pipe, one was holding a machete, and the remaining one was the most powerful, holding a keyboard. Was he going to spray the zombies to death with the art of language? He asked curiously, "Aren't you 3 afraid of zombies if you don't find a place to hide and wander around everywhere?" The industrial park has a large flow of people, so the number of zombies is naturally large. They deliberately took the path with few people all the way here, and they still ran into many zombies and lost a soldier. "We don't want to come out either, but we have no food or water. We will starve to death hiding in the office building sooner or later. We might as well come out and give it a try," the man holding the steel pipe said. "What are your names? How many people were there in the original hiding place?" Luo Ren asked. "My name is Li Cun, his name is Li Sun, and his name is Dent. The office building we are hiding in has 3 floors. Most of the survivors in the park are hiding there. It is estimated that there are more than 300 people," the man with the steel pipe said. "So many?" Luo Ren was shocked. "It takes 500 people to upgrade the base. There are more than 300 people hiding in this small office building. It is definitely a big piece of fat meat." He couldn't help shouting, "Then take me to save your colleagues." Li Cun and the other 2 hesitated for a while, and finally nodded and said, "Okay, follow me." Under the leadership of Li Cun and others, Luo Ren saw the office building, which has a total of 3 floors. According to Li Cun's introduction, the survivors are basically concentrated on the 2nd floor. Luo Ren nodded and carefully observed the surrounding environment. There were not many zombies outside. "Sir, there are zombies on the 1st floor, that's why we have to climb through the window," Li Cun said. Luo Ren glanced at Li Cun and asked, "How many zombies are there on the 1st floor?" "About 23, 25? Li Cun didn't dare to confirm. Luo Ren asked, "How many exactly?" "No more than 30 anyway," Li Cun replied quickly. "No more than 30. Luo Ren's eyes turned and he had an idea. In fact, it was not a clever idea. He waved his hand and directly ordered, "Draw the sword, kill the zombies, and save people." Clang clang. 15 soldiers drew their sabers at the same time and strode towards the office building. When they arrived at the door, they saw that the door of the office building was open. They could see the situation inside without entering. More than 10 zombies were wandering aimlessly. They didn't feel any pain when they bumped into tables, chairs, and walls. They just turned around and continued to wander. Luo Ren walked out from behind the 15 soldiers, staring at the zombies, and then gave an order and shouted in a low voice, "Go." The 15 soldiers listened to the order and rushed into the office building without saying a word. The footsteps of the 15 people were enough to attract the zombies in the office building, and these zombies also rushed over with their teeth and claws. Facing the zombies, the soldiers showed no fear on their faces. There was a cold, murderous intent in their eyes. They waved their sabers in their hands, fast, fierce, and accurate puff. The cold light of the blade flashed, and blood and flesh splashed out. In less than a minute, more than a dozen zombies were killed. After solving the trouble on the 1st floor, Luo Ren quickly led everyone to the 2nd floor. Dang dang dang. After a few steps up to the 2nd floor, many survivors appeared in front of them. It was roughly estimated that there were more than 300 people. Most of them had cracked lips and looked haggard. The sound of stomach growling came from the crowd from time to time. Obviously, many people were very hungry. Seeing 15 tall and big men holding automatic rifles and wearing military uniforms, although they did not look like the uniforms of the soldiers of the Xia army in their impression, at this time, who would bother about these? All the survivors were extremely excited because they only knew that the army had come and they were finally saved. Before they shouted excitedly, Luo Ren lowered his voice and spoke first, "Don't get excited, listen to me. 1. You are right, I am here to save you. 2. Do not make loud noises to avoid attracting other zombies in the park.
3. Everyone must obey my command. Do you understand?
This thin young man who looks like a nerd is actually the leader of 15 tall soldiers. Everyone was surprised, and some even suspected that he was a relative of a leader.
However, it doesn't matter.
As long as he can save lives, who cares about him?
So everyone nodded silently, not daring to make a sound.
Some of them had rumbling stomachs and pressed their stomachs hard.
Luo Ren nodded in satisfaction, pondered for a moment, then looked at the third floor and asked in a low voice, "Is there anyone on the third floor?" After the voice fell, the people in front of him had different expressions. After waiting for a long time, no one answered. He immediately looked at Li Siyuan, pointed to the upper floor, and asked, "Is there anyone up there?"
Li Siyuan did not dare to hide it, and hurriedly replied, "There are people, but there are very few people, only about 10 people.
10 people? What do you mean?"
Luo Ren frowned slightly, and was very puzzled by Li Siyuan's answer, because, from the outside world's point of view, the third floor of the office building is the same size as the second floor, but there are hundreds of people on the second floor, but only a dozen people on the third floor. Why is there such a huge difference in the number of people? Could it be that the structures of the two floors are different, and the third floor can only accommodate 10 people? Such a reason is obviously illogical. Even if the structures are different, there can be no such a large difference in available space. Seeing Luo Ren's puzzled expression, Li Siyuan explained, "The people on the third floor are all company executives, 2 of whom have some black background and have that thing in their hands." Li Siyuan looked left and right, gestured with his thumb and index finger, and whispered, "Gun." Then he said hatefully, "Originally, there were some food and purified water on the second floor. If they hadn't been robbed to the third floor, we wouldn't be in this state." Li Siyuan pointed at a man with a bruised face and said angrily, "We resisted, but they beat us and forcibly abducted several beautiful female colleagues. Those female colleagues are probably..." At this point, Li Siyuan was no longer able to continue. After hearing this, Luo Ren couldn't help but think of Xuanzi's theory of human nature. Human nature is evil. The end of the world has just begun, and some people have shown their beastly side. But it's true, the end of the world, the strong prey on the weak. He believed that if anyone among the more than 300 people had a gun, perhaps 1/3 of them might be as beastly as the people on the third floor. Without further ado, he immediately ordered, "Go upstairs." Climbing up to the third floor quickly, he saw several women with disheveled clothes and messy hair lying on the ground. Compared with the people on the second floor, they looked more haggard, with 2 clear tear marks on their cheeks, and deep despair in their eyes after crying dry. Looking past these women, he saw more than a dozen people drinking and playing cards at this moment. The ground around them was full of snack packaging, and they were living a happy life. The movement of Luo Ren coming up also alarmed these people. They all cast their eyes and saw the 15 soldiers with tall and strong bodies and weapons behind this young man. They were all shocked and dared not move. Only one person was very drunk. Not only was he not afraid, but he also staggered and walked towards him cursing. "You motherfucker, who told you to come up? Don't you want to live? I'll teach you a lesson today." As he said, he picked up an empty wine bottle and smashed it on Luo Ren's head. How could a drunk man fight? Luo Ren raised his foot and kicked him, causing his buttocks to fall to the ground and his face to the sky. The man was furious on the spot, lifted his clothes to reveal the pistol on his waist, and cursed, "You bastard, I'll kill you." When he pulled out his gun, without Luo Ren's order, Luo Shan immediately drew out his saber, stepped forward, raised the saber in his hand, and slashed down. Immediately, blood spattered, and the drunkard's entire right arm was cut off at the shoulder. He was stunned for a while, and then a severe pain swept through him. His hazy consciousness immediately woke up. He closed his mouth and held it in for a long time. Then he opened his mouth and was about to let out howling like a killing pig. However, how could he do what he wanted? Luo Shan randomly crumpled a piece of rag into a ball and stuffed it directly into his throat the moment he opened his mouth. Other relatively sober people turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. They relied on 2 homemade single-shot broken pistols to frighten the hundreds of people who were afraid of death, and they became several times more courageous. However, the most they can do is beat up a few disobedient ones, and then play with a few women, but to cut off someone's arm so decisively, they obviously don't have enough courage. Luo Ren glanced at several people, his disgust was palpable, and he immediately ordered, "Collect their weapons and tie them all to me. In case of resistance." His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said word by word, "Kill without mercy." His eyes returned to those women, he shook his head and said, "Put on your clothes and come down with me." These women have seen everything that just happened. They have seen the criminals who violated them have their arms cut off,
their weapons confiscated, and they were tied up. But how can these alone calm the anger in their hearts? They really want to know how the thin young man will deal with these criminals next. In this way, the desire to seek death arising from the humiliation was suppressed by this expectation, and they decided to follow Luo Ren until they saw those beasts being dealt with. Luo Ren, who had been up there for only 10 minutes, came down from the third floor. The survivors on the second floor immediately looked at him. When they saw the tied-up people following Luo Ren, they felt relieved. Some people shouted and rushed up to beat these people, but were stopped by Luo Ren. Luo Ren said, "You stay quiet now and listen to my instructions. When you get to a safe place, I will deal with them." When the sensible people heard the words, they immediately restrained their movements and voices. The unreasonable ones were also covered by the people next to them, and their legs were pulled to force them to reason. Without stopping, he immediately organized hundreds of people to carefully leave the office building and find the way back to the base. The zombies wandering on the road had been cleared away when we arrived, so the journey was relatively smooth and we returned to the base without any casualties. After resting for a while, Luo Ren gathered everyone and looked at the hundreds of hungry people. He said, "I will get shelter and food for you here, but it will not be free. You must be obedient, do you understand?" "Understood." When everyone heard this, they responded perfunctorily. Luo Ren frowned. These people have not yet realized what is going on. It seems that it is necessary for them to get to know each other. He immediately ordered people to escort the people who had been tied up before. After a long silence, he closed his eyes and opened them again. He made up his mind and said silently in his heart, "I will lend you your lives." He said coldly, "Kill these scumbags on the spot." "Yes." The guard soldiers took the order and pointed their guns at the backs of the 10 people's heads. For the guard soldiers, killing people was not a big deal as long as they were ordered by their superiors. After hearing this, several people kneeling on the ground trembled physically and mentally. 2 of them were extremely frightened. White and yellow fluids flowed out from their crotches uncontrollably, and a foul smell immediately wafted out. These people cried and begged with tears and snot not to kill them. It's a pity that Luo Ren intended to use their lives to establish his authority, and he had to use their lives to establish his authority. Therefore, their lives were taken away the moment Luo Ren made up his mind. Bang bang bang. After several gunshots, the cries and begging for mercy suddenly stopped, and a mixture of red and white burst out. Hundreds of people on the field were all startled and turned pale with fright. They wanted to run away, but when they saw the tall soldiers, the corpses in front of them, and the aura of death hitting their faces, no one wanted to be the first to stand out. When Luo Ren saw the corpse in front of him, he was silent for a long time. If he shot and killed the lady out of anger, then killing these people was completely his subjective intention. He couldn't help but feel guilty in his heart. Realizing that such emotions were wrong, he immediately hypnotized himself and imagined these people as zombies. After a period of hard self-hypnosis, he succeeded. Although the guilt in his heart did not disappear, it was temporarily suppressed. He glanced at everyone and said, "I know what you are thinking. Although these people have done beastly things, their sins are not worthy of death, right?" He smiled coldly, and then said, "But, I still killed them, why?" Pointing at a thin boy, he asked, "Tell me, why should I kill them?" The thin boy was very scared, his voice was trembling, and he said, because for several minutes, he didn't say anything. Luo Ren immediately slapped him on the shoulder, and the boy fainted with a cry. "This is too timid," he complained in his mind and ignored the boy. He deliberately raised his voice and said, "Because, just to show you." Everyone's spines trembled. "Kill people to show them, what does this mean?" Luo Ren then said sternly, "I want to tell you through these 10 people that in this place, anyone who does not follow the rules will suffer this." That's right, Luo Ren didn't kill these 10 people mainly because they had done bad things. The most important reason was to use their lives to establish authority. The base must have its own rules, and the people protected by the base must abide by these rules, otherwise there will be chaos. However, before letting people abide by the rules, they must kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Otherwise, even if the rules without power and the leaders without power are obeyed on the surface, they may not obey them secretly. Therefore, these people would be sentenced to life imprisonment at most in peacetime, but now, they must die. Everyone suddenly realized and looked at Luo Ren with fear. Many people secretly made up their minds to abide by the rules here, not for any reason, just to survive. Luo Ren saw the reactions of the people. It seems that the purpose of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys has been achieved, which made him very satisfied. After a long silence, he called Saudi Arabia and asked Saudi Arabia to find 2 people to register these newly joined survivors. After seeing Luo Ren's decisive killing, Saudi Arabia did not dare to be lazy. He moved quickly and registered hundreds of people in less than an hour, and then wrote a report and submitted it to Luo Ren. After reading the registration report written by Saudi Arabia, Luo Ren was a little surprised. I thought there were only 345 people, but I didn't expect that there were 397 people after counting. Nearly 400 people, plus the original 26 people in the base. Now the base has a total of 423 people, and there are still 77 people to upgrade to a level 1 base. So, Luo Ren made a plan, leaving 1/3 of the troops to garrison the base, and then led the remaining troops to search and rescue survivors. Soon, more than 20 days passed, the base was built in a decent manner, tents had been built, and more than 400 survivors no longer had to sleep on the ground, and the happiness index of the base was greatly improved. That day, Luo Ren was resting on a recliner, and suddenly the sound of the system sounded in his ears. Ding! Soldier Luo Shan was promoted to team leader and can command 10 units of ordinary soldiers. Ding! Soldier Luo Hai was promoted to team leader and can command 10 units of ordinary soldiers. Ding! The population exceeded 500, and the base met the upgrade conditions. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Ding! New tasks are released, the base is upgraded to level 1, and an arsenal is established, and 2,000 W points are rewarded. Are we finally getting enough people? Luo Ren was so excited that he almost fell off his chair. Finally, he waited for this day, and without saying anything, he upgraded the base. Ding! The base is upgraded to level 1, unlocking the level 1 arsenal. Ding! The base is upgraded to level 1, unlocking the level 1 city wall. We can build a city wall. Finally, we don't have to build fortifications manually. They are not good looking and have poor defense. Luo Ren woke up in shock. There was no time to delay, and construction began immediately. The construction panel was called up, which showed a map with a radius of 5 kilometers with the base as the center. This was the interface for building the city wall. After a little thought, he started construction. He chose to build a level 1 city wall with a diameter of 300 meters with the mobile base as the center. Build a level 1 city wall, consume points *6280, after a burst of white light, a red brick city wall with a thickness of 20 centimeters and a height of more than 3 meters appeared out of thin air. The so-called level 1 city wall looked a bit disappointing. However, with the power of the zombies, it should not be able to be knocked down. Hundreds of people in the base saw the city wall appearing out of thin air. All of them opened their eyes wide, opened their mouths wide, and looked surprised. Some superstitious people were still kneeling and praying, saying, thank God, and so on. After the construction of the city wall was completed, Luo Ren continued to build the arsenal, specially marked out an area for use as a military zone, and then chose to build the arsenal. The moment the arsenal was completed, the system prompt sound immediately rang in his ears. Ding! Mission completed, get 2,000 W points. Looking at so many points, Luo Ren smiled helplessly. He didn't know whether he should be happy or not. There is an upper limit to the production of soldiers, and the base upgrade requires population, so many points are useless. Could it be that the reason why those rich people don't like money and don't touch money is that there are too few things they can do? In this case, it seems that we still have to increase the population as soon as possible and upgrade the base. When tanks and cannons can be produced, these points will be useful. The population of the base exceeded 500 and was upgraded to level 1. With the completion of the construction of the arsenal, all values have been greatly improved. Reading first, the number of soldiers is capped at 130. The production speed has doubled from 2 soldiers per hour to 4 soldiers per hour. More than 100 soldiers can be fully produced in less than 2 days. Like the mobile base, the arsenal can also produce firearms and bullets, and can also produce fragmentation grenades, which has a significant improvement on the combat effectiveness of the guards. Today, the weather is clear and sunny. In the mobile base, Luo Ren leaned back in his chair and held the report submitted by Saudi Arabia in his hand, which contained the number of new people today. After a long period of development, the base has gained some fame in the surrounding area, so in the report, in addition to the survivors who went out to search and rescue by the guards, there are also survivors who took the initiative to join, totaling 124 people. As the number of people in the base has steadily increased, it has nearly 2,000 people so far. At this rate of development, it will not take long to reach a population of 5,000, and then the base can be upgraded to level 2. At this time, Luo Rin was already imagining what good things would be unlocked in the level 2 base, and how many guards could be increased from more than 100 people. Ken rubbed his head, put down the report in his hand, closed his eyes and rested, which relieved his dry eyes a little. At the same time, he thought about the gradual increase in the number of people. Although the points were enough, he couldn't always use the points to exchange for compressed food to feed these people. The number of people is not large now, and it is busy to exchange points for food supply, but the base is developing and the population is also growing continuously. Now there are about 2,000 people, but the population will exceed 100,000, 200,000, and 500,000 in the future. In this way, even if he can exchange it, the distribution of this food will be a big trouble. From this, it can be concluded that the early way of exchanging points for food to supply residents is fine, but the number of people is hiding, which is completely unfeasible. In this way, it seems that it is necessary to establish a system for residents to be self-sufficient. His eyes slowly opened, and he saw the ceiling at the first glance, then moved his eyes to look outside the door, stood up, and walked out of the mobile base. The sun shines on his face, and he can feel the heat of the sun. As far as he can see, except for the more than 200 newcomers who are setting up tents, the others are basically doing nothing. He eats and sleeps all day, just like his second brother, which makes him determined to build a self-sufficient system. He searches and finds Saad in the crowd, calls him over, and says to him, "Find a few people who have experience and skills in agriculture, construction, breeding, and medical care, and let's have a meeting together." These days, Luo Ren has seen Saad's performance. He works very hard and never slacks off on the tasks he has arranged. For this reason, he also values Saad more. If things like this are handed over to Saad, he still believes that he can do it well. Sure enough, in less than an hour, Saad found the person Luo Ren was looking for. He brought a few people to the conference hall. It is called a conference hall, but it is actually very simple, just better than a tent. There is a long table in the conference room. The long table is simple and elegant. You can tell from the grain that it is not ordinary wood. It was obtained from a furniture store when they went out to rescue survivors. Everyone sat down around the long table. In addition to Luo Ren and Shatua, there were 7 people on the scene at this time. These 7 people were people with specific skills that Shatua found. Shatua introduced Wang Ma and Wang Niu. They were engaged in greenhouse planting before the disaster and are very experienced in agriculture. Wang Ma and Wang Niu immediately stood up and bowed politely to Luo Ren. Luo Ren looked at them carefully, pressed his hand down, and said, "Sit down." After Wang Niu and Wang Ma sat down, Shatua introduced the next person and said, "Chao Mu, a second-level construction engineer with more than 10 years of experience." Luo Ren's eyes fell on Chao Mu, a man in his 40s with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Luo Ren believed in his business ability. Without him, just looking at his hairstyle would tell. Chao Mu hurriedly stood up, looking very nervous, bowed to Luo Ren, and said tremblingly, "Sir, I am Chao Mu." Luo Ren thought, "Am I that scary?" Then he said, "Sit down." Saad pointed to a person and continued to introduce Chao Ma, an aquaculture expert, also has 5 or 6 years of experience. What? Luo Ren was a little confused after hearing this, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Aquaculture, there is only a small river near the base, and there is no place for you to do aquaculture for the time being. Saad hurriedly stood up, his heart skipped a beat, and he trembled when he spoke, saying, "Sir, you didn't say what type of aquaculture." Bean's eyes, beads of sweat kept coming out of his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. He had seen Luo Ren's methods, and several lives were lost in just one sentence. He hated it, hated why he didn't survey the terrain well, and now he made a mistake. It's over, it's all over. Seeing Saudi's exaggerated reaction, Luo Ren still said the same thing, "Am I that scary?" "I didn't say anything, but I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat." He covered his forehead, lowered his head and smiled helplessly, and finally pressed his palms and said, "I don't blame you, sit down quickly." The voice was gentle and the tone was calm. There was no anger or anything else in it, but Shat was still hesitant. He stole a glance at Luo Ren and observed his expression. He saw that his expression was normal and there was no murderous intent in his eyes. Just like that, the stone hanging in his heart fell to the ground, and he said respectfully, "Thank you, sir." After that, he sat down with peace of mind, and at the same time thought to himself, "Is my impression of the commander wrong, and it's just fine?" Luo Ren didn't have the ability to read minds, so he wouldn't know what Saudi Arabia was thinking. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly asked, Chao Ma, there are not enough conditions for aquaculture now, do you know how to do other farming?" Chama didn't dare to keep Luoren waiting, and immediately replied, okay, before I started aquaculture, I worked on land for 4 or 5 years. I have experience in chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle and sheep. Oh? Luoren was pleasantly surprised. He was an all-round talent in the sea, land, and air. He hurriedly said, that's okay, you can stay, but I'll say it ugly beforehand. If you don't, you won't. Don't lie to me, otherwise, there will be consequences for you. No. Chama said anxiously, I swear to God, what I said is absolutely true. If there is any adulteration, the sky will strike with thunder and blast me to pieces. Luoren was still very satisfied with this attitude. After nodding with a smile, he looked at Saudi Arabia and said, there are 2 left, let's continue the introduction. This is Yuan Yongyuan, who worked as an attending physician in a hospital before the end of the world. This is Meng Xinrong. She is in the same hospital as Yuan Yongyuan. She works as a nurse, that is, a nurse. Luoren said, nurse, doctor, pretty good. After everyone was introduced, Luoren was silent for a few seconds and said, I brought you here today to build a self-sufficient base. Wangma and Wangyo, you have planting experience. From now on, you will be responsible for organizing and guiding the residents of the base to carry out agricultural farming. As for Chama, there are currently no livestock in the base, so you will first assist Wang Niao and Wang Ma in agricultural planting work. Then he looked at Xiaomu and said, Xiaomu, I will give you the authority to form a construction team to be responsible for the construction of base infrastructure. It is the dry season, and the tents can still accommodate people. If it comes to the rainy season, it will not work. You must be there. Before the rainy season comes, build a house for everyone. The drainage at the base also needs to be sorted out. By the way, you build a hospital first, with Yuan Yongyuan as the dean and Meng Xinrong as the head nurse. As he spoke, he turned his attention to Yuan Yongyuan and Meng Xinrong, and continued, I will also give you authority. You can find 10 to 20 people with medical or nursing experience. From now on, you will be responsible for the major and minor illnesses of the base residents. Such an arrangement was what Luoren had in mind. Someone still needed to start the specific implementation, so he turned his attention to Saudi Arabia and said, specific personnel allocation and specific implementation. He deliberately emphasized the emphasis, and at the same time expressed his serious expression, and then said, Saudi, I leave these to you. Suddenly stood up, stared at Saudi Arabia, then slapped Saudi Arabia on the shoulder, and said solemnly, I trust you, don't let me down. After saying that, he smiled softly, then walked to the door, suddenly stopped, looked back at everyone, and said with a smile, I forgot, the meeting is dismissed. Saudi Arabia looked at Luoren's leaving figure, clenched his fists with both hands, his eyes were firm, and he said loudly and excitedly, Sir, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. The time came 5 days later. Saudi Arabia's work is really efficient. In just 5 days, the base has evolved from a pigsty to one where everyone has something to do. I saw those people who had nothing to do before began to be busy, planting and building, everyone was mobilized. Compared with 5 days ago, the base is now full of vitality, and the operating efficiency has also been greatly improved. Looking at everything in front of him, Luoren felt relaxed and happy, with a sense of accomplishment. Although the person who actually led the implementation was Saudi Arabia, he came up with the idea and gave the order, so his contribution was no less than Saudi Arabia. After stretching, he returned to the mobile base. When he saw the information on the table, he sat down, then picked up one and started reading. At this moment, the guard's voice suddenly came from outside the door, reporting to the chief, Resident Saudi Arabia wants to see you. Luoren said, let him come in. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he raised his eyes and saw that it was Saudi Arabia. His eyes fell back on the information at hand. While looking at it, he asked, tell me, what's the matter? Saudi Arabia took out a letter from his pocket, took a few steps forward, handed it over, and explained, there was a person who asked me to give this letter to you just now. He said he was from the Tiger King. Tiger King? Luoren didn't know why. He had never heard of such a person. After receiving the letter, he immediately opened it and took out the letter paper. He saw the twisted and ugly words on it. I am the Tiger King. I have 600 elite soldiers with guns and cannons. I heard that your city is good, and I want it. I hope you will see the situation clearly and take the initiative to open the door to welcome me. Otherwise, I will definitely let you know what it means to have a city destroyed and people destroyed. Note, please reply to me within 3 days. What the hell? After Luoren read it, he directly crumpled the letter in his hand and threw it into the trash can. He just thought it was someone's prank, looked at Saudi Arabia, and asked, "Where is the person who gave you the letter?" Saudi said, "After the man gave me the letter, I asked him to drink tea." Tea? What kind of tea should you drink? Tea is so precious these days, are you willing to give it to a prankster? Luo Rin said with some annoyance. What kind of thing did Saudi Arabia do? A prankster like this should be punished by cleaning public toilets for a week. And since the target of the prank is still him, it is even more serious. He should be punished by cleaning public toilets for a month, no, it should be a year. This will teach him a lesson and let him know what it means to not touch a tiger's butt. That, sir, when I say drinking tea, I don't mean real tea, but the kind of tea that the community sends warmth to. Saad rubbed his mouth, looked up at the ceiling, and his tone was a little awkward. Luo Rin froze, opened his dry mouth, and then turned his head slowly to look at Saudi with a fake smile. When Saudi saw this expression in action, his spine went cold, and he hurriedly said, "Sir, I will go and let that guy sweep the public toilet for a year." After saying that, he ran away. After Saudi Arabia left, Luo Rin continued to look at the information at hand, and muttered, "Don't you know that when we were studying, we were good students, and when we entered the society, we were good citizens? How can I understand these slang words?" Reed being disturbed by Saudi Arabia, he stared at the information for a long time, but he didn't understand any of the content. With a slight sigh, he put down the information, rubbed his eyebrows, and turned to look outside the room, only to see the sun was shining brightly. "Oh, I've been sitting here all morning. Let's go out for a walk and get some sunshine." Luo Rin stood up, stretched, and walked towards the outside of the mobile base. He walked through the gate and came outside the mobile base. The golden sunlight fell on his body, which was very warm. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and many worries disappeared without a trace at this moment. He looked back and saw Saudi Arabia coming back again, and there was someone with him. What's going on with this guy? Why is he here again? Ha! Luo Rin saw the person following Saudi Arabia. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help being surprised and said, "Hey, who is this person? He looks very arrogant." When Saudi Arabia saw Luo Ren, he immediately quickened his pace and urged his companions, almost taking one step at a time, and soon arrived in front of Luo Ren. The distance was closer, and Luo Ren could see more clearly. He saw the person next to Saudi Arabia, with small eyes, small mouth, provocative ears, and a bulbous nose. The most obvious thing was that there was a huge birthmark around the eyes, it's like being beaten. This person not only has a weird appearance, but also looks arrogant, as if he is the owner of the base. Luo Rin pointed at the little mouse-like person and asked, "Is he born so arrogant?" This arrogant look in his eyes seems to want to continue writing a different kind of emperor. The man who looked like a little mouse was also looking at Luo Ren while he was speaking. At this time, Luo Ren had just finished speaking, and before Saudi Arabia could speak, he said in a very arrogant tone, "Are you Luo Ren?" Before Luo Ren could answer, he snorted and put his hands on his hips. "I am the Wolf-Head General under the throne of the Tiger King. You can call me Lord Wolf or Brother Wolf. Wolf, you're a little sister. I'll give you a mallet. How can you talk to the chief? Believe it or not, I'll slap you in the other eye too." Saudi Arabia had an angry look on his face and couldn't bear to listen. He slapped the man on the back of the head. With such a small body, he almost fell over. Saudi Arabia said to Luo Ren, "Sir, the prank letter just now was given to me by this guy. Listening to your analysis, sir, I thought it was just a prank and planned to let him clean public toilets for a year." Unexpectedly, he was stunned by this thing. No matter what he said, it was useless. He just refused to go. He kept saying, "Tiger King will definitely do it." He brought 600 elite soldiers to rescue him, and said, at this point, Saudi Arabia suddenly shut up and swallowed the rest of the words. It can be seen that the following words are definitely not good words. Luo Ren said word by word, "What else did you say?" Saudi Arabia looked around and saw that there were only guards standing guard nearby, so he took 2 steps forward, leaned close to Luo Ren's ear, and whispered, "This man also said that at that time, he wants you to kneel down and kiss his feet." After saying that, Saudi Arabia quickly took a few steps back, trying to keep a safe distance from Luo Ren. Luo Ren half smiled, his cheeks bulging slightly with his tongue. His eyes moved to the little mouse-like man who claimed to be the Wolf-Head General. He took a few steps closer, and put his right hand on his shoulder with a snap. His tone was very soft. Said, "You want me to kneel down and kiss your feet?" The wolf's head was much shorter than Luo Ren's. Although the distance was very close, he had to raise his head to see Luo Ren's face. There was great arrogance in those small eyes surrounded by purple sockets. He was not afraid at all when facing Luo Ren. After hearing this, he corrected him seriously, "It's not a kiss, it's a lick." "Oh, I'll go. I'm giving you face, right?" No one could stand such a situation, so Luoren gave him a round slap on the spot, and with a pop sound, the wolf's head spun, jumped, and closed its eyes. One slap wasn't enough, and then there was a flurry of punches and kicks. Regardless of whether the posture looked good or not, he wished he was 1,000-armed Guanyin now, with 1,000 hands full of firepower, beating this guy at the same time. The one-sided beating continued for a while, and his otaku body couldn't bear it, so he immediately nuzzled at Saudi. Saudi Arabia understood, rolled up his sleeves, and took over. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them were sweating profusely and feeling extremely comfortable. This was more enjoyable than playing sandbags. The wolf head with a bruised nose and swollen face curled up on the ground, glared at Luoren and Saudi Arabia fiercely, and threatened through gritted teeth, "You wait for me, the Tiger King will take revenge on me." This piqued Luoren's great interest. What kind of character was the Tiger King in his mouth that made him so confident and arrogant? After giving the wolf another kick on the head, Luoren asked, "Who is the Tiger King? Isn't it cool?" The wolf head snorted coldly, "The Tiger King is the Tiger King. He has 600 elite soldiers, guns, and cannons in his hands. It will be easy to kill you." Luoren was speechless. The guy repeated the content of the letter and kicked him again without thinking, saying, "Speak humanly. You still kick me, just wait, the Tiger King has 600 elite soldiers." Luoren was completely speechless. This guy was really stunned. He had no choice but to look at the soldier standing guard, waved to him, and ordered, "Luo 20 Chi, lock him in the public toilet." Soldier Luo 20 Chi on guard responded, "Yes, sir." Luoren thought for a moment, leaned into Luo 20 Chi's ear, whispered a few words, and then patted him on the shoulder. Luo Ershiki nodded, lifted the wolf head's feet, and dragged it away to the public toilet. Luoren watched the wolf head being taken away, touched his chin, and thought, "Tiger King, I want to see who you are." Time passed, and it was late at night in the blink of an eye. The bright moon hung high in the sky, emitting soft moonlight, providing weak lighting for the people on the ground. After a busy day, there were very few entertainment facilities at night, so at this time, almost all the residents of the base had fallen asleep, and only a few people were implementing the population revitalization plan. In the public toilet, Luo Ershiki whistled to flush the water, shook it a few times, and zipped it up. He looked at the innermost cubicle of the public toilet, stared for a while, and suddenly said loudly, "Go home and sleep." After Luo Ershiki left, the dark public toilet was extremely quiet. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. A series of kicking sounds, the door of the innermost compartment was kicked open, followed by a pair of purple hands pulling at the doorframe. A man slyly poked out half of his face, his small eyes like rat eyes were shining. This man was the wolf head who was beaten up by Luoren during the day. Wolf Head observed for a while, and seeing that there was no one, he tiptoed to the door of the public toilet, holding the doorframe and looking out, but there was no one outside. He smiled hee-hee, escaped from the public toilet, and ran quietly to the city gate. Perhaps it was good luck, he came to the city gate unimpeded all the way, and his eyes swept around. Maybe it was really good luck, there was no night guard. Wolfhead looked back at the direction of the mobile base, and said viciously, "Luoren, wait for me." After that, he climbed up the red brick wall carefully with his hands and feet. He walked to the edge of the city wall and leaned down to observe. It was not high, only about 3 meters. He spit on his hands, rubbed them, and then lay down and moved his body back until half of his body was hanging in the air. He held the edge of the city wall tightly with both hands, and then moved back again until his whole body was hanging on the city wall. He took a deep breath, and then his hands loosened and he fell down. Ouch, shit. The ground he landed on was unstable. Wolfhead did not stand firmly and twisted his ankle, grimacing in pain. After resting for a while, he limped into the depths of darkness. Not long after Wolfhead left, 3 people climbed up the red brick wall. Under the moonlight, they could see clearly that they were Luoren, Luoshan, and Luohai. Luoren nodded to Luoshan. Luoshan waved his hand, and the city gate opened immediately. A small team of guards quickly went out of the city to assemble. "You go and arrange the city defense team tonight." Luoren looked at Luohai again, patted his shoulder, then took the equipment handed over by Luoshan, and went out of the city with Luoshan, leading the guard team to chase the place where Wolfhead disappeared. Chasing all the way, unknowingly, the sky has become gray, and some things can be seen clearly. Luoren raised his hand, and the team immediately stopped. Ahead is a village surrounded by a simple fence made of barbed wire, wood, stones, and other materials.
The village has only one entrance, and Wolf had walked in from the entrance. There are a dozen soldiers holding earth guns and machetes stationed at the entrance. They are called soldiers, but it is more appropriate to describe them as bandits. These people are lazy and dressed casually, and most of them are playing cards and drinking, and only one or two people are standing guard seriously. Is this the Tiger King's base? After a little thought, Luo Ren had an idea in his mind. He planned to go in and explore to see what the situation in the village is. With a sharp glance, he saw that the main entrance was guarded, so he obviously couldn't get in. He had to find out if there was any other place to go in. He led the guard team to explore around the village for a while, and finally found that the defense on the right side of the village was the weakest, and there was almost no shadow of soldiers. It was the best choice to enter the village from here. Moreover, the materials used in this section of the defense fence were much simpler than those in other places. It was barely enough to block an odd number of zombies. If there were more than 10 zombies, it would probably be useless. As for living humans like them who could use tools, they were almost equivalent to decorations. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the guards made a big hole in the defense fence that a person could drill through. Luo Ren exhorted, "Luo Shan and I will go in to explore, and the rest of you will stay outside to support us." After that, he took Luo Shan through the fence and carefully headed towards the inside of the village. During this period, they were almost discovered by patrolmen several times, but fortunately, they were safe and sound, and finally arrived safely inside the village. The sun rose slowly from the east, and the sky was white, and the world was clear. Under the eaves, Luo Ren leaned his head out from the corner of the wall to observe the situation. He saw 2 people holding earth guns walking towards this side. He was nervous and couldn't help but increase the strength of the hand holding the gun. He retracted his gaze and quietly moved to the corner of the wall where Luo Shan was. He saw Luo Shan also leaning out to observe. Soon, Luo Shan retracted his head, gestured 2 fingers, and then walked towards him in a walking posture, which meant that 2 people were approaching. Luo Ren frowned, and his luck was really good. He was surrounded from both sides. Since he couldn't walk left or right, he could only fight desperately. Luo Ren drew out his saber and made a fighting posture, and at the same time signaled Luo Shan to prepare for battle. As long as anyone came from any side, he would stab him directly and his heart would fly. He held his breath and concentrated, as if the air was frozen, listening to the approaching footsteps, ready to take action at any time. Suddenly, creaky, the locked door of the house they were leaning against suddenly opened from the inside, and the person inside waved at them. Luo Ren and Luo Shan looked at each other and hurried in. The room was dimly lit. Luo Ren glanced around and saw 2 adults, a man and a woman, and a little girl who was only 4 or 5 years old. He thought to himself that this should be a family of 3. I hope readers will remember our domain name. He bowed slightly and said politely, "Thank you for the rescue. Uncle, are you here to save us?" The little girl's voice was as sweet as a silver bell, attracting Luo Ren's attention. She ran over. Luo Ren could see clearly that she was delicate and innocent, like a little porcelain doll. The little girl's bright eyes with stars looked at Luo Ren expectantly, waiting for his answer. "Shinshin, come here quickly." Just as Luo Ren half knelt down to answer, the little girl's mother suddenly spoke. Luo Ren looked up and happened to look at the little girl's mother. Luo Ren saw vigilance in her eyes. The girl's father suddenly pulled the little girl behind him. He held a fruit knife in his hand and stared at Luo Ren and Luo Shan with great vigilance. Luo Ren saw that although the girl's father was pale and thin, his eyes were shining. He thought that if Luo Ren made any unfavorable moves, he would pounce on him like a hungry wolf, just to protect his wife and daughter. The girl's mother was also pale and thin, very weak, probably because of long-term hunger. The little girl's complexion was quite normal. The couple should have given most of the food to their daughter. Luo Ren was puzzled by the man's rescue but so vigilant about himself, but he did not say his doubts, but explained, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. When the people outside leave, we will leave immediately." His tone was gentle, his eyes were sincere, and he released a lot of kindness. Suddenly thinking of something, he took out a few compressed biscuits from his pocket and slowly handed them over. When people are extremely hungry, the temptation of food is much greater than gold and silver. The girl's father swallowed his saliva at the compressed biscuits, and his stomach couldn't help but growl. The girl's mother also stared at the compressed biscuits in Luo Ren's hand, unable to move her eyes away. The little girl blinked her big eyes and wanted to take the compressed biscuits, but when she just received her father's gaze, she didn't dare to step forward. The girl's father took a deep breath and suppressed his inner desire for food. He saw the sincerity in Luo Ren's eyes, so he plucked up the courage to ask, "Are you from the army?" The reason why he rescued them was because he saw Luo Ren and Luo Shan wearing military uniforms and combat uniforms. He thought that the two were rescued by the national army, so he opened the door to rescue them, but when the two entered the house and saw the full appearance of the combat uniforms, he regretted it. This was not the Xia country's military uniform. At that moment, he was determined to die to protect his wife and daughter, but the development of things was not as he thought. The two people in front of him seemed different from those armed people outside. They seemed to have no malice. When Luo Ren heard the man's question, he smiled kindly and said, "We are not from the army, but we are not criminals either. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Take it." The girl's father stared at Luo Ren's eyes for a long time, then he carefully reached out to take the compressed biscuit, tore open the package with one hand and took a bite himself, which tasted familiar to military compressed biscuits. He waited for a while, and there was no discomfort, so he handed the compressed biscuit in his hand to the girl's mother. The girl's mother had been starving for a long time, and she didn't care whether it was poisonous or not. She took the compressed biscuit and started to eat it directly. The man could still maintain such rationality under extreme hunger, which made Luo Ren admire him from the bottom of his heart. The girl's mother was very hungry, and she quickly finished a piece of compressed biscuit, then tore open the package of another piece and continued to eat it. "Hey, wait a minute." This way of eating without knowing whether to be hungry or full made Luo Ren a little scared. The girl's father's eyes, which had gradually eased, were full of vigilance again, staring at Luo Ren. Luo Ren smiled and said, "I just want to say that you can't eat so much at once when you are extremely hungry, otherwise you will get sick." The girl's father understood this principle and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately said to his wife, "Digest it and rest for a while before eating." At this moment, the girl's father looked at Luo Ren and Luo Shan with a much more relaxed look. He could basically judge that the two people in front of him were not bad people. Relieved, he asked his wife and daughter to move to the back, then brought two chairs, with a smile on his face, and said, "Please sit down." Luo Ren smiled slightly, took the chair and sat down, while Luo Shan waved his hand, moved to the door, leaned against the door, and was alert to the situation outside. The girl's father saw that Luo Shan's movements were very standard, no different from those of a professional soldier, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. After Luo Ren sat down, he saw the girl's father sitting opposite him and asked, "I haven't asked yet, what's your name, brother?" The girl's father said, "My name is Qi Jun." Luo Ren nodded and asked, "Brother Qi, do you know Tiger King?" "Of course I know." The four words came out of Qi Jun's mouth almost word by word. His eyes were full of resentment, and he gritted his teeth. "Even if he turned into ashes, I would recognize him." Qi Jun took a deep breath, calmed down, and continued, "This Tiger King, formerly known as Wang Hu, was a bully in the village before the disaster broke out. He relied on his uncle's power to bully the people and make the people angry. After the disaster broke out, this guy even relied on a few brothers and a few guns to kill people at will. My father was pushed into a group of corpses by him and was bitten to death by zombies." Having said this, the girl's father's eyes turned slightly red, and crystal tears welled up in his eyes. Wang Hu not only killed people, but also harmed the women in the village. The daughter of our neighbor Lao Li's family was harmed by him and his men for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally committed suicide. That baby was only 14. The girl's mother spoke sadly and told Wang Hu's crime. Luo Ren was also very angry after hearing this. He couldn't help but clenched his fists and cursed, "Beast." Then he looked at Qi Jun and said, "Brother Qi, please tell me all the situation in the village. I am here to find out the details of Wang Hu so that I can destroy this angry beast." Qi Jun was pleasantly surprised when he heard this, and told Luo Ren all the situation in the village. He didn't care whether what Luo Ren said about killing Wang Hu was true or false, because he could only believe in this one person, not suspect. Luo Ren used a small notebook to record down all the key points Qi Jun said. For about half an hour, the girl's father was so thirsty that he finally finished telling all the information he knew about the village and Wang Hu. With this information, Luo Ren suddenly had a deeper understanding of Wang Hu and the village. This village, called Muzhang Village, is a large village with more than 2,000 households and a population of almost 10,000 people. Since the virus broke out, there are probably more than 2,000 people in the village, not including Wang Hu. Some of them are the surviving villagers of the village, and some of them came to seek refuge from outside or were captured by Wang Hu. As for Wang Hu's men, there were not the 600 men mentioned in the letter, let alone elite soldiers with guns and cannons. The real number was about 400 to 500, and only 200 of them were equipped with earthen guns plundered from the villagers' homes. Others are equipped with weapons such as machetes and watermelon knives, and their combat effectiveness is not worth mentioning compared with the guards. In addition to this information, there is also the location where Wang Hu lives, the 3-story villa that can be seen at a glance at the highest point of Muzhang village, as well as the village's layout, route, and other information. However, 200 or so armed with guns and 200 to 300 armed with knives would definitely be helpless against the well-equipped army of guards. At this time, Luo Ren has 100% confidence in destroying Wang Hu's forces. After gathering the intelligence, Luo Ren prepared to retreat. However, it was daytime and it was easy to be discovered, so it was better to wait until dark before taking action. God is not as good as man, and things will never go so smoothly. At this time, Luo Shan, who had been guarding the door, whispered, "Someone is coming." Luo Ren's heart tightened and he asked, "How many people are there?" Luo Shan gestured with a finger. Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief, it was easier to handle alone. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a soldier from Wang Hu's army walked in with a gun in hand. Ah! The woman's exclamation immediately attracted the soldier. He looked to the left and saw a woman in her 30s hiding behind a chair, trembling with fear. "Be good, young lady, I like it. Stop shaking, beautiful lady. I haven't started yet. I'll wait for you to shake." The soldier licked his mouth and walked towards the woman with a lewd smile. At this moment, a figure flashed past, and a sharp saber was placed on the soldier's neck. Without any nonsense, without waiting for him to say anything, he cut his neck directly. The soldier's eyes widened, he covered his neck with his hands, and wanted to shout, but his throat was separated, so he could only make a grunting sound, and soon he fell to the ground and died. Qi Jun didn't react much and just covered his daughter's eyes. After all, she was still young and the world was full of chaos, but it was better to see less bloodshed. The girl's mother's face was pale. She had seen zombies and dead people, but she had never seen a living person die with his throat cut in front of her. She was somewhat frightened, but she was strong and could not hold back from screaming. Voice. Luo Ren walked out of the darkness, looked at the corpse on the ground indifferently, then looked at the little girl and her family, and said, "This is already a place of right and wrong and is not suitable for a hiding place. Come with us." Qi Jun agreed without hesitation. They had no choice. Patrolling soldiers usually work in groups of 2. If this person doesn't go back for a long time, his companions will definitely come to check. If he still stays here, he will be discovered. Only a dead end. Looking at his daughter and wife, they would be even more painful than death. He didn't want to see such a result, and he would never let it come true. Okay, let's withdraw now. Seeing Qi Jun's promise, Luo Ren didn't waste any words, so he and Luo Shan took the little girl's family and fled towards the place where they came from. The few people hadn't run far when they heard someone shouting behind them. The enemy invades. The lazy soldiers of the Wang Hu army suddenly woke up. They had excellent visibility in broad daylight. Someone soon spotted Luo Ren and the others and chased after them with shouts. Bang! With the sound of the gun, small iron bullets were shot out, covering a large area. Fortunately, the gun had a short range and did not hit Luo Ren and the others. Luo Ren looked back and saw that more than 30 soldiers with guns were already chasing him. Luo Ren said anxiously, "Run!" Luo Ren and Luo Shan fought back while escaping. Taking advantage of their weapons, they killed and wounded several soldiers with guns in a row. However, more enemies immediately caught up with them, and they tried their best to speed up their pace. Suddenly, many soldiers with guns appeared in front of them, blocking the way. Seeing that the situation was not good, Luo Ren handed a submachine gun to Qi Jun, aim the muzzle at those bastards, turn off the safety, and then pull the trigger. Got it? At this time, one more person means more strength. Qi Jun's wife is so weak that she can barely run, let alone withstand the recoil of a gun. As for the little girl, let alone the toy gun. Pass. So at the moment, only Qi Jun can add some fighting power. Qi Jun glanced at Luo Ren, took the submachine gun, and directly started the strafing in burst shooting mode. Whether it was accuracy or technique, he was more professional than Luo Ren, and even better than Luo Shan. Luo Ren opened his mouth slightly, very surprised. Qi Jun glanced at him and explained, "I was a soldier." Luo Ren suddenly understood, and the frustration in his heart disappeared. He thought it was because he was too bad, but it turned out that he was already good. Luo Shan dealt with the enemies behind him, while Luo Ren and Qi Jun dealt with the enemies in front together. Under such circumstances, the number of enemies was 10 times greater than their own, and the firepower of the 3 of them actually had a slight advantage, preventing the enemies from getting even half a step closer. But it's just that they don't dare to get close.
Unlike zombies, these soldiers can't dodge.
They can flexibly find bunkers.
Often they can only injure and kill 2 or 3 people after emptying a magazine. It's not as easy as in a shooting game.
If this continues, sooner or later the bullets will run out, and by then they will be nothing but fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered.
Oh shit.
Luo Ren cursed angrily, pulled off the grenade on his chest, took off the safety and threw it out. The enemy soldiers saw the flying thing and got closer to watch it curiously. But when they saw clearly that it was a grenade, they were shocked.
Bang!
The shockwave and shrapnel of the explosion instantly made 5 or 6 Wanghu army soldiers lose their combat effectiveness. Others hurriedly backed away dozens of meters in fear, trying to keep a safe distance from Luo Ren and the others. Just as the grenade exploded, gunfire suddenly rang out at the entrance to the village, and it was even more intense than here. Woo, the piercing whistle sounded throughout the village, and the faces of the soldiers who were in a stalemate with Luo Ren and the others changed drastically. They decisively gave up on besieging Luo Ren and the others, and all rushed towards the entrance to quickly provide support. Luo Shan was very sensitive to the sound of gunfire and said, "It should be Luo Erba and the others who attack the entrance.
They will give me a chance to escape." Luo Ren said anxiously, "Quick, we can't miss this opportunity. Let's evacuate immediately."
The 5 people fled here at full speed. On the way, Luo Ren saw the girl's mother holding the girl and running too slowly. He hugged the little girl Xinxin, and then asked Luo Shan to carry Xinxin's mother on his back and move towards the hold fence at full speed. Soon, they arrived. After Luo Ren and Luo Shan won, Xiao Xinxin's family went out first, and then the 2 of them quickly got out.
After leaving the fence, Luo Ren opened his mouth and shouted towards the entrance, "We are safe, retreat."
The next second, the gunfire at the entrance went out, followed by 2 huge explosions. Luo Ren saw gravel splashing and dust flying.
He waved his hand and said, "Withdraw."
The 4 retreated, quickly met up with the escort team, and quickly escaped from the place. But the enemy had no intention of letting them go, and hundreds of Wanghu soldiers were chasing after them. Throwing a distance of several hundred meters, the enemy is still chasing after him.
This is because he is determined to kill them.
Luo Ren looked around and saw a hill ahead. A single path led from the foot of the mountain to the top. The terrain on both sides of the path was too dangerous to climb.
On the top of the hill, human buildings were vaguely visible.
"Luo Shan, you go back to the base and shake people.
Everyone else, follow me up the mountain."
Luo Shan De Ling separated from Luo Ren and the others and fled in another direction, while Luo Ren led the others towards the single path hill. Among the pursuers, some saw Luo Shan deviating from the direction and running away alone, but no one pursued him because the dozen or so people were obviously more tempting. After all, there were women among them. Luo Ren and his group of more than 10 people climbed up the mountain along the bluestone stairs. As expected, there was a building on the mountain, which turned out to be a nunnery. Seeing that the enemy was also catching up, Luo Ren ordered the escort to guard the only path and fight one by one. After several people were killed, no one from Wanghu's army dared to rush forward, and the 2 armies fell into a confrontation. "Brother, I didn't expect you to be so fierce and your marksmanship is so accurate." Luo Ren took a sip of water and then handed the kettle to Qijun. Qijun did not drink it himself, but gave it to his daughter and wife. After they finished drinking, he took a sip, and then handed it back to Luo Ren and said at the same time, "I have been serving in the special forces before, and fortunately I took a few days off during the disaster. Only by going home can I protect my wife and daughter, but my father." Speaking of this, Qijun couldn't help but blush again. Luo Ren patted Qijun on the shoulder and comforted him, "My condolences." Qijun waved his hand, pushed open the door of the nunnery with his wife and daughter, and walked in. At this time, hundreds of people gathered at the foot of the mountain and completely blocked the path down the mountain. Buzz the car roared, and a military green off-road vehicle drove from the direction of Muzhang village, with dust flying all the way. The off-road vehicle stopped, and a man with small eyes, a small mouth, a bulbous nose, frizzy ears, and a bruised face got out of the vehicle. He was the wolf head who had been extremely arrogant in front of Luo Ren before and was then beaten up. After getting off the car, Wolfhead trotted to the left rear door and respectfully opened it. All the soldiers looked over here. A man with a height of 1.8 meters, a strong body, wearing short sleeves, with a closed Guangong tattooed on his arm and a Chinese coin in his mouth got off the car. "Welcome Tiger King." Everyone knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Wanghu was very pleased with this scene and nodded slightly, "Everyone get up." He walked to the front of the army, took the telescope handed to him, and looked at the mountain. "There are only a dozen people, what is there to be afraid of? Just rush up,
can't we beat them? Report to Tiger King, there is only this path leading to the mountain. We can't rush up with a large force, and the other side has excellent guns. Brothers, one will die if you go up. After understanding the situation, Wolfhead gave Wang Hu an answer. Waste. You can't even do this little thing well. Since you can't go up, why not set a fire and force them down? Wang Hu was angry and cursed while saying his idea. At this time of year, the air is humid, and there are not many trees on this mountain. If you want to ignite the whole mountain, you need a lot of fuel, and our gasoline reserves. Wolfhead carefully observed Wang Hu's expression, and his voice became smaller and smaller. This won't work, and that won't work. What should I do? Wang Hu threw the telescope to Wolfhead, and then boarded the off-road vehicle. Wolfhead looked at the top of the mountain with the telescope, and saw a person he would never forget in his life. He gritted his teeth, Luo Ren. Immediately, he was overjoyed again, and hurried to Wang Hu's side, and said excitedly, King Tiger, guess what I saw? Luo Ren, the owner of the Red Brick City base, Luo Ren. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Wang Hu heard this and grabbed Wolfhead's collar and asked. Absolutely right, that Luo Ren is on the mountain. Wolfhead said with certainty. Wang Hu sneered and said, he really doesn't take the road to heaven, but he breaks into hell. Do you have any good way to capture Luo Ren alive? The Wolfhead rolled his eyes and quickly came up with an idea, saying, I got it. We will neither set fire nor attack by force. Just one word, trap him. Trap him until his food runs out, and he will naturally collapse. Good idea. Wang Hu's eyes lit up and he immediately ordered, all troops, listen to my order. From now on, everyone eats, drinks, defecates, urinates, and sleeps here. Trample this Luo Ren to death. At dusk on the western mountain, a beautiful sunset appeared on the horizon, and smoke curled up from the mountains. The soldiers actually lit a fire, set up a pot, and started cooking. Seeing this scene, Luo Ren frowned. It seems these guys are planning to trap us in the mountain. After thinking for a while, they didn't have any good ideas. They could only wait for Luo Shan to bring reinforcements before they could get out of trouble. Seeing that the enemy had no intention of retreating, Luo Ren ordered the guards to implement a shift system, with 3 people in groups, taking turns to guard in order to prevent a sneak attack at night. This operation was still inexperienced, and they were besieged. Fortunately, there was a nunnery, so they had a place to shelter from the wind and rain, so they didn't have to worry about having no place to sleep. Luo Ren entered the nunnery and looked around. He was a little surprised. The ground was not overgrown with weeds and fallen leaves as he had imagined. Instead, it was very neat and clean, as if someone had cleaned it. He couldn't help but look at Chi Jun's family. Have you done some general cleaning? Chi Jun shook his head. It's so clean when we come in. Yeah. Luo Ren raised his eyebrows and raised his gun. If this is what it looks like when you come in, something is wrong. It can't be so clean and tidy when no one lives there. He glanced at the Buddhist hall and saw that there was no one inside. Then he looked around the Buddhist hall and saw a corner of the house behind the Buddhist hall, which should be the wing where the nuns lived. They are all nuns from the nunnery and monks. They pose no threat to us. Chi Jun is a special force, Luo Ren can see it, of course he can, he just doesn't want to disturb those nuns. The good guys and the bad guys didn't know until they met. You said they were not a threat. It was just your personal imagination. If they attack us while we are sleeping, there will be no chance of regret. Luo Ren retorted. In today's world, it is necessary to remain vigilant. Luo Ren knew that Chi Jun was a kind-hearted person. Although he had gone through a series of human blows, kindness was always his nature, and this nature would make him stand out in this order. The world that has collapsed is walking on thin ice. If Luo Ren did not have a base system, and then experienced a series of shocks from the evil of human nature, I am afraid that Chi Jun rescued him at that time, and he saw this family of 3, the 2 adults were weak from hunger, and only had a fruit knife. Maybe this family will end badly. Chi Jun was speechless to refute Luo Ren, and could only watch him and several guardsmen force themselves into the wing step by step. Luo Ren looked around and saw the 3rd wing. He looked at it carefully for a while, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. There were several footprints in front of the door of this wing, and the footprints were very clear. It was obvious that they had been stepped on not long ago. With such a lack of attention to details, it was probably because the nun didn't run away, which made him relieved. What fighting power could a few little nuns have? He walked forward, waited for a while, and then pushed towards the door. Creak, the door opened and he looked inside. At this moment, the whistling sound of friction in the air fell into his ears.
A shadow of a stick struck him, hitting him hard on the arm with such force that the gun fell from his hand. Then the figure flashed, and Luo Ren was immediately locked around the neck by someone. He glanced sideways and saw that it was a bald nun. When the guardsmen saw their commander being arrested, they immediately raised their guns and confronted him. Someone shouted, "Hurry up and let the commander go, or I'll shoot." "Grand Master, give me a breather." Luo Ren's neck was locked and it was difficult to breathe. He spoke in a hoarse voice with great difficulty. The nun was quite obedient, and the strength in her hands suddenly relaxed a bit. Luo Ren took a big breath before he recovered. If he had been slower for a few seconds, he would have suffocated to death. "Don't come over here, or I'll strangle him to death." The nun pinched Luo Ren's neck with one hand and pointed a long stick at several guardsmen. "Master, we are not bad people. There are people at the bottom of the mountain who want to kill us, so we took refuge in the precious land for a while. I saw that there was no one in front of me, so I thought that there was no one in the backyard room either. In fact, we just came here to find a place to sleep. We really didn't mean any harm." Luo Ren Balabala's crazy explanation, he didn't want to die in the hands of the nun. "Do you have to carry a gun to find a place to sleep?" The nun who cut off 3,000 worries was very shrewd. She did not follow Luo Ren's tricks and destroyed Luo Ren's lies with just one sentence. When coaxing failed, Luo Ren subconsciously thought of using brute force to break free, but the nun's hands locked his neck tightly like pliers. It was simply stronger than a man. In this way, he could only give up. As he rolled his eyes, another idea came to his mind. He could figure out what the two soft spots on his back were, so he deliberately twisted his upper body and exclaimed in ecstasy, "It's so big, so soft, and so comfortable." The nun's face turned slightly red, but she still didn't let go. She snorted and said, "Don't do this to me. Before I became a monk, I would hit 3 at most. Oh, I'll go." This sentence was so shocking that Luo Ren almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This woman was too fierce, and she beat him 3 times, which scared him to the point where his legs were weak. "Jingwei, let this benefactor go." Suddenly, the door of the first wing opened, and an old nun in her 60s or 70s walked out of it. The old nun has kind eyebrows and kind eyes, and a face that resembles that of a bodhisattva. She is sure to be a nun at a glance. Nun Jingwei heard this and said anxiously, "Master?" The old nun put her hands together and said Umatba. The little nun Jingwei was very helpless and hesitated for a long time, but the teacher's life was the most important thing, so she finally let go. She didn't understand why Master wanted to do this. Would these men in front of her be good people? In her heart, there are no good people in the current world, and the most important people are men, because men are not good people. Standing there in despair, waiting for the tragic outcome, Luo Ren hurriedly took a few steps forward and distanced himself from the little nun Jingwei. When he looked back, he could see clearly what the nun who was holding him looked like. She had big eyes, double eyelids, and a wheat complexion. Even though she was wearing a monk's robe, it was still covered up. She has a superb figure and exudes a heroic spirit, just like a heroine in ancient times. In a word, this girl is pretty good looking, but Luo Ren's mind kept echoing, "At most, 1 fights 3, this gave him an indescribable feeling. He was such a good person, what could he not learn from? Just learn how to fight in groups, ugh. Put down the gun." He ordered several guardsmen, then walked up to the old nun, clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Master." Jingwei was very surprised that this man did not order her to be tied up, but went to thank his master. This was not the image of a man in her impression. The men in her impression were greedy, lustful, and lazy, and would do nothing but serious business all day long. The donor is being polite. When I heard the donor's voice, I felt that he was not a villain. Looking at the donor's face, he was not a villain either, so I decided that the donor was not a villain. The donors wanted to find a place to rest. The last 3 wing rooms were all empty, so the donors could just stay. In fact, the old nun was also sweating in her heart. The reason why she asked Jingwei to let Luo Ren go was to take a gamble. After all, there were so many guns on the opposite side, and this person knew at a glance that they belonged to this group of people. "Leader, if something happens, not only the little nun Jingwei will die, but everyone else in the nunnery will also die." So after listening to Luo Ren's arguments for a while, she felt that she could give it a try, so she came out, and judging from the current results, she made the right bet. Luo Ren was thinking like this in his heart, "The master has kind eyebrows and kind eyes. He has a face like a bodhisattva. He looks like an enlightened monk at first glance. He doesn't look like a little nun. He beats 3 of them. Hey, what a sin." He clasped his hands together and saluted again, "Thank you, master."
The old nun also clasped her hands together, bowed slightly, and said, "Donor, you're welcome." After Luo Ren discussed with the old nun, the men lived in the 3 vacant rooms at the back, while Chi Jun's wife and daughter lived with the nuns. The sun had almost completely set, and the sky had darkened. An uneasy Luo Ren came outside the nunnery and looked at the bonfires burning at the bottom of the mountain, and those people had also set up simple tents. He complained in his heart, "These people are not afraid of zombies. Are you planning to stay for a long time?" Back at the nunnery, the matter had been discussed, and the nuns in the nunnery did not hide. They all walked out of the wing and went to the Buddhist hall to start chanting sutras. There was an exception. The little nun Jingwei did not go to the Buddhist hall to chant sutras. Instead, she stood guard at the door of the Buddhist hall. When she saw him coming in, she cast a wary look from time to time. Luo Ren took 2 steps forward and did not hesitate to look at her directly. After a long time, he asked curiously, "That little nun, I don't think you are big. Have you really done something like beating 3 of them?" 2 blushes appeared on Jingwei's cheeks. She pretended to cough a few times, and said nonchalantly, "Yes, I practiced martial arts in the martial arts gym before becoming a monk. It was top-notch. Even 3 boys can't compete with me." She then asked innocently, "What do you think? It's like 1 against 3. Luo Ren exclaimed, then touched his nose awkwardly, "I thought you were beating 3 girls by yourself." 5 days later, at the foot of the nunnery mountain, Wang Hu's army position was in Wang Hu's special tent. "Nang Shipi, it's been 5 days, and I've almost faded into obscurity. Why is that Luo Ren still so lively? How much food did they bring? If I had known, if I had brought those little girls here, there would have been some entertainment at night." Wang Hu sat back on the chair, his right arm holding the pistol hanging casually, with a dull expression on his face. Wolf Head, and 5 other subordinates he trusted, were standing opposite him. The Wolf Head said with a flattering face, "Tiger King, don't worry, Luo Ren must be at the end of his strength now. The effect will be seen after a few days of being trapped." Bang! But before he finished speaking, a huge explosion came from outside, and the ground was shaking. Wang Hu jumped up from his chair and walked out of the tent angrily, shouting, "Mom, who let go? The detonator." At this time, a soldier looked panicked and rushed over. "Tell King Tiger, it's not the detonator, there is an army attacking us." Wang Hu immediately became angry, raised his pistol and said angrily, "Mother Sheepy, I want to see who dares to attack this king." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hu saw his men fleeing in panic one by one, in extreme embarrassment, and then a well-equipped team of 100 people broke into his sight. Holy shit! Wang Hu looks and behaves like a reckless man, but that's not the case. He actually has very good eyesight. The equipment and military quality of the 100-man army opposite are the same as those of a professional army. Where is it? A motley crew like him can resist. Seeing that the situation was not going well, he hurriedly climbed into his off-road vehicle. Regardless of the life and death of others, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and fled the place quickly. At the nunnery on the mountain, Luo Ren was holding a bowl of porridge with wild vegetables, eating with gusto. The sudden explosion made his hands shake in fright, and the full bowl of porridge fell to the ground and wasted. Under the watchful eye of little Nun Jingwei, Luo Ren rushed out of the nunnery. He put the binoculars to his eyes and looked down the mountain. He saw Wang Hu's army being beaten by a well-equipped army of 100 people and fleeing in embarrassment. The army of 100 people was led by Luo Shan. "This Luo Shan is finally here, otherwise we will be running out of porridge in a few days." Luo Ren was so excited that his whole body was trembling, and his eyes were full of excitement. "Brothers, get down the mountain." Luo Ren shouted loudly and led 9 escort soldiers to rush down the mountain with guns raised to meet Luo Shan and the others. Luo Shan and the escort soldiers at the foot of the mountain were extremely excited to see that Luo Ren and several other brothers were fine. Rushing to the bottom of the mountain, Luo Ren ran forward, pushed Luo Shan's shoulder, and said, "It's been 5 days, why did you come here? If there hadn't been a nunnery on the mountain, and there was an old nun in the nunnery, and the old nun had rice, the little nun is cooking porridge, sir, I'm almost starving to death." Luo Shan looked ashamed when he heard this, and quickly explained, "Sir, I didn't mean to delay the time. I met a zombie on the road." The zombie was huge, 2 meters tall and 3 to 4 meters tall. It was extremely strong and had a thick layer of even the fat bullets couldn't penetrate him. Fortunately, he wasn't agile enough, so I found a place to hide. By the time the zombie left, it was already the 4th day since I returned to the base. A large zombie that can't even be penetrated by bullets? Luo Ren was very surprised that there were such zombies. Could they be evolved zombies? In many apocalyptic novels and Resident Evil games he has read, zombies can evolve. Some become huge in strength, some are very fast, many times stronger than ordinary zombies, and extremely difficult to deal with. If this is true, it would be even more difficult for humans. However, now is not the time to delve into this. The most important goal at the moment is to destroy Wang Hu. This bastard made me drink porridge and eat wild vegetables for 4 days, and I almost became a monk. For this reason, I have to kill him. Luo Ren adjusted his clothes and looked in the direction of Muchang village. Said. As the saying goes, when the east wind blows and the war drums beat, who should I be afraid of when the guards come? Luo Ren shouted loudly, target, King Hu of Muchang village, attack. Yes. More than 100 guards shouted at the same time. This place is not far from Muzhang village. Under the leadership of Luo Ren, the escort quickly entered Muzhang village. The soldiers of the Wang Hu army who had just taken a breath suddenly panicked, and the harsh whistle sound spread throughout the village. The escorts moved forward, and those who chose to resist stubbornly were killed directly, while those who chose to surrender were knocked unconscious with the butt of a rifle to the head, because it was too time-consuming to tie them up. Soon, the escort advanced to the highest point of the village. There were no other buildings here, only a 3-story villa. Luo Ren looked at the 3-story villa with a cold look in his eyes. Team 1, 2, and 3, attack. 3 teams of 10 people rushed into the villa. Soon, gunshots, screams of pain, begging for mercy, and crying were heard at the same time. Then from the balcony on the 2nd floor, Luo Shan leaned down and shouted, the threat in the house has been eliminated. Luo Ren walked into the villa and saw that the interior decoration was very luxurious, with carved dragons, painted phoenixes, and various antique vases. He couldn't help but said, it seems that Wang Hu really wants to be the king, but it's a pity that he doesn't have the strength. Luo Ren came to the living room, and all the people who had not been killed were gathered here, 5 men and 6 women, including a familiar face. He approached with a smile, stared at the wolf's head, and said, are you arrogant? Don't you want me to kneel down and lick your ass? Come on, take off your pants. The wolf lowered his head, trembling with fear and trembling all over, completely losing his arrogance. Take it off! Luo Ren yelled, and immediately slapped the wolf on the face. His cheeks became red and swollen to the naked eye. Looking at the others, Luo Ren asked, who is Wang Hu? He had never seen Wang Hu, so naturally he didn't know what Wang Hu looked like. Shi Jun called over together and said, there is no Wang Hu here. Luo Ren looked at him, what do you mean? Who? No, Wang Hu didn't come back. I saw him driving away. Lang Tu suddenly said. Run away? Luo Ren turned to look at the wolf head, and then asked, do you know where he will go? I don't know, Wolf Head said with a trembling voice. I don't know, then you are useless. Has Qi Jun done anything bad? Luo Ren said and looked at Qi Jun. Qi Jun gritted his teeth and said, he has done no less evil than Wang Hu. My neighbor Lao Li's daughter was caught here by this beast, and she was harmed by these beasts for 3 days and 3 nights. Such evil deeds are truly unforgivable. Luo Ren immediately ordered, in this case, go find all the living people in the village and tell them that it is time for them to take revenge. Okay, I'll go right away. Qi Jun was overjoyed. He was a kind person, but kindness comes in different forms. What these people did was not worthy of his kindness. He looked forward to killing them with his own hands every moment. After hearing this, the 6 men were all frightened, and 2 of them were so frightened that they became incontinent. Soon, under the call of Qi Jun, more than 2,000 people from the whole village rushed over. Since their food had been plundered by the king tiger, most of them were sallow, thin and malnourished. Luo Ren ordered people to escort 5 men and 6 women, as well as the captured soldiers of Wang Hu's army, to the villagers, and then announced loudly, you are responsible for dealing with these people. Kill those who you think should be killed, and leave them alone if you think they should be killed. Let's transform our lives. More than 2,000 villagers were filled with hatred when they saw these people. Their eyes were full of murderous intent. The rabbits even bit people when they were anxious. Now that they had such a good opportunity for revenge, they would not let it go. The crowd was so excited that 2,000 villagers swarmed forward. The wooden sticks or stones they held in their hands hit the vital points of these people with all their strength. Seeing such force, Luo Ren felt that he could not help but take a few steps back. Sure enough, one should never arouse public outrage. Half an hour later, the 5 men were completely in disgrace, their heads were smashed, their brains were all over the floor, especially the wolf head, which was no longer human and was smashed into a puddle of minced meat.
The nearly 200 captured soldiers of the king's tiger army also received warm hospitality from the villagers. Only a dozen of them were spared by the villagers, but no one took action against the 6 women. At this time, an old man with gray hair who must be about 60 years old came out. He pointed at one of the women and said tremblingly, "Sir, that is my daughter. She was forcibly captured by Wang Hu. She did not do anything. Live bad things." Luo Ren nodded slightly and said, "In that case, go ahead." The old man was overjoyed and hurriedly helped his daughter up. The 2 father and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Immediately afterwards, 5 more people came out, and each told their relationship with the women among them. They were nothing more than father and daughter, husband and wife, and they were all poor people persecuted by Wang Hu. Luo Ren is naturally happy to reunite them. This scene is really beautiful. Okay, those who should be killed have been killed, and those who should be released have been released. Now listen to me. Luo Ren suddenly said. More than 2,000 villagers instantly quieted down after hearing this. They looked at Luo Ren, waiting for his speech. Luo Ren looked at more than 2,000 villagers and asked, "Do you know why I have to go to great lengths to eliminate Wang Hu?" The villagers shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Luo Ren continued, "That Wang Hu was spying on the resources of my base, and sent Wolf Head to provoke me in person. This is one of the reasons." After a pause, he added, "And another reason is for you. Google search TWKAN. When I went into the village to investigate, I saw you being persecuted by Wang Hu, and I was very sad. Wang Hu, that bastard, is simply a beast. What he did is enough to make him be cut into pieces, beheaded with a blunt knife, and subjected to all the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Although he has run away now, don't worry, I will not let him go, and the zombies outside will not let him go either. I hope he is not eaten by zombies before I catch him." Alas, as he spoke, Luo Ren suddenly sighed, and his tone changed from resentment to heaviness. He stamped his feet and beat his chest, sometimes indignant, sometimes sad, and sometimes excitedly said, "In the vast world, disasters have come, order has collapsed, and the human world has become purgatory. Faced with such a situation, I can't just leave it alone, so I made up my mind to make everything return to its original state and re-establish order. But the new order cannot be built overnight, nor can it be completed by me alone. I still need your help. Because, there must be people under the order. Follow me back to the base, where you will get corresponding rewards for your corresponding labor. As long as you abide by the rules, you can get the protection of the base. Even, as long as you have the ability and prove your ability, you will have the opportunity to become a manager of the base and maintain the new order with me. I know that this is the first time we meet. You don't know who I am, and you don't know whether my words are credible. You can ask Qi Jun. After a few days of getting along, he should have a certain understanding of me." Under such a passionate speech, many villagers were very excited and yearned for the base. Work hard and you will get rewards. Abiding by the rules can ensure safety. Is there such a place in the world now? If there is, it is simply heaven. Of course, there are also a small number of vigilant and shrewd people who have experienced more things. They are skeptical about Luo Ren's words, so they turn their eyes to Qi Jun. Qi Jun's reputation in the village has always been good. Everyone knows that he is kind, upright and never lies, so the villagers trust him very much. Feeling the gazes of these people, Qi Jun glanced at Luo Ren and said, "I can guarantee the character of Commander Luo Ren. At that time, our family of 3 had not had enough food for several days. I was a special forces soldier, so it was okay. I had been trained in this area, but my wife was different. She was already very weak, and my daughter Xinxin was only 5 years old, not to mention. Under such circumstances, Commander Luo Ren was willing to take us to escape and share the food he brought with us. With such character, I believe what he said." The few shrewd villagers listened to Qi Jun's words and trusted Luo Ren's 7 points, and expressed their willingness to join the base. As for the remaining 3 points, they did not believe Luo Ren's statement that as long as they had the ability, they could become managers of the base. Whether it was before or after the end of the world, this sentence was more or less a pie in the sky, and it was a super pie. The villagers were successfully mobilized, and Luo Ren immediately ordered to return to the base. He didn't want to stay in this damn place for a moment. There was nothing there, and these thousands of people were pale and thin, starving and malnourished. It was necessary to rush back to the base as soon as possible to give them something to eat, otherwise they would starve to death on the way, and it would be a waste of time. Under the leadership of the guards, more than 2,000 villagers set out in a mighty manner, and their goal was the base. The nunnery was not far from the village. Shi Jun's wife, daughter, and a group of nuns were still there. It was necessary to pick them up, so Luo Ren chose to go around to the nunnery first. Soon, Luo Ren could see the hill where the nunnery was located, and at the same time saw many figures walking at the foot of the hill from a distance, so he hurriedly stopped them from moving forward. Luo Ren picked up the telescope and took a look, and his heart tightened immediately. Those walking figures were not living people, but zombies, who were eating the bodies of the dead Wang Hujuan soldiers. He hurriedly looked at the nunnery on the mountain. Fortunately, there were no zombies besieging it. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It should be the corpses at the foot of the mountain that attracted these zombies. Luo Hai, take a team to escort the villagers to retreat a distance, and the others will stay with me to deal with these zombies. Luo Ren said to Luo Hai. Luo Hai received the order and immediately took out a team of 10 people to escort the villagers to retreat. The team of several thousand people made too much noise. Even if they were careful, they were still discovered by the zombies at the foot of the nunnery. Hundreds of zombies immediately rushed towards the team frantically. Prepare for battle, shoot when you reach the best distance, and don't let these guys get close to the villagers. Luo Ren shouted. Since we have been discovered, we can only fight hard. Fortunately, there are not many zombies, only a few hundred, so it's not a big problem. 99 guards plus Luo Ren, a total of 100 people, were arranged in 3 rows. The first row was lying, the second row was squatting, and the third row was standing, forming a defensive line, and when the zombies reached the best distance, they pulled the trigger. Da-day-day-day. The muzzles of 100 guns spit out flames at the same time, and the bullets can be described as pouring out. The zombies that rushed over fell one after another, the front row was shot dead, and the back row took over. In this way, in less than 2 minutes, hundreds of zombies were mostly eliminated. It seems that this time is very easy, but at this moment, dong dong dong. As if a heavy object fell, the ground was shaking slightly. Luo Shan's pupils shrank suddenly, and a familiar behemoth broke into his sight. He hurriedly shouted, "It's that giant zombie." Luo Ren and other guards also saw the behemoth. This is a hideous face, 2.34 meters tall, not as thin as ordinary zombies, with thick fat all over the body, but this fat is not loose, unlike the fat of bloated people who shake every step. It is more like tight muscles, not shaking at all. Every step of the giant zombie landing is like a big hammer hitting the ground, and the ground is shaking. Under Luo Ren's gaze, the giant zombie rushed towards him. He immediately ordered 20 people to shoot at the giant zombie at the same time, but countless bullets hit its body and could not penetrate the thick layer of fat, nor could they slow down its speed. It was like a human tank, unstoppable. In Luo Ren's eyes, the giant zombie quickly enlarged and was about to hit him. "Sir, be careful." Luo Shan rushed over quickly and threw Luo Ren out, narrowly avoiding the collision. Although the giant zombie had amazing defense, it was obviously not flexible enough. After the target dodged, it could not stop and crashed directly into a tree as thick as a bowl. With a click, the tree as thick as a bowl was directly broken in half. This scene made Luo Ren scared. If it hit him, he would be seriously injured if not killed. Luo Shan said anxiously, "Sir, this is the zombie I met on the way back to the base. It is very strong and can overturn a car with its bare hands. Bullets cannot penetrate the thick layer of fat, but its flexibility is very poor." After hearing this, Luo Ren immediately ordered, "Everyone disperse, don't gather together." The guards immediately dispersed, in groups of 3 or 4, killing ordinary zombies while shooting at the giant zombie. But in this case, it is far less powerful than concentrated firepower. The remaining zombies quickly rushed up, and 2 guards were bitten by zombies in just a few minutes. Seeing that people were constantly injured, Luo Ren asked anxiously, "Can we kill this big guy with a grenade?" Luo Shan blew up an ordinary zombie and said, "Grenade relies on the shrapnel flying after the explosion to kill, and it can't break the fat behind the giant zombie, unless what?" Luo Ren was very anxious, and he was still keeping it a secret at this time. Luo Shan took a breath and said loudly, "Unless the grenade can explode right next to the giant zombie." Luo Ren understood what Luo Shan meant. If the grenade exploded close to the giant zombie, the power would be enough. But how to make the grenade explode close to the giant zombie was a problem, but not a difficult problem. With a little thought, one could think of having someone hold the giant zombie with a grenade and then detonate it. Isn't this exploding close to it? Although the guards were produced biochemical soldiers, they had been fighting side by side and going through life and death together, so they had developed feelings for each other. How could they be sent to die without hesitation? But if this big guy was not dealt with, there would be more casualties. Luo Ren struggled in his heart, and finally gritted his teeth and was about to give the order. However, before he could speak, a guard soldier who was bitten had a resolute look on his face, opened the grenade's safety, rushed towards the giant zombie, and then hugged it. Bang! The grenade exploded, and the guard soldier was blown to pieces, and a large piece of fat was blown off the belly of the giant zombie, revealing the corpses in the belly. The giant zombie had no time to react, and a soldier who was bitten rushed over and hugged it. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 grenades hanging on his combat uniform exploded at the same time, and the violent force knocked the giant zombie to the ground, completely blowing its upper body apart, leaving only its head still active. At the same time, Luo Ren roared and rushed forward, shooting all the remaining bullets in the magazine at the giant zombie's head. It blew up its eyes and a layer of scalp, but the bullets only left a few white marks on the skull, which was as hard as steel. After the bullets were used up, Luo Ren pulled off a grenade, stuffed it into the zombie's mouth at the moment it opened, and then ran away in a hurry. Bang! The violent explosion blew the giant zombie's head into pieces, and the brain splattered. At the same time, a milky white, thumb-sized crystal flew out and fell just at Wu Huai's feet. Ding! Killing a level 1 evolved zombie earns 10 W points. Level 1 evolved zombie, is this the stone of evolved zombie? Luo Ren didn't care how many points he got for the kill, but picked up the milky white crystal, took a look, and stuffed it into his pocket. Now is not the time to study this. The giant zombie was killed, and the pressure on the guards dropped instantly, and they could concentrate their firepower on the remaining zombies. In about 2 or 3 minutes, all the remaining zombies were cleared. After this battle, because of the sudden appearance of the giant zombie, Luo Ren's side suffered heavy losses, and 17 guards died. They did not die at the hands of the giant zombie, but were bitten by ordinary zombies. Even if they didn't die, they would soon become zombies, so they could only choose to commit suicide. Bury all the sacrificed people. Luo Ren took a deep breath and said. On this day, there were 17 more graves behind the nunnery. The old nun led the young nun to chant sutras for them. Luo Ren picked some wild flowers and placed them in front of their graves, saying, "You are the heroes of the base. Death is more common than life in the end times, so it's just like this. The things here are over, and it's time to return to the base." The old nun looked at the big Buddha in the Buddhist hall reluctantly, put her hands together and said, "Amitba." Then she didn't look back and followed Luo Ren's team. After about 2 hours, 2,000 people finally arrived at the base. At this time, the sky was already gray. The villagers were all shocked when they saw the base. The red brick wall was 3 meters high. The lights were still on in the city. It was incredible that there was still electricity at this time. Seeing the residents in the city again, their faces were filled with happiness and satisfaction. Luo Ren didn't lie to them. This is really a paradise in the end times. The guard team was seen from a distance, and Saudi Arabia brought all the residents to greet them. Long live the commander. The commander is so handsome. I want to have a baby with you. The residents all looked at Luo Ren with reverence and cheered. Luo Ren walked on the road lined with people welcoming him, feeling the worshipful gazes of the residents. It felt so damn comfortable. Saad is getting better and better at doing things. Luo Ren thought to himself. More than 2,000 people entered the city, and the base suddenly became crowded. This was not what a paradise in the end of the world should look like. Luo Ren immediately expanded the diameter of the wall by 1 kilometer. The red brick wall with a length and width of 1 kilometer appeared out of thin air. More than 2,000 villagers all stared with their eyes wide open, and their mouths were wide enough to fit an egg. What is a miracle? This is a miracle. Their reverence for Luo Ren is now no less than that of the residents who moved in first, and they are now even more convinced of what Luo Ren said to them before. Luo Ren asked Saudi to deal with the settlement of more than 2,000 people, and he went straight back to the mobile base. After being on edge for several days, he was very tired and just wanted to have a good sleep. Luo Ren told the guards not to disturb him, then took a shower, changed into pajamas, lay comfortably on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, the population of the base had exceeded 10 million, with airplanes, cannons, tanks, warships, and even aircraft carriers. At that time, he had unified the world. Ding! The population has exceeded 5,000, and the base has reached the upgrade conditions. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Ding! New mission released, the base is upgraded to level 2, and the level 2 arsenal is upgraded, and 100 million points are awarded. The system's voice was very abrupt, and Luo Ren was awakened. Didn't you say not to be disturbed? Why? Hey! It can be upgraded.
Luo Ren was still sleepy the last second, and woke up immediately the next second. He couldn't help trembling with excitement and excitement. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that the population would exceed 5,000 when I woke up. I can finally upgrade. Luo Ren rushed out of the mobile base, grabbed the soldier on guard, and asked, "How long have I slept?" The soldier almost thought his commander was crazy, but fortunately his eyes were still full of wisdom, so he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Commander, you have slept for 2 days. Fuck. You slept for so long, it seems you are really tired. Alas, I am still worried about the base every day. There is no way. Who made me the person selected by the system?" Luo Ren's face was an indescribable expression, helpless mixed with happiness, pride, and a little pride. Not much to say, the most urgent thing is to upgrade the base to level 2. Looking at the mobile base, Luo Ren silently said in his heart, "Upgrade the base." Ding! The base is upgraded to level 2, unlocking the level 2 arsenal. Ding! The base is upgraded to level 2, and the level 2 wall is unlocked. After the base is upgraded, Luo Ren immediately upgrades the arsenal. Ding! The arsenal is upgraded to level 2. Ding! Mission completed, 100 million points. For the 100 million points reward, Luo Ren didn't even look at it, but hurriedly checked what the level 2 arsenal could produce. Light machine gun, 5,000 points sniper rifle, 5,000 points anti-material sniper rifle, 10,000 points high explosive grenade, 1,000 points. The upper limit of the number of soldiers is *1,000. Luo Ren was overjoyed that he could actually produce anti-material sniper rifles. Now he can kill the evolved zombies with one shot, so there is no need for suicide detonation. Anyway, there are so many points, so the number of soldiers is directly maxed out, and each team is equipped with an anti-material sniper rifle and 2 light machine guns, and all the ordinary grenades in the past are replaced with high explosive grenades. In this way, no matter how tough your evolved zombies are, I will kill you with just one shot. If one shot doesn't work, then 2 shots will do. After getting the equipment configured, the next step is the city wall. I wonder what a level 2 city wall looks like. The screen unfolded in front of Luo Ren, and he selected a square city wall with a diameter of 1 kilometer, and then chose to upgrade. Swish! A dazzling white light burst out from the location of the city wall, and Luo Ren couldn't help but turn his head away. As the white light went out, Luo Ren looked over again and saw that the red brick wall had disappeared, replaced by a more solid concrete city wall with a height of 4 meters. 5 people could walk side by side on the city wall, and the city gate had also become a large iron gate that could be lifted and lowered. The residents who were working did not panic when they saw such a change, but looked at the mobile base in the center, and then smiled knowingly. This must be another miracle of the commander. The next day, Luo Ren was bored after breakfast. Red fighting outside for several days in a row made him very tired. He originally planned to rest for 3 days, but he didn't expect to sleep for 2 days. It was really a waste. He was playing with a milky white crystal in his hand, which had fallen out of the head of a self-evolving zombie. It was very smooth and warm in his hand, as if he had taken away the bones of several old men. Luo Ren asked, "What is this system?" Level 1 evolutionary crystal can be obtained after killing level 1 evolved zombies. Its function is to suppress ordinary zombie viruses and strengthen human body quality. Luo Ren said in surprise, "This can suppress the zombie virus. Then with evolutionary crystals, wouldn't I have to worry about being bitten by zombies? And now that I have an anti-equipment sniper rifle, I can hunt for evolved zombies. As long as there are enough evolutionary crystals, after running out of bullets in battle, wouldn't it be possible to bayonet with zombies?" Remind the host that evolutionary crystals only suppress ordinary zombie viruses and delay the onset of the virus. Depending on the individual's physical constitution, the time ranges from 1 month to 3 months. After taking 3 crystals, antibodies will be produced. Taking them further will only strengthen the body's quality, function, and is ineffective against level 1 evolved zombie viruses. The fire that had just started in Luo Ren's heart was extinguished by the system with a ladle of water. This was nothing. It can only be suppressed, and it can only be suppressed for 3 months at most. After that time, taking 2 more pills will only extend your life by a few more months. It is even more annoying that it is useless against level 1 evolved zombie viruses. This function is really useless. However, there is also a function of strengthening human body quality, which interests him very much. Luo Ren immediately asked, "To what extent can the human body be strengthened?" According to each person's physical constitution, the effects achieved are also different. Luo Ren couldn't help but want to give the system a look. Doesn't this mean he didn't say anything? He had to try it himself to find out. Holding the evolutionary crystal, Luo Ren finally asked, "Are there any risks in eating this thing? For example, will it fail? What is the probability of failure?" Using evolution crystals will not fail, but the process is a little painful. Then I'll be relieved. Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the milky white evolutionary crystal. Fortunately, it didn't look as disgusting as a zombie. Otherwise, he would have been unable to stop talking. His Adam's apple rolled. He swallowed and deleted the memory in his mind that this thing fell out of a zombie's head. Then swallow it in one gulp. There was no restriction on his neck as expected. After entering the entrance of the evolutionary crystal, it instantly turned into liquid and flowed into his abdomen. He immediately felt that his stomach was warm and comfortable. Isn't this painful? 1, 2, 3 3 seconds later, Luo Ren clenched his hands suddenly, his face turned red, and the veins on his forehead popped out. A complete sentence came out of his mouth, "Holy shit, I'm so fucked. There are really hundreds of millions of bits of pain." Then he screamed in agony. The guard soldiers outside the door heard the sound and rushed into the mobile base. They saw Luo Ren's face turned red, his face twisted in pain, his hands clenched into fists, his nails deeply dug into his flesh and blood oozing out. Horrible. "Don't come over, I'm fine. Go out and don't let anyone in." Luo Ren held back the pain and struggled to spit out these two sentences, as if all his energy had been spent. Although the guard soldiers were panicking, they had military orders. They could only return to their posts and block the people who came after hearing the news. Among them were guard soldiers such as Luoshan Luohai, Saudi Arabia, and a small number of people who were closer. Of base residents. Bang! Luo Ren turned his fist and hit the table hard, his teeth creaking loudly. The system was such a bastard. This was just a little bit painful, and it was simply worse than death. Fortunately, it didn't last long. About 3 minutes later, the pain gradually disappeared. Luo Ren's distorted face gradually returned to calm, and his clenched fist slowly loosened, leaving 4 wounds from fingernails on his palms. Why does it smell so bad? Luo Ren gasped for air. Suddenly, he smelled a foul smell, as if the toilet was leaking. He quickly looked in the direction of the toilet. Nothing was wrong. What was going on? He raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, he sniffed his arm, and then took a closer look. He saw that his arm was covered with a layer of the sticky stuff and the stench are emanating from this stuff. Looking at every part of his body, not just his arms, but his whole body was covered with a layer of this sticky substance that exuded a foul odor and felt like snot. "I'll go." Luo Ren stood up suddenly and rushed into the bathroom. As soon as the water boiled, he put in all kinds of shampoo, shower gel, soap, and essential oils, until the entire bottle of shampoo and shower gel was gone. Only after there was only a small piece of soap left was he resigned. He smelled his arm and said narcissistically, It smells good, this is what I should smell like, sir." He just washed himself without paying attention, but now he discovered that he actually had 8-pack abs. The muscles in other parts of his body were also highlighted, and they were not the big muscles in the gym, but the explosive muscles of a fighting athlete. Looking a little further down his abdomen, Luo Ren's eyes suddenly widened. Fuck. Luo Ren was so excited that he was incoherent. Not only did his muscles change, but a certain part of his body also became particularly majestic on the basis of the original, comparable to Zhao Yun's bright silver spear. The evolution crystal is simply the gospel of the majority of male compatriots. If this thing was put before the end of the world, I'm afraid that people would rush to buy it if it was sold for hundreds of thousands. After all, other things with this effect, even if the effect is not obvious, are sold very well, not to mention that this thing is a golden gun that never falls and never gets tired. Luo Ren wiped his body, put on his clothes, walked to the mirror, and saw himself in the mirror. He was stunned again and spit out 2 uneducated words, fuck. It was like a different person. His posture in the mirror was as straight as a steel gun, and his facial contours were very clear, making him even more handsome. He was simply a combination of a young man and a tough guy. In peacetime, if he walked on the street, the rate of turning heads would be 100%. Retracting his surprise, Luo Ren clenched his fist, felt the explosive power contained in his muscles, and then punched out. Swish! There was a sound of breaking wind. He felt that his current physical fitness was comparable to that of a professional fighter. With such an upright figure and such a handsome face, it would be boring to admire himself. Of course, he had to go out for a stroll. Luo Ren walked out of the mobile base and saw that the outside was surrounded by guards and base residents. When they saw Luo Ren coming out, the originally noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. "Is this the commander?" someone said in disbelief. The unrestrained temperament between his eyebrows can still be seen as the commander, but why is he so handsome all of a sudden? "What do you mean? Are you saying that the commander was not handsome before?" "Hey! Don't talk nonsense, I mean that the commander was also handsome before, and he is even more handsome now." Surprised voices burst out from the crowd, and they all talked about why the commander's temperament suddenly changed. Luo Shan trotted forward, as surprised as everyone else. "Sir, is it really you?" "Nonsense, if it's not me, then who is it?" As he spoke, Luo Ren put his hand on Luo Shan's shoulder. He didn't control the strength. If it was in the past with Luo Shan's physique, he would not move at all. However, this time, Luo Shan sank down and almost couldn't stand steadily. Luo Ren laughed dumbly and said, "Luo Shan, your physique has declined." Luo Shan was even more surprised. Not only did the commander's temperament change drastically, but his strength also became stronger. He couldn't help but said, "Sir, it's not that my physique has declined, it's that your strength has increased." Luo Ren laughed, but he had forgotten that his physical fitness had been greatly improved after taking the evolutionary crystals. He only remembered it after Luo Shan reminded him. Moving his palm away from Luo Shan's shoulder, Luo Ren said with a smile, "Okay, go and do your own business, don't hang around here." Luo Shan moved his shoulders, and the sore feeling disappeared. Since the commander was fine and looked better than before, he didn't worry anymore, and then left with the escort. When other residents saw this, they also left one after another. When some nymphomaniac girls were walking away, they turned back every 3 steps, their hot eyes seemed to eat up Luo Ren. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Among the people leaving, Luo Ren saw 3 familiar figures, 2 older and 1 younger, a boy, a girl and a child. They were Chi Jun's family of 3. "Chi Jun!" Luo Ren shouted and then chased after him. Chi Jun stopped when he heard the call, turned around and saw Luo Ren smiling and saying, "Sir." His wife also called him sir. Only little Xinshin raised her cute little face, stared at him with her big and smart eyes, and shouted, "Uncle Luo." "Ha ha. Xinshin is still good. You two don't have to be so restrained, just call me Luo Ren." Luo Ren picked up little Xinshin and said with a smile, "This is not good." Chi Jun's wife pinched her fingers and did not dare to look directly at Luo Ren. She was very nervous. She knew Luo Ren's prestige and power here clearly on the first day she came here. Although Luo Ren was not like Wang Tiger is so vicious, but he is still very oppressive when face to face. If she directly calls him Luo Ren, the pressure will be even greater. Compared with his wife, Chi Jun is much more relaxed. He was born in the special forces and has been in the army all year round. Although the records in the army are strict, the commanders and soldiers usually mingle with each other, so when he heard Luo after Ren's words, he was not nervous, but rather surprised. To his surprise, Luo Ren didn't say cold words to him just because he was no longer useful. Chi Jun smiled and said, "Okay, but it's not good to call you by name directly. You are younger than me, so it is not appropriate to call you Brother Luo. How about I call you Brother Luo?" Luo Ren's eyes lit up. "Brother Luo, Brother Xiaoma, this name is okay, then let's call him Brother Luo." After handing little Xinshin back to her mother, Luo Ren said to Chi Jun, "Come with me for a walk. I have something to tell you." Chi Jun nodded, and then said to his wife, "You can take your daughter back first." The two of them walked along the paved concrete road at a walking speed. Chi Jun was too overwhelmed to talk, so he didn't speak first. In the end, it was Luo Ren who was the first to break the silence. "I remember you said you were born as a Special Forces soldier, right?" Chi Jun nodded and said, "Yes, before the end of the world, I belonged to the Xiaoguolang Special Forces, the second team, and served as the captain." "Oh?" Luo Ren secretly rejoiced. He had found a treasure. He was not only a special force, but also a captain. He not only had superb combat skills, but also had strong commanding abilities. Luo Ren continued, "You are so capable, let me arrange something for you to do." Chi Jun smiled and said, "You saved the lives of my family of 3. As long as it doesn't go against my original intention, I will do whatever you say." Luo Ren also laughed. He didn't expect Chi Jun to agree so readily, and immediately said, "Don't worry, you don't have to violate your original intention. I just want you to help me train a few special forces. It's your duty." Chi Jun suddenly stood up and saluted with a military salute. Seeing his serious look, Luo Ren couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of his heart. Chi Jun also laughed.
In today's arsenal, except for heavy machine guns, almost all firearms can be produced. Under such circumstances, whether it is to deal with evolved zombies or to detect the enemy's situation, it is necessary to form several special forces. Unknowingly, the two of them had arrived at the agricultural planting area. Seeing the busy figures in the fields, Luo Ren felt very happy. Such a scene could make him forget that he was in the apocalypse. The busy residents greeted Luo Ren one after another when they saw him. A man lying on the shore quickly got up when he saw the chief coming, with a respectful look on his face. Luo Ren nodded towards this person, and without paying much attention, he walked forward and passed this person. Sudden. "Sir, be careful!" Exclamations rang out, and Luo Ren looked back, only to see that the man just now took out a knife from nowhere and stabbed him. Poof! The blade pierced into the flesh, then was pulled out, blood splattering on the man's face. However, this knife did not stab Luo Ren, but Chi Jun blocked the knife for him at the critical moment. Luo Ren was furious and kicked the man in the stomach with all his strength. The powerful force directly kicked the man 2 meters away. The residents working in the fields also rushed up. Luo Ren was their spiritual support. This man dared to kill Luo Ren. This completely violated their bottom line. They raised their hoes and smashed at the man. "Call Yuan Yongyuan quickly." After Luo Ren shouted, he looked at Chi Jun and asked anxiously, "How are you?" Chi Jun covered the wound, showed a smile, and said, "Don't worry, you can't die from such an injury." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a man with a half-meter-long knife chopped from behind. Chi Jun pushed Luo Ren away and grabbed the man's wrist with both hands to prevent his knife from falling. "Watch the stick!" With a clear shout, a figure flashed, and the man used the hoe in his hand as a stick, hitting the murderer's head directly, and knocked him to the ground with one hoe. "Hey! Is he dead?" The little nun Jingwei poked the fallen murderer with the hoe. Seeing that he didn't react at all, she was shocked and the hoe fell to the ground. She covered her mouth and said, "I killed someone." It would be difficult to kill him with just a stick, but she was holding a hoe, and she used the iron end. Luo Ren hurried forward to check on Chi Jun. Fortunately, he was not injured again. At this time, the hospital director Yuan Yongyuan also rushed over with doctors and nurses. Seeing that Luo Ren was fine, he was relieved. "Hurry up and save him," Luo Ren said, pointing at the 2 assassins and saying, "Do your best to save these 2. Chi Jun and the 2 assassins were carried on stretchers and sent to the hospital for treatment. Ba. The old nun also rushed over, and Jingwei threw herself into the old nun's arms and cried, "Master, I broke the precept of killing." The old nun saw what happened just now, patted Jingwei on the back, and comforted her. Ba, that man committed the crime first. You are not breaking the precept of killing, but a reasonable salvation for him. Oh my God. The people present couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The master is the master, his level is amazing. The little nun Jingwei burst into laughter after hearing this, and stopped crying immediately, still muttering, "Buddha is merciful, I have done a reasonable job in liberating that person today, I hope Buddha will remember my merits." Everyone, rustling. The sound of neat footsteps came. Luo Shan arrived with his guards, they rushed forward, protecting Luo Ren in the middle, and looked at everyone present with vigilance. Luo Ren's eyes were cold, and he said to Luo Shan, "Order the city to be sealed and search for the assassin." Base hospital. Chi Jun's wife rushed in with her daughter Xinqin anxiously, grabbed a nurse and asked, "Which ward is Chi Jun in?" "There." The nurse pointed to Ward 3. Chi Jun's wife rushed into the ward. When she saw Chi Jun's appearance, her eyes instantly became moist. She sat on the head of his bed and said softly, "How is it?" Chi Jun smiled and wiped away his wife's tears and comforted her, "It's okay, it's a minor injury. You'll be fine after just 2 days of rest." Immediately afterwards, Luo Ren also came to the hospital. Everyone in the hospital was extremely excited when they saw the chief coming. Luo Ren reluctantly waved his hand to signal these people not to pay attention to him, and then he randomly found a nurse and asked, "Who is Chi Jun?" "Ward." The nurse quickly pointed to ward number 3. When Luo Ren passed her, he was trembling with excitement and muttered, "Sir, you are so handsome." Luo Ren walked to the door of the ward and saw that Chi Jun was in good spirits. He was talking and laughing with his wife. There should be no big problem. He did not disturb the family of 3 and just told Yuan Yongyuan, "Treat Chi Jun well. Don't worry about it. Drug use." Yuan Yongyuan straightened his body and said seriously, "Sir, don't worry, I guarantee that Chi Jun came in injured and came out fully recovered." Back at the mobile base, Saudi Arabia was already waiting at the door. Luo Ren was assassinated.
As the resident supervisor, Saudi Arabia was responsible for lax supervision in this regard, and he was ready to accept punishment. Luo Ren said as he passed him, "Come in." Saudi followed in, feeling uneasy as he didn't know what Luo Ren would do with him.
Luo Ren sat on the office chair, looked at Saudi and said, "You came just in time.
I will send someone to call you if you can." Hearing this, Saudi Arabia's heart skipped a beat.
Seeing Saudi Arabia's uneasy look, Luo Ren couldn't help but want to laugh, but as the top commander of the base, he still had to be dignified, so he suppressed his laughter and said seriously, "You must also know that I was assassinated."
"I will be assassinated at the base. You, the supervisor, are negligent in your duties." Luo Ren's tone was neither impatient nor angry, and there was no hint of anger.
But just like this voice fell in Saudi's ears, it was like a bomb exploding in his mind. His palms were sweating, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he was nervous.
Swallowing. "I'm willing to accept the punishment." Saudi Arabia did not shirk or make excuses for himself. Luo Ren couldn't help but secretly affirmed, "You are a talent who dares to take responsibility."
However, appreciation is appreciation, and you still have to accept punishment if you make a mistake. Otherwise, if Saudi Arabia is released this time, other managers will feel that the dereliction of duty is just a trivial matter, and they will not do their best to do their jobs in the future.
Luo Ren thought for a while and said, "This matter can be big or small. If I'm dead, it's big. If I'm not dead, it's small.
Since I'm not dead, I won't give up your position as supervisor."
"So, you run around the base 30 times, it's considered punishment." Saudi Arabia was very surprised.
It was just such a punishment.
The stone hanging in his heart fell to the ground instantly, and he quickly said, "Thank you, sir."
Then he has to complete his punishment. When he walked to the door, Luo Ren reminded him, "I hope you can have a longer memory this time.
If there is a second time, it won't be so simple." Saudi Arabia nodded repeatedly and said yes.
He really had Luo Ren's words deeply engraved in his mind, and he secretly made up his mind that everyone who joins the base in the future must be carefully scrutinized and checked thoroughly. Soon, news of Luo Ren's assassination spread throughout the base. The guards searched for the killer throughout the city, and residents also took action to assist the guards. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's almost dusk, and it's evening in a blink of an eye.
Mobile base.
In front of Luo Ren stood Luo Shan and hospital director Yuan Yongyuan. Luo Shan was the first to speak. "Sir, we have searched every corner of the base and found no other killers."
Luo Ren nodded and looked at Yuan Yongyuan and said, "How are the two killers? Are they dead?" Yuan Yongyuan hurriedly replied, "One was rescued and the other died just after arriving at the hospital." "Okay, take me to see that person."
Luo Ren slammed the table and stood up. As long as there was one alive, he wanted to see who wanted to kill him. Luo Ren and Yuan Yongyuan came to the hospital and walked straight into ward number 5. They immediately saw the killer during the day. He was covered in bandages, with only his nose, mouth, and eyes exposed. The killer heard the footsteps and looked sideways to see it was Luo Ren, his eyes suddenly filled with fear. Luo Ren looked at him coldly and spoke slowly, "As long as you tell me who asked you to kill me, I will spare your life."
I said, Wang Biao asked me to assassinate you."
"Sir, please spare me.
It was Wang Biao who kidnapped my son.
If I didn't come, he would kill my son.
I had no choice but to do so."
Seeing that there was a chance of survival, the killer confessed everything at once. Luo Ren was a little surprised. He didn't expect the killer to confess so easily.
However, who is the Wang Biao the killer is talking about?
He doesn't know such a person, so how could he find someone to assassinate him for no reason?
Luo Ren thought about it carefully and couldn't figure it out, so he asked, "Who is Wang Biao?"
The killer immediately explained, "Wang Biao is Wang Hu's uncle. Wang Hu fled to Wang Biao after he was killed by you, sir."
"Then Wang Biao asked us to assassinate you just for Wang Hu." Luo Ren suddenly realized, so that's it.
"I heard from Qi Jun that Wang Hu had a powerful uncle. I didn't expect that after the end of the world, he didn't become a zombie and was still very powerful. It's true that good people don't live long, and disasters stay for thousands of years.
Try your best to cure him." Luo Ren said to Yuan Yongyuan, then clenched his fists and said secretly, "Wang Hu, you deserve to die.
And Wang Biao, since you want to kill me, I won't just let it go." The time came 4 days later.
At this time, the base is no longer as loose as before. There are 2 escorts on each street with guns on guard.
At the same time, all metal objects that can hurt people have been confiscated, screened by the escorts and returned uniformly.
There are also newly added survivors. In the past, only weapons with obvious appearance were collected, but now even a knife of a few centimeters must be turned in. If they don't want to, they can leave. This shows how much impact this assassination had on the base. It also took 4 days, and the killer's injuries had improved a lot, and he could now barely walk around. In the morning of that day, Luo Ren gathered 500 guardsmen and left the city. Under the leadership of the killer, he went to Wang Biao's shelter. As the saying goes, if you want revenge, you have to move quickly. The 500 escort soldiers are all well equipped. In addition to automatic rifles, each team also has sniper rifles and light machine guns. The killer was shocked when he saw this formation. Wang Biao really provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked for Wang Hu. The whole army attacked, and after nearly 4 hours of marching, the sun had already set. Finally, a little light appeared in front of the army. The killer pointed forward and said, "That's Wang Biao's station." Luo Ren looked through the binoculars and saw that it was a factory, covering an area of almost an acre. It was a good shelter. There was no need to build additional defenses for the existing walls. As for the gate, there was a row of 1.3 meter long wooden walls stacked horizontally. 4 high sandbag wall. A dozen guard guns were mounted on the sandbag wall. Luo Ren took a closer look and saw that the gun turned out to be a shotgun. This was a modern firearm. Luo Ren asked in surprise, "Wang Biao has the ability to produce modern firearms?" The killer replied, "The factory occupied by Wang Biao is engaged in mechanical processing, but due to the power outage, it can only make some simple single-shot homemade guns. Also, he previously ransacked a police station and obtained dozens of guns and thousands of rounds of ammunition." Luo Ren smiled coldly. These guns and bullets should have given Wang Biao the courage to send someone to assassinate him. This time, he knew how fragile his courage was. Wu, at this moment, a rapid siren sounded, and the guards were discovered by the factory. Hundreds of guns were set up on the wall at the same time, and the muzzles of the guns were pointed at the guards. The rapid and piercing siren made the factory, which was calm 1 second, become fully armed the next moment. Luo Ren looked at Luo Shan and said, "Give me the sniper rifle." After receiving the sniper rifle from Luo Shan, he leaned out half of his body from the sunroof of the car and placed the sniper rifle on the roof of the car. The effective shooting distance of a sniper rifle is much higher than that of an ordinary rifle. Luo Ren planned to fire a few shots first, kill a few people, and boost the morale of his team. The sniper lens was aimed at a factory soldier lying on a sandbag. In the scope, the man yawned and looked very lazy, not like he was facing a war at all. Bang! The black hole of the gun spit out dazzling tongues of flame. The bullet was fired and hit the sandbag wall instantly. Yellow sand flew everywhere. The shot missed, but it shocked the factory soldiers. They immediately hid behind the sandbags or the wall, very cautiously. "Depend on." Luo Ren cursed secretly. He had known that Luo Shan would take action, but now he missed the target and alerted the enemy. In this case, no matter what is there or not, just attack with strong firepower. Under Luo Ren's arrangement, snipers were in position to kill anyone who dared to probe directly. Then, under the cover of the sniper, the machine gunner advanced to an effective shooting position, set up a light machine gun to suppress fire, and the remaining soldiers advanced in an orderly manner. The battle began, and the powerful fire suppression of the escort prevented the opponent from taking the lead, and the soldiers holding automatic rifles were able to advance smoothly. Inside the factory at this time, Wang Biao was in a terrible mood when he heard the dense gunshots outside. He kept pacing back and forth, very anxious. Wang Hu stood there blankly, his head lowered and not daring to speak. Wang Biao was so angry that he pointed at Wang Hu's nose and accused angrily, "Didn't you say that Luo Ren only has an army of 100 people? What's going on now? A fool can see that there are at least 400 people on the opposite side, and there are machine guns." Wang Hu lowered his head after being scolded. He couldn't figure out why Luo Ren suddenly had so many more people, as well as so many machine guns and sniper rifles. Could it be that he had looted the military area? "I warned you before to be low-key, but you not only didn't listen but became more arrogant. Do you know that once I almost got fucked because of you? Now at this time, you still tell lies and deceive me, causing I sent people to assassinate Luo Ren. Now it's fine, they're here, just wait to die." Wang Biao slumped down on the sofa and looked at the ceiling tiredly. Bang bang bang. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and Wang Biao said feebly, "Come in. Mr. Wang, Deputy City Lord Ma of Paradise City has arrived." A factory soldier trotted up to Wang Biao and said. When Wang Biao heard this, he looked toward the door and was immediately overjoyed. The fatigue on his face disappeared and he quickly stood up to greet him. Deputy City Master Ma, you are finally here. Please help me. A tall and thin middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked in when Wang Biao greeted him. He wore a pair of round black-rimmed glasses, his hair was parted in the middle, and he looked like a polite scumbag. He saw Wang Biao, who looked anxious, but he was not impatient. He said with a smile on his face, "There is no need to rush to save you. Is what you said by asking someone to take care of you true?" Seeing his appearance, Wang Biao became even more anxious and said quickly, "It's all true. As long as Paradise City can save me, not only will the factory belong to you, but these people and I will also join Paradise City and wait." Dragon City Lord's order. Vice City Lord Ma raised the corner of his mouth, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, and said, "Okay, then please come with me." Wang Biao and Wang Hu followed Deputy City Master Ma to the outside of the factory. A black Humvee was waiting for them. 2 soldiers with live ammunition were sitting in the back seat of the vehicle. Deputy City Master Ma pointed to the position between the 2 soldiers. "Mr. Wang, please." Wang Biao understood what Deputy City Master Ma meant. He was just afraid that he would break his promise and controlled him first. However, it didn't matter to him as long as he could survive. He quickly boarded the Humvee without hesitation. Wang Hu watched clearly from the side, but said nothing. After Deputy City Lord Ma finished doing this, he took Wang Hu to the highest point of the factory, where he could see a fierce battle between the factory army and the enemy. He took a large loudspeaker and shouted below, "I am the Paradise City MC, everyone please cease fire." Luo Ren was surprised. Who was this person? He wanted to stop the fire as soon as he opened his mouth. He must be crazy. However, he was curious about the identity of this person who called himself Paradise City MCA, and what kind of place Paradise City was. He waved his hand to signal a temporary ceasefire. When the gunshots went out, Ma Hua was very proud, thinking that the name of Paradise City had an effect. He cleared his throat and was about to speak again. Suddenly, he choked. He turned back to look at Wang Hu behind him and said, "What's the name of that person below?" Wang Hu said, "Luo Ren." Ma Hua nodded, and then said, Luo Ren, right? From now on, Wang Biao and the factory belong to my Paradise City. You are limited to retreat within 3 minutes. If you don't listen, I, Paradise City, will fight you until death." Luo Ren looked at the killer and asked, "Is this Paradise City very powerful? How many people are there in the army? How does the weapons and equipment compare with the guards?" The assassin replied, "Sir, there are 5,000 troops in Paradise City. Their weapons and equipment are similar to those of Wang Biao's men, and far worse than the guards." After hearing this, Luo Ren's temper broke out immediately. "Isn't it just 5,000 people? If you dare to come, my 1,000 guards will make sure you never come back." Luo Ren turned his sniper lens to aim at MCA and muttered, "If you dare to threaten me, I will kill you." Bang! Now Ma Hua was full of confidence. Just as he was waiting for Luo Ren to retreat, gunshots suddenly rang out, and then the loudspeaker in his hand exploded, scaring him and hurriedly threw him down. Luo Ren muttered, "Hit it wrong again." The battle continued. Under the strong firepower of the escort, the situation was still the same. The factory army was completely suppressed by the escort and only occasionally fought back. However, due to the wall, they occupied a favorable terrain and were difficult to break through for a while. Faced with this situation, Luo Ren immediately ordered the anti-material sniper rifle to be set up. Instead of pointing it at anyone, he aimed directly at the earthen wall made of sandbags at the entrance of the factory, and then pulled the trigger. Boom! It was said to be a gun, but the sound was like the sound of a cannon. The 7mm bullet was fired and hit the sandbag wall. The scene was comparable to an explosion. The bullet penetrated the sandbag wall and punched a bull-sized hole in the chest of the factory soldier hiding behind. The people next to me were stunned and their scalps were numb. Immediately afterwards, dong dong dong, the sounds that were considered demonic to the factory army were heard one after another. More than a dozen anti-material sniper rifles were fired at the same time. The scene could only be described as tragic. The sandbag wall was penetrated by the blast, and the people behind the wall were hit in the arms and legs, and those in the chest and head died on the spot. The concrete wall is harder, but it can't withstand a few more shots. The enemy soldiers suddenly lost their mood to resist. This was completely a war, a unilateral killing. At this time, Ma Hua saw that the situation was not good, quickly got into the Hummer, and then ran away from the south gate of the factory. Wang Hu also found a car to follow. Wang Biao and Wang Hu fled, and the factory's morale was immediately weakened. Therefore, they only had three choices: escape or surrender. Read if they chose to escape, there were only a few cars with fuel, and they had all been snatched away by the factory's top management. They were ordinary soldiers, and they could not escape with their own legs. If they encountered a group of zombies on the way, it would be a dead end. And they joined the factory just to have enough food and survive, so surrender became their last hope for survival, even if this hope was unknown. Luo Ren was a little surprised. Why did the other side suddenly stop resisting? Was there any conspiracy? But when he saw soldiers walking out of the factory one after another, they took the initiative to discard their guns and raised their hands high. Luo Ren immediately understood that this was surrender. Wang Biao is somewhat self-aware. Luo Ren immediately ordered the confiscation of guns and stationed in the factory. Where are Wang Biao and Wang Hu? After entering the factory, Luo Ren immediately looked for Wang Biao and Wang Hu, the two uncles and nephews. If Wang Biao had not done anything extremely evil, although he sent assassins to assassinate him, he could be spared because he surrendered voluntarily. As for Wang Hu, he must die. The first factory soldier who surrendered immediately replied, "Report to the commander." Wang Biao and Wang Hu ran away. Luo Ren frowned. They actually ran away. He thought Wang Biao was self-aware and surrendered voluntarily. It turned out that the top leader abandoned the soldiers and ran away, causing the soldiers to be desperate and demoralized, so they chose to surrender. Luo Ren immediately asked, where did they flee to? The factory soldier pointed to the south and said, they left from the south gate, and they should have fled to Paradise City with Ma Hua. Paradise City, Luo Ren touched his chin. There were 5,000 soldiers in Paradise City, and he only brought 500 guards. In addition, he had lost nearly half of his bullets in the battle with the factory army just now. If he chose to pursue, who knew whether Paradise City would set up an ambush, so it was better not to pursue the desperate enemy. Moreover, it was already late at night, and the soldiers had gone through another battle, and they were physically exhausted and mentally tired. This was inevitable. Therefore, the top priority was to settle down in the factory first. As for the matter of Paradise City, they would make plans when they returned to the base tomorrow. Luo Ren ordered the soldiers to eat some individual combat rations to replenish their physical strength, and then reconsolidate the fortifications at the factory gate. He himself came to the factory, and the assembly lines came into his sight. However, due to power problems, these assembly lines have all been shut down. Only the two simple assembly lines in the innermost part are still running with 2 diesel generators. At this time, there are still more than 30 people working. When these people saw the strange soldiers suddenly coming in with guns and live ammunition, they knelt down with a plop, and their bodies couldn't stop shaking because of fear. Luo Ren looked at the assembly lines. The products produced by the 2 assembly lines were guns and bullets. Who designed these 2 assembly lines? Luo Ren asked. The workers trembled and pointed to the person on the far right. This man, about 50 years old, has a scruffy beard, a Mediterranean hairstyle, and wears a pair of thick glasses. It is estimated that he has 1,000 degrees of myopia. Luo Ren looked at the man and asked, did you design this? The man knelt down, trembling all over, and couldn't speak for a while. Help him up, both of you. Luo Ren asked 2 soldiers to help the man up, then walked up to him, looked him in the eye, and said, I'm asking you a question. Did you design these 2 assembly lines? Yes, 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 yes. The man's mouth was trembling, and his tongue seemed to be tied. Luo Ren was surprised. This man could design and manufacture guns and bullets, which meant that he had some skills that could be used by the base. Luo Ren planned to build an assembly line for producing bullets. Perhaps on the surface, this was a bit useless for Luo Ren, who had enough points and bullets, but in fact it was not, because only he could exchange bullets. If a large number of zombies suddenly attacked the city when he was not at the base, or the enemy forces besieged it, once the bullets were exhausted, wouldn't the people in the city have to wait for death? So, it was necessary to build an assembly line for producing bullets, and as for guns, they could be used for the time being, because guns were like fire, bullets were like smoke, and this fire must be firmly in his hands. Seeing the man's frightened look, it would be difficult to get anything useful out of him now, so he should let him take a break first. Go get them some food. Luo Ren ordered. These people are all technical talents. Seeing how thin they are, they must have been hungry. They can't be allowed to starve to death, otherwise it will be a huge loss. Report. At this moment, a guard soldier rushed in. Generally, the guards would not look for him if there was nothing wrong. If they looked for him, then something big must be going to happen. Therefore, Luo Ren hurriedly asked, what happened?
A large number of zombies were found in the direction of the south gate of the factory.
Preliminary observation shows that the number may be tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of zombies should have been attracted by the battle just now.
Luo Ren frowned and immediately ordered, "Prepare for battle, leave 100 people at the north gate, and the others support the south gate." The military quality of the guards was extremely high, and they were ready for battle in a short while. At the same time, Luo Ren also came to the south gate. Looking around, dense zombies rushed towards the factory quickly, and there were several huge zombies among them, which were evolved zombies. "Snipers, take your positions, kill those evolved zombies for me." With an anti-material sniper rifle, the evolved zombies are not scary. You only need to kill them from a distance to eliminate the threat. Moreover, the evolved zombies are huge and very easy to snipe. If it weren't for the shadow of the 2 shots that missed before, Luo Ren couldn't help but do it himself. The sniper was in position, the night vision sniper lens aimed at the terrifying head of the evolved zombie, and then pulled the trigger. Boom boom boom. The muzzle spewed out gun flames, and the bullets were instantly ejected, cutting through the air, like a series of interlaced fire lines at night. The evolved zombies whose heads were shot were directly blown up by the bullets, and they died as dead as could be. Compared with the suicide detonation under the nunnery, this is too easy. After the evolved zombies were eliminated, the ordinary zombies quickly entered the shooting range of the light machine gun. Suddenly, the south gate was ablaze, and batches of zombies rushed in one after another. Most of them were killed by the light machine gun firepower, and the zombies that broke through the light machine gun firepower then entered the effective shooting range of the automatic rifle, and were then killed by rifle bursts. At this time, gunshots were heard at the north gate, but they died out soon. There should be fewer attacking zombies. In the rain of bullets, rows of zombies were shot down one after another, and none of them could break through the firepower line of the guards. Luo Ren looked relaxed, and it seemed that there was no big problem. But at this moment, a black shadow rushed out from the zombie group. It was very fast, even the fastest athlete was not that fast. It easily broke through the firepower coverage of the light machine gun, and then easily avoided the burst of automatic rifles. Swish! The black shadow jumped 2 meters high, past the guards and entered the factory. The black shadow landed on all fours, and Luo Ren looked closely and found that it was a zombie. Puff! The zombie quickly pounced on the nearest guard, and then bit his neck off. Bang bang! Luo Ren pulled out his pistol and fired 2 shots at the zombie, but the zombie dodged them flexibly. Its pale eyeballs rolled straight, and then its head turned 180 degrees and suddenly moved. Puff! Another guard soldier had his neck bitten off by it, and then it pounced on another guard. Luo Ren hurriedly shouted, "Hold it!" The guard soldier knew that he was doomed, and when he heard the order, he hugged the zombie tightly with both hands when the zombie pounced on him. After the zombie bit off the soldier's neck, it wanted to continue to pounce on the next person, but it was tightly hugged by the dead soldier, and no matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. Bang bang bang! Luo Ren aimed the gun at the zombie's head and fired 3 shots in a row to blow its head directly. When the zombie's head was blown up, a milky white evolution crystal fell out. Is this also an evolved zombie? Luo Ren picked up the evolution crystal and looked at it carefully. It was milky white and warm to the touch, like suet white jade. Yes, it was exactly the same as the one that fell out of the head of a giant zombie. This was the evolution crystal. Read from this point of view, evolved zombies not only have power defense types like giant zombies, but also speed-type zombies. Compared with power-type zombies, these speed-type zombies are more difficult to deal with. It was not the time to worry about this now, as huge groups of zombies were still attacking one after another. Luo Ren immediately jumped into the battle and continued to command the escort troops to fight. The sound of gunfire continued, and about half an hour passed. After killing the last zombie, the wave of zombies was blocked. Fortunately, there was no more speed-evolved zombie, otherwise we might be in trouble tonight. After waiting for about 10 minutes, there were no more zombie attacks. Luo Ren immediately led a small escort and drove out of the city. Those power-evolved zombies all had evolutionary crystals in their heads. This was a good thing and should not be wasted. Hey! Pushing aside the corpse of a zombie, a milky white evolution crystal was revealed, and Luo Ren happily stuffed it into his pocket. Other guard soldiers also quickly found the evolution crystal. Luo Ren stretched his back. Swish swish. Sudden. It was footsteps, and they were very orderly, not as chaotic as zombies. The sound should be 3 or 4 miles away from here. Luo Ren was shocked and quickly returned to the factory. When we arrived at the factory, we could still hear footsteps, and they were approaching the factory quickly.
How many bullets do we have? Luo Ren asked.
Sir, we have less than 1/10 of the bullets left.
Less than 1/10.
From the footsteps, there should be more than 2 to 3,000 people on the opposite side.
Get out. Luo Ren did not hesitate to order a retreat. It cost a lot of bullets to resist the zombie wave.
At this time, 2 to 3,000 people attacking would definitely be unable to defeat them. But he was unwilling to leave like this, so he ordered the workers on the assembly line to be brought along with 2 machine tools. Then he looked at the 2 assembly lines and said, "It exploded. As for those prisoners, let them fend for themselves." After doing this, Luo Ren led the army to quickly evacuate from the north gate.
Only 20 minutes after the zombie wave, humans arrived. What a coincidence. Could it be that the zombie wave was brought here by those people? But who are those people?
Sitting in the car, Luo Ren analyzed and thought.
At this time, a name came to his mind, Paradise City. Ha!
Attract zombies to attack the factory, consume our ammunition, and then they send troops to attack again.
What a good plan. But, what is Paradise City here for? To avenge Wang Biao? This is absolutely impossible.
The only 2 assembly lines in the factory that can make them work hard, haha.
However, you will be disappointed, the assembly lines are gone. Moreover, I also took the engineer and the machine tool with me.
When I returned to the base, I could assemble another production line immediately. Luo Ren felt relieved immediately when he thought of this factory. More than 2,000 heavenly army soldiers came in force, and the leader was Ma Hua. They stepped on the zombie corpses on the ground without encountering any resistance and entered the factory smoothly. Ma Hua had already guessed that Luo Ren had withdrawn his troops. He was shocked and rushed into the factory. When he saw that the 2 assembly lines had been completely destroyed, he became furious. He angrily came to the place where the factory soldiers were detained, glanced at all the tied factory soldiers with cold eyes, pointed his pistol at one of them, bang bang bang, and fired several shots, and the man was beaten became a sieve. Why don't you bastards resist for a little longer? Fortunately now, the most important assembly line has been destroyed, and he really doesn't know how to go back to deliver work. The sky was bright and the 1-kilometer-long city wall came into view.
Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief and finally came back.
After getting off the car, Luo Ren looked at his car, which was converted from an off-road vehicle, and sighed, it would be great if there was enough fuel. There are so many cars outside that can be used, so there is no need to rely on 2 marched on 1 leg. Also brought back to the base were the workers who produced firearms and bullets. After learning that the person who designed the assembly line was called Jihong, he was originally the chief technical engineer of that factory.
Luo Ren looked at Jihong, who had entered a midlife crisis, and said, "Jihong, right?" Jihong was nervous and scared, trembling. Yes, sir." Luo Ren asked, "Are you stuttering?"
Jihong was very nervous. I am not stammering."
Luo Ren touched his chin and looked at him in disbelief.
This wasn't just stuttering, he stuttered to his grandma's house. Jihong hurriedly explained, I am nervous, scared. Oops, speaking so hard made Luo Ren feel uncomfortable. Snap. Luo Ren slapped the table, feeling a little depressed, causing himself to stutter. After a while, Luo Renfang continued, I don't want your life.
Why are you nervous or afraid? Drink some water and calm down. If you stutter again, I will cut your tongue. Jihong was satisfied with what he heard.
He took a big gulp of cold water, then flexed his mouth muscles, and finally took a deep breath, letting his energy sink into his dantian.
Luo Ren looked at him sideways.
This was quite professional.
People who didn't know better would have thought he was going to make a tongue twister.
Sir, I'm ready. Luo Ren couldn't help but lean back slightly and looked at Jihong in surprise.
He was a completely different person.
Not only was his tongue no longer tied, but his voice became louder, comparable to a professional announcer.
Day.
He tapped his fingers on the table, and for a moment he forgot what he was going to say. It took him a while to remember.
Well, Jihong, don't worry.
I didn't bring you to the base to strip you naked and behead you in public, but to take a fancy to your skills. I want you to build a bullet production line for the base.
No problem. Jihong was overjoyed.
This was his specialty. His voice suddenly became louder and his breath became more steady.
Oh, okay, I'll let you design the production line, not be a broadcaster.
Luo Ren frowned slightly. He really couldn't stand this man and wondered whether he could speak well. Jihong couldn't change for a while. Yes, sir, I will talk nicely. Luo Ren took a breath of cold air and clenched his fists secretly. He really wanted to give this man an electric cannon.
Saudi. Saudi Arabia was waiting outside. When he heard Luo Ren calling him, he trotted in quickly. "Sir." Luo Ren pointed at Jihang and said, "You arrange a place for him to live, and then pick a place to build a factory." "Yes, sir." Saudi Arabia turned to look at Jihang and said with a smile, "What do you call it?" Jihang Saudi Arabia was shocked by this voice and couldn't help but look at Luo Ren. His eyes seemed to say, "What's wrong with this man?" Luo Ren waved his hand and asked him to take this person away quickly. After Saudi left, Luoshan came in and said, "Sir, we have lost a total of 16 people this time." Luo Ren nodded. Through the system, he already knew the number of losses. Several of these 16 people died in the zombie wave, and he was basically certain that this zombie wave was caused by Paradise City, because there was no other force besides Paradise City. "Tell Chi Jun to train the Aero Special Forces as soon as possible. I want to see who the so-called Paradise City is." Luo Ren's eyes flashed with a cold light. Since he has become an enemy, he must be prepared to be destroyed. The same is true for Wang Hu, the same is true for Wang Biao, and the same is true for Paradise City. Base training ground. Reading Chi Jun stood straight, like a sword that had not yet been unsheathed, with a restrained edge. After nearly half a month of recuperation, he, who was originally pale and thin, now had a ruddy complexion, his muscles were bulging, and his whole spirit was very full. In front of him, 15 carefully selected guards were doing weighted long-distance running training. Each of them had a weight of 30 kilograms. After 5 kilometers, each of them took no more than 22 minutes. If it were an ordinary person who did not exercise regularly, it would be difficult to walk a few hundred meters with a weight of 30 kilograms, let alone long-distance running. This shows how good the physique of the guards is. Chi Jun nodded, and was barely satisfied with this result. He wondered whether to increase the intensity of training. "Chi Jun." At this time, a familiar voice came from behind. Chi Jun looked back and saw that it was Luo Ren. "You guys continue with the obstacle course," Chi Jun said, then walked towards Luo Ren and said with a smile, "Little Luo brother." Luo Ren couldn't wait to ask, "How is the progress?" Chi Jun opened the notebook in his hand, looked at the record on it and said, "There is no problem with physical fitness, and then focus on training combat skills." "Well, how long will it take to train them?" Luo Ren was a little anxious. He was still waiting for these people to spy on the intelligence of Paradise City. He didn't know if the base could produce special forces after it was upgraded to level 3. If it could, there would be no need for such troublesome training. However, the conditions for upgrading to level 3 base are indeed difficult, requiring a population of 50,000. Even though they go out to search and rescue survivors every day, there are less than 10,000 people now, which is still a big gap from 50,000. If this continues, it may take half a year to upgrade to level 3 base. Chi Jun thought for a long time, then said cautiously, "The shortest time, 3 to 4 months. It has been less than 5 days since the start of training, and they can achieve the physical fitness standard. That is because the guards are all biochemical people, and their physical fitness is already very good. If they want to become a qualified Special Forces soldier, they need more time. 3 to 4 months is the limit of time he can compress. Usually, Special Forces training is 3 months for recruits, 3 months for physical fitness, 6 months for various skills training, and 6 months for special skills training. This is the process of training a strong and smart ordinary young man into a quasi-Special Forces combatant, a total of 18 months. And the 15 guards in front of them have physical fitness, are familiar with ordinary firearms, and have a few combat skills, so the time can be shortened to 4 months, or even 3 months. After that, they are still only quasi-Special Forces. If they want to become excellent Special Forces, it will take at least 3 months. 3 months, Luo Ren suddenly felt a little disappointed. This has exceeded his expectations too much. However, there is no way. Unlike system production, which can be done in less than an hour, it always takes more time to achieve the goal through training. Seeing Luo Ren's disappointment, Chi Jun said helplessly, "This is already very fast." Luo Ren waved his hand, "I know, you continue to train." After that, he opened the training ground. Back to the mobile base. Luo Ren took out 6 evolution crystals. If it really doesn't work, then he will eat the evolution crystals himself, strengthen his physical fitness, and go to Paradise City to explore it personally, but he doesn't know to what extent the 6 evolution crystals can strengthen his body. He took a deep breath, no longer thought about it, picked up one and swallowed it directly. As usual, it melted in the mouth and flowed into the stomach. The severe pain instantly filled every cell in his body. Unlike the first time, he was mentally prepared this time. At the same time, he had been strengthened once and his ability to endure pain was greatly increased.
so this time he didn't cry out in pain. It was still 3 minutes, the pain disappeared, Luo Ren swallowed another one without hesitation, and the severe pain came again. The third crystal. The fourth crystal. The fifth crystal. In less than 20 minutes, only one of the 6 evolution crystals remained. Luo Ren took a deep breath and swallowed the last evolution crystal. At this time, he could no longer feel the pain. It was not because his body was numb, but because the power of the first 5 evolution crystals strengthened his physical fitness to an extremely high level, and his ability to withstand pain was also greatly improved. The 6th crystal lasted for a shorter time, only 1 minute, which might be because Luo Ren's body absorbed energy faster. Luo Ren exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly opened his eyes, and smelled a foul odor at the first time, just like last time. He flashed to the bathroom, faster than the speed-type evolution zombies encountered in the factory. After washing and changing clothes, Luo Ren flashed to the mirror again. This time, his temperament did not change much, maybe he was too handsome. Clenching his fists, he could feel that his whole body was full of strength. Looking at the desk, he actually lifted the more than 70-pound desk with his little finger easily. This strength, even the power-type evolution zombies can't compare. Luo Ren excitedly rushed out of the base, came to the city wall, and looked at the 4-meter-high wall. The guards on duty saw Luo Ren staring at the wall and couldn't help but think, what is the commander going to do? At this moment, Luo Ren took a deep breath, then bent his legs and exerted force on his thighs. Bang! The powerful force caused dense cracks on the concrete road surface, and Luo Ren jumped up to a height far exceeding 4 meters, which stunned the guards on duty. Oh no, he passed. Boom! Luo Ren flew directly over the city wall and flew out of the city. Without considering the landing method in advance, he fell to the ground and the dust flew up. The stunned guards on duty reacted immediately, opened the city gate and rushed to Luo Ren. Good guy, it would be fun if the commander fell to death. The dust dispersed, revealing Luo Ren's tall figure. He waved to the soldiers, indicating that he was fine, and then strode past the soldiers into the base. The soldiers looked at the place where they landed, 2 circular depressions, and then looked at Luo Ren. There was still fresh mud on his buttocks. Now they didn't need to guess how Luo Ren landed, but they didn't dare to laugh. The residents of the base greeted Luo Ren along the way, but when they saw fresh mud on Luo Ren's butt, they couldn't help but feel strange. The commander had gone out of town for a picnic. Of course, they didn't dare to say it, nor did they dare to remind Luo Ren. At this time, Shi Jun's wife passed by with Xiao Xinxin. Xiao Xinxin saw the mud on Luo Ren's butt and hurriedly shouted in her clear voice, Uncle Luo, there is so much mud on your butt. Luo Ren froze his steps, and then with a swish, like a gust of wind, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Wow! The sir runs faster than a rabbit. Yes, if he participates in the Olympics, he will definitely win a gold medal. More than a gold medal, he will break the record. Luo Ren quickly rushed into the mobile base, covering his face with his hands. It's over, the prestige I built up with great difficulty is all gone. Bang bang bang. The knock on the door suddenly sounded, and Luo Ren shouted, Who is it? It's me, sir, Saudi. Saudi's voice came from outside the door. Wait a minute. Luo Ren changed into a clean pair of pants and sat down at the desk. Come in. Saudi walked in and said, Sir, I heard that you fell to the ground, are you okay? Luo Ren's expression froze. You came here to talk about this? Saudi shook his head like a rattle, and said hurriedly, No, sir, I'm not here for this. When the personnel were registered today, a person who claimed to be Ma Hua, the deputy city lord of Paradise City, said he wanted to see you. Paradise City MCA. Luo Ren's eyes flashed. He hadn't sent anyone to explore Paradise City, but Paradise City had taken the initiative to send someone to look for him, and it was MCA. Read, where are they? Luo Ren asked hurriedly. Saudi Arabia looked a little embarrassed and said, He arrived early this morning. I was busy at the time, so I put him in my office to drink tea. Drink tea? Luo Ren showed excitement. Well done, let him have a good drink of tea. Take me to see him quickly. After being led by Sha Shat, Luo Ren went to his office. Through the window, Luo Ren saw MCA's gloomy face and vaguely heard, Damn it, you let me go. Ha! Luo Ren almost laughed out loud, patted Saudi on the shoulder and said, Well done. Creek Ma Hua's anger had almost reached its limit. When he heard the sound of the door opening and saw that the person who came in was Luo Ren, his anger suddenly broke out. He slapped the table and stood up, saying angrily, Luo Ren, is this how you treat guests? You don't take our Paradise City seriously. Do you know how many men and horses we have under our command in Paradise City? 5,000.
Believe it or not, my army is pressing down on the territory and destroying it. Got you.
Luo Ren saw that Ma Hua had no bruises on his face and no lameness in his legs. He was just a fine person.
He couldn't help but look at Sha Sha and asked doubtfully, "Aren't you inviting him to tea?"
Saudi Arabia muttered, "This tea is just tea, not a form of warmth." Luo Ren looked at him speechlessly and sighed, "I praised you just now."
"Okay, you go out and I'll talk to him." Saudi Arabia withdrew, leaving only Luo Ren and Ma Hua in the office.
Ma Hua saw Luo Ren's behavior of talking to his subordinates and ignoring him, which completely angered him. His face turned red and he was breathing heavily. If it weren't for the fear of pricking his hands, he would have broken the ceramic teacup.
Luo Ren looked at him and saw his appearance and couldn't help but said, "What's wrong with that horsey-faced but not horsey person? Who makes you so angry?
Come tell me and I will definitely reward him well."
"You!" Ma Hua's lungs were about to explode. He threw the teacup in his hand at Luo Ren.
After Luo Ren strengthened his body 7 times, Ma Hua's movements were slow motion in his eyes, and he easily caught it and threw it over.
"Teacup. This is expensive porcelain. It would be a pity to smash it."
But as Luo Ren said this, he crushed the teacup himself, the porcelain powder slipped from his hand, and he stared at Ma Hua with a smile on his face. Ma Hua was shocked and turned pale. He crushed the teacup into powder with his bare hands. It took so much strength to suppress the anger in his heart, and his face gradually returned to calm. He sat back on the sofa and crossed his legs.
"Sir Luo Ren, I am quite familiar with your hospitality."
Luo Ren half sat on the table, pointed at Saudi Arabia who was doing nothing outside the window, and said with a smile, "Actually, he forgot."
"Don't worry, I will reward him well." Puff. He just took a sip of tea and spit it out. Ma Hua stood up angrily.
"Calm down, this guy in front of you is too dangerous, it's better to be careful." Ma Hua thought silently in his heart, and then slowly sat back down. Luo Ren was so happy that he joked, "Mr. Ma, you have no objection if I call you this?"
"Well, if you don't say anything, you have no objection."
Before MCA could express his opinion, Luo Ren continued, "Actually, I still like the factory that day." Ma Hua kept taking deep breaths and convinced himself to calm down. "Sir Luo Ren, I am not here to argue with you.
I have reported the factory matter to the city lord."
The city lord was magnanimous, and in order not to increase the number of crimes, he specially sent me to discuss with Chief Luo Ren. "As long as you agree to our conditions, Paradise City and the base will be in peace."
Luo Ren asked, "What if you don't agree?"
A cold light flashed in Ma Hua's eyes, and he sneered, "If you don't agree, the city lord will personally lead an army of 5,000 to level your base."
Luo Ren was disdainful in his heart, but did not show it on his face, and asked, "What are the conditions?"
"The first condition is to return to us the Jihang and other workers you took away from the factory, as well as the 2 CNC machine tools. The second condition is that 10,000 rounds of ammunition and 100 grenades will be considered as compensation for our losses."
"As long as you agree, Chief Luo Ren, Paradise City and the base will be in peace from now on, and they can even develop together."
Ma Hua observed Luo Ren's expression as he spoke, but Luo Ren's expression remained the same without any change, which made him unpredictable. 10,000 bullets, 100 grenades. Luo Ren touched his chin, then looked at him. 100,000 bullets, 1,000 grenades, 100,000 bullets, 1,000 grenades.
Chief Luo Ren has agreed. Ma Hua was pleasantly surprised.
It seemed that not only had the goal been achieved, but there was also an unexpected delivery.
However, Luo Ren's next sentence made his surprise disappear.
100,000 rounds of ammunition, 1,000 grenades, a population of 30,000, and 2 people, Wang Hu and Wang Biao, give them to me.
As long as these conditions are met, we will be in peace from now on.
Ma Hua could no longer suppress his anger and slammed his hands on the table. "You have completely offended Paradise City. When I go back and report to the city lord, 5,000 troops will press the border and your base will be wiped out." After saying that, he was about to leave angrily, but Luo Ren blocked his way. Ma Hua was shocked and pretended to be calm and said, "Why, Chief Luo Ren still won't let me leave." Luo Ren smiled and said, "As the saying goes, 2 armies are fighting without killing the envoy." Ma Hua breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave, but Luo Ren still wouldn't let him go and continued, "But these words were said by the ancients, and I am a modern person." When Ma Hua heard this, he was so frightened that he quickly took a few steps back to distance himself from Luo Ren. He looked at Luo Ren in horror. His gun had been turned in when he entered the city. Now it would be easy for Luo Ren to kill him. Seeing Ma Hua's appearance, Luo Ren's eyes were full of contempt. "Don't worry, I won't kill you, I have to let you send a message to your city lord."
But before that, let me show you something. Luo Ren went out and looked at Ma Hua to follow him. Ma Hua naturally did not dare not to follow. Soon, Luo Ren took Ma Hua to the training ground, where a guard team was training. Boom! The sound of the anti-material sniper rifle frightened Ma Hua's body, followed by light machine gun fire, rifle fire, and all kinds of firearms. Luo Ren smiled and said, I have 100 such teams. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Shan came over with an escort of 900 people. Their steps were neat and their postures were straight. Everyone was full of energy and spirit. The murderous aura they exuded made Ma Hua involuntarily afraid. Is this a professional army? Whether it is weapons and equipment or the quality of soldiers, it is not comparable to the Heavenly Army. The Heavenly Army has a numerical advantage, but with 1,000 against 5,000, the numerical advantage is not big. High-quality soldiers can completely fill the gap. Coupled with sophisticated weapons and equipment, the Heavenly Army is no match for the guards. At this time, Ma Hua was stunned. Before seeing this scene, Ma Hua felt that Luo Ren was just an arrogant man. But now, he knew that he was wrong, a big mistake. Luo Ren was facing heaven. If Cheng dares to be so arrogant, it's because he has the strength. Luo Ren smiled contemptuously and said, How about it, Ambassador Ma? I should be able to agree to my conditions now. The hands in Ma Hua's sleeves clenched into fists, and a faint glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. I will truthfully report Commander Luo Ren's conditions. Luo Ren smiled, not mocking, but really laughing. This is the effect of strong strength. If he did not have 1,000 bodyguards and sophisticated weapons and equipment, this MCA would definitely be more arrogant than him. Originally he thought of destroying Paradise City through war, but now he has changed his mind. As his ancestors said, the best policy is to subjugate the enemy without fighting. Ma Hua did not leave on the same day, but asked Luo Ren to let him stay at the base for a few days, saying that he wanted to take a good look at the base. It stands to reason that after being intimidated by such a powerful military force, Ma Hua should not dare to stir up trouble or make any small moves. Luo Ren agreed to his request and asked Saudi Arabia to arrange an extremely luxurious toilet view room for him. Although Luo Ren thought that Ma Hua did not have the courage, he still asked Saudi Arabia to arrange personnel to monitor him just in case. In this way, in 2 days, Ma Hua went around the residential area and agricultural planting area of the base. As for the industrial area and military area, they were very confidential places. Ordinary residents of the base were not qualified to visit, let alone an outsider like him. Late at night, Saudi Arabia's office. A black shadow flashed outside the window, and Saudi Arabia was shocked. Is it a ghost? After all, the biochemical crisis really happened, and it is not impossible to encounter a ghost. Click. The office door slowly opened. Saudi Arabia's hair stood on end, his Adam's apple rolled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was obviously very nervous. He stared at the direction of the door while carefully moving to the window and slowly pushed the window open. If it was really a ghost, he would do a diving jump. If the diving jump didn't work, he would add a sliding tackle. The door was open to 1/3, and a foot wearing white shoes slowly stretched in. Wow! At the same time, the wind suddenly blew, blowing the potted flowers on the windowsill. Ah! Faced with such a horrible scene, Saudi Arabia couldn't help but scream in fear. He immediately jumped out of the window with a diving jump, but unfortunately the height was not enough. His feet tripped over the windowsill, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. Luo Ren walked into the office and happened to see this scene. He was confused on the spot. Was Saudi Arabia practicing diving? It seems necessary to build a swimming pool at the base. Look at the child's anxiety. He used the windowsill as a diving platform and the concrete floor as a pool. That posture should look painful. Hey, you're not dead. Luo Ren shouted while lying on the windowsill. Hearing this, Shat turned his head and saw that it was Luo Ren, and he was immediately relieved. It turned out to be the boss. I'm fine. He got up from the ground, wiped the blood from his nose, shook his dizzy head, and decided to slide directly next time. If he didn't encounter a ghost when he jumped a few more times, he would become a ghost. Luo Ren sat on the office chair and saw Shat walked in with a dusty face. He threw him a pack of wet wipes. Wipe it. Thank you, boss. Shat took the wet wipes and cleaned it quickly. After his dizzy head recovered, he asked, Boss, do you have anything to do so late at night? What do you have to do so late at night? You don't seem to welcome me. Luo Ren played with the fountain pen, and he heard a hint of resentment in Shat's tone. Saudet quickly explained, How is it possible? I am here to greet you anytime and anywhere, but
Sir, can you please not be so elusive in the future, creating a feeling of a horror movie? I am a little embarrassed here. Luo Ren thought of the scene just now, covered his mouth, held back his smile, and nodded. I was careless this time.
Let's talk business. I came here mainly to understand what Ma Hua has done in the base these days.
Saudet said, Sir, you don't have to come in person, I plan to report to you tomorrow.
Ma Hua has traveled all over the residential area and agricultural planting area these 2 days.
During this period, except for one contact with Li Jiu, there was no other contact.
Who is Li Jiu?
There are so many residents in the base, Luo Ren can only remember a few people, but he has no impression of Li Jiu at all.
Li Jiu is one of the first people to join the base.
He is a first-class chef, so I let him take charge of the canteen. He is usually responsible for the food of the guards.
Even your breakfast, lunch and dinner are cooked by him personally,
Saad said without thinking. He remembered every person he arranged very clearly.
In charge of the canteen, Luo Ren touched his chin, thinking, and then looked at Saudi. Okay, I'll give you the chair, I'll leave first.
Luo Ren just raised his legs and thought of something. By the way, where does Li Jiu live? Li Jiu's residence is in the residential area 1, building 3, 5th floor.
Saudi thought for a while and said.
After getting Li Jiu's location, Luo Ren jumped out of the window with a swish and disappeared into the night as a black shadow. The commander is the commander. This jumping ability and speed are really not comparable to me,
Saudi said with emotion. Luo Ren left the office in Saudi Arabia and did not return to the mobile base.
Instead, he came to the deluxe single room arranged for Ma Hua and found an excellent position where he could see Ma Hua's room.
The so-called deluxe single room is a small bungalow with a space about the same size as a public toilet.
In fact, it was originally built as 2 public toilets, but Xiaomu gave up after thinking about it because he felt that it would affect feng shui, but he did not demolish it.
He kept it and did not care about it.
This time it happened to be used to entertain the angel guest Ma Hua. Luo Ren was concentrating on observing, and suddenly smelled a bad smell. He looked sideways and thought, oh my god, it was a public toilet, and he forgot about the toilet view room. In this way, Luo Ren stared for 10 minutes and saw that Ma Hua did not move at all. He seemed to have fallen asleep. He really couldn't stand the smell. He felt dizzy and felt that his head was suffocated.
If he didn't leave, he would faint.
In this way, Luo Ren came to the residence of Li Jiu, the canteen manager, and heard Li Jiu's huge snoring when he stood in the corridor. This can be considered a nuisance to the people, Luo Ren muttered.
Bang bang bang.
Luo Ren came to the door of Li Jiu's house and knocked on the door for nearly a minute, but the snoring in the room completely suppressed the sound of knocking on the door, and Li Jiu slept like a dead pig. Seeing that the knock on the door didn't wake him up, Luo Ren had no choice but to go around downstairs and look at Li Jiu's house on the 5th floor. It was about 15 meters high. He quickly found a place to hold on and climbed to the balcony of Li Jiu's house on the 5th floor in more than 10 seconds. Fortunately, this guy sleeps with the balcony door open.
Luo Ren walked into the room and lit the candle.
Although the mobile base has its own electricity, it does not have much electricity, so it only supplies power to important facilities. Residential areas do not have this condition. For night lighting, either candles or kerosene lamps are used.
At this moment, the whole room was filled with Li Jiu's pig-like snoring.
Luo Ren walked to the master bedroom and walked in when he saw that the door was unlocked. At a glance, he saw Li Jiu lying on the bed looking like a dead pig, with a big face and thick neck. He is not a wealthy man.
Luo Ren sighed into the palm of his hand and slapped Li Jiu on the buttocks. Snap!
With a crisp slap, the snoring stopped abruptly. Li Jiu woke up with a start. Just when he was about to scream like a slaughtering pig with his mouth wide open, Luo Ren stuffed his own sock into his mouth. It's me, don't scream. Li Jiu used the candlelight to see clearly who was coming, and it turned out to be the superior officer. He was so frightened that he jumped up from the bed. Whoa, because the socks were stuffed in her mouth, she could only make such a sound.
The two came to the living room. Luo Ren sat down on the sofa and looked directly at Li Jiu.
Li Jiu stood blankly, very nervous. He didn't know why the commander came to see him at this time, and slapped his butt so hard that it was swollen.
Could it be that he was caught stealing food from the canteen? Thinking of this, Li Jiu knelt down on the ground and cried, Sir, I know I was wrong. I really ate food from the cafeteria because I was too hungry. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it next time.
As he said that, Li Jiu glanced at Luo Ren secretly.
Seeing that Luo Ren had a calm face and said nothing, he was shocked again and thought, isn't this the matter? Could it be something between me and Lien?
Thinking of this,
he became even more nervous and quickly explained, sir, I said, that day Lian and I did a little romantic thing while there was no one in the cafeteria, but we are true love. Luo Ren looked at him calmly, but his inner activities were very rich. This guy is quite capable. Not only does he steal food, but he is also romantic in the cafeteria. This is still true love. He is not a 3-year-old child, so of course he knows what Li Jiu is talking about romance, but this is not the purpose of his coming tonight, and he will not care about these small things. Just leave them to Saudi Arabia. Luo Ren touched his chin and said calmly, I know the matter. Please be careful next time. Don't do anything romantic between you and that Lian in public places in the future. It will have a bad influence. As for stealing food, as long as you well done, I'll tell Saudi Arabia and I'll double your daily food. It turns out that the chief doesn't know about the secret eating in romance. Li Jiu was surprised at first, but then he felt happy. Hey, sir, but the Prime Minister really has a lot of money in his heart. After knowing these things about me, not only did he not blame me and give me twice as much food. We will work hard in the future and live up to the expectations of our superiors. Thank you, sir. Your mind is as broad as the sea. Ru, Li Jiu was at a loss for words after just one sentence. However, he had an idea, rolled his eyes, and thought of special words of praise. Runyo is big as a kidney, it contains as much energy as braised pork. Stop. Luo Ren quickly stopped him, and even though he was about to become a manhen banquet by letting him compete, he quickly got down to business. Li Jiu, I came to you today to confirm that you have had contact with MCA in the past 2 days? Search TWKAN on Google Mahua? Li Jiu thought about it carefully. Sir, you are talking about the messenger from Paradise City. He did take the initiative to find me and said, if you want to be rich and prosperous, you should go to him in the middle of the night after everyone goes to bed. Oh? Then have you gone to find him? Luo Ren's eyes flashed, and he sat back on the sofa with his hands on the back of the sofa. No, I'm too lazy to look for him. What glory and wealth! I live a good life at the base, so I don't want his glory and wealth. Besides, Li Jiu said, looking at Luo Ren with a flattering face, and you were so, okay, sir, this is the blessing I have earned in 8 lifetimes, and I don't want to leave. Luo Ren raised his eyebrows and said, this guy is quite good at talking. He immediately agreed, your appetite has doubled. Really? Hey, thank you, sir, thank you, sir. Li Jiu was immediately happy. He had twice the amount of food. Not only could he be full, but Lian could also be full. Returning to the topic, Luo Ren continued, do you know why that MCA took the initiative to contact you? Li Jiu shook his head like a rattle, I don't know. Luo Ren's ears twitched, and he glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. He lowered his voice and said, this MCA is an ambassador on the surface, but in fact he is a spy sent by Paradise City to carry out sabotage. His purpose is to weaken the base military strength, so that the army of Paradise City can break through the base. However, I still don't know how this MCA will wreak havoc, so I want you to take the initiative to contact him, learn about his plans, and then report them to me in full. Are you willing? When Li Jiu heard this, he was shocked. This MCA was actually a spy who came to sabotage the base. This made him very angry. The base was so good, but if anyone dared to sabotage it, he would not agree to it for 3 times the food. He nodded and said, sir, I do. Luo Ren smiled happily and said, okay, I read it right, your food will increase 5 times after the matter is completed, but be sure not to be noticed by MCA. Then I'll leave first. Remember that I haven't been to your place today. Li Jiu looked at Luo Ren, who rushed out of the window, and secretly decided to find out the true purpose of MCA, for the sake of the base, for Lian, and for the 5 times the food. After Luo Ren left Li Jiu's house, he went to the residence of Qi Jun's family of 3. Bang bang. Who? Qi Jun opened the door and saw Luo Ren. Brother Luo, please come in quickly. Luo Ren didn't talk nonsense this time and went straight to the point. I came here today to have a task for you. In the next few days, you keep an eye on MCA. I have arranged for Li Jiu, the canteen supervisor, to trick the MCA. If Li Jiu devotes himself wholeheartedly to the base, you will secretly protect him and assist him. If he has thoughts of rebellion, you will report to me in time. Qi Jun nodded upon hearing this, promised to complete the mission. Okay, then I'm leaving. Luo Ren patted Qi Jun on the shoulder and left here immediately. The next day, the cafeteria. The canteen does not provide meals for everyone in the base, but only for the guards. The residents receive raw materials and cook for themselves. At this time, it was the time for the guards to train, and the canteen was still empty. Only Li Jiu and a group of chefs were busy. At this moment, Ma Hua walked into the cafeteria. After Li Jiu saw it, he sent away the ant who was serving food at the window and started to do it himself. Ma Hua saw him and smiled, "Have some breakfast." Li Jiu quickly packed him a breakfast and then said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Ambassador Ma, you said yesterday that everyone would go to bed to find you at night, so you can give me a fortune and glory. Does it still count now?" Ma Hua glanced at Li Jiu in surprise. He waited all night last night and did not wait for Li Jiu. He thought that the plan was going to be ruined. Unexpectedly, it would be reversed today. He immediately nodded slightly towards Li Jiu. Li Jiu smiled and nodded slightly. It was getting late at night, and the soldiers and civilians at the base were all asleep. A fat man quietly walked into the luxurious single room of the MCA. MCA had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the person coming, he couldn't help but smile on his face and said, "Sit down." The visitor was none other than Li Jiu. He sat down opposite MCA with an expectant look on his face. "Ambassador Ma, tell me quickly, what is glory and wealth?" "Don't be anxious, have a cup of tea first." Ma Hua handed the brewed tea to Li Jiu and said with a smile. Li Jiu took a sip of tea and then said, "Drink the tea too." "Ambassador Ma, please tell me quickly. I came to see you in the middle of the night. If the guards find me, I will be finished. Even if I am not caught by the guards, if I am discovered by other residents, I will go to Saudi Arabia and report me. Saudi Arabia will tell you, sir, that I am dead too." Seeing that he was such an impatient person, Ma Hua no longer held back and said directly, "Why did I ask you to come to me in the middle of the night? You must have guessed something yourself. I won't hide it anymore. I want you to poison the food of the guards in Luo Ren. As long as you succeed, when the time comes when our heavenly army invades the territory and destroys Luo Ren, the position of base commander will be yours." "Ah!" Li Jiu looked frightened, and his voice was trembling as he spoke. "Ambassador Ma, are you kidding? This is more serious than violating the rules of the base. Moreover, I am in charge of the canteen. Once the guards and the commander are poisoned, they should immediately suspect me. By then, my head will be missing before your army from Paradise City arrives. You should find someone else to deal with this matter." With that said, Li Jiu was about to leave, but was held back by Ma Hua. Ma Hua lifted up the clothes behind his back with one hand, revealing the dagger. He held it on the handle of the dagger. "Don't worry, I don't want you to take action immediately. As long as you agree, I will leave the base and return to Paradise City tomorrow. I will ask the city lord to send 5. The Qianda army is stationed in a place that is very close to the base but will not be discovered by Luoren. When the time comes, 3 gunshots will serve as a signal. You will poison the city at that time. When the poison is released, it will be when our heavenly army attacks the city." Li Jiu saw Ma Hua's little move and broke into a cold sweat. He suppressed the fear in his heart and forced himself to remain calm. He said, "You said, if you kill the commander, don't, Luo Ren, the position of the commander of the base is mine." Ma Hua nodded solemnly, "I will never break my promise." Li Jiu gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. "Okay, I'll find wealth in danger, I'll do it. To be honest, I have long wanted to kill Luo Ren. On the day of the virus outbreak, my mother and I came to seek refuge with him at the same time. Just because my mother said a few unpleasant words, he shot my mother in the head. In order to survive, I can only endure the humiliation and bear the burden, and cook for him every day. When I look at those meals, I want to put some rat poison in them every time." Li Jiu took the lice seriously and became more and more excited as he spoke. Ma Hua was startled and he quickly covered his mouth and said, "Keep your voice down." Seeing Li Jiu nodding, he released his mouth. Ma Hua comforted him, "I didn't expect Luo Ren to be so vicious and attack the old man. Don't worry, it won't take long before your revenge will be avenged." After Li Jiu's tearful and professional performance, Ma Hua was completely convinced that what he said came from the heart, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. It's really God's will. Luo Ren never thought that the person who cooked for him every day would have such a deep hatred for him. My poisoning plan has an 80% success rate. When Ma Hua thought of this, he immediately took out a small bottle from his pocket, which was filled with white powder. He handed it to Li Jiu and said, "This is poison. It is colorless and tasteless when added to the food. Take it first. Remember, 3 gunshots will be a signal. You will poison the food at dinner that day. When the guards in Luo Ren are poisoned by the poison in the early morning of the next day, our heaven army will launch an attack." Li Jiu took the glass bottle with his left hand, looked at it, and then stretched out his right hand and said, "Don't worry, I will complete the task well. Happy cooperation." Ma Hua then shook his hand and said, "Happy cooperation." The plan has been finalized.
Li Jiu did not stay and said goodbye to Ma Hua immediately and left the place. When he left, he did not forget to give Ma Hua a solemn and resolute look, which made him look like a hero who would never return once he left. Looking at Li Jiu's back as he left, Ma Hua slowly clenched his fists, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Luo Ren, I will make you pay back the humiliation I suffered double. When the time came to the next day, Ma Hua found Shat early in the morning and asked him to take him to say goodbye to Luo Ren. Luo Ren was inspecting the soldiers guarding the city at this time. When he saw Shat bringing Ma Hua over, he immediately stopped his work and waited for them to come in. Soon, the two of them came close to Luo Ren, and Shatua stepped forward and said, Sir, Ambassador Ma asked me to bring him here to say goodbye to you. Luo Ren nodded, then looked at Ma Hua and said, Is it because the food is not good or the accommodation is not comfortable that Ambassador Ma has to leave so early? Ma Hua just forced a smile and said, The food and accommodation are good, but I have a mission to complete, and I have to go back and report your conditions to the city lord, so I can't stay for a long time. Luo Ren said, Okay, in that case, I won't keep you. Shatua, take Ambassador Ma to get his car. Yes. Shatua replied, and then took Ma Hua to the parking lot of the base. At the same time, Luo Ren reminded loudly behind him, 100,000 bullets, 1,000 grenades, and Wang Biao and Wang Hu, uncle and nephew, don't forget. Ma Hua agreed repeatedly, and when he turned his head, his mouth moved. If Luo Ren saw it, he would definitely beat Ma Hua up immediately. After Ma Hua left the base, Luo Ren immediately summoned Qi Jun and Li Jiu, as well as Shate, Luo Shan and others. Li Jiu immediately reported what Ma Hua said to him yesterday. Luo Ren sneered after hearing it, This Ma Hua has a good idea, but he doesn't know that everything is under my control. Sir, I have something to say. Then, Qi Jun suddenly spoke. It was not good for him to call Luo Ren little Luo Go in front of everyone, so he naturally followed suit and called him sir. Luo Ren looked at him and said, Go ahead. Qi Jun glanced at Li Jiu and said, Last night I heard Li Jiu say that on the day the virus broke out, you killed his mother. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Li Jiu, not knowing why. It was the first time that Li Jiu attended such a high-level meeting, and it was also the first time that he was stared at by these high-level people in the base. He was so nervous that he swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Luo Ren touched his chin and thought carefully. On the day when the virus broke out, he only killed one person, an old woman who didn't know what was good for him. Could it be that this old woman was Li Jiu's mother? If so, Li Jiu's mother was killed in front of him, but he was indifferent, and he didn't show any hatred when facing him. Then Li Jiu's scheming was really terrible. Thinking of this, Luo Ren felt a chill on his spine and couldn't help looking at Li Jiu. Although Li Jiu was nervous, he looked indignant. I did that to gain the trust of Ma Hua. I don't know that sarcastic and unreasonable old woman. I just couldn't make up a story at that time, so I picked up this material. Sata frowned and looked at Li Jiu carefully and said, You are really not his son. Why do I think you look a bit like the old woman? Li Jiu wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of thing was this? He was just a cook. Was it easy for him to be assigned such a spy mission? He risked his life to get information last night. These people are still doubting him. It's really more unfair than Doi. Sir, what I said is true. I really don't know that old woman. I can swear to heaven. If I am lying, let the sky thunder and smash me to pieces. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, with flashes of lightning, and then muffled thunder sounded. Li Jiu was slumped on the ground, with a bitter face. God, you can't hurt people like this. Okay, stop teasing him. After this, Luo Ren was basically sure that Li Jiu was not a traitor, because Li Jiu was so funny that he almost couldn't help laughing. Repressing the urge to laugh, Luo Ren said to himself, In this case, let's play a big show with Paradise City to make them have no way back. It will take some time for the base to go to Paradise City. Luo Ren guessed that the Lord of Paradise City would not send troops immediately, so the invasion of the Paradise Army would be at least 3 or 4 days later. Luo Ren did not waste these few days. He added in Wenqing at the city gate and produced 50 light machine guns to mount on the Wenqing wall. When the army of Paradise City attacks the city, they will break through the first city gate and enter the urn city. It is like catching a turtle in an urn. At this time, 50 light machine guns suddenly emerge from the wall stacks and fire at full power. This is comparable to that in ancient times. Soldiers are much more powerful with bows and arrows. In addition to these, Luo Ren also asked the guards to dig tunnels from the city to both sides of the city. They dug a deep pit on both sides that could accommodate 300 people and made a good cover. Once the heavenly army entered the Wenqing, they would hide in the pits on both sides. The 600 escort troops will rush out and block their retreat. After all this, the heavenly army was still not destroyed. Paradise City. What you said, MCA, is true. A man stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window. This man was 1.8 meters tall, with a slender build, and a 2-centimeter scar on his face. What I said is true. There are more than 1,000 firearms and countless bullets in the base, and the quality of the soldiers is extremely high. Although our army has a numerical advantage, I think we can't defeat the escort in a heated battle, let alone the escort. The siege started. Therefore, I bribed Li Jiao, the director of the base canteen, and asked him to poison us the day before our attack. Moreover, Li Jiao and Luo Ren had a grudge against their mother, so the success rate was 90%. Ma Hua stood behind the man, his face full of respect, because the man in front of him was the Lord of Paradise City, Long Qi. Long Qi lit a cigarette, then took a few puffs and exhaled a cloud of mist. He turned back to look at Ma Hua. Well, you did a good job in this matter, so it's settled. Send the order to open the Happy Cave for 3 days in a row so that the brothers can eat, drink and have fun. We will set off in 3 days. Yes. Ma Hua exited the room, and as soon as he reached the door, his face showed a look of joy and a look of cruelty. Luo Ren, let you live a few more days. MCA came to the training ground and saw thousands of people. When they saw MCA, they stopped training one after another and said in unison, Deputy City Lord Ma. Ma Hua waved his hand and said loudly, the City Lord ordered us to open the Happy Cave for 3 days in a row, and the entire army will go out in 3 days. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers burst into excitement, and cheers spread throughout Paradise City. What they were excited about was not the expedition in 3 days, but the opening of the Happy Cave for 3 consecutive days. There are delicious food, enough drinks, and many captured women in this Happy Cave. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a pond of wine and a forest of meat. The people in the city were not at all excited about the MCA announcement and the cheers from the heavenly army. Instead, most people were trembling slightly, gritting their teeth, and clenching their fists tightly. It's not because they don't have a share in the Happy Cave, but because they worked hard to find the food and drinks inside, and the women inside for these beasts to vent their anger are their wives and daughters. They hate, very much, but they only hate. They only eat 1 thin meal a day, they are so hungry that they are skin and bones, and they don't have any weapons in their hands, so they can only continue to be oppressed by these beasts, without the strength to resist. When they heard that the heavenly army was about to go on an expedition again, they couldn't help but secretly sigh for the place that was about to suffer, pity the men inside, and feel sorry for the women inside. At the same time, they also cursed the beastly heavenly army, the damn MCA, and the people who were torn to pieces by 1,000 cuts. Long Qi is not enough. The 3-day carnival ended quickly, and the Happy Cave was closed. Although many heavenly army soldiers were still unfulfilled, they had a mountain of military orders. Headed by the city lord Long Qi, and assisted by the deputy city lord Ma Hua, the heavenly army composed of 5,000 soldiers was huge and powerful. Head towards the base. After half a day's march, we finally arrived at our destination. The target of the 5000-man troop was very large and extremely easy to be discovered. It was not easy to find a hidden place. After they found a suitable camp, it was already past dinner time and they could only rest for the night and start tomorrow. The next afternoon, the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if a shower was coming. Suddenly, 3 gunshots were heard outside the base. It's finally here. In the mobile base, Luo Ren's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light flashed through them. He immediately sent a small team of escorts out of the city to check, but ordered them to just do a casual inspection. After all, they had to do a full show, and then he summoned Luoshan, Luohai and others. After the personnel were complete, Luo Ren said, everything went according to the original plan. After dinner, Luoshan and Luohai each led 300 people through the tunnel and entered the hidden locations on both sides of the city. Luoji and Raleigh each led 50 men. Luoji was responsible for the light machine guns, and Raleigh was responsible for transmitting machine gun bullets to ensure sufficient ammunition. And Luo Wu, you lead the rest of the people to guard the inside of the base, just in case. Luoshan, Luohai, Luoji Luoli, and Luo Wu all said in unison, yes. After allocating tactics, Luo Ren came to the canteen. At this time, Li Jiao and a group of chefs were working in full swing. When he saw Luo Ren walking in, Li Jiao immediately greeted him respectfully, Sir. Luo Ren said, you heard the gunshot, right? Li Jiao nodded and said, I heard it, 3 gunshots. Luo Ren said seriously, Well, you have to remember your identity.
Of course Li Jiao knew what Luo Ren meant.
He straightened his back to make himself look more upright, and then said seriously, Sir, please don't worry, I, Li Jiao, will always be a part of the base. After saying this, his expression changed again. Change, besides, I gave that bottle of poison to the commander.
Luo Ren joked, who knows if you were hiding it, and you said it yourself, you and I have a revenge of killing my mother.
Hearing this, Li Jiao explained anxiously, Sir, I really wanted to deceive that MCA.
How could that mean old woman give birth to such a loyal, honest, lovely and uplifting person like me? Luo Ren smiled and shook his head and said, I'm teasing you, go get busy.
The dark clouds in the sky are getting closer and closer, as if you can reach out and touch them. A storm is really coming, but in the face of this storm, Luo Ren has built a strong shelter, which can not only block the wind and rain, but also has high temperature to evaporate
the incoming cold rain.
Time passed by minute by second, and in a blink of an eye it was the early morning of the next day. 3 kilometers outside the base, 5,000 troops of the Heavenly Army gathered. They were all in high spirits and with high morale, because they were about to invade a place with sufficient food, weapons, and women. As long as they invaded this place, whether it was food or women will be theirs.
City Lord, there are no guard soldiers on the base city wall since last night. It seems that Li Jiao has succeeded. Let's attack the city. Ma Hua said excitedly, holding up the telescope.
After Long Qi heard this, he picked up the telescope and looked. As Ma Hua said, there was not a single soldier on duty on the wall of the base city. He moved the telescope away from his eyes, scanned the many soldiers with his eyes, and said loudly, Brothers, the troops in the base city have been poisoned, and there is no threat to us now. The blasters are ready. When we get to the city gate, blow up the gate. Everyone rushes forward. Remember to clean up the escort first and disarm their weapons. Capture Luo Ren alive. After that, the women in the city let their brothers entertain themselves for 3 days.
The city lord is mighty. The city lord is wise.
All the Heavenly Army soldiers raised their guns and cheered, extremely excited, as if they had won the war.
MCA, you lead 2,000 people in front, and the rest of the people follow me, let's set off.
Although everything seemed to be going well, Long Qi had his own vigilance. Just in case, the team was divided into 2 parts. If there was a scam in the base city, he could provide timely support or escape. At his order, the Heavenly Army marched towards the base. The huge movement was noticed by both the residents and the guards in the base, and Luo Ren could hear it clearly.
Is it finally here?
Luo Ren's eyes were cold and stern. At this time, Luo Shan and Luo Hai were already ambushing outside the city on both sides.
Luo Jalulai was also ready.
As soon as the enemy entered the Wang city, they would know what it meant to catch a turtle in an urn. The footsteps and the animalistic roars of the Heavenly Army soldiers came closer and closer. Not long after, Ma Hua led 2,000 troops to the city.
No movement was seen on the city wall. Ma Hua was overjoyed and said, it seems like it's done. Just wait, Luo Ren. The blasters came out and blew open the city gate.
Yes. 2 Heavenly Army demolition men tied to the city gate with a bunch of detonators.
Bang! The explosion, which was several times more powerful than a grenade, blew a big hole in the city gate.
The soldiers of the Heavenly Army immediately swarmed forward. They couldn't wait to enjoy the food, wine, and beauties in the city.
All 2,000 people rushed into the city gate in less than 3 minutes.
However, after entering the city, there was no food, wine, or beautiful women.
They didn't even see anyone.
There was a wall and a city gate in front of them. An ominous premonition filled Ma Hua's heart. His ominous premonition was verified the next moment, as the sound of uniform footsteps and gunshots on the city wall, as well as the sound of bullets being loaded, reached all of their ears.
MCA shouted in horror, get out quickly.
But it was too late. The 2,000 Heavenly Army soldiers looked up and saw 50 escorts holding 50 light machine guns, the black muzzles of the guns pointed at them.
Before they could start to panic, the next second. Day.
The muzzles of 50 light machine guns spit out dazzling tongues of flame at the same time, and bullets were thrown at the Heavenly Army soldiers in the Urn City. In such a small city, the soldiers of the Heavenly Army could not find anything to block them, and for a while, screams could not be heard. Ma Hua was the last one to enter the Wangqing, and was also the first one to notice something was wrong. He rushed out of the Wangqing desperately, but as soon as he left the city, the scene in front of him instantly made him despair. Kill! Just hearing this shout was shocking, and the murderous intent in the sky was like a sharp blade piercing the heart of every Heavenly Army soldier who wanted to escape.
600 guards soldiers rushed out of the secret passage, and the muzzles of the AK-47 rifles in their hands were pointed at the enemy. The order given by Luo Ren was to shoot and kill him without leaving him alive. It can be described as a hail of bullets. The overwhelming bullets engulfed Ma Hua and his other heavenly army soldiers in an instant. They didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Long Qi, who was still some distance away from the base, felt something was wrong when he saw the soldiers suddenly appearing on the city wall. When he heard the gunshots, the shouts of Ma Hua, and the screams of other heavenly army soldiers, he understood that this was a trap. He quickly ordered a retreat. As for Ma Hua and the 2,000 people, they were dead. Survival was the most important thing. Report: 1,627 enemy troops were killed, 24 were wounded, and the remaining 349 surrendered and were captured. Luo Shan immediately reported to Luo Ren after completing the count. With so many people dead, Luo Ren was not moved at all, and said indifferently, "The corpses will be burned to make fertilizer, and all the survivors will be taken into custody." It's not that Luo Ren is magnanimous and doesn't kill these people, but the base needs population. As long as these people have not done extremely evil things, they can be transformed and become residents of the base. However, this will not be known until Paradise City is broken, so we can only temporary detention. As for food loss, save what you can, as long as you don't starve to death. Luo Ren looked at the remnants of the escaping Paradise Army. That team was larger than the one led by Ma Hua. He guessed in his mind that this should be a team led by the Lord of Paradise City himself. Luo Shan, guard the base. Luo Ren did not send troops to pursue him, but instead spoke to Luo Shan, then jumped off the 4-meter-high city wall, landed steadily, and then pursued him at an extremely fast speed. After being strengthened by 7 evolution crystals, Luo Ren's physical fitness has reached an extremely high level, comparable to the captain of a certain country in a science fiction blockbuster. Whether it is speed or strength, it has reached the limit of the human body, or even exceeded it. Following the footprints, he quickly caught up with the fleeing Heaven Army. Roughly counting the team in front, there are about 3,000 people. These 3,000 Heaven Army soldiers are divided into 4 columns, surrounded by 3 pure black off-road vehicles. Only the Lord of Heaven City can be so closely protected. With 3,000 people guarding, even if Luo Ren's physical fitness reaches the limit of the human body, it is impossible to break through. It must be said that taking the head of a general in a million-man army is like taking something out of a bag. This can only be put in ancient times. In modern society, an army of only a few thousand people, even if their guns are rough, is still difficult to break through. If it is a million-man army, think about it, how scary it would be, and even a mosquito might not be able to fly in. Luo Ren immediately gave up the idea of catching the leader first, and acted according to the plan he had thought of before. He followed the path to find the location of Paradise City, explored it, and then returned to the base to send troops to eliminate it. After midnight, it was morning. The guards did not catch up, and every soldier of the Paradise Army breathed a sigh of relief, and their defensive posture suddenly relaxed a little. At this time, they were passing through a small town. In the corridor of an abandoned building in the town. Puff! A cold light flashed, and the sharp saber split the head of a male zombie into 2 pieces. Dark blood mixed with brain matter splashed on the walls on both sides, emitting a rotten stench. It has been several months since the outbreak of the virus. Ordinary zombies look only a little thinner from the outside, but without enough living flesh and blood, their internal organs have already begun to rot, and the contents of their heads have turned into a pool of paste, which is very smelly. Luo Ren held his breath and quickly climbed up the stairs to the rooftop. He picked up the telescope and looked towards the center of the town. There was the street where the largest supermarket in the town was located. There were dense zombies on that street. If the zombies in the supermarket were counted, there would be about 3,000 or 4,000. Turning the direction, the figure of the Heaven Army appeared in the telescope. They were marching on the road 3 or 4 kilometers away from the town. Luo Ren rolled his eyes and muttered, "I can't take the head of the general from the army as easily as taking something out of a bag, but can't I create some trouble for you?" With an idea in mind, Luo Ren immediately jumped up, like a master of light skills in martial arts novels, flying over the eaves and walls, and ran towards the direction of the town supermarket. Soon, he stopped less than 200 meters away from the supermarket. Looking down, it was less than 10 meters, not high. Luo Ren jumped from the roof to the ground, and rolled forward to relieve most of the impact and landed safely. The sound of landing was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of the aimless zombies. They smelled the smell of fresh flesh and blood, and rushed towards Luo Ren, shouting, "1, 2, 3. After counting to 3, Luo Ren turned around and ran at a speed that the zombies could not catch up with, but he could not get rid of the zombies. If anyone had a drone or was sitting on a plane at this time, they would see a person in front and thousands of zombies behind. The person was not afraid, but looked back from time to time, fearing that a zombie would fall behind. Luo Ren's goal was very clear, that was the Heaven Army. About 10 minutes later, the figure of the Heaven Army could be vaguely seen, which showed that Luo Ren and the zombies had run nearly 3 kilometers. However, Luo Ren's body had been strengthened 7 times, and he himself did not know where the limit of his physical strength was. Therefore, he ran 3 or 4 kilometers without blushing, his heart was not beating, and he was not out of breath. It was no different from walking a few steps. And many zombies were as tireless as perpetual motion machines, and they would not blush, have heartbeats, or be out of breath. Soon, Luo Ren was only 500 meters away from the Heavenly Army. He picked up a stone and threw it over, then suddenly turned around, bursting at an extreme speed, and disappeared from the sight of many zombies as a figure. The zombies were already attracted by the larger blood and flesh smell, so they didn't care about Luo Ren's disappearance. They just ran towards the Heavenly Army with all their strength, making hungry sounds with their throats. Bang! The thumb-sized stone hit the head of a Heavenly Bureau soldier, and the soldier was hit so hard that his head was bleeding and fainted. The people around looked in the direction where the stone flew, and immediately found the zombies rushing towards them, and they were shocked. Zombie tide! Someone reacted and shouted, alarming other Heavenly Army soldiers. But the zombie tide was too sudden, and when they reacted, the zombies were already in front of them. Bang bang! The muzzle spewed flames, killing the zombies that rushed over, but then more zombies rushed over, and the soldiers of the Heavenly Army in the front row were instantly pounced on, and the zombies bit their flesh and blood. The screams spread to everyone's ears. Seeing this, the Heavenly Army behind retreated while firing, and quickly distanced themselves from the zombies. At this time, Long Chi in the Hummer was also alarmed, and half of his body was leaning out of the skylight. He saw that the zombies were attacking from the left side. The first 2 rows of the left square had been bitten to death by zombies, and at the same time, zombies continued to rush towards the people in the 3rd row. Everyone, don't panic, the right square dispersed the formation and joined the left and right squares evenly. Long Chi quickly calmed down and began to command the army to fight. Under his command, the right side of the formation spread out and merged into the front and rear side formations. The 2 side formations stretched the front line, allowing people at the rear to reach the front, so that there was no need to estimate that shooting would injure the front. In just a few tens of seconds, the combat effectiveness of the Heavenly Army doubled. In this way, after the zombies knocked down the 3rd row of the left side, a strong fire defense line had been formed. The attacking zombies fell down in batches, making it difficult to move forward. In this way, within half an hour, all the zombies were eliminated, and their corpses covered the roads and fields beside the road. Luo Ren, who was observing secretly, couldn't help but admired when he saw this scene. This Lord of Paradise City has 2 brushes. In this battle, the Tian army lost nearly 300 people, plus the 2,000 people lost in the attack on the base, a total of 2,300 people. For Long Chi, who had no system, the loss of nearly half was really not small. The best way to describe it is to lose your wife and lose your troops. It would be better if you died, but it cost me so many people. Long Chi swept over the remaining soldiers and clenched his fists. Compared to Luo Ren, he hated MCA more. If it weren't for MCA, he wouldn't have sent troops and wouldn't have caused such a situation. However, no matter how much he hated, it was useless. Ma Hua is dead, and Luo Ren's troops are really strong. Even with 5,000 troops, he is no match, let alone only half of the human Heaven Army left. As of now, I can only go back to Paradise City and make plans. Long Chi ordered to continue moving forward, and the Heavenly Army, with only more than 2,000 people left, set out again, while Luo Ren continued to follow. The sun sets in the west and the moon rises in the east. It is already night. Luo Ren followed the Heavenly Army into a forest and walked along a forest path, and then he saw a city hidden in the forest. It is said that the city is more like a pass, with cliffs on both sides and a concrete city wall of about 20 meters in the middle. Looking in from the outside, it seems that there is a lot of space inside. When Luo Ren was thinking about how to sneak into the Heavenly Army and enter the interior of Heavenly City, he suddenly saw a Heavenly Army soldier break away from the team and walk into a bush alone. Luo Ren quickly followed. He hid among the branches of a big tree and looked down. It turned out that this Heavenly Army soldier was here to release water. He rolled his eyes and immediately had an idea. Ahoo! The wind blew, and the heavenly army soldier who was peeing suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then someone patted him on the shoulder. He instinctively thought it was his companions who were scaring him, and immediately said, "What are you doing? Didn't you see that you were peeing? Be careful. On you." Luo Ren patted his shoulder again and said, "Who do you think I am? I don't care who you are." The heavenly army soldier pulled up his trousers, turned around, saw Luo Ren's appearance, looked at his clothes again, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Your clothes look familiar. This is not the clothes of the base guard." "Okay, brother, I actually grabbed a set of guard uniforms." No, didn't we just run away without starting a fight? How are you?" The heavenly army soldiers realized something was wrong and immediately questioned Luo Ren. Luo Ren smiled half-heartedly and said, "Because I am Luo Ren." "What?" Luo, the heavenly army soldier's eyes widened with fear in his heart, and he opened his mouth to call for help. However, before he could shout, Luo Ren slashed his neck with his knife and knocked him unconscious. Luo Ren said softly, "I'll lend you some clothes." 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, he took off the clothes of the heavenly army soldiers and put them on himself. After doing this, Luo Ren looked at the unconscious heavenly army soldier on the ground with an indifferent expression, and then stepped on his neck and broke his neck. Because only dead people don't talk nonsense. "Wait for me." After changing his clothes, Luo Ren ran out from behind the bushes and wiped 2 handfuls of yellow mud on his face just in case. When the other heavenly army soldiers saw him, they had no suspicion and just asked curiously, "Why did you come out of the bushes? What were you doing there? Is there a woman inside?" Not being recognized, Luo Ren couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "There are no women, but there are a lot of yellow things." "Do you want them? Yellow stuff, gold?" "Yes, of course, must, definitely. Although gold is useless now, it will be useful in the future if it is not kept in full," a tall soldier said and walked towards the bushes. Luo Ren immediately grabbed the man and said in a teasing tone, "Don't be anxious. When you enter the city, go to the toilet. There is a lot of gold there." It turns out that the yellow thing is this, it's also gold." It made me laugh. "Dadu, if you want it, you can ask me and I will provide it for free." After hearing this, the heavenly army soldiers nearby couldn't help laughing. After hearing this, the heavenly army soldier named Dadu's face immediately fell. He glared at Luo Ren fiercely and stopped talking. Luo Ren just smiled and didn't pay much attention. He felt comfortable when he successfully blended into the heavenly army. He was even happier when he followed them and successfully entered the heavenly city without encountering any obstacles. After entering the city, as he expected, after entering the city gate and walking forward for less than 50 meters, the view suddenly broadened, and the space inside was indeed very large. "It's a really good place that's easy to defend but hard to attack." Luo Ren sighed in his heart. Compared with the base, Paradise City's geographical location is really unique. There are cliffs on both sides of the entrance, and there is a gap of more than 20 meters in the middle. You only need to keep this 20-meter gap to ensure the safety inside. Safety. And the space inside is very wide, with clean water, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. When you are self-sufficient, although you cannot be completely full, you can definitely avoid starving to death. The residents who want to come here should live a good life. Luo Ren thought. However, as he went deeper, Luo Ren discovered that he was wrong, very wrong. The residents here were all skinny and malnourished. Their eyes were full of exhaustion, and they were all male. This made Luo Ren wonder, are there no women here? When the residents of Paradise City saw the Paradise Army returning to the city, they showed no sign of excitement or welcome. There was fear in their tired eyes, and a trace of hatred flashed at the same time. Luo Ren noticed this detail. He looked at the heavenly army soldiers beside him. They were all fat and strong. After such a comparison, he instantly understood that the so-called Paradise City was a paradise for the heavenly army soldiers, but for the ordinary people inside it's hell for the residents. As the heavenly army team arrived at the city square, Luo Ren saw a man standing on the high platform in front of him. He was 1.8 meters tall and had a scarred face. He guessed in his mind, this should be the Lord of Heavenly City. Long Chi cleared his throat and said, "Brothers, thank you for your hard work. Although we were defeated, it was all because we fell into Luo Ren's trick. After we regain our strength, we will fight back and kill Luo Ren for Mama's sake. Vice City Lord takes revenge." As Long Chi spoke, he looked at the changes in the soldiers' expressions and saw that they were untouched. He clenched his fists and cursed a few words in his heart, and then continued, "I won't say anything else. Brothers are also tired. So, I announced that the Happy Cave will be open for 3 days in a row, so that brothers can dispel their fatigue." After hearing this,
the originally listless Heavenly Army soldiers suddenly burst into cheers. Looking at the scene, Long Chi secretly gritted his teeth. Damn it, if you weren't useful, I would have let you bastards feed the zombies. These Heavenly Army soldiers do not care about those who died, even the death of MCA. They only care about their own lives, and whether they can live and live happily.
What is the happy cave? Unlike others, Luo Ren was confused.
Although he cheered along, it was the first time he heard this word and he didn't understand it. Soon, he and many Heavenly Army soldiers came to the so-called Happy Cave.
As the name suggests, Happy Cave is located in a natural cave.
Walking into it, Luo Ren saw piles of food, barrels of wine, and naked women. Now he understood why there were no seeing the women. It turned out that they had all been caught here, and the so-called Happy Cave was actually a place for these beasts to vent their anger.
It was really a paradise city.
Although Luo Ren sympathizes with these women, he can't help them yet. First, his power alone is limited. Second, he has more important things to do, and his identity cannot be revealed for the time being. Therefore, we can only save these poor people by waiting for him to come with the escort next time and destroy the Heavenly Army. Because he couldn't bear to watch the Heavenly Army humiliate these women, Luo Ren quietly left the Happy Cave alone.
At 10 o'clock in the night, Luo Ren came to the place where ordinary people lived.
As soon as I got closer, I smelled a stench. This was a place where people lived. It was dirtier than a pigsty, but the people inside were sleeping soundly. It might be because they were too hungry and exhausted. It was impossible to get information from these ordinary civilians at this time. Just when Luo Ren was disappointed and ready to leave, a Heavenly Army soldier patrolled. Luo Ren rolled his eyes and immediately put on a smile to greet him. Brother, smoke. He took out a pack of Chinese cigarettes and handed one to the patrolling soldier. The soldier took a look at him. He was not a civilian in terms of clothing and build. He was sure that he was also a soldier. He took the cigarette and fire offered to him with confidence. After lighting it, after taking 2 puffs, he exhaled a big puff of smoke and said, "It's great." Luo Ren's performance made the patrolling soldiers very fond of him, and he couldn't help but take the initiative to say, "Brother, you are not in the Happy Cave, why are you here? It stinks to death, how uncomfortable it is."
Luo Ren put his hands on his waist, shook his head and said, "You can't stay in the Happy Cave all the time. Your body can't bear it. Besides, there are so many people in that place. If you are infected with any virus, wouldn't it be ruined? For the sake of your body, you can't stand it. Gotta keep it in check. Ha ha. There are too few people who are as particular as you now. No one is sure whether they can see the sun tomorrow, so why should they care about this? You should enjoy it." The patrol soldier laughed. Luo Ren smiled and echoed a few times, then turned to the topic, "Brother, do you know how many people there are in our paradise city now?" The patrol soldier took a puff of the cigarette in his hand and glanced at Luo Ren. Although he was surprised why Luo Ren would ask this, he did not doubt him. Moreover, he had a good impression of the guy in front of him, so he told the truth. "Not counting our Heavenly Army, there should be 30,000 people." After saying that, he couldn't help but curiously asked, "Why do you ask this?" "I'm just curious." Luo Ren waved his hand and said with a smile, "You think our losses are so heavy this time, will the city lord recruit soldiers from these people?" The patrol soldier pursed his lips and shook his head. "No, these people hate us so much. Even if the city lord has the heart, he doesn't have the courage. If these people become the Heavenly Army, they may defect at any time. The risk is too great." When Luo Ren heard this, he was secretly happy. It seems that this paradise city is very unpopular, which is good. I don't have to worry about arousing public anger when I attack the city, so I can defend the city with the Paradise Army. 30,000 people are quite a fighting force. He was just thinking these words in his heart, and naturally he would not say them out loud. After touching his nose, he asked the last question. "Oh, there were 2 powerful characters called Wang Biao and Wang Hu who came to the expedition this time. Why didn't you see them?" The patrolling soldier snuffed out the smoke and said, "You have asked the right person. Those 2 people have just joined, and the city lord is worried, so he did not take them with him this time. And speaking of why our paradise city got into trouble with that Luo Ren, the cause of everything was Wang Hu." After the patrol soldier told the reason for the conflict between Paradise City and the base, he looked gloating. "This time the loss was so big, then Wang Biaohu and his son are afraid that something will happen." Luo Ren asked in surprise, "Father and son, aren't they uncle and nephew?" The patrolling soldier chuckled and said, "Do you think my uncle would not hesitate to offend someone like Luo Ren for his nephew? Let me tell you, that Wang Hu was actually born to Wang Biao and his sister-in-law. This Luo Ren didn't know. It's no wonder that when he besieged the factory, Wang Biao didn't choose to give up on Wang Hu. It turned out that they were father and son. It's no wonder. Luo Ren then asked, then do you know where Wang Hu and Wang Biao, father and son, live? The patrolling soldier did not doubt why Luo Ren asked Wang Biao and Wang Hu where they lived. He just thought he was curious and wanted to admire the two people. He pointed to a bungalow and said, did you see it? It's the penultimate house. Luo Ren looked over. At this time, the room was still lit by candlelight, and two figures were reflected on the window. Having asked for all the information he wanted, Luo Ren casually found an excuse to leave, and then went straight to Wang Biao and Wang Hu's residence. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard Wang Biao and Wang Hu talking inside. It's over, that Luo Ren is actually so powerful. 5,000 heavenly army went out, but only half of them came back. We are finished. Now I'm afraid not only Luo Ren will not let us go, but even Long Qi may be affected by this loss. This will make us angry. Luo Ren recognized it. It was Wang Biao's voice. Uncle, let's run away. Then Wang Hu's voice sounded. Wang Biao, escape? Can you escape? The valley where Paradise City is located has only one exit and is heavily guarded. Do you think we are acting in a TV series? The two of us are martial arts masters. Tens of thousands of troops can pass through without even touching us. Wang Hu, but, are we just waiting to die like this? Wang Biao, what can we do now? Sigh, if you hadn't provoked Luo Ren, we wouldn't have ended up like this. You are arrogant and arrogant. How come you have no inheritance at all? Where is my fine bloodline? I really doubt whether you are my biological child. Wang Hu, who knows, maybe I am my father's biological child. You. Wang Biao raised his hand and stayed in the air for a while, but finally couldn't bear to fight. This Wang Biao and Wang Hu are really weird. Since you know that you are bound to die, I will send you two father and son on their way now. With murderous intent rising in Luo Ren's eyes, he was about to break into the house and kill the two people he had always wanted to kill with his own hands, but at this moment, a Paradise City guard came towards here. In order not to reveal his identity, Luo Ren could only temporarily give up on killing Wang Biao and Wang Hu, and hid in the dark. He was observing in secret and couldn't help but wonder, what are these people doing here at night? There are 8 members of the Paradise City Guards, each with a gun in their hand, and this posture shows malicious intent. Arriving at the door of Wang Biao and Wang Hu's house, the guard captain kicked the door open. Wang Biao and Wang Hu's conversation stopped suddenly. When they saw the guards, they were shocked, with fear in their eyes. The captain of the guard said indifferently, the city lord wants to see you, so come with us. As soon as they finished speaking, without waiting for Wang Biao and Wang Hu's consent, 4 heavenly army soldiers rushed in and forcibly detained them. Wang Biao and Wang Hu, who had their heads pressed against their heads, did not dare to resist and could only follow them obediently. It seems that Long Qi is planning to deal with them. Follow them and take a look. Luo Ren guessed. He followed the Paradise City guards all the way to the innermost part of Paradise City, where a 2-story villa built on the mountain was located. Standing in front of the villa window, you could overlook the entire Paradise City. The Paradise City guards escorted Wang Biao and Wang Hu into the villa. For safety reasons, Luo Ren did not intend to go in, but stayed outside to wait. About 30 minutes later, Wang Biao walked out with a look of despair on his face. At the same time, he helped Wang Hu with a bruised nose and swollen face. Seeing them like this, Luo Ren could already imagine what happened in the villa. Wang Biao and Wang Hu returned to the bungalow, followed closely by Luo Ren. About an hour later, Wang Biao and Wang Hu came out of the bungalow and headed towards the city gate. Luo Ren immediately followed. When they arrived at the gate of the city, Wang Biao said a few words to the soldier guarding the city, and then handed him a note. The soldier guarding the city read the note, then opened the gate and let them out. Long Qi actually didn't kill them, but expelled them from Paradise City. But this is no different from killing them. There are zombies everywhere outside. The 2 of them have no weapons, and one of them is injured. It is like delivering food to the zombies. But there is a contingency in everything. I am really worried if I don't see you die with my own eyes. Moreover, the intelligence collection is almost done. It's time for me to leave this ghost place. When I come back next time, I will lead my army into Long Qi's 2-story villa. Luo Ren thought this way and took the initiative to expose himself. When he walked to the city gate, the city guarding soldier suddenly stopped him. Who is it? Luo Ren smiled and said, Brother, I was ordered by the lord of the city to follow those 2 people, and then, Luo Ren gestured with his hand on his neck, you understand. The city guard suddenly understood, patted Luoren on the shoulder and said, "Oh, I understand, I thought the city lord let those two people out so easily. Brother, you have to be careful. It's not safe to encounter zombies in the dark outside. It's fun. If you deal with those two, come back soon." I don't know if the city guard was really stupid or did it on purpose. He actually believed Luoren's few words. The city gate opened and Luoren immediately jumped out and quickly followed Wang Biao and Wang Hu. The soldiers guarding the city saw Luoren disappearing into the darkness and sneered, "This guy is quite happy. He seems to think that he has been appreciated by the city lord. This guy is just fooling around. There are zombies all over the world outside. Let him deal with these two. There is no difference between being a man and dying. I'm afraid this man won't come back." Luoren followed closely, and Wang Biao, Wang Hu and his son were in front. It was not easy to kill them, but Luoren was in no hurry to do it. Wang Biao's forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. The darkness around him made him feel scared. The slightest movement made him frightened. Fortunately, there was a flashlight that brought a glimmer of light. Bang! But at this moment, an unknown thing came out of the sky and smashed the flashlight in his hand, and the last bit of light disappeared. Luoren hid, the corners of his mouth raised in an arc. He had smashed the flashlight with a stone. Although his vision was also affected by the darkness, it was not serious. After 7 times of physical strengthening, he could still see clearly within 100 meters with the help of weak moonlight. Things. Wang Biao, who had lost his last light, was extremely frightened and broke out in cold sweat. As for Wang Hu, he was groggy and could only stand up with Wang Biao's support, but he didn't feel afraid. Swish swish. The surrounding grass shook, and footsteps came from all directions. Wang Biao screamed, unable to suppress the fear in his heart anymore, pushed Wang Hu away, and ran away frantically. In times of crisis, even his own son would not care. Luoren walked out of the darkness slowly and looked at Wang Hu, who was dazed on the ground. Stop fighting, stop fighting." At this moment, Wang Hu suddenly woke up and waved his arms in a panic. After a while, he felt that no one was hitting him, and he slowly lowered his arms. When he regained consciousness, all he could see was the bright moon and stars in the sky. He felt the wetness on the ground and reached out to grab a weed. Only then did he realize the environment he was in now. "Uncle!" Wang Hu shouted, but received no response. He endured the pain and got up, looking around. He didn't find Wang Biao, but he saw the person he could never forget in his life, Luoren. Lolo Loren. His voice was trembling, and he was more frightened than seeing zombies. He rolled around in panic and tried to escape, but just after running more than 10 meters, Luoren unexpectedly appeared in front of him again. Ghost! Wang Hu then ran away, but no matter which way he ran, Luoren would be waiting for him in front. "You are not a human, you are a ghost." Wang Hu shouted in fear and ran away. "I won't play with you anymore." Luoren's eyes were full of murderous intent, and then his figure flashed past Wang Hu and stood in front of him. Then he grabbed Wang Hu's neck with one hand and lifted him up high. Die! Click! Wang Hu's neck was broken, the light in his eyes quickly disappeared, and his struggling body became as limp as a puddle of mud. Luoren threw Wang Hu's body aside and chased Wang Biao in the direction where he escaped without even looking at it. The clouds covered the moon, and the world became even darker. Read cuckoo. The owl's cries continued, rendering the night even more terrifying. Wang Biao heard Wang Hu's terrified cry behind him, and he dared not look back. He stumbled and stumbled. He didn't know how far he had run, nor how long he had run. At this time, he was exhausted and could fall at any time. After gritting his teeth and running for a distance, he finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground with a plop. Then, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing the bright moon. Wang Biao turned over and lay on his back, looking at the white moon and breathing heavily. At this time, a meteor fell from the sky, and Wang Biao's heart was shocked. He had a premonition that something was about to happen. Rustle! The dense footsteps reached his ears. He turned his head and saw 5 or 6 figures staggering towards him in the weak moonlight. Zombies! Wang Biao was terrified and quickly got up and ran away. But he was exhausted and couldn't outrun these zombies. Soon the zombies behind him caught up and pounced on him. At such a close distance, he could even see the broken meat between the zombies' teeth. Wang Biao's scream was particularly loud in the middle of the night, but the next second it turned into a gugugugu sound, because his throat was bitten by the zombies, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Shwa! Suddenly, a figure flashed by, and in an instant, 3 of the 6 zombies' heads were separated, and then there was another cold light, and the remaining 3 zombies were also killed. Just when Wang Biao was surprised, the person who came showed his true face. It was Luo Ren. Seeing Luo Ren, Wang Biao's eyes were full of shock. This man should not be here. Wang Hu is dead, now it's your turn. However, seeing you like this, I decided not to let you die directly, but to turn you into a zombie wandering around aimlessly, waiting for a human to chop his head off or wandering aimlessly forever. Luo Ren's voice was very low, but Wang Biao heard it clearly. The shock in his eyes had turned into hatred, endless hatred, but the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, his body kept shaking, his limbs twisted in panic, and the blood flowing from the wound on his neck turned dark red. Luo Ren took a few steps back to distance himself from him. He had seen this scene many times. This was the struggle before the corpse turned into a corpse. It was often time to deal with this person. In less than a minute, Wang Biao's eyes turned gray, his pupils shrank to only a dot, and the blood flowing from the wound was dark red and viscous. At this time, Wang Biao could no longer be called a human, but a zombie. Zombie Wang Biao suddenly got up and pounced on Luo Ren with his teeth and claws, but Luo Ren easily dodged him. Wang Hu is dead, Wang Biao has become a zombie, and the information about Paradise City has been obtained. It is time to return to the base. However, it is dangerous to travel at night, and it is easy to get lost. It is better to find a place to rest for a night and set off at dawn. As he thought, Luo Ren quickly disappeared into the darkness, and the zombie Wang Biao, who had lost his target, wandered aimlessly with his hands hanging down. Luo Ren looked around and found a big tree that 3 people could not hug. The branches on it were also very strong, so he could spend the night on this tree. Lying on the branch, looking at the bright moon and stars in the sky, Luo Ren gradually fell asleep. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire came into Luo Ren's ears and woke him up. It was already broad daylight. The dazzling white light took him a while to recover. Looking around, he saw a few more wandering zombies under the tree, which should have been attracted by the smell of fresh flesh and blood. What's the matter with the gunshots? Bang, bang, bang. Just as he was puzzled, the gunshots rang out again, and this time they continued. Go and have a look. Driven by strong curiosity and confidence in his own strength, Luo Ren decided to go and have a look. What was going on? Following the sound, Luo Ren ran quickly. The gunshots became clearer and clearer, until such a picture appeared in front of him. A human team, about 20 to 30 people, everyone had a gun, and these 20 to 30 people were women, especially the woman in the lead, very beautiful, extremely beautiful. Big eyes, high nose bridge, lips with lipstick, and big but not small breasts, and a pair of long legs made Luo Ren, a 3 good citizen, swallow his saliva secretly. However, the situation of this group of women seemed not very good. Opposite them was a huge evolved zombie, and their guns could not penetrate the thick fat at all. What should we do, Captain? This zombie is different from ordinary zombies, and bullets can't penetrate it. A woman shouted anxiously. The beautiful woman in the lead had a resolute look in her eyes and gritted her teeth. No matter what, we can't run away even if we die. We can't bring this big guy into the valley, otherwise the residents in the valley will be in danger. Yes. After hearing this, the other women all looked ready to die. It must be said that this group of women is stronger than some men. The valley should be their shelter, and there should be many people inside. In order to prevent the evolved zombies from affecting the people inside, they actually chose to fight to the end, which is a dead end. Luo Ren admired these women from the bottom of his heart and decided to help them, but it was not the right time yet, he had to wait. Bang bang, oh no, Captain, I'm out of bullets. Me too. I'm out of bullets too. The bullets were all used up, and all of them showed a look of despair, but they still didn't choose to run away. They looked determined and seemed ready to sacrifice. Boom, boom, boom. Every step the evolved zombie took was like a hammer hitting their hearts. The evolved zombie rushed straight towards the leading woman. The woman felt the stench coming towards her, and looked back at the sisters fighting side by side. She closed her eyes and waited for death to come. Captain, her teammates shouted anxiously and ran towards her. No one wanted to see her die, but the evolved zombies were unstoppable, and they were far away, so they could only watch the evolved zombies swing their huge fists at the woman. Just when they were desperate, suddenly, a figure flew out of the jungle and blocked the woman. Then, under the gaze of the woman's comrades, the man caught the evolved zombie's fist with one hand, and then kicked the evolved zombie on the thick fat belly. This scene was like an ant trying to shake a tree for them. In their imagination, the man would definitely be knocked out in the next second. However, the reality was different from what they imagined. Under the kick of this man, he actually flew back 3 meters and hit the ground heavily.
They were stunned and their faces were full of disbelief. The man had no time to deal with them. He rushed towards the evolved zombie with a saber in his hand. With a swoosh, the saber blade was completely immersed in the thick fat. This was not because the saber was so sharp, but because the man was too powerful. Then the man pulled the knife back with his backhand. With a sizzle, the belly of the giant zombie was cut open, and dark red blood plasma flowed out, revealing the rotten internal organs of ordinary zombies. The internal organs of this giant zombie were still well made, and even the heart was still beating. The evolved zombie frantically rotated its hands and feet, roaring and struggling, trying to hammer the little human in front of it into a meat pie, but the man was too strong, firmly suppressing it, and the speed was also very fast, making its chaotic fists miss every time. The man dodged a punch, then raised his hand and slashed the evolved zombie's neck. The entire blade of the saber was not inserted, and then he slashed hard. Clang! The saber chopped the evolved zombie's cervical vertebrae, but it was like cutting pig iron, but fortunately the man was strong, even the hard bones were finally cut off by his knife. The head of the evolved zombie was separated from its body, still opening its mouth and glaring at the man. Reed Luoren showed no mercy, and then chopped the giant zombie's head with a knife, killing it completely. The head was chopped open, and the sharp saber in the man's hand had several more notches, losing its previous sharpness, which showed how hard the giant zombie's bones were, but the man didn't care about it at all. He cared about what was inside the evolved zombie's head. Using the severely damaged saber, he stirred inside the evolved zombie's head, and a milky white crystal was lifted out. The man picked up the milky white crystal and wiped it clean. This scene stunned more than 20 women. The giant zombie that could not be penetrated by bullets was actually chopped to death by the man in front of him with a saber. Is this still human power? The beautiful woman in the lead, as the captain, was also surprised, but she quickly restrained herself. She walked forward, curiously looked at the milky white evolution crystal in the man's hand, and then stretched out a hand and smiled kindly. "Thank you, my name is Su Antong." The man put the milky white crystal into his pocket, looked at the woman in front of him carefully, and shook hands with her for a long time, saying, "Luo Ren." Yes, it was Luo Ren who made the move. The reason why he waited until the women had run out of bullets before making the move was also for safety considerations. The fat of the giant zombie is very thick and very strong. Our bullets can't penetrate it, but you killed it with just a saber. How can you have such powerful strength and speed? Su Antong approached Luo Ren and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Could it be related to the crystal that fell out of the giant zombie's head? But your strength is far stronger than that of the giant zombie. You should have used a lot of those crystals. Did you eat them directly, or was there any special method?" Luo Ren couldn't help but look up to the woman. This woman is very smart. With just such a few details, she actually guessed so much. However, even if she guessed it, Luo Ren would not admit it. Rescuing is just rescuing, not giving everything he knows. You are out of ammunition now. It will be very dangerous if you encounter zombies. Go back to the shelter as soon as possible. After saying that, Luo Ren turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Su Antong called him, "Hey, wait a minute." Luo Ren looked back to see what she was going to say. "Wait a minute, after all, you are our savior. We have nothing to thank you for now. Why don't you go back to the valley with us, so that we can show our hospitality?" Su Antong's face was full of sincerity, and it didn't seem like she had any ulterior motives. "Yes, if it weren't for you, we would have died at the hands of this beast. Going back to the valley with us to have a simple meal is also our intention." Yes, this is the first time Sister Antong invites a man." The other women also echoed. Facing the hospitality of these women, Luo Ren frowned slightly and thought for a while. He thought that these women would sacrifice themselves for the safety of the people in the valley. He thought that they should have no other purpose. However, even with his skills, he was confident that he could still escape. Thinking of this, he immediately agreed, "Okay." In fact, Luo Ren had another purpose. He wanted to see how many people were in the valley mentioned by these women. If there were many people, he could spend some effort to get them to join the base, so as to increase the population of the base. The plan went better than expected. Luo Ren is so powerful. If we let him join the daughter valley, our strength will definitely increase greatly. We don't have to be afraid of such giant zombies. Seeing Luo Ren agreed, Su Antong's eyes flashed with surprise. She had her own little thoughts for inviting Luo Ren. In this way, Luo Ren followed Su Antong and his group to the place where they hid the vehicles. There were 3 vehicles in total. Because they were pickup trucks, more than 20 people could sit in 3 vehicles, but it was a bit crowded.
Luo Ren was among many women, feeling their smooth skin and smelling the fragrance of their hair. As expected, no matter what time, girls always love to be cleaner than boys. If you are squeezed among a group of men, you will probably smell the masculine smell of men. What is the valley you are talking about? Luo Ren asked curiously. Su Antong, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked back at him and said, the full name of the valley is Daughter Valley, which is our shelter. Daughter Valley? Luo Ren pondered, this name is too strange, and asked curiously, does it have anything to do with the daughter country in Journey to the West? Su Antong smiled and said, Daughter Valley is Daughter Valley, and daughter country is daughter country. There is no relationship between the two. If you insist that there is a relationship, they may be more similar. More similar? Luo Ren was still puzzled. Su Antong smiled mysteriously and said, you will know when you get there. Daughter Valley is not far from the starting point, only 7 or 8 kilometers away. In the end of the world without traffic jams, it takes about 20 minutes to drive there. This Daughter Valley was also built based on natural barriers, but no matter the materials used to build the city walls and gates, or the degree of easy defense and difficult attack, Daughter Valley cannot compare to Heaven City. The city walls and gates of Daughter Valley are all made of wood, which can only block ordinary zombies. If they are evolved zombies or surviving humans, they will be useless. When approaching the city, the soldiers guarding the city immediately opened the city gates when they saw Su Antong, and the convoy slowly drove into the city. As the vehicles drove in, Luo Ren found that all the soldiers inside were women, without a single man, and the residents of Daughter Valley were more women than men. Now he understood why Daughter Valley was called this name. He looked at everything in the Daughter Valley and saw that although the scenery inside was not as peaceful and beautiful as the base, it was like a paradise on earth and a blessed place compared to the Paradise City. People inside also planted crops, but because the area was too small and there was little arable land, the crops produced were not enough to feed the residents in the valley, so someone had to go out to search for food almost every day. Luo Ren wanted to ask questions, but he didn't know how to address Su Antong for a while. Calling her Miss Su seemed strange, calling her Miss Su seemed disrespectful, and calling her by her full name seemed awkward. Su Antong was so smart that she naturally saw Luo Ren's confusion. She smiled and said, just call me Antong, and I'll call you Brother Ren, how about that? Of course, no problem. Luo Ren was not polite and smiled, Antong, how many people are there in your Daughter Valley? Su Antong thought for a while and said, I haven't counted this in detail, probably, about 10,000. 10,000. Luo Ren raised his eyebrows and made up his mind. It is very necessary to win over this Daughter Valley. 10,000 people is not a small number. You know, the base now is only a little over 10,000 people, and it takes 50,000 people to upgrade the base to level 3. When he returns to the base this time, he will directly send troops to Paradise City. He will bring all the 30,000 people in the city back to the base. At that time, the base will have 40,000 people. If the 10,000 people in the Daughter Valley can also join the base, then it will just reach the 50,000 people required for the upgrade. I wonder what kind of person the manager of Daughter Valley is. Luo Ren thought to himself, and asked, Antong, can you introduce the founder of your Daughter Valley to me? Su Antong listened to his words, but kept covering her mouth and laughing, and didn't say anything. Luo Ren looked at her and felt a little nervous, is she unwilling to introduce the manager of Daughter Valley to me? Seeing Luo Ren frowning, the woman sitting next to him also smiled, and then explained, we don't have a manager in Daughter Valley. If you insist on saying who the manager is, then it's right in front of us. How could Luo Ren not understand such an obvious hint? He looked at Su Antong with surprise. Su Antong smiled slightly and nodded, admitting that she was the manager of Daughter Valley. Luo Ren also scratched his head and said embarrassedly, so Antong, you are the manager of Daughter Valley. I am short-sighted. Su Antong waved her hand and smiled, to be precise, I am just one of the managers. How can I manage Daughter Valley so well? I need my sisters to work together, so the real managers are all of us. Sister Antong, you are too modest. Yes, Sister Antong, if it weren't for your strategic command, how could our Daughter Valley develop so well? Yes, the women next to him rushed to say one by one. Seeing this, Luo Ren couldn't help thinking, I don't know if this woman is really modest or fake modesty, but after saying this, it will gain the favor of others. At the same time, the vehicle stopped in front of a house. The women around him got off one by one, and Luo Ren got off with them. The house in front of him was built entirely of wood. Although it did not have the angular and exquisite beauty of modern buildings, it had an antique charm, which was the type that Luo Ren liked. Su Antong walked to the door and made a gesture of invitation, saying, "This is my residence, please come in, Brother Rin." Luo Rin stepped over the threshold without hesitation and walked into the house. The fragrance of wood filled his nose, making people feel refreshed. Not only was the house made of wood, but even the furnishings in it were made of wood, such as wooden tables, wooden chairs, etc. Brother Rin, please sit down. The other women did not come in together, so there were only Luo Ren and Su Antong in the room. Luo Ren sat down at the square table, and Su Antong poured him a glass of water, then sat down herself, holding her chin with both hands and looking at Luo Ren. Luo Ren was thirsty, so he immediately picked up the water cup to drink. While drinking the water, he suddenly saw Su Antong staring at him. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should drink the water, so he put down the water and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Su Antong still stared at him, not embarrassed at all, and said, "No." Luo Ren couldn't help but feel strange, and then asked, "Then why are you staring at me?" "Ha ha. Of course it's because you are good looking, Brother Ren. To be honest, I have seen a lot of handsome guys, but this is the first time I have seen a combination of a young and tough guy like you, Brother Ren. You are so handsome. If it were an ordinary girl, she would definitely be shy and silent, or find some excuses, but Su Antong is the kind of carefree and straightforward personality, saying whatever she wants, without hiding it." Luo Ren touched his nose. He believed Su Antong's words very much, because he was handsome, and he knew that he was definitely good at fighting. To be honest, if he was a woman, he would be fascinated by her. Good vision. Luo Ren really wanted to blurt out this sentence, but it would seem too narcissistic, so it's better to be modest, "Thank you." While the two were chatting, footsteps were heard outside the door, and then the women who came back together walked in. They changed into clean clothes and held all kinds of food in their hands, including fruits, barbecue, and bread and other staples. Luo Ren could smell the fragrance from a distance. When the dishes were served, Luo Ren couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He had eaten compressed dry food for a few days, and it would be a lie to say that he was not greedy when he saw these foods. Su Antong saw Luo Ren swallowing his saliva and wanted to laugh. It seems that no one can resist the temptation of delicious food, even if this person is very powerful. These are the only foods in the valley, don't despise them, Brother Ren. Su Antong smiled. Luo Ren said quickly, "Under the current situation, it is very good to have such a rich food. How can I dislike it?" That's good, that's good." Su Antong made a gesture of invitation, "Then please eat." It was really a long-awaited sentence, but Luo Ren still forced himself to restrain the desire to eat heartily and cast his eyes on Su Antong. The host hasn't moved yet, so how can he, the guest, move his chopsticks first? Of course, this is only one of the reasons. The most important thing is that he doesn't know whether there are any ingredients added to these foods. It's better to be careful when going out. Su Antong saw that Luo Ren didn't move his chopsticks for a long time, and immediately guessed what Luo Ren was thinking. Then she picked up the chopsticks and ate all the food on the table without hesitation under Luo Ren's gaze. Luo Ren thought to himself, "It seems that I have judged others by my own standards." After confirming that the food was not poisonous, Luo Ren no longer suppressed his temper and immediately began to eat. If Su Antong was not beside him, he would have eaten this little food in a few minutes at his usual speed of eating. "Brother Ren, are you so powerful because of the white jade-like thing that fell out of the giant zombie's head?" Seeing that Luo Ren was enjoying his meal, Su Antong suddenly asked. Luo Ren's movements froze slightly, and then he looked at Su Antong and swallowed a mouthful of food with a gulp. "So she invited me here for this matter. I wonder if she will force me to ask on her own territory if I don't tell the truth. Humph, although 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, I can still escape. If you come hard, then I will kidnap you first. Capture the thief first. Then it depends on whether your sisters will care about your life." Thinking so, Luo Ren shook his head and said, "No." After the words fell, Su Antong's face did not change as expected, but she said with some disappointment, "It seems that I was wrong." Su Antong's performance was beyond Luo Ren's expectations, and he was also a little disappointed. Why would she react like this? "It seems that I can't use violence." Silence for a long time. "Antong, Brother Ren," the two of them bumped their heads at the same time, and Luo Ren hurriedly said, "You speak first." Su Antong was not polite, and immediately said, "It's like this, Brother Ren, you are powerful, but it's not a good thing to always act alone like this. I'll say it directly, I sincerely invite you to join Daughter Valley here." When Luo Ren heard this, he sent the chopsticks and dropped them. Su Antong snatched his words. He was still thinking about pulling Daughter Valley to join the base, but he didn't expect Su Antong to want him to join Daughter Valley. Now he didn't know how to speak. Luo Ren scratched his head, really didn't know what to say. Sister Antong is not good. Just then, a woman rushed in. Seeing that there were outsiders, she swallowed the words that were on her lips. Then she leaned close to Su Antong's ear and whispered, but Luo Ren, whose voice was so low, could not hear it at all. Su Antong's face gradually changed as she listened. After the woman finished speaking, her face was already very ugly. Brother Ren, please think about it first. I have something urgent to deal with. After she finished speaking to Luo Ren, she hurried away with the woman. Luo Ren felt strange about this. What happened so anxiously, but he did not chase after her to ask clearly. After all, he was just a guest. Bang! Just then, gunshots rang out, and Luo Ren put down the chopsticks he had just picked up. He walked out of the house and heard that the sound came from the direction of the city gate, and Su Antong seemed to be going to the direction of the city gate just now. Is it a zombie attacking the city? This thought flashed through Luo Ren's mind, and he immediately ran towards the direction of the city gate. As he got closer to the city gate, Luo Ren could vaguely see that the number of female soldiers on the city wall was several times more than when he came. They were in various fighting postures, but no one fired a gun. This doesn't look like a zombie attack, but more like an armed confrontation. Could it be a human attack? What kind of force could be nearby? Paradise City? Although the military strength of Daughter Valley is not as strong as Paradise City has been seriously injured and is still opening the Happy Cave for 3 consecutive days. This is only the 3rd day. It shouldn't be Paradise City. What kind of force is that? Only 100 meters away from the city gate, Luo Ren could clearly see Chu Su Antong's pretty face. At this time, she clenched her fists and looked angry. Luo Ren jumped up and jumped onto the 3-meter-high city wall. Looking outside the city, there should be more than 1,000 people on the opposite side, led by a man in his 20s. This man was dressed in black clothes and black pants, with a slender figure. He was also a little handsome, but still much worse than Luo Ren. At this time, he was staring straight at Su Antong. I said in Tong, as long as you surrender and join us in Hu City, I, Hu Fei, can guarantee the safety of all of you. Moreover, in Tong, you can also become the wife of the young city lord of Hu City. Why not? Read. The young man in black stared at Su Antong, the desire in his eyes undisguised. The female soldier next to Su Antong had an angry look on her face and did not give Hu Fei a good look. She said coldly, Hu City is notorious, and you, Hu Fei, play tricks on women. If you want us to surrender, just give up. Even if the city is destroyed and people are killed, they will not join you in Hu City. Tisk, tsk. That's a pity. Do you know how powerful Hu City is? With just a few of your broken guns, when our Hu City army comes to the border, I can break through your wooden city wall in just an hour. At that time, I can't guarantee your safety, after all. Hu Fei glanced at the soldiers behind him. These brothers of mine are also very hungry. As soon as these words came out, more than 1,000 soldiers burst into laughter. Their eyes gradually became hot when they looked at the female soldiers in Daughter Valley, and some even smiled lewdly, showing no shame at all. Shameless. Brute. Women are always at a disadvantage when arguing with men. The female soldiers can only use these words to scold the soldiers in Hu City, but the soldiers in Hu City are so thick-skinned that they don't care about this. Sister and Tong, let's stop talking nonsense with them. Let me shoot this beast Hu Fei to death. The female soldier who just spoke took aim at Hu Fei and was about to shoot, but was suppressed by Su Antong. Su Antong was also very angry, but her reason was enough to suppress her anger. She knew that Nuerga's military strength was far inferior to that of Hu Chang. Although it seemed that Hu Fei only led more than 1,000 people, who knew if there was an ambush in the rear? Taking a deep breath, Su Antong suppressed her anger and tried to make her voice sound calmer. Young city master Hu Fei, please allow me to consider joining. Ha ha ha. Hu Fei laughed proudly and said, Antong is sensible. Okay, I'll give you 5 days to think about it. You have to think about it next time I come, otherwise you won't have a chance. Withdraw, brothers. When the soldiers in Hu City heard this, their hot eyes disappeared, full of boredom, but the military orders were like mountains, and they could only retreat according to the orders. Hu Fei retreated with the army. He didn't take 2 steps. He turned back and stared at the female soldier who had just spoken. Then he said loudly as he walked, Antong, discipline your subordinates well. Next time you come, if you are still so arrogant, block, I don't have such a good temper. You. The female soldier was angry and raised her gun to aim, but Su Antong immediately stopped her. Sister Antong, why don't you let me shoot? It doesn't matter how powerful they are in Hu City. At worst, we will fight to the death. Even if I die, I won't let these beasts insult me. The female soldier looked at the retreating figure of Hu Fei's team. The anger in her eyes was as real as if she wanted to shoot out of her eyes and shoot at Hu Fei, causing him to be burned to death by fire. Yeah, even if we die, we won't let these beasts insult us. I won't surrender, let's fight to the death. Some people agree with what the female soldiers say. They have very strong temperaments and it is better to die in battle than to be insulted. Since the outbreak of the virus, they have faced zombies almost every day, and have seen their companions die more than once, so they are not afraid of death. However, most people remain silent, with worry written all over their faces. In order to survive, they joined the Naughty Valley. But if the Naughty Valley could no longer protect their safety, was it necessary to stay? Whose city is so powerful that New Valley can't compete with it? If they choose to resist, the only option is destruction of the city and death. But if they choose to escape, where can they go? Now, in front of them, the only way to survive is to surrender. Su Antong glanced at everyone, and everyone's subtle expressions fell in her eyes. This crisis came too suddenly. Although Hu Fei was temporarily sent away, 5 days was too short. At this time, my mind is very confused and I can't think of a solution. Sisters, let me think about it carefully. After Su Antong finished speaking, she walked down the city wall and wandered aimlessly alone. Luo Rin saw this and followed her. Through his back, he saw Su Antong's exhaustion, helplessness and anger, and immediately stepped forward to walk side by side with her. Su Antong noticed Luo Ren and said, "Just pretend you didn't hear what happened at Brother Ren's dinner table. I'll prepare a car for you and leave here as soon as possible. In a few days, Nuergu Valley will no longer exist." Luo Ren consoled him, "There is always a way. If you can't beat him, you can run away. The best strategy is to take advantage of the 36 tactics. There is no shame in it." No Su Antong shook his head and said, "Hu Fei is not a fool. He will definitely think of escaping. There must be his spies outside, and maybe there are his spies in the valley. How does this Hu Fei know the location of Naughty Valley? He seems to know you?" Today, Hu Fei calls in Tong. If it was the first time they met, they would not know how to call her. This made Luo Ren a little confused. Alas! Su Antong sighed and said, "One time when we went out to search for food, we accidentally bumped into Hu Fei. He wanted to catch us, but fortunately we had a car and escaped all the way back to the Naughty Valley, and we survived. But the location of Ngu was exposed. I wouldn't be afraid if it was just an ordinary force, but the man I sent to find out that this person is called Hu Fei is the young city lord of whose city, and the power of whose city is huge, which is far beyond what we can contend with. So, after half a month of trembling, that Hu Fei didn't come to intrude. We thought he had forgotten Ngu, but we didn't expect that he came today." Luo Ren asked, "Whose city? Is it very powerful? How is it compared to Paradise City?" Su Antong replied, "I don't know the details, but Paradise City is not as good as Hu City. It's stronger than Heaven City. That's really troublesome, but the guards can crush the Heaven Army, so I'm not afraid of you, Hu Chang." Luo Ren thought like this, looked at Su Antong and said, "As long as you agree to my conditions, I can save my daughter Gu." Hearing this, Su Antong stopped and looked at Luo Ren. She felt a leadership quality in Luo Ren. She actually trusted Luo Ren from the bottom of her heart that she could save her daughter Gu. She had known this man for less than a day, how could she be like this? Feeling. But feeling is just feeling after all, and reason still reminded her that there is no doubt about Luo Ren's personal strength, but no matter how strong a person is, he is just one person. It is difficult for him to fight against 4 hands with 2 fists. It is impossible for him to fight against the entire Huqing army. Su Antong smiled and said, "Stop joking. I'm not kidding." Luo Ren's expression was serious, and his words revealed the temperament of a base commander. Why is his temperament somewhat similar to Su Zhou? Could it be that he is also the head of a certain military region? However, he is too young, so this is almost impossible. Su Antong was shocked, so she said, "Okay, I believe you, then you can tell me your conditions first." Luo Ren is not a serious person. Now that Su Antong believes it, he doesn't have to stay like this. He immediately smiled and said, "My conditions are very simple." His eyes swept over Su Antong's body. Su Antong's expression suddenly changed, she quickly distanced herself from Luo Ren, and cursed, "Rogue." Although she was cursing, Su Antong was struggling in her heart. In the end, she sighed helplessly because she really couldn't think of any other way. If Luo Ren could really save her daughter Gu, agreeing to him would at least be better than being played by Hu Fei. Su Antong bit her red lips and said, "If you can really save your daughter Gu, I promise you. Ha ha ha, Luo Ren laughed loudly.
In Suantong's eyes, this scene looked like a gangster succeeding. She snorted coldly, turned away, and cursed, "Smelly gangster." Luo Ren realized that he had lost his composure, so he quickly restrained himself and said with a smile, "Don't worry, my conditions are not what you think.
What I want is you and everyone in the New Valley. I think you are out of your mind. Even if I agree, do you have the waist? You want everyone in the New Valley. Are you afraid that you don't know the saying, there is no farmland, only cows that are exhausted? When the time comes, you will be exhausted and you will blame me." Suantong gave Luo Ren a big eye roll.
Red Luo Ren was at a loss for words.
What the hell are you talking about?
Before he could finish his words, he started to squirt.
Fortunately, you didn't take the keyboard, otherwise I would have had to fight with you. That's not what I mean. I want everyone, not to satisfy my own desires. Oh my, what desires?
If there is no desire, I'll just say it straight. I want everyone in Daughter Valley to join my base.
Don't get angry yet.
As soon as Luo Ren finished speaking, Suantong's face turned ugly. He quickly stopped him and said, "Don't worry, the base is not Hu City. Our treatment of residents is similar to Envy's Valley, but it's better than Envy's Valley. Anyone who joins the base only needs to if you are willing to work and come out. I can ensure his safety, otherwise he will starve."
You don't have a fever, right?
Suantong reached out and covered Luo Ren's forehead. It was cool and her body temperature was normal.
There's nothing wrong with her. Why are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? You think I'm talking nonsense to you? Luo Ren slapped Suantong's hand away and said, "Everything I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can follow me back to the base to have a look. You think I'm stupid. I went back with you and you detained me, and then you came to blackmail my sisters."
Even a child can see such a simple deception. Suantong rolled her eyes and walked slowly forward without stopping. This woman is smart, but she is a bit heartless. Luo Ren had no choice but to do it like this.
He dodged to block Suantong, and raised a smirk on his lips. "Do you think I can't take you if you don't agree?" Suantong's front foot had not yet landed.
When she heard Luo Ren's words, her body froze for a moment. She looked at Luo Ren nervously and said, "I didn't expect that I saw the wrong person.
It turns out that you and that Hu Fei are the same. Hu Fei and I are not the same thing. I am better than him."
The word strong came out, and Luo Ren hugged Suantong. The two were face to face. At this time, they could be described as being close at hand.
"What do you want to do?"
Suantong wanted to break away from Luo Ren's arms, but Luo Ren's strength was too great, and her arms were like steel pliers. Her resistance did not achieve any results.
Luo Ren leaned close to Suantong's ear.
His hot breath made Suantong's heart beat faster and her ears itched.
Luo Ren whispered, "What I don't want to do, I'm just asking you, do you agree to my conditions?"
To others, this scene would not look like a threat at all, but like a couple in love whispering.
"Gulu." Suantong swallowed nervously. "What if I don't agree?"
Luo Ren smiled softly and moved his eyes downward. "If you don't agree, what do you think I will do?" Suantong's body trembled, and her eyes became determined. "If you mess around, I will kill myself, then turn into a ghost and haunt you for the rest of my life." Looking at her determined eyes, Luo Ren was in a stalemate for a while, and finally sighed, let go of her, took a few steps back, distanced himself from her, and said, "If you don't want to, just don't want to. What you said about giving me a car still counts." Luo Ren's behavior made Suantong very puzzled. Could it be that he was just trying to scare her? However, since Luo Ren had no wrong ideas, she didn't ask any more questions and said immediately, "Of course it will count. Okay, prepare the car for me. I will leave Daughter Valley today." Luo Ren's tone was not at all disappointed, as if it was not a pity to lose more than 10,000 people like this. In fact, it was not the case. That was because he had other plans. Hu Fei will come to Naughty Valley again in 5 days. At that time, he is confident that Paradise City has been destroyed and he can stop by. When the time comes, the guards will show off their might to fight off Hu Fei and save his daughter Gu from the fire and water.
This is simply a gift in the snow. Didn't Suantong agree at that time? If you still don't agree, then you are ignorant. Luo Ren does not recommend being a person like Hu Fei.
Of course, it is not for women, but for the population of more than 10,000. Suantong was thinking about it, but she still couldn't figure out Luo Ren's wishful thinking, so she could only agree, "Okay, I'll prepare a car for you." Luo Ren returned to the wooden house alone and waited for Suantong to prepare a car for him.
Daughter Valley parking lot. Sister in Tong, are you really planning to go with that Luo Ren? If he has bad intentions, wouldn't you be in danger? The female soldier who was refueling the car looked anxious and wanted to persuade Su Antong, but Su Antong looked determined and no persuasion was of any use. Don't worry, shall we, look what this is. Su Antong knew that the female soldier was worried about her, so she immediately opened the corner of her clothes to reveal the grenade hidden under her clothes. If Luoren wants to do something to me, I will detonate the grenade and he died together. Female soldier Shall We was still worried, but Su Antong interrupted Shall We and said, Shall We, you have to know that even if we surrender, Hu Fei will not make it easy for us. You, me, and many sisters will become tools for him and his soldiers to vent their sexual desires. In this way life is worse than death, so Luoren may be our only hope. After hearing this, Shall We became silent and did not persuade Su Antong, because Su Antong was right, this was indeed their only way to survive. Go and ask Luoren to come over. Just say the car is ready. Su Antong got into the passenger seat and said to Shall We. Female soldier Shall We took the order and trotted to call Luoren. After a while, she led Luoren over and pointed to the prepared car and said, The car is full of gas, and there is a barrel of spare gasoline in the trunk for you. Yeah. Luoren nodded with satisfaction, then opened the car door. Huh? The window glass was covered with anti-peep film, and the outside could not see the situation inside. When he opened it, he saw Su Antong in the car. After getting in the car, Luoren asked puzzledly, Are you going to give me a ride, or do you have other ideas? Su Antong replied, Didn't you say that I should go with you to your base to have a look? OHIC. Luoren suddenly realized and asked curiously, Do you believe me? At this point, what else can I do except believe you? Fortunately, you give me a much better feeling than Hu Fei, otherwise I would never go with you. Su Antong's tone was very helpless. Luoren smiled and said, It's not wrong to trust your brother Ren. I'm afraid you won't want to come back when we get to the base. But don't worry, if you don't come back, I will have to come back. I will help you take the people from Daughter Valley. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. Su Antong rolled her eyes at Luoren. Luoren was in a good mood and couldn't help humming a little song, then started the car and drove away with a step on the accelerator. Just after leaving the city gate, Su Antong suddenly squatted down. What are you doing? Luoren was very puzzled by her behavior. Remember I told you that there must be Hu Fei's spies outside the city. If they see me leaving Daughter Valley, they will report to Hu Fei as soon as possible. In this way, we will have less than 5 days. Su Antong said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I see, then why don't you sit in the back row, it's more hidden there, and the seats are blocked from the windshield. Luoren said. Nonsense, didn't I forget it? Although Su Antong's words were not right, she was very angry. Luoren was speechless and stopped talking nonsense. He drove while observing the situation on both sides. He could vaguely see people moving between the hills and jungles on both sides. Su Antong guessed correctly that Hu Fei really had someone to monitor here. Luoren ignored the surveillance and stepped on the accelerator. In a few minutes, the city of Daughter Valley would be out of sight. Su Antong breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in her seat. Her eyes could not help but look at Luoren's profile, thinking, can he really save Daughter Valley? Retracting her gaze and lowering the car window, Su Antong looked out the window and her eyes could not help but glance at the rearview mirror. She was immediately shocked. She saw that there were several cars following closely behind in the rearview mirror. Google search TWKAN people from Hucheng. This was her first thought. And the next moment, the people in the car behind also confirmed her thoughts. We are from Hucheng. The car in front of us should stop quickly, otherwise we will open fire. Bullets have no eyes. We can't guarantee whether you are injured, disabled, or dead. Su Antong looked at Luoren anxiously. What should I do? What else can I do? Stop the car. Luoren lightly pressed the brakes, and the car slowed down quickly, and then slowly stopped. Hucheng's convoy stopped soon after. There were 3 cars in total, and 12 Hucheng soldiers got off from them. You stay in the car, I'll go down and take a look. Luoren got off the car and walked forward with a smile. Get out of the way. The leading Hucheng soldier stretched out his hand and pushed Luoren. His target was not the man in front of him but the car. To be precise, he came to confirm whether there were important people from Daughter Valley in the car. However, when his hand pushed Luoren, it felt like pushing a big tree. The man in front of him not only did not move at all, but the reaction force made his hand hurt. The leading soldier was instantly angry, pointed a gun at Luoren's head, and threatened, Can't you hear what I say? If you don't want to die, get out of my way. No one can point a gun at my head and talk to me, Hu Fei can't, and you can't. Luo Ren's smile faded, and murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Go to hell. The leading soldier felt greatly offended and was about to shoot the ignorant boy in front of him. However, before he pulled the trigger, Luo Ren's hand had already grabbed his neck, with such great force that it was like a pair of pliers. Then Luo Ren exerted force on his hand. Crack! Before he could struggle, the leading soldier's neck was broken by Luo Ren and he was killed. The other soldiers were stunned. The man in front of them, who had no weapon in his hand and was harmless to people and animals, actually killed them with one shot. They reacted quickly and aimed their guns. But Luo Ren would never give them a chance to shoot. He moved his feet, and in a flash, he came to the nearest person and punched him. Bang! The man who was hit felt like he was hit by a hammer, his bones were broken, and he flew backwards. Without stopping, Luo Ren rushed down the other people. In less than half a minute, all of them fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Luo Ren did not kill them. He picked up a gun and fired dozens of shots into the sky, then got on his car and drove away. The soldiers of Hucheng thought they had saved their lives. Just as they were happy, suddenly, dense footsteps came. They turned their heads and were shocked. Countless zombies ran towards them from all directions, then pounced on them and bit their flesh. At this time, Luo Ren had driven several kilometers away and could only vaguely hear extremely miserable screams. Suantong stared at Luo Ren for a long time before speaking. You were smarter than I thought. You actually used zombies to get rid of those Hucheng soldiers. Luo Ren smiled and said, you are flattering. Suantong stretched and looked forward and said, I am really curious about what kind of person you are and what the base you mentioned looks like. Luo Ren smiled and said, when you get there, you can ask the residents of the base. They should have a good impression of me. The sun set in the west and the sky gradually darkened. After nearly 3 hours of driving, the base city finally appeared in front of us. Suantong's mouth was wide open, and her eyes were full of shock. Compared with the city in front of her, Daughter Valley was nothing compared to the Big Witch. This was a real city, with tall and thick walls and well-equipped soldiers, all of which showed its strength. The car stopped at the city gate. Luo Ren lowered the window and stuck his head out and said, I'm back, open the door. The guards on the city wall were immediately excited when they heard the voice. This was the voice of the commander. They hadn't seen him for several days, but they missed him so much. They hurriedly opened the city gate. Luo Shan, Luo Hai, and Shatu and others rushed over as soon as they heard the news. They hadn't heard from Luo Ren for several days, and they were really worried. The residents of the base also spontaneously organized a welcoming Luo Ren's return on both sides of the avenue into the city. Suantong was even more shocked when she saw this scene. She saw that the smiles on the faces of the residents of the base were extremely sincere, and their eyes were full of respect when they looked at Luo Ren. Some young women even drooled secretly. And these people who seemed to be the management of the base treated Luo Ren with the attitude of a subordinate to a superior, with great respect. Luo Ren did not lie, what he said was true, he can really save Daughter Valley. Suantong was very excited, she made the right bet. Luo Shan and Luo Hai stay, everyone else go and get busy. Back at the mobile base, Luo Ren sent everyone away, leaving only Luo Shan and Luo Hai, the captains of the guards, and of course, Suantong. I have already explored the internal situation of Paradise City, and its specific location and marching route have also been recorded. So, Luo Li, you take 100 people to guard the base, Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Ji, the three of you immediately gather everyone except the soldiers guarding the city, and we will set out tomorrow to wipe out Paradise City. Yes. The four Luos said in unison and immediately went down to prepare. Suantong was shocked again, and murmured, you are going to destroy Paradise City, but they have 5,000 troops. Luo Ren said calmly, what's the matter with 5,000 troops? Besides, they don't have 5,000 people anymore. Don't you want to understand me and the base? Go visit the base first, ask the residents of the base, and find out what kind of person I am and whether I am lying to you. Suantong waved her hand, no, I saw it clearly when I entered the city. Those people all respect you from the bottom of their hearts. Not for anything else, just because of their attitude towards you, I am willing to believe you. Now the image of Luo Ren in her heart has become taller, and she is even ashamed of comparing Luo Ren and Hu Fei to fellow travelers. If Daughter Valley is a paradise, then the base is a paradise on earth. There is light in everyone's eyes here, which is the hope for life. She even feels that Luo Ren is not only the savior of Daughter Valley, but also the savior sent from heaven to save mankind and reset the chaotic order. Looking at Luo Ren again, Suantong's eyes were blurred, her face flushed involuntarily, and her heart was pounding. Why is your face red? Luo Ren cast a strange look. No, nothing, just a little hot.
Su Anton's face flushed even more, her heart beat even more violently, and she actually showed a shy look when she answered.
Luo Ren looked at her and thought, she wouldn't be conquered by my wise and brave temperament and fall in love with me, but she does look pretty. Thinking of this, Luo Ren couldn't help laughing. Rogue! Su Anton cursed lightly and turned away. Luo Ren realized that he had lost his composure and quickly changed the subject, saying, since you are not visiting, I will find someone to arrange a place for you to stay. Have a good rest today, and we will set off early tomorrow morning. Okay. Su Anton nodded slightly and turned around.
Luo Ren called Shatua and said to him, you arrange a place for Miss Su to stay.
Remember to make it good and clean.
Shatua saw Su Anton's blushing face and looked at Luo Ren again. Sir, you and this beauty are not arranging accommodation, I understand.
Report to Sir, there are no vacant rooms in the base. Shatua said. Ha? There are no vacant rooms in such a large base? Luo Ren asked. Yes, sir. Shatua's tone was very sure. Okay, you go down, I will find a way myself. When Shatua left the mobile base, Luo Ren looked at Su Antong, only to see that she was squinting, with a little more vigilance in her eyes. The conversation between the two was really tricky. How could such a large base not even have a room available? Luo Ren asked tentatively, how about, you stay with me for one night? How about you spend the night at my place? After Luo Ren asked, Su Antong's face suddenly changed, as if he was saying, do you think I'm willing? Luo Ren was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, I'm just kidding, I'll think of other ways. After thinking for a while, Luo Ren finally thought of paying attention, and immediately stood up and said to Su Antong, follow me. Although Su Antong didn't know what Luo Ren could do, he still followed him because this was his territory. Soon, the two came to the nunnery, which Luo Ren specially ordered Chao Mu to build for the nuns, so that they would not forget their professional skills, and at the same time, the base residents could come here to seek spiritual solace in their free time. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. Is there a temple here? Su Anton looked at the nunnery in surprise. It was unbelievable that Luo Ren still didn't forget to preserve religion despite the world being like this. Luo Ren said proudly, how about it, don't you envy me? This is called cultural diversity. In the future, I have to gather together Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. As for those who fight every day, forget it. It is too dangerous and detrimental to the peace and stability of the base. What else could Su Anong say? She could only show two thumbs. If it weren't for the unsightly gestures of her toes, she would have to show four thumbs. Bang bang bang. Luo Ren knocked on the door of the nunnery, and soon heard the little nun Jingwei's voice coming from inside, here we come. Creak. The door opened a crack from the inside, and Jing Hui's shiny little head poked out from behind the door. When she saw it was Luo Ren, her smiling face suddenly collapsed. Then she saw Su Antong next to Luo Ren, and her face was filled with smiles again. Jingwei's attitude made Luo Ren very unhappy. Don't your Buddhism emphasize the equality of all living beings? Why do you still treat them differently? Jingwei clasped her hands together and uttered a sentence of Amitabha, then rolled her eyes at Luo Ren and said, my Buddha emphasizes the equality of all living beings, but I haven't cultivated to become a Buddha yet. Even a Bodhisattva is still 1,000 miles away. And after saying that I am a woman first, then a Buddhist disciple. You, the little nun Jinghui was very sharp, and Luo Ren's face turned blue and white with anger. Su Antong on the side covered her mouth and smiled softly when she saw Luo Ren slumped, feeling very uncomfortable. Oh, women and villains are hard to raise, but nuns are even harder to raise. If you don't get angry, you won't get angry. Being angry will hurt your body. Luo Ren kept persuading himself in his heart, and finally his anger dissipated, and he waved his hand and said, I don't want to be with you. No matter what, the base house is not enough, please make a bed for her to stay for one night. The little nun glanced at Su Antong and was secretly shocked, this girl is so awesome. She must have been abducted by Luo Ren. She thought this in her heart, but she couldn't say it on the surface. When she faced Su Antong, her attitude changed 180 degrees, unlike when she faced Luo Ren. Her face was full of smiles and her tone was very gentle. Amitabha, may I ask the name of the female benefactor? Su Antong glanced at Luo Ren with a smile, then clasped her hands together, gave a slight salute, and said, my name is Su Antong. The little nun Jingwei nodded slightly, made a gesture of invitation, and said, Donor Su, please. Su Antong was not polite, glanced at Luo Ren, and then walked into the nunnery. Luo Ren looked at her back. Suddenly, the little nun Jingwei blocked his sight and made a gesture of invitation, but she was facing outside. Darkness said, Donor Luo, please come back. After saying that, he closed the door with a bang. Luoren raised his fist and muttered, if it weren't for the sake of your master's face, I would have to knock some horns on your little bald donkey's head. Stars dotted the night sky, and the bright moon hung among them. Without the lights of human cities, the long-lost beautiful Milky Way was revealed in the sky. Under the stars, a car came. 4 armed soldiers got out of the car, and in front of them lay 12 skeletons whose flesh had been eaten clean. One of the soldiers squatted down to analyze and check, and then said, it's Li Wei and the others. They should have encountered a group of zombies. Another soldier picked up a gun, smelled the muzzle, and then pulled out the magazine. Seeing that there were many bullets in the magazine, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Then he checked the remains at his feet and found that there was a gun on the chest. Signs of fracture. He quickly checked several other corpses and found that they all had fractures. Among them, the neck bone of one corpse was deeply crushed. They were not killed by zombies, or the main factor that killed him was not zombies. The other 3 looked at the soldier in confusion. All the flesh and blood of the 12 corpses had been chewed clean, and there were still teeth marks on the bones. It wasn't zombies who did it. Could it be humans? Even hungry humans wouldn't hug them. People eat it alive. The soldier who saw the problem pointed at the corpses and explained, look, the weapons of zombies are teeth, and every corpse has a fracture. Even if they encounter a large zombie, it won't look like this. Well, and they are so close, are they just waiting to be killed by zombies without knowing how to drive away? He raised the magazine he picked up and showed it. This is the magazine of the gun they used. There is not a single bullet missing in it. Even if you are suddenly attacked by a group of zombies, you won't be able to fire all the bullets. The other 3 people nodded after hearing the explanation, and one of them asked, then what should we do now? The soldier thought for a while and said, this is not something we can decide. Bring the gun and report the matter to Mr. Hu intact. We will just follow the arrangements for all subsequent actions. Others agreed, put away their guns, got on the car and turned back. In a blink of an eye, it was daybreak, mobile base. Luo Ren had just finished breakfast when he heard Luo Shan's voice coming from outside. Report to the commander, the guards have assembled and can set off at any time. Luo Ren walked out of the mobile base, and the guard formation appeared in front of him. He clenched his fists, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have seen the appearance of Paradise City being breached. At this time, Su Anton also rushed over from the nunnery. Seeing the well-equipped guards of 900 people, he felt relieved. Daughter Valley is really saved. Here we are. Luoren smiled and said, according to the plan, we will first destroy Paradise City, and then support Daughter Valley. Su Anton nodded, okay. Luoren stopped talking nonsense and announced loudly, let's go. With his order, Luo Shan, Luo Hai and Luo Ji each led a team to set off, and Luo Ren, as the highest commander, of course had privileges. He did not have to march on his own legs and could ride in his own car. There were 9 medium-sized trucks following behind his car, carrying weapons and ammunition instead of people. In the car, Su Anton looked at the team ahead and asked, where did you get such good weapons and equipment, and in such large quantities? Just luck. Luo Ren smiled and did not answer. Since Luo Ren did not want to say, Su Anton did not ask any more questions, but turned her eyes to look at the scenery outside the window. The ruins and corpses along the way were like a scene of purgatory on earth. Here, only by fighting hard can you survive. She could not help but look back and stared at Luo Ren, who was also looking out the window. How many secrets does this man hide? From the morning until now, it was already noon. Su Anton looked out the window and felt familiar. Reed, isn't it just a little ahead where you killed those people in Huchang? I wonder what happened to those people. Are they dead or rescued? Hearing this, Luo Ren also looked out the window. It is indeed this place. You will know if you die or if you were rescued. As he said that, he ordered the team to stop, and then he and Su Anton walked through the team to the front. They immediately saw 12 bones lying not far away, with their flesh and blood chewed clean, and a group of crows were pecking at the remaining meat on the bones. Quack, quack. When Luo Ren and Su Anton walked in, the crows were frightened and flew away. They found that the original car and gun were missing, and they must have been taken away by someone later. Luo Ren said, there are only bones left. Even the gods can't save him. Don't worry. However, Su Anton frowned. She felt something was wrong. She covered her nose and mouth, squatted down, and carefully observed the bones. Soon, she discovered the source of something wrong, and she felt worried. Seeing Su Anton's changes, Luo Ren couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Suanton looked at Luo Ren, opened her mouth, and said, "Daughter Gu is in trouble." Luo Ren was confused. "What do you mean?"
"If I'm not wrong, Hu Fei has already sent troops to Envier Valley, and he might be close to breaking through Envier Valley's defenses.
I have to go back quickly. Even if I die, I have to live and die with Envier Valley."
Suantong had a look of absolute disbelief on her face, and regardless of any further explanation, she ran frantically in the direction of Daughter Valley. Although Suantong did not give a detailed explanation, Luo Ren could tell from her words why she was worried. However, Luo Ren found it strange that Hu Fei didn't say that he would send troops to Nu Valley in 5 days, so why did he send troops on the second day?
Doesn't make sense?
Thinking like this, Luo Ren glanced at the bones on the ground and couldn't help but frown. He saw that there were fractures on each of the bones. He was secretly shocked. "Oh no, it was me who was negligent. Such a big bone was broken.
The people in Hu City will definitely find out about the loophole.
I hope Hu Fei hasn't reached Daughter Valley yet."
Luo Ren turned to look at the escort and shouted, "Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Ji." The 3 people came immediately after hearing the news.
Luo Ren took out a map from his pocket, then handed it to Luo Shan and said, "The annihilation of Paradise City is temporarily suspended. You follow the route on the map to Daughter Valley. If you encounter enemy troops on the way, kill them without mercy."
"Yes."
Roshan Loha Loji replied at the same time. After the explanation, Luo Ren quickly got into his car, drove himself, and chased Suantong. Suantong was an ordinary person who had never taken evolutionary crystals. His speed was far slower than that of a car. He could not run very far in such a short time and was soon overtaken by Luo Ren.
Luo Ren stopped a little in front of her, glanced at the seat, and said, "Get in the car." Suantong didn't waste any time and got on the off-road vehicle. Luo Ren stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and sped towards the direction of Naughty Valley. In the car, Suantong asked in confusion, "Are you going to die with me?" Luo Ren chewed gum in his mouth, looked ahead, and replied while concentrating on driving, "You think too much. I will not die. I will send you back to the Daughter Valley. If the situation goes bad, I will just run away, even if Hu Fei brought thousands of people with him. Although I couldn't defeat him, he couldn't stop me if I tried to escape. Besides, Hu Fei may not have arrived at Envier Valley now, and I have ordered Luo Shan and the others to suspend the destruction of Paradise City and deal with Envier Valley first." The 2 of us moved relatively quickly. We arrived at Envier Valley first, organized the defense of Envier Valley, and waited for the arrival of the escort and Hu Fei's arrival. Therefore, if the escort arrives first, everything will be fine. If Hu Fei arrives first, then we only need to resist until the escort arrives. "Thank you." Su Andong's eyes were red.
She and Luo Ren had only known each other for 2 days, but Luo Ren was able to do this. She couldn't help but be touched.
Luo Ren glanced at Suantong and said, "You don't need to thank me. I have a purpose for this. Do you remember my conditions?"
After repelling Hu Fei, everyone in Envier Valley must join the base.
Although Luo Ren said this, Suantong's heart was still very warm, and she immediately said, "Don't worry, do I have amnesia? How could I forget what happened yesterday?"
The corner of Luo Ren's mouth curled up, and he felt very comfortable. The goal has been achieved. Speeding all the way, Suantong soon saw the wooden city wall of Nu Valley. There was no army pressing down on the border. It seemed that Hu Fei hadn't arrived yet, so Suantong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The female soldiers guarding the city saw Suantong and Luo Ren sitting in the car, and immediately shouted excitedly, "Sister Ntong is back." The city gate was wide open and the vehicles drove straight in. As soon as Suantong got out of the car, dozens of female soldiers surrounded her. They looked at Suantong carefully and checked whether she was injured.
Woo, and in the next second, the female soldiers guarding the city sounded the alarm.
Suandong's expression changed drastically, and she quickly led the female soldiers to support. Luo Ren followed him to the city wall, and saw the dusty sky outside the city. Hu Fei's familiar figure was in front, and the dark army was behind. It looked like there were 3,000 to 4,000 people.
It's really the front foot and the back foot. This little kid is here as soon as we enter the city. Luo Ren thought to himself.
Hu Fei led his army to a stop 200 meters away from the city wall. He looked at Suantong with an angry expression on his face and said, "Antong, I only gave you 5 days to think about it.
I didn't expect that you would disappoint me so much. You actually sent someone out of the city to ask for reinforcements. That person also killed my people. Good, very good."
After these words came out, some female soldiers couldn't help but look at Luo Ren. Luo Ren felt the gazes of these people, but he didn't say anything.
Su Antong knew that the guards were rushing towards the Daughter Valley, and she felt a little more confident, but in order to delay time, she still had to fool around. She pretended to be ignorant and said, "I don't know anything about what you said, Mr. Hu. No one in the valley left the city yesterday. How could you ask for reinforcements and kill your subordinates?" His Hu Fei took a deep breath and became even more angry. This woman was actually pretending to be confused with him. He waved his hand, "Take it out and show it to Master Su." At Hu Fei's signal, his subordinates took a large poster paper and spread it out. There was no GG on the paper, but a person in a car. This person looked exactly like Luo Ren. Now all the female soldiers focused their attention on Luo Ren, and Hu Fei also looked over and found Luo Ren, sneering, "Okay, you're back, and Tom, I'll give you another chance, hand over that man, and then surrender, I can still save your lives." Surrender? Hand over Luo Ren? Su Antong sneered in her heart, and was about to speak, suddenly. Dozens of female soldiers turned their guns to Luo Ren and Su Antong, and the remaining female soldiers saw this and quickly pointed their guns at that part of the female soldiers, and they confronted each other like this. Hu Fei saw that something had suddenly happened to his daughter Gu, and he immediately became interested, and ordered someone to bring a bucket of popcorn, like watching a movie. Faced with this situation, Su Antong was a little confused, and hurriedly shouted, "Alan, what are you doing?" The female soldier Su Antong called Alan had a fierce look in her eyes and said loudly, "Sister Antong, I know you will never surrender, but in this situation, if you don't surrender, you will die. Why are we helping you form Daughter Valley? Just to survive?" Alan's eyes were always on Luo Ren and said, "As long as we give this man to Hu Fei, we can surrender and continue to live. It's just a change of living place." When Su Antong heard this, he immediately yelled, "Do you know what you are talking about? It's just a change of living place? It's a change of lifestyle. After we surrender, we will become like Hu Fei and his men. Their playthings have become a tool for them to vent their desires. Such a lifestyle is worse than death." Alan was not woken up by the scolding. Instead, he smiled calmly, "What about playthings? What about tools to vent one's desires? Life is not as good as death. Life is better than death." Reed Su Antong's lungs were about to explode with anger. She didn't expect that Alan would say such unambitious and loss of dignity. But for Alan, dignity is nothing. Living in this era, dignity is the least valuable thing. As long as you can survive, it doesn't matter if you throw away dignity. Ha! Luo Ren suddenly smiled, his eyes were full of pity, he was pitying Alan. "What do you mean? What qualifications do you have to pity me?" Alan suddenly became angry. She did not allow the person she pointed a gun at to pity her. She had just said words that had lost her dignity, but now she was trying her best to maintain her remaining dignity. Okay. Hu Fei clapped his hands outside the city and said to Alan, "I have changed my mind. As long as one of you kills him, I will give you a chance to surrender." When Alan heard this, his eyes immediately showed murderous intent. "Are you crazy?" Su Antong shouted urgently. Alan ignored Su Antong and kept her eyes focused on Luo Ren. She hesitated for a long time, struggling internally, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "I'm sorry, go ahead." Before she could say the word death, a figure flashed in front of her eyes. Before she could react, Luo Ren had already taken away her gun, and then she flew out. Alan spat out a mouthful of blood after falling to the ground, clutching her stomach and rolling on the ground in pain. The female soldiers who rebelled with her looked at each other in confusion, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. "I know you want to live, but you are reduced to a plaything and a tool to vent your sexual desires. Life is worse than death every day. Is it interesting to live like this? As long as you turn your guns and keep talking to us, we will still be good sisters. I can also guarantee that you will be able to live. And if you are determined not to look back, then I will send you on your way now." When Su Antong said the last sentence, her expression suddenly changed, and the coldness in her eyes frightened the rebellious female soldiers. The female soldiers were all moved. They had also listened to Alan's instigation before to do such a thing. Some of them had seen how painful it was for a woman to be a tool for sexual release. After some struggle, they were also threatened by death. Under the circumstances, they chose to believe in compromise, believed in Su Antong, and immediately turned their guns and unanimously faced the outside world. Su Antong's face returned to normal, and the coldness in her eyes disappeared. She smiled with relief, satisfied that her sisters had made the right choice. Hu Fei did not expect such a result. He threw away the popcorn in his hand angrily and said angrily, "Since you don't know what is good and what is good, I won't talk nonsense.
Brothers, after the city is broken, kill all the residents in the valley. The woman is at your disposal. As for Su Antong, after I play with her, she is yours. Roar! The Huqing soldiers burst into wild beast-like roars in excitement. Their eyes turned hot when they looked at Su Antong, as if they wanted to eat her alive. Su Antong immediately became angry, and without saying a word, she shouted, "Hit me." When the battle started, Hu Fei had the upper hand in terms of numbers, weapons and equipment. Therefore, even though Nuergu had a favorable geographical location, he quickly fell into a disadvantage and watched Hu Cheng's army advance step by step. How long will it take for the escort to arrive? Su Antong asked anxiously. Luo Ren counted the time and said, "It's coming soon." How long is it too soon? We won't be able to hold on for a while. Su Antong said anxiously. Boom! Just as she finished speaking, the sound of an anti-equipment sniper rifle came, and Luo Ren said in surprise, "Here he comes." Hu Chengjuan's firepower was suddenly greatly reduced. Luo Ren, Su Antong, and many female soldiers guarding the city looked around and saw a professional army wearing combat uniforms suddenly appeared behind Hu Chengjun. The Hu Chengjun was caught off guard. In just a few minutes, they were defeated. Nearly 100 people were wounded and killed. Under such circumstances, Hu Fei could still continue to attack Envier Valley and decisively choose to fight against the sudden unfamiliar army with all his strength. However, although the opponent's number was small, their military quality was extremely high, and their weapons and equipment were far superior to them. In addition, Envier Valley behind him people fired cold shots and saw a reduction of more than 3,000 people. Damn it, this army came out of nowhere. If we continue to fight I will be wiped out. Retreat! Seeing that something was wrong, Hu Fei immediately ordered the withdrawal of troops. Seeing this, Luo Ren jumped off the city wall and pursued with the escort. Hu Cheng's army, which was retreating in a panic, could not match the speed of the escort army with extremely high military quality. Seeing the army behind him getting closer and closer, Hu Fei couldn't help being frightened. He immediately stepped on the accelerator and walked away, but he gave up many of his soldiers. Abandoned by Hu Fei, the soldiers in whose city were even more demoralized and fled in all directions. Luo Ren saw that they were so scattered and difficult to pursue, so he let the zombies deal with them, and immediately ordered to return to Daughter Valley. The guards returned to the Daughter Valley along the same route. The female soldiers guarding the city were all shocked when they saw the guards return. They thought, "We just got rid of the wolves, how come we are going to fall into the tiger's mouth again?" But to their surprise, Su Antong actually ordered the city gate to be opened and let the army enter the valley. After the guards entered the valley, they saw clearly that this army was actually under the command of Luo Ren. So, they thought about Su Antong and Luo Ren leaving the city, and immediately understood why the guards helped them drive away Hu Fei. "Antong, you arrange a place for them to stay. We will rest here for one night and attack the Paradise City tomorrow," Luo Ren said. Su Antong nodded and immediately ordered people to settle the guards. At this time, Alan was pressed up by someone. At this time, she looked at Luo Ren with fear. What she didn't expect was that Luo Ren actually had such a powerful army in his hands. Su Antong said, "I'll leave her to you to deal with." Luo Ren looked at Su Antong and said, "Has she done anything extremely evil?" Su Antong shook her head and said, "No, we'll be together after the apocalypse. At least under my nose, she has never done anything that hurts the world." Luo Ren looked at Alan with pity in his eyes and said, "Detain her, take her back to the base for transformation, and live well after the transformation." Alan was stunned. She thought Luo Ren would kill her, but he didn't. This made her cry and look at Luo Ren with gratitude. "You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself. If you didn't hesitate when you pointed the gun at me, you would have been dead." Luo Ren called 2 guards to take Alan away. As for the other people who had rebelled, they turned over a new leaf in time, so they were not dealt with. "Ha!" Luo Ren exhaled, looked at Su Antong, and said with a smile, "Hu Fei was defeated. You won't go back on my terms, will you?" "No, I, Su Antong, will keep my word. From today on, my daughter Gu will join the base, but I have to say it first. After we join the base, we will become residents of the base and cannot be treated differently," Su Antong said with her hands on her hips. Luo Ren laughed dumbly and said, "Don't worry, I'm fair. Dawn breaks darkness, and morning falls." Read 900 guards gather outside the Daughter Valley city, waiting for Luo Ren's order to go to war. Su Antong led a group of female soldiers and ran to Luo Ren quickly, panting and saying, "Do you want us to help?" Luo Ren felt warm at the words and smiled. "No, you guard the Daughter Valley and wait for us to return, and then we will go to the base together."
Suantong bowed and said, "Okay, you have to be careful." Luo Ren smiled and nodded, then looked at the guards. At this moment, his eyes changed from gentle to cold. Target Paradise City, let's go. A few days ago, the troops of Paradise City were at the gates of the city, and they were beaten and fled. Today, the guards came to conquer them, and they must make them disappear into ashes. The army set out, and Luo Ren remembered the route to Paradise City very well, so the marching speed was very fast, and he set foot on the tree-lined path leading to Paradise City in less than an hour. Bang bang bang. Suddenly gunshots were heard from the front, followed by footsteps, and they were getting closer and closer. A shrill cry, and then Luo Ren saw a bloody wild boar rushing over, and he kicked the wild boar away. Bang! The wild boar fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. After struggling for a while, it uttered a final groan, and then died. At this time, the dust dispersed, and a team of soldiers from Paradise City appeared in front of Luo Ren. They put their guns on the shoulders of skinny civilians, used them as human shields, and looked at Luo Ren vigilantly. "Who are you?" The leading soldier of the Paradise Army shouted sternly, but as soon as he finished speaking, the neat footsteps behind Luo Ren sounded, and then the well-equipped guards of the same height and pace stepped into their field of vision. Fear rose from the bottom of his heart, nervous and frightened, making his legs weak, his hands trembling, and he could hardly hold the gun. The rest of the Heaven City soldiers had all experienced the expedition base, and they remembered the uniforms of the guards very clearly. They were also frightened and stood still like the leader. When the civilians saw the army in front of them, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes, but it was only a flash, and most of them were numb. Luo Ren smiled slightly and walked forward step by step. The guards followed closely behind him. He took a step, and the guards also took a step, forming a strong sense of oppression, which made it difficult for the Heaven City soldiers to breathe. "Spare my life." Finally, under this powerful momentum, the Heaven City soldiers could no longer bear it, and hurriedly threw away the guns in their hands, knelt down with a plop, and shouted for mercy while kowtowing frantically. This was a real kowtow, and after a few kowtows, their foreheads were red. "Tie them up." Luo Ren gave an order, and 10 guards rushed forward and quickly tied up the Heaven City soldiers. As for the civilians, Luo Ren took out a few pieces of compressed dry food and threw them to them. The civilians didn't catch it, and the compressed rations fell to the ground. They carefully picked up the compressed rations, and then tore open the package. A strong milky smell emanated, which made them drool and couldn't help eating in big mouthfuls. Luo Ren didn't care about them anymore, letting them eat on their own. He gave another order and continued to move forward. The guards passed the civilians, and they suddenly raised their heads to look at the guards' backs. The numbness in their eyes dissipated a lot, and there was more hope for life and gratitude for the guards. It was not far from the Paradise City. Soon, the gate of the Paradise City, which was sandwiched between the cliffs like a pass, appeared in front of Luo Ren and the guards. Such terrain was easier to defend than the Daughter Valley. The soldiers guarding the city discovered the guards at the same time and immediately sounded the alarm. A steady stream of soldiers came to support from the interior of the Paradise City. When the two armies confronted each other, Long Qi arrived. When he saw Luo Ren, his eyes were full of hatred, but when he saw the sophisticated modern equipment of the guards, he couldn't help but be shocked. This posture was not good. Long Qi angrily scolded, "Luo Ren, even if my Paradise City was wrong, but in that battle, my Paradise City lost more than 2,000 people, while your base was intact. Generally speaking, you still took advantage. You brought so many people here today. Do you want to kill them all? Aren't you afraid of heaven's punishment for doing this?" Luo Ren smiled indifferently and said, "Heaven's punishment? What qualifications do you have to say the word heaven's punishment? Ma Hua is your deputy city lord of Paradise City, right? He has said more than once that he will lead your 5,000 troops to flatten my base. Will this be punished by heaven?" Then, after seeing the military strength of my base and knowing that I was no match for him, I gave him a chance as long as he fulfilled my conditions. Unexpectedly, he chose such a despicable means as poisoning, wanting to disintegrate the defense of the base, thereby slaughtering the soldiers and civilians of the base and plundering the base's supplies. With women, he should have discussed all these with you, and you agreed, right? Then will you too be punished by God for doing this? As the saying goes, I will not offend others if they do not offend me, but I will kill them if they offend me. Today, I am here to wipe out all of you in Paradise City, but I will not kill the civilians oppressed by you, but you, Long Qi. And the tools of your evil deeds, the Paradise Army. Long Qi's face changed immediately, knowing that no words could change Luo Ren's attention. He swept across the cliffs on both sides, and his heart became more confident. He looked directly at Luo Ren and said coldly, "In that case, then come on. Without artillery, I want to see if you can break through the defense of my paradise city." Luo Ren stopped talking nonsense, waved his hand, and dozens of anti-material sniper rifles were set up, and the black muzzles were aimed at the enemies in front. Long Qi was shocked when he saw the sniper rifle and quickly hid under the city wall, fearing that he would be shot dead. Luo Ren smiled contemptuously and ordered to shoot. Boom, boom, boom. Like the sound of a cannonball being fired, large-caliber bullets were fired. The soldiers of the Heavenly Army had already hidden behind the bunkers. Not only Long Qi was afraid of death, but they were also afraid of death. However, the target of the sniper rifle was not the soldiers of the Heavenly Army on the city wall, but the city gate. Dozens of bullets hit the city gate at the same time, directly punching dozens of large holes in the tupum-thick wooden ironclad city gate. Without stopping, after 3 consecutive volleys within 10 seconds, the originally intact and seemingly very solid gate became riddled with holes. Even if an ordinary person pushed it lightly, it would probably be pushed down. Luo Ren was very satisfied with the effect of the sniper rifle and ordered the army to advance. Still using the tactics of attacking Wang Biao, sniper rifles were used to kill from a distance, light machine guns were set up at an effective distance, fire suppression was implemented, and then the riflemen slowly advanced. However, Paradise City is not Wang Biao's factory. The concrete wall of more than 20 meters long is very solid. There are battlements on the wall as shelters. There is also a square hole in the middle of these battlements, which is ready for shooting. In this way, the soldiers of the Paradise Army shot through the shooting holes in the middle of the battlements, effectively stopping the advance of the riflemen of the Guard Army. In this way, after 20 minutes of fighting, both sides suffered losses, and the advance of the Guard Army was blocked 200 meters away. Luo Ren touched his chin and frowned slightly. The number of the Guard Army is not as large as that of the Paradise Army. If the stalemate continues, I am afraid that we will not be able to break through Paradise City. He looked at the cliffs on both sides of Paradise City that were tens of meters high, and his eyes lit up. He immediately said to Luo Shan, "Give me the high-explosive grenade." After holding more than 20 high-explosive grenades in a row, Luo Ren ran towards the cliff on the left side. That side was easier to climb. The Paradise Army, who was focused on the battle, did not find that Luo Ren had quietly arrived under the cliff. Luo Ren looked at the high cliff and took a deep breath. He bent his legs slightly and then jumped hard. The jump was 7 or 8 meters high. At the moment of falling, he inserted the saber in his hand into the stone wall fiercely. The other hand immediately grabbed the protruding stone, stabilized his body, and quickly climbed up. This scene stunned Luo Shan and the guards. They knew that Luo Ren suddenly became stronger, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Luo Ren moved quickly and quickly climbed to the top of the cliff. Looking down, the mountain stream corridor was crowded with soldiers of the Heaven Army. He gestured to the guards, then pulled out a high-explosive grenade and turned into a humanoid bomber. In the corridor, an object suddenly fell from the sky. The soldiers of the Heaven Army curiously gathered around to watch. It was a cylindrical object with white smoke. Just when they were puzzled. Bang! The huge explosion shook the mountain stream, and the nearest Heaven City soldiers were blown to pieces. Then more high-explosive grenades fell from the sky, and the explosions continued. That is, now that the Heaven City soldiers were in chaos, their defense was reduced to the lowest, and the guards took the opportunity to advance with all their strength. When Luo Ren had used up more than 20 high-explosive grenades and the Heaven City soldiers who were in the explosion recovered, the guards had already broken into the city, and they were immediately killed and captured by the guards. Under the powerful firepower of the escort, the remaining heavenly troops retreated steadily. Read at this time, in the villa. Long Qi, who thought that the guards could never break through the defense of Paradise City, was drinking tea leisurely, but when he heard several explosions, the gunshots paused for a few seconds, and then suddenly rang out again, becoming clearer and clearer. He couldn't sit still, so he came to the window and looked out. After seeing the outside world, his legs became weak and he stumbled to the ground. His face turned pale and he murmured to himself, it's impossible, I must have seen it wrong." He rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the fact was the fact, and the result would not change. The guards had really broken through the defense and were heading towards the villa. He grabbed his hair anxiously and yelled crazily, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! No, I can't die here, leaving the green hills without fear of running out of firewood." Long Qi suddenly stood up, then frantically rummaged through the bookshelf, found a book that was 10 centimeters thick, opened it, and shook it. Ding! A silver key fell from the book with a crisp sound. Long Qi was overjoyed, picked up the key and rushed to the basement. At the same time, Luo Ren led the army to Long Qi's villa and killed the guards. Luo Ren then ordered, the first and second teams entered the villa to search. At the same time, Luo Ren also followed closely and entered the villa. This villa was more beautiful than Wang Hu's three-story foreign-style building, with exquisite decoration and large space. Several gunshots were heard from upstairs. Luo Ren quickly went upstairs and saw several heavenly army soldiers who had been shot dead, and 3 women whose clothes were torn into pieces. The 3 women hugged each other, their bodies trembling, and the fear in their eyes never dissipated. Luo Ren sat on the sofa, holding a gun in one hand, looking at the 3 women, and then asked, "What are your names? What is your relationship with Long Qi?" After hearing this, the 3 women secretly glanced at Luo Ren and the escort. Seeing that the strange soldiers were extremely respectful to the young man in front of them, they guessed that Luo Ren's status was extremely high. One of the more courageous women walked up to Luo Ren and knelt down in front of Luo Ren. She whispered, "Tell me, my name is Jinjin, her name is Ai, and her name is Lian. We are Long Qi's women." "Oh? Long Qi's woman." Luo Ren's eyes narrowed and he fiddled with the gun in his hand. Seeing this, the woman quickly added, "We have no choice but to succumb to Long Qi in order to survive." Luo Ren understands that this is normal. If a woman wants to survive in the apocalypse, she must either have her own armed forces like Su and On, or else she can only commit herself to a man. As long as these 3 people have not done anything extremely evil, they can be brought back to the base for reform. Become a base resident. Sir, Long Qi was not found in the villa. At this time, the searching escort soldiers came to report. Luo Ren frowned. Is it possible that Long Qi is not in the villa, but hiding somewhere else? But where can Long Qi hide? He has lost power now. Those civilians are eager to drink his blood and eat his flesh. If he were not in the villa but hiding outside, he would have been torn into pieces by those civilians. The food was shared. When Luo Ren was confused, the woman named Jinjin suddenly said, "Sir, I think I know where Long Qi is hiding." Luo Ren's eyes lit up and he said, "Speak quickly." Jinjin stood up and her clothes, which were in pieces, slipped off, revealing her beautiful body like mutton-fat white jade. Luo Ren was so determined that he just stared at it for a while without drooling, and then ordered the guards to take over. He took off his coat and put it on for her. Jinjin said, "Sir, please come with me." Luo Ren followed him and came to the basement of the villa. There were many debris piled here, but there was no sign of Long Qi. Just when he was about to ask, Jinjin suddenly squatted down, knocked on the ground with her hand, and then looked towards Luo Ren and said, "This is where you are, sir." Luo Ren walked in and saw that it was an ordinary floor tile, and he couldn't help but look at Jinjin in confusion. Jinjin said, "My lord, please squat down and watch quietly." Luo Ren observed carefully for a while. Apart from the coat and the looming beauty, there shouldn't be any weapons hidden in it, so he squatted down and learned to knock. Dong dong. It's empty down there. Luo Ren was secretly alarmed. There was most likely a tunnel down here. He observed carefully and found signs of being pried around the floor. He thought Long Qi escaped through this tunnel. No wonder he couldn't be found in the villa. Luo Ren pulled out his saber and inserted it along the gap, prying the floor open, revealing a dark hole. He looked at the escort soldiers who came in together and said, "You stay here and I'll go down and take a look." The guard soldier said, "Yes." Luo Ren jumped down from the tunnel, turned on the flashlight attached to his gun, and moved forward by the light. The tunnel was very narrow, just big enough for an adult. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, the light of the flashlight was intercepted. Luo Ren stepped forward to check, and found that a large iron door was blocking the way. There was a keyhole on the iron door, which could only be opened with a key, but Luo Ren did not have a key. He pulled off a high explosive grenade and wanted to blow open the iron door, but after thinking about it, he stopped. The tunnel was narrow, and without any reinforcement support, a violent explosion could easily collapse the tunnel. He still had a big project to complete and didn't want to be buried alive. Could it be that we can only return in vain? No, this is not Luo Ren's style. Luo Ren took a step back, took a deep breath, and then kicked towards the iron door with all his strength. Boom! In the narrow tunnel, such a huge sound perfectly demonstrated what it means to be deafening. Under Luo Ren's kick, the iron door dented slightly, and the dirt and gravel on top fell on him. It took a while to stop. Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it did not collapse. Luo Ren then kicked the iron door with all his strength. In this way, after 6 consecutive kicks, the iron door was finally kicked open. At this time, a smell of burning gunpowder filled the air.
At the same time, Luo Ren also heard the sound of steaming. The sound of the sizzling lead burning. Holy shit! Luo Ren was shocked, and quickly turned around and ran wildly. His speed reached the extreme, and he reached the entrance of the tunnel in just a few seconds. He jumped into the tunnel, and without stopping, he grabbed Jinjin and the escort who were still guarding him and rushed out. Basement, while shouting, "Everyone evacuate the villa!" Bang! In an instant, an explosion sounded, the ground shook, and the whole villa was shaking. Luo Ren and the others stepped forward, and then the villa collapsed suddenly. Luo Ren asked hurriedly, "Have everyone in the villa come out?" Luo Shan said with sadness, "There are still 2 people from the second team who have not come out." Luo Ren ordered to search immediately, wanting to see the living person and the dead body. Then he looked at Jinjin with a gloomy look, murderous intent rising in his eyes. Jinjin had been frightened by the explosion for a long time. When she saw Luo Ren's terrifying eyes, she immediately knelt down and said tremblingly, "Sir, I didn't know there was a bomb down there. Please spare me, sir. The second team of soldiers has been found. They were only slightly injured and not seriously injured." After hearing this, Luo Ren felt much better, and the murderous intention in his eyes disappeared. The woman in front of him must not know the situation under the tunnel, otherwise she would not have been guarding the basement all the time. His murderous intention just now was just impulsive. "That's all, since no one has anything wrong, let her go." Luo Ren ordered the escort, "Detain them first, and wait for the people to judge them. If they have not done anything extremely heinous, take them back to the base for reform." The time soon came to evening. Read today's Paradise City has undergone earth-shaking changes. New forces have invaded and eliminated the old force, the Paradise Army. This is worthy of cheering and celebration for ordinary people. But after cheering and celebrating, they became numb again, because they didn't know how this new force would treat them. It might still be the same endless oppression as before. Luo Ren ordered the original residents of Paradise City to be gathered in the square. He glanced at the haggard and skinny residents. From their eyes, he only saw numbness, no hope, and no enthusiasm for life. This was worse than that of Muchang village. The villagers who were bullied by Wang who were even more serious. Although these people were not all glamorous before the end of the world, they were still people with complete personalities, but now they are kept in captivity like domestic animals, or even worse than domestic animals. This will make anyone feel sad. Luo Ren held Luo Shan's shoulders and whispered a few words in his ear, and then Luo Shan led a group of people away. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ren looked at the people and announced loudly, "From now on, Paradise City will no longer exist, and you will be included in the base from now on." After speaking, Luo Ren carefully observed the changes in people's expressions. What he saw most was a flash of fear, and no one showed any yearning for the new environment. Luo Ren smiled softly, making himself look more kind, and said, "You don't have to be afraid, I am not Long Qi, and the base is not Paradise City. In this way, I will give you 3 meeting gifts, so you will know the difference between me and Long Qi." The people looked at each other and couldn't help but feel strange. This young man in front of them wanted to give them gifts? However, what kind of gift would it be? Many of them thought in their hearts that it would not be something good. About 10 minutes later, Luo Shan came back. He leaned into Luo Ren's ear and whispered, "It's all done." Luo Ren nodded and said, "Bring them here." Luo Shan turned back and then led the escort team to the square with a group of women. These women had messy hair and dull eyes. They were wearing clothes pulled from the corpses of the dead Heavenly Army, which was not suitable for most women. It fits too well and looks very inconsistent. When the male people in the square saw these women, their dull eyes glowed again, their numb hearts began to fluctuate, their bodies were trembling with excitement, and 2 lines of hot tears slowly slid down their cheeks. Those women were rescued from the happy cave by Luo Ren's order. When they saw the man in the square, they also shed tears. They were extremely excited. The guards did not stop them. They searched with their eyes to find the familiar person, and then rushed towards each other quickly, hugging each other and crying bitterly, making the clothes soak with tears. This scene lasted for nearly half an hour, and then gradually quieted down. People who reacted knelt down to Luo Ren and kowtowed in thanks. They are now completely sure that Luo Ren is not Long Qi, but their savior. Okay. Luo Ren pressed his hand, signaling for silence, and said, "This is the first meeting gift for you to reunite." After saying that, Luo Ren said to Luo Hai, "Do it." People can't help but wonder, what will this second meeting gift be? After a while, Luo Hai led 300 escorts to move out all the food from the Paradise City granary, then set up a large iron pot in the square to cook rice and stir-fry vegetables.
This is the second meeting gift. After you have eaten, I will give you the third meeting gift. Luo Ren said loudly. Seeing the food, the people's eyes were glowing green. They had not eaten enough for several months, and today they could finally eat with confidence. They couldn't help but burst into tears of gratitude to Luo Ren. As for what the third meeting gift was for them, said no one is paying attention anymore. The fire was lit, and after a while, the aroma of the food spread throughout the square, and the crowd began to get restless, with many people drooling uncontrollably. Finally, when the rice was ready, the hungry people couldn't bear it any longer and rushed towards the big iron pot. The guards had to maintain order before they calmed down and queued up. The civilians who had received the food hurriedly returned to the crowd and squatted down, pinched a small piece with their hands and put it in their mouths to chew. They felt this wonderful feeling and immediately devoured it without dreaming. Woo-woo, some people burst into tears while eating, and their tears dripped into the food, adding to the bitter taste. While these people were eating, Luo Ren had already ordered people to bring up the captured heavenly army soldiers. After they devoured their food, they discovered the kneeling heavenly army soldiers. These heavenly army soldiers have completely lost their former majesty. They dare not look directly at the people and the escorts. They just bend down and lower their heads, glancing at Luo Ren from time to time. They don't know how Luo Ren will deal with them. This kind of unknown fear made their whole bodies tremble. Seeing that the people had put down their bowls and chopsticks, Luo Ren cleared his throat, pointed at the heavenly army soldiers, and said loudly, "You all know these people, and you have seen what they have done, and this third meeting gift, that is, let you judge them and decide their life or death." When the people heard this, they found it inconceivable that the power of trial was handed over to them, until Luo Ren ordered a heavenly army soldier to kneel before them and said, "Start with this person and tell his crimes. Anyone who has done extremely heinous things." The people were shot on the spot. The people reflected that they heard correctly. Luo Ren really gave them the right to judge. Immediately, they looked at the eyes of the heavenly army soldiers, and the flames of anger were burning, as if they were real. One after another, they stepped forward and pointed out this heavenly army soldier. The evil deeds done by soldiers. After Luo Ren heard this, he realized that what this man had done was enough to kill him with 1,000 swords. He immediately ordered that he be shot on the spot, and then another heavenly army soldier was brought forward. The second heavenly army soldier's legs became weak when he saw the scene just now. He was dragged up. At the same time, a smell emanated from his crotch, and he was so frightened that he became incontinent. In this way, 80% of the nearly 1,000 heavenly army prisoners were sentenced to be shot on the spot. The people's long-held evil spirits were vented, and they respected Luo Ren as if they were the savior. After all this tossing, it was late at night. Luo Ren ordered to rest on the spot and head to Envier Valley tomorrow, returning to the base with the 10,000 people in Envier Valley. On top of the cliff, Luo Ren looked at the Milky Way in the sky and sighed, "It's so beautiful. This disaster has turned the world into a purgatory, but made the night sky more beautiful. I really don't know where this virus came from and what it will develop into." Luo Ren is full of expectations, but he is also afraid. Giggle. Just as Luo Ren was sighing, the crow of a rooster came from behind him. He stood up suddenly and turned around to take a closer look. He was startled. In front of him was a big rooster, 1 meter high, with a beak 1 finger long and 2 roosters. The claws on chicken feet are as sharp as knives. Is this a chicken? Luo Ren was confused and looked at it carefully, but the big cock didn't want him to talk nonsense. Giggle. The big rooster looked up to the sky and crowed, and flapped its wings, kicking up dust on the ground and blowing it towards Luo Ren, eroding Luo Ren's sight. Then it flew more than 10 meters into the air, and then swooped down towards Luo Ren. Holy shit, I'm a sperm! Luo Ren felt MMP in his heart. He finally rested for a while, admired the moon and felt the coolness of the breeze. Unexpectedly, he was unexpectedly attacked by a chicken, which made him angry. Luo Ren's anger burst out from the bottom of his heart and rushed to the top of his head. Facing the rooster that was swooping down quickly, he dodged and then, seeing the right moment, grabbed the rooster's wings and hit it hard. The rooster screamed in pain, but Luo Ren's strength was too strong for it to break free. After hitting it for nearly 3 minutes, the rooster felt dizzy. Then Luo Ren grabbed its neck with one hand, and then his other hand quickly vibrated out a residual image, and in a few seconds, he plucked the hair on the rooster's neck. He took out a military knife and cut the rooster's neck with a single stroke. His technique was as professional as that of an ant who killed chickens in the vegetable market. The chicken blood was surging, and Luo Ren felt it was a pity. If only there was a container, this chicken blood was a great tonic. The blood flowed all over the ground, and the rooster finally stopped breathing. A pair of wings fell weakly, and a pair of chicken claws rolled into a ball. Finally, it stopped struggling. This beast is really strong. Sweat broke out on Luo Ren's forehead. He threw the rooster's body to the ground. He looked at the rooster, which was as big as a pig, and couldn't help thinking, what kind of chicken is this? It's so big? This is a level 1 evolved animal, a rooster. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded, answering his doubts. Hearing this, Luo Ren asked in surprise, do all animals evolve? Yes. These two short words answered Luo Ren's question very clearly. Luo Ren was even more shocked. If all animals evolve, wouldn't it be more difficult for humans to survive? Just now, the fighting power of the rooster was stronger than that of an ordinary adult man. If it was a powerful beast like a jackal, tiger or leopard, how much more ferocious it would be after evolution. Moreover, the number of animals is much greater than that of humans. In this way, the threat of evolved animals is no less than that of zombies, or even greater, which makes Luo Ren feel more urgent. Looking at the corpse of the rooster on the ground, Luo Ren's eyes rolled. There are evolution crystals in the heads of evolved zombies, and there should be evolution crystals in evolved animals too. Thinking of this, Luo Ren split the head of the rooster with a knife, and a milky white evolution crystal fell out, which looked very beautiful under the moonlight. He was not wrong, evolution crystals would also be generated in the heads of evolved animals. He picked up the evolution crystal, then wiped the chicken blood attached to the evolution crystal with his sleeve, and then swallowed it in one gulp, but just as he reached his mouth, his hand suddenly stopped. System, will the blood of evolved animals turn into zombies if eaten? Only by swallowing the flesh and blood of zombies can you be infected with the virus, but not by evolving animals, and the flesh and blood of evolved animals are of great benefit to the human body after eating. With the system's words, Luo Ren was relieved, and then swallowed the evolution crystal in one gulp. This was the 8th evolution crystal he had swallowed, and after entering the mouth, it still turned into a warm current and rushed into the stomach, and then only felt a slight pain, which lasted only a short 10 seconds. After taking the evolution crystal this time, Luo Ren only felt more energetic. The physical strength consumed in the battle with the big rooster just now was completely restored, but his physical fitness did not improve much. Faced with this situation, he couldn't help but ask, System, why is the effect of the evolution crystal getting weaker and weaker? The host has reached the limit of a level 1 evolver and cannot use a level 1 evolution crystal to enhance physical fitness. If you want to become a level 2 evolver, you need to use a level 2 evolution crystal. Tip: kill a level 2 evolution zombie or a level 2 evolution animal to obtain a level 2 evolution crystal. So, after the first level of evolution, there is the second level, after the second level, there is the third level, and so on, there are the fourth and fifth levels. And zombies and evolved animals are also the same, first level, second level, third level. Luo Ren looked up at the bright moon in the sky and muttered to himself, if possible, I would rather give up evolving to the second level, and just hope that zombies and evolved animals will stay at the first level forever. Then, he shook his head again, what a pity, this is just a beautiful wish. However, since I have now reached the limit of a level 1 evolver, the next evolution crystals I get will be given to Luo Shan and Luo Hai, so that the combat effectiveness of the guards can be improved, so that they can face evolved zombies and evolved animals more easily. Without thinking too much, Luo Ren carried the body of the big rooster on his back and climbed down the cliff along the vines. At this time, most people had fallen asleep, and only the guards on duty were still working hard. When they saw Luo Ren carrying a chicken as big as a pig, they all widened their eyes and opened their mouths so wide that they could stuff a goose egg. Sir, are you going hunting? Is that a chicken or a golden eagle? It's so big. Someone said in surprise. Come here. Luo Ren called the team over, handed the chicken to them, and said, we'll have supper tonight. The guards on duty were very happy after hearing this. Although they were not sure whether it was a chicken, it must be very fragrant if it was made into a roasted chicken. After a while, the aroma of barbecue spread, and the people who were originally asleep were awakened. They saw a large bonfire in the square, and a giant chicken was on the bonfire. The people who woke up saw the scene and said that it was not a human being, and they actually poisoned in the middle of the night. At the same time, they were secretly swallowing their saliva. Luo Ren looked at the big roasted chicken with a burnt brown skin, swallowed his saliva greedily, and then tore off a chicken wing that was bigger than an arm and ate it. It was so fragrant. The guards on duty couldn't help it, and tore the chicken and ate it. Soon, Luo Shan, Luo Hai and others, who were awakened by the fragrance, came over following the smell and looked at Luo Ren pitifully. Luo Rin took a big bite of chicken and couldn't speak clearly.
However, Luo Shan and the others grasped the keywords, understood what Luo Rin meant, and immediately started eating without ceremony.
When ordinary people saw this scene, their mouths were watering with greed.
They wondered if Luo Rin deliberately fed them in the evening, and then ate roast chicken by himself in the middle of the night. As the guards and Luo Rin devoured the enlarged version of the roast chicken, they were quickly devoured, leaving only bones as thick as pig bones on the ground. Luo Rin sucked his fingers and burped comfortably.
Cool.
The soldiers of the escort also had a great time, and their faces were all red. Among them, Luo Hai, who ate the most, was sweating profusely and took off his shirt because of the heat. At this time, blood suddenly appeared on his nose.
Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the roasted chicken is poisonous, but others are fine? Luo Hai couldn't help but cast his eyes on Luo Rin.
Luo Rin immediately gave him a reassuring look and said, "Don't worry, you are weak and you are not getting enough.
Go run a few laps and burn off the excess energy."
Hearing this, Luo Hai breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to die after eating roast chicken. He stuffed his nose with 2 pieces of paper to stop the nosebleed, and then started running along the square. Just like that, everyone else went to bed. Luo Hai was still running, and then everyone else woke up and Luo Hai was still running.
Luo Rin couldn't help but sigh, it's really helpful.
The night passed and dawn broke.
After breakfast, Luo Hai finally stopped. Exhausted from running all night, he lay down on his back with his legs still intact, breathing heavily.
At this time, it was time to set off for Daughter Valley.
Luo Rin came to Luo Hai, who was collapsed on the ground, and said with a smile, "Can you still walk?"
Luo Hai panted and said, "Report, sir, no problem." As he said this, he wanted to get up, but unfortunately after running all night, he was already exhausted, and there was no extra strength anywhere in his body. Luo Rin smiled and shook his head and said, "Don't hold on, you can take my car." With the escort in front and 30,000 people behind, they left Paradise City in a mighty manner and set off for Daughter Valley. Although the people didn't know where Luo Rin was taking them, they believed that Luo Rin would bring them a good life, so they followed him spontaneously without being escorted by the escort. Search TWKN on Google. After about 2 hours, everything was safe on the road, and we finally arrived at New Valley. The female soldiers guarding the city were shocked at first when they saw the dark crowd, and then they saw that the leader was Luo Rin. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and immediately let go of the city gate. Suantong came after hearing the news and was slightly surprised to see so many people. She immediately understood that Luo Rin had really destroyed Paradise City. This made her very excited. She was grateful that she could meet such a powerful and non-cruel person as Luo Rin. Taking a break in Envier Valley, Luo Rin and Suantong mobilized Envier Valley's population of more than 10,000 people. Although Suantong agreed to Envier Valley joining the base, Envier Valley was different from Paradise City. She did not have the final say alone and had to seek public opinion. In the square, more than 10,000 people gathered, and Suantong said loudly, "We have called everyone here for one thing. We have found a better shelter, so please pack your bags as soon as possible, and we will set off immediately."
What? The owner of the valley means to give up his daughter's valley? Daughter Valley is so good, why should we leave? Hasn't that Hu Fei been repulsed? Yes, is there any better shelter than Daughter Valley?
As soon as these words came out, the people below were in an uproar.
Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. I have personally been to the place we are about to go.
It is much safer than Daughter Valley, and the resources are also very abundant. Suantong yelled, but her voice alone could not cover the voices of more than 10,000 people, so no one heard her and the crowd was still very noisy.
Bang bang. At this moment, 2 gunshots suddenly rang out, startling Suantong.
She turned around and saw that it was Luo Rin who fired 2 shots into the sky. It was these 2 shots that made the crowd quiet down, and they all turned their attention to Luo Rin.
Benevolence. Luo Rin looked at Suantong and said, "Go on."
Suantong breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Please believe that where we are going, there will be absolutely no brutal rule. Everyone there will be the same as here, farming will be rewarded, and efforts will be rewarded. All you need to do is abide by the local rules."
That's it.
The residents of New Valley all believed in Suantong.
After some thinking, most of them agreed to go.
Only a few thorns were still there to fight against him.
Since going there is the same as Daughter Valley, why should we go there?
Yes, we live so well here. There is no need to waste energy moving to another place.
What if we encounter zombies on the way? What these people said made those who originally agreed to start to back off. Yes, what if you encounter zombies on the way? A cold light flashed in Luo Ren's eyes, and he clapped his hands. Swish swish. Neat footsteps sounded, and groups of escort soldiers walked onto the square. Kill! The shouts were loud and the murderous intent was soaring into the sky. Although these residents of Daughter Valley had seen death and faced zombies, they were very courageous, but they still felt from the bottom of their hearts when facing the murderous guards. Feel scared. Luo Ren walked up to Su Antong, glanced at the residents, and said loudly, "If you encounter zombies on the way, someone will protect you." Are there any other questions? Under the strong military deterrence, the number of thorns suddenly decreased, but there were still a few people who were ungrateful. Humph. Are you forcing us? The safer refuge you mentioned, Lord Su, should be where this army is. Didn't you say that there is no brutal rule in that place? But in the Daughter Valley, they dare to using coercion. This, Luo Ren followed the voice and found Thorn hiding in the crowd, and just stared at him. After he finished speaking, Luo Ren said, "Are you done?" Under Luo Ren's gaze, the man was too scared to look directly at Luo Ren, but he still said harshly, "So what if it's over?" Luo Ren said indifferently, "Tied." Immediately, two guardsmen rushed into the crowd and tied the man out. The man immediately shouted, "What are you going to do? Are you going to kill me if I object? Let me tell you, if you kill one of me, there will still be thousands of me." But he said this wrong. After he was kidnapped, other residents looked at me and I looked at you, but no one dared to say a word. Luo Ren immediately said, "I know what you are thinking in your hearts now. You think that I am unreasonable and intolerable. Life under my command will definitely be very difficult, right? Then you are totally wrong. Whether you can tolerate someone or not depends on the time. If that person shakes the people's hearts at this time, I would be very generous if I don't kill him. You Valley Master Su said that when you go to the base, it will be the same as in the Daughter Valley. Farming will result in harvest, and efforts will be rewarded. As long as you abide by the rules of the base, I can confirm these words with you again, and guarantee that there is absolutely no participation. Fake, even, as long as you have enough ability, you can also become the management of the base and work with me to make the base a beautiful place. Whether you believe it or not is your own business. If you don't want to come with me, I won't force you. However, I want to remind you that Hu Chang and Hu Fei were just beaten away. It doesn't mean that he won't come back after we leave. I don't know if Hu Fei, in his rage, will do something like massacre in the city. Of course, it is also possible that Hu Fei will take you to Wucheng, and at that time he will not discuss it with you like I did." Luo Ren's words moved everyone, and they looked at each other. As Luo Ren said, Hu Fei is very likely to return. At that time, there will be no army to protect Daughter Valley, and they will inevitably become lambs to be slaughtered, fish on the chopping board. Life and death are all in Hu Fei's mind. Weighing the pros and cons, they no longer entangled in whether it was true or not. Luo Ren could discuss it with them instead of pointing a gun at their heads without saying a word and forcing them to move to a new shelter. It seems that it will not be too bad, so they all agreed to join the base. Su Antong looked at Luo Ren and thought, "This guy really has some tricks and is good at talking, but he is not talking nonsense." At this time, Luo Ren suddenly turned his head and looked over. The two of them looked at each other, and Su Antong's face flushed. She quickly turned her head away. Luo Ren didn't care why Su Antong blushed, but just said, "The next thing is up to you. We will set off in an hour. You quickly ask them to pack their luggage and carry light items. Heavy items such as furniture are not needed. The base will provide these things." "Yeah." Su Antong nodded slightly. After Luo Ren left, Su Antong said to the residents, "Don't worry, I will never lie to you. You can go back and pack your luggage now. Just bring light items. We will set off in an hour." Su Antong still had a certain prestige. Her words also calmed the residents down and they immediately went home to pack their bags. An hour was not a long time. Luo Ren just drank 2 pots of tea and ate a few snacks. More than 40,000 people gathered and went out of the city gate, heading towards the base. Although the residents of Daughter Valley were very reluctant and didn't know what the place they were going to was like, they had no choice but to go on the road together in order to survive. Unlike the residents of Daughter Valley, the people from Paradise City were full of hope and yearning for the base. The team of more than 40,000 people is very large. Even if people are close to each other, the length reaches an astonishing more than 700 meters. Such a team is extremely difficult for the escort army with only more than 700 people left after attacking Paradise City. There is no protection, but fortunately, there are more than 2,000 female soldiers in the New Valley, and they are under Su Antong's orders, which reduces a lot of pressure on the guards. But even with the assistance of the female soldiers from Daughter Valley, it would be very dangerous if they were attacked by zombies or ambushed by surviving humans on the way. Luo Ren did not take a car this time. All vehicles were used to haul luggage, trying to reduce the burden on the people and increase the marching speed. At this time, Luo Ren was at the front of the team, and with him was Su Antong. "Brother Ren, why don't you move in batches? The target of 40,000 people moving at the same time is too big, and the capacity of the base may not be enough," Su Antong said while walking. "If we move in batches, if Hu Fei makes a sneak attack, the guards will not be able to arrive in time, and the losses will be even greater. As for the capacity of the base," Luo Ren said in a very confident tone, "don't worry, I have my own way." Su Antong was confused. What could be done? The time required to build that kind of concrete city wall was not calculated in days, but in months. If the length was very long, it would even have to be calculated in years. Moreover, this was still a modern building. Facilities and preparations are fully adequate with sufficient materials. In other words, even if it is not built according to the standards of the existing city wall and a simple extended city wall is built, it will be enough as long as it can defend against ordinary zombies. But even so, where is the length and width? Although Luo Ren's base is rich, there is no seeing how much construction equipment and building materials there were. It took a lot of time just to collect the materials. Su Antong really didn't know where Luo Ren's confidence came from, so she could only think to herself that he would have a solution. Seeing Su Antong's confused look, Luo Ren didn't explain too much. He just smiled and looked away. But at this moment, his pupils suddenly condensed. At the same time, the soldiers and civilians behind him also stopped and sounded one after another because of a scream of fear. "Zombies! Run quickly!" The crowd began to panic, but was quickly calmed down by the joint efforts of the escorts and female soldiers. In front of the team, 10 zombies suddenly appeared. 3 of them were huge, obviously power-evolved zombies, while the other 7 were on all fours, thin and small, and turned out to be speed-evolved zombies. This was what frightened the crowd. Reason for panic. Although there are only 10 zombies, they are all real evolved zombies, and their deterrence is no less than that of thousands of zombies. Roar! 3 power-evolved zombies roared to the sky at the same time, and then dense footsteps came from both sides of the team, and then they saw a dark group of zombies attacking the team. At the same time, gunfire suddenly rang out from behind the team. However, it was not the guards who shot and killed the zombies, but an enemy attack. A guard soldier ran to report, "Sir, our army was attacked by Hu Fei's army." Luo Ren clenched his fist suddenly. "What a Hu city, what a big deal, I think these zombies must be related to them." Su Antong heard the soldier's words clearly, and her expression changed drastically. She looked at Luo Ren and asked hurriedly, "What should I do?" Luo Ren took a deep breath, then pulled out his saber, walked step by step towards the evolved zombies in front, and said at the same time, "Leave these 10 beasts to me, and leave the rest of the ordinary zombies in Hu Fei to you." There was no other way at this moment. Su Antong thought of Luo Ren's strength and did not stop him. She immediately went to direct the female soldiers to deal with the zombies. When the 10 evolved zombies saw a small human walking towards them alone, they opened their mouths one after another, revealing teeth covered with minced meat, and the fishy smell hit their faces. Sudden. One of the power-evolved zombies moved and rushed towards Luo Ren with long strides, like a humanoid tank. Luo Ren's speed suddenly exploded. In less than 3 seconds, he jumped 3 meters away from 100 meters away. He held the saber in both hands and raised it high above his head. Under the sun, a cold light flashed past. Clang! Like being chopped on pig iron, sparks flew everywhere, and then, the head of the power-evolved zombie was split into 2, and the huge body fell to the ground, stirring up a burst of dust on the ground. Seeing this scene in the eyes of all the people, they were all stunned and shocked. Is this still a human being? The companions were killed, and the remaining 9 evolved zombies couldn't stand it any longer and attacked Luo Ren at the same time. A speed-evolved zombie rushed from the front. Luo Ren leaned up to dodge, and then took the opportunity to grab the foot of the incoming zombie and throw it away. Immediately afterwards, another evolved zombie rushed from the left. Luo Ren was dangerously close to dodge and then kicked the zombie away. At the same time, 4 more speed-type zombies were attacking from all directions. They could not move forward or retreat, and their left and right sides were also blocked. Faced with this situation, Luo Ren's mind raced, and he immediately bent his legs slightly and his thighs became numb. With great strength, he jumped up with a thud, leaving his forehead stunned. The corpse jumped into the air, and then Luo Ren fell rapidly.
He stepped on the heads of two evolved zombies with his feet and imprinted them on the ground. The defense of the speed-type evolved zombies was far inferior to that of the power-type zombies. Luo Ren's head was directly crushed by Luo Ren, and his brains were shattered. Luo Ren was splashed with blood. Zombies have no fear in their hearts, and their companions are being killed one after another, but they are indifferent. In their eyes, they only know that the human being in front of them is so powerful, and his flesh and blood must taste better than that of ordinary people. Without giving Luo Ren any chance to breathe, two power zombies roared and rushed over. The bloodstained Luo Ren was like a god of war descending from heaven. He was no longer afraid. He rushed out with his speed bursting to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind one of the power zombies, jumped up, and kicked the back of the power zombie with both feet. Like 1,000 pounds pressing down on the top, the power-type evolution zombie fell immediately. Luo Ren raised his knife and cut off its head from its body. Then another power zombie turned its huge fist and smashed towards Luo Ren. Luo Ren quickly retreated to avoid it. The fist hit the decapitated evolution zombie's body. The body was immediately sunken where it was hit. A large amount of thick dark red blood mixed with internal organs spurted out from the neck, 100 meters away. The scene was very spectacular. Luo Ren took the opportunity, holding the knife with both hands, jumped high, and chopped down the head of the power-type evolution zombie. Clang! Sparks flew, the blade of the saber broke, and the head of the power-type evolution zombie was chopped open, and it was immediately out of breath. Swish! A strong wind came from behind him, and Luo Ren immediately dodged it with a backflip, then stabbed the attacking speed-type zombie to the ground, and then stepped on its head to explode. At this time, Luo Ren's physical strength was seriously consumed, but there were still 3 speed-type evolution zombies left. They were extremely eager for Luo Ren's flesh and blood, and rushed towards him quickly. Luo Ren gathered his strength and pulled out the saber. At this time, the saber was full of gaps and tattered, and it no longer had much killing power. He threw the saber out, and the attacking zombies easily dodged it, but it made their speed freeze. It was in this less than a second that Luo Ren reached for his waist and pulled out his pistol. Bang bang bang! 3 gunshots were fired, and 3 bullets hit the heads of 3 speed-type evolved zombies. They did not have the defense of the strength-type evolved zombies, and their heads were directly pierced by the power of the bullets. They fell to the ground, deader than dead. Blowing the smoke from the muzzle, Luo Ren said, "Fortunately, I didn't miss." After saying that, his eyes went dark, and he could no longer hold on and fell down. Brother Ren. Su Antong had been observing this side. Seeing Luo Ren fainted, she rushed up and hugged Luo Ren to prevent him from having close contact with the ground. "Brother Ren, are you okay?" Su Antong asked anxiously. "Luo Ren is the backbone of everyone. If he gets into trouble, it will be a big deal." At the same time, the gunfire behind the team also extinguished. The ambushing Huqing army had been repelled. The guards were pulled out to assist the female soldiers in dealing with the zombies. Soon the ordinary zombies were eliminated. Luo Shan, Luo Hai and others ran over anxiously. Seeing Luo Ren lying motionless in Su Antong's arms and covered in blood, they couldn't help but be extremely anxious, thinking that Luo Ren had an accident. "Commander, Commander! Commander, are you okay?" they shouted anxiously. Su Antong stretched out his finger and put it under Luo Ren's nose to detect his breath. At this time, Luo Ren's eyes suddenly opened, which scared Su Antong. "I'm fine, just a little hungry. Does anyone have food?" After a fierce battle, Luo Ren's physical strength was exhausted. He became hungry on the spot and needed to replenish his energy urgently. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when Luo Ren came back to life. Luo Shan and Luo Hai quickly took out a few pieces of compressed dry food, tore open the package and handed them over. Luo Ren took the compressed dry food and finished it in a few bites. The food was quickly converted into energy to replenish the consumed physical strength. In less than 3 minutes, Luo Ren's strength was restored a little, at least he could walk alone, but feeling the warmth behind his head and the body fragrance, he decided to lie down for a while. Su Antong didn't have the ability to read minds, so she didn't know Luo Ren's thoughts. She just thought he was exhausted and let him lie in her arms. Luo Ren didn't delay the business. He looked at Luo Shan, Luo Hai and others, and then glanced at the bodies of the evolved zombies. Several people immediately understood Luo Ren's meaning, and walked towards the corpse of the evolution zombie with sabers in hand. Their goal was clear, which was the evolution crystal in the head of the evolution zombie. Su Antong saw the actions of several people. When she saw the familiar milky white crystals being put away by Luo Shan and others, the previous thought came to her mind again,
could it be that Brother Ren's strength is really related to those small crystals? Luo Ren knew that with Su Anton's intelligence, she would definitely be able to guess something, but Luo Ren was not worried. Even if Su Anton guessed that the evolution crystals could make people stronger, she had to have them. Even if she had them, she had to dare to eat them. Not everyone had a systematic explanation and knew that the process of strengthening the body with evolution crystals was only a little bit painful. After packing up, the large army continued on the road without stopping. Luo Ren got on his own car with the help of Su Antong. After a bloody battle, the mighty team of 40,000 people was more or less reduced, and the length was reduced from more than 700 meters to more than 600 meters. The loss this time was really not small. The rest of the journey was smooth, except for some ordinary zombies that wandered around, which were dealt with in 3 or 5 moves, causing no losses or obstacles to the team. It was evening, and the sun was about to set, but the clouds on the side were holding it up and pulling it, preventing it from falling. Because of the excessive force, Yun Duor's face turned red. Under this red, a city stood, like a city on the horizon, beautiful and peaceful. The soldiers on the city wall stood straight, looking out of the city, alert to the enemy, and looking forward to seeing old friends who were out. At this time, under the afterglow of the sun, a huge teen came into view. The soldier's eyes condensed and he became alert, while his comrade next to him picked up the telescope and looked. A familiar figure came into view, and the soldier couldn't help getting excited. It's the commander. The soldier who was originally on guard heard the shouts of his comrades and became excited. The team of tens of thousands of people approached the city. Facing the magnificent city in front of them, not only the people from Daughter Valley were stunned, but also the female soldiers were greatly shocked. However, even though they were shocked, they still missed the beauty of Daughter Valley. The people brought from Paradise City were full of longing and yearning, and they wanted to rush into the city immediately to see what the scene inside was like. As for the appearance of Paradise City, they remembered it deeply, but there was no beauty, only pain. The city gate was wide open, and Saudi brought many residents to welcome the commander back to the city. The residents saw that so many survivors were brought back. Some were happy, while others were sad. The happy people knew that there were so many survivors, while the sad people were thinking about how many houses they had to build. The team entered the base, and Luo Ren ordered Saudi to count the population, and then brought the guards to the base barracks. The guards were arranged neatly, their postures were still upright, but their number was reduced by half. Hu Chung Hu Fei, I will make you pay the price. Luo Ren clenched his fists, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. System calls up the information panel. Luo Ren muttered in his heart. The host called up the base information. A light screen appeared in front of Luo Ren, and he looked at the number of guards and the population of the base. Base soldiers, 478 people. Base military and civilians, 44,082 people. There are only more than 44,000 people, and thousands of civilians died in this ambush. Luo Ren had a flame burning in his heart. That was the flame of anger. It was all the work of Hu Fei, the bastard. Originally, 40,000 people were brought back to the base, enough to reach the upgrade number, but because of his ambush, 6,000 to 7,000 people were lost, which made Luo Ren very unhappy, and he was determined to cut Hu Fei into pieces. Leaving the base barracks, Luo Ren came to the military area to replenish his troops. As long as he had points, his troops would continue to flow. He stretched his back and looked up at the sky. The sun had completely set at this time, and only the moon brought a ray of light to the outside world. Luo Ren came to the residential area. Saudi Arabia and other resident management personnel were still registering. The residents brought from Paradise City saw that there were no complaints inside the base, but they were very happy. This was much better than Paradise City. However, the residents from Daughter Valley were not like this. They complained, the space here is too small. There are so many of us, it's so crowded. Daughter Valley is better. Yes, such a small city, so many people must be crowded. Luo Ren shook his head. It was really human nature. These complaining people were nothing more than bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If they were under Hu Fei's rule, they would probably not even dare to fart. Luo Ren really wanted these people to experience the jurisdiction of Paradise City, experience not being treated as human beings, 2 meals a day of thin porridge that was not even enough to stand up, and being beaten from time to time. However, he couldn't do that. The base was not Paradise City, and he was not Long Chi. As long as these people followed the rules of the base and didn't make trouble, they could complain. When the sun rose tomorrow, he would expand the base. At that time, facing such a miracle, let's see how they could complain.
No longer caring about these people, Luo Ren returned to the mobile base, cleaned himself up, and then lay down on his warm little bed and fell asleep. Only in the base could he sleep peacefully.
The next day, early morning, Luo Ren was woken up by the noisy sound outside the house. When he walked out of the mobile base, he saw people lying and sitting on the ground. There was not enough room and space, so it was so crowded that no one was on the ground. Fortunately, it didn't rain last night. Otherwise, there would be tens of thousands of drowned rats. The sharp-eyed people saw Luo Ren coming out. Instead of directly expressing their dissatisfaction, they complained to the people around them, the ground is so hard that my whole body hurts. No, I was hit by a stone when I turned over. It hurt me for half the night. What do you mean? I didn't sleep all night. I don't know whose feet it is. The smell is so irritating to my eyes. Circle them. Hey, are you talking about me? Do you think I thought I walked all day yesterday and there is no place to wash my feet here? What can I do?
These complaints were nothing more than another way of expressing their dissatisfaction to Luo Ren. Luo Ren did not say much but walked towards the city wall.
Seeing Luo Ren's unconcerned look, those people immediately stopped complaining. They looked at Luo Ren's back and opened their mouths without making any sound. When he came to the city wall, Luo Ren looked around and immediately unfolded the map. The entire city appeared in front of his eyes. He did not choose to recycle the existing city wall, but made a new plan. The north wall was extended by 1 kilometer on each side. The east and west sides of the city continue to extend for 3 kilometers to the south, and then continue to the south city wall. This creates a large square inside and a small square next to the north line. Luo Ren then put gates on the 3 sides of the inner city, east, west, and south, so that people in the inner city could easily access all parts of the outer city. The layout of the inner city remains unchanged, while the outer city is divided into east and west areas. The west area is a residential area used to house people brought back from Paradise City and Daughter Valley, while the east area is divided into the first and second areas. The first area mainly focuses on greenhouse cultivation and livestock breeding. Because District 2 encompasses a small river, Luo Ren decided to dig a pond and divert river water into it for aquaculture. At the same time, houses could be built in areas that were not flooded for living, and greenhouses could be built to grow crops. After planning everything, Luo Ren immediately chose to build it. After a burst of dazzling white light, a city wall stretching for 3 kilometers suddenly appeared. At the same time, 2 more city gates suddenly appeared on the east and west sides of the original city wall. The noisy crowd saw the sudden appearance of the city gate. There was silence for a moment, and some boldly walked out of the city gate. When they saw the scene outside, they suddenly froze. More people walked out of the city gate, each one stunned by the scene in front of them. This, am I dreaming? Oh, why are you pinching me? Let me verify whether this is a dream or not. You pinch yourself to verify, why are you pinching me? While people were talking about it, a few base residents carrying hose looked at them like country bumpkins. One of them said, "This is a miracle from the commander. There is nothing to be surprised about." As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately exploded. They looked at Luo Ren on the city wall with an incredible expression. Is this really what Luo Ren did? With just a burst of white light in just a few seconds, Luo Ren actually built such a large project. This is simply unbelievable. It is definitely not an exaggeration for the resident to call it a miracle. The residents from Paradise City trusted Luo Ren from the bottom of their hearts. Now that they saw such a magical method, they were even more convinced. They immediately knelt down towards Luo Ren, their faces full of reverence, and they knelt down in a very pious manner. Luo Ren thought to himself, this posture is to enshrine me. Although the residents from Daughter Valley were not as exaggerated as kneeling down, they also stopped complaining and looked at Luo Ren with a little more respect. After the construction of the city wall was completed, Luo Ren summoned Sha and the construction supervisor Chao Mu. He first said to Chao Mu, "My general concept is that the new city is divided into east and west districts. The west district is used to accommodate new residents, and the east district is divided into 2. Second, build a canteen for aquaculture in areas with rivers and agricultural production or residential areas with no water." Chao Mu nodded from time to time, and after Luo Ren finished speaking, he replied seriously, "I understand, I will definitely complete the mission of Sir." Yes. Luo Ren nodded, then looked at Saudi Arabia and said, "You are responsible for settling the new residents. House construction takes time. You can temporarily set up tents to live in. By the way, you must also organize them to reclaim the wasteland. We cannot let them, they are idle. Saudi said, yes. Luoren thought for a while and then said, by the way, is the aquaculture expert Chaoma still assisting in agricultural planting?
You can arrange it for him and let him receive technical training first. After the aquaculture base is completed, he can directly get on the job and improve efficiency.
Saudi responded, sir, you have thought carefully. I understand.
After the matter was clearly explained, Shasha and Xiaomu quickly started planning. 3 days have passed, and the construction of the new city has gone very smoothly, and the new arrivals have also been mobilized, making the base look more prosperous and full of vitality.
Mobile base. Luo Ren summoned Luo Shan, Luo Hai and Luo Jalulai.
The 4 people arrived quickly and stood in a row in front of Luo Ren.
Luo Ren took out 8 evolutionary crystals from his pocket, handed 2 to each of them, and said, do you know why I became so strong? It's because of the evolutionary crystals in your hands. No matter how strong I am alone, strength is also very limited, so I have to make you all stronger. Now the number of evolution crystals is limited, and you are my right-hand man, so I will give it to you to use first. As for others, you can hunt evolved zombies to get more evolution crystals later. Let's talk. After listening to what Luoren said, the 4 people in Luoshan were very excited. They felt that the evolutionary crystals in their hands became very hot. Luoren's power was obvious to all, and no one wanted to have such a powerful power. And now, Luoren gave them this opportunity. Luoren walked to the door and said to the guard, don't let anyone in. Immediately, he closed the door tightly, looked at the 4 people in Luoshan, and said, the method of using the evolutionary crystal is very simple. Just swallow it. However, the process of strengthening the body will be painful. You have to be mentally prepared.
The 4 people nodded one after another and couldn't wait to swallow the evolutionary crystal in their hands. As for the little pain, the men, as long as they can become stronger, they can bear it every minute.
Luoren said, okay, I won't say any more, let's start getting stronger.
The 4 of them were waiting for these words, and immediately swallowed 2 evolutionary crystals into their mouths at the same time. Just like Luoren swallowed the evolutionary crystals for the first time, the crystal entrance turned into fluid and slid into his belly, and he felt warm all over his body. It was quite comfortable, and they looked at each other. Luoren counted silently in his heart, 1, 2, 3, for 3 seconds. The 4 people who were quite comfortable one moment were all red, the veins on their foreheads were bulging, their faces were distorted due to severe pain, and their teeth were clenching, but they were not like Luoren. They were still rolling on the ground, but they were holding hands with each other and trying not to make a sound.
This willpower was much stronger than Luorenki's.
Under Luoren's gaze, 6 minutes passed. The faces of the 5 people in Luoshan gradually returned to calmness. At the same time, a stench spread.
Luoren pinched his nose and said, follow me.
After saying that, he rushed out of the door and ran far away.
Luoshan and the other 4 people followed Luoren closely and ran towards the river in the outer city.
The smell was so bad that the residents along the way couldn't help but cover their noses.
Read, I'll go, what's going on? Did the toilet explode, or did it fall into the toilet?
I saw it clearly.
The ones who ran past were the chief and captains Luo Shan, Luo Hai and Luo Ji, Luo Li. How dare you fall into the toilet with these guys? You're finished. I was wrong, Luo. Hearing the residents talking along the way, Luoren muttered, that's too sloppy.
Luo Shan and the others should be allowed to use the evolutionary crystals by the river. After that, they can just jump into the river and there will be no smell. Why bother walking around like this? The face is gone. Su Anton was wandering around when she suddenly smelled a stench. She covered her nose and looked.
It was Luoren and Luo Shan.
Looking at their backs, Su Anton rolled her eyes and followed them immediately. Luoren and others were very fast, and soon they reached the river. Luo Shan, Luo Hai and others immediately jumped into the river, splashing water. Washed by the clear river water, the stench gradually disappears, and fish belly whites emerge from the water. The effect is comparable to that of pesticides. The 4 people went ashore and looked at the white fish belly in the river. Their faces were all blushing and they scratched their heads in embarrassment. The fish were all poisoned. The man who ate the fish would at least jump away. Luoren could only give up the idea of having the fish picked up for a meal. He looked at the 4 people standing side by side and thought, I have to find something. Test their current physical fitness. He looked around and saw a large blue stone half a meter high. He walked forward and hugged the large blue stone. He picked it up with a little force. After weighing it a few times, he estimated that it weighed more than 400 to 500 kilograms.
He pointed at Luo Shan and said, "You come first and pick up this big blue stone." Luo Shan stepped forward, hugged the big blue stone with both hands, took a deep breath to hold it, and then exerted force on his waist. The 4 to 500 kilogram big blue stone slowly rose up from the ground. Luo Shan's face turned red, the veins on his arms and forehead were prominent, and his teeth he bit tightly and held his breath tightly, which was far less relaxed than Luo Ren. 4 to 500 pounds was still very difficult for him. Boom! Luo Shan persisted like this for 10 seconds. The blue stone fell from his hand and hit the ground, denting the earthy ground a little. Then Luo Hai stepped forward to test. Like Luo Shan, he was very reluctant and only lasted 10 seconds. Luo Jiluli continued the test, and the test was quickly completed. The 4 of them were all about the same. They were all reluctant to hold a large blue stone of 4 to 500 kilograms, and they could only hold on for 10 seconds at most. Luo Ren estimated in his mind, Luo Shan and the others should be more than twice as powerful as adult men, which is not bad. Next, test the speed. There is no runway here and you have to go to the barracks training ground. Brother, run. When he was about to go to the base barracks, someone suddenly stopped Luo Ren. Why is she here? Luo Ren knew it was Su Antong from the voice, and immediately greeted him with a smile and tone. Brother Ren, you are so powerful. That stone weighs more than 500 kilograms at least. I thought you were the only one in the base, Brother Ren, but I didn't expect you, Luo Shan Luo Hai, to be so powerful. Didn't you eat the brains of zombies? Milky white crystals, right? Su Antong ran over, her eyes full of excitement. Luo Ren frowned slightly, thought for a while, then took out an evolution crystal and said with a smile, yes, you will become stronger if you eat it, but there is a 50% chance of turning into a zombie. And it's the kind of ugly, fat, powerful zombie. How about you, do you dare to eat it? Su Antong was very excited when she heard the answer she wanted, but when she imagined the ugly face and fat body of the giant zombie, she couldn't help but frown slightly and fell into a fierce ideological struggle. Luo Ren looked at her appearance and laughed in his heart. It seemed that he didn't dare to eat it, so as to prevent her from always asking him. However, just when he was thinking this, Su Antong bit her silver teeth and snatched it away. The evolutionary crystal in Luo Ren's hand was put into his mouth without hesitation. The evolutionary crystal turned into liquid and flowed into her belly. Su Antong suddenly felt warm and comfortable all over her body. But then, a sharp pain burst out from her body. She felt as if she had been hit hard. She grabbed Luo Ren's arm in a panic and gritted her teeth, creaking. Ah! The pain was too much, and Su Antong couldn't help but cry out, and then bit Luo Ren's arm. Luo Ren felt the pain but did not move away from his arm. He looked at Su Antong with complicated eyes, and the murderous intention sometimes emerged and sometimes dissipated. As guards, Luo Shan, Luo Hai and the others are absolutely loyal to Luo Ren and will never betray them. The stronger their strength is, the stronger the overall strength of the base will be, so Luo Ren has no worries. But Su Antong was different. Although she had joined the base, Luo Ren also knew that she had a good character, but after all, she was not a guard and was not restricted by the system. This made Luo Ren have murderous intentions. Seeing Su Antong enduring the pain but refusing to admit defeat, Luo Ren was struggling in his heart between killing and not killing. In this way, 3 minutes passed quickly, and Su Antong's pain gradually subsided. She slowly opened her eyes and saw that she had bitten Luo Ren's arm to bleed. She quickly apologized, Brother Ren, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Looking at Su Antong who kept apologizing, Luo Ren finally sighed. The murderous intention in his body completely disappeared, and his serious face turned into a smile. It's okay, it's okay. I'll just go back and apply some anti-inflammatory medicine. It seems you were lucky and succeeded, but hurry up. Luo Ren covered his nose, took a few steps back, and then pursed his lips toward Showa. After being reminded, Su Antong immediately smelled the stench, frowned, and pinched her nose. What's that smell? It's so stinky? Then she felt something sticky on her hands. When she looked at it, she saw that it was not just her arms, but her whole body was covered with sticky black liquid. Luo Ren blocked his ears predictably. Su Antong's scream was heard from the sky to the 18th level of hell, and everyone in the base could hear it. Why don't you clean it up quickly? Luo Ren was also convinced by this woman. She was right by the river, but she didn't wash it quickly and was still screaming here. Was she trying to attract all the residents of the base? Su Antong jumped into the river immediately after hearing this, regardless of the 5 big men watching on the shore. Due to her scream, curious residents gradually rushed over here, just in time to see the scene of a lotus emerging from the water. The soaked clothes fit tightly to her body,
outlining her perfect figure with protruding front and back. Su Antong hugged her chest with both hands, her face blushing as if it was about to drip blood. Luo Ren gestured to Luo Shan, Luo Hai and others. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Come on, what are you looking at? What's so good about it? Go home and see your wife. Luo Shan and others understood and immediately drove away the group of curious LSPs. Luo Ren took off his coat and handed it to Su Antong, saying, put it on, don't catch a cold. Su Antong blushed, took the coat, put it on quickly, covering up her perfect figure, and said, thank you, Brother Ren. Luo Ren just stared into her eyes and asked solemnly, Antong, let me ask you, what do you think of the base? Seeing Luo Ren like this, Su Antong's heart trembled, and then she looked directly into Luo Ren's eyes and told the truth. I think the base is very good, whether it is the residents, the guards, or the order here, they are all very good, I like it here. Luo Ren asked again, then what do you think of me? Su Antong said, I think you are a very good leader, Brother Ren. What Luo Ren saw in Su Antong's eyes was sincerity, without any falsehood. After being silent for a long time, he sighed inwardly, and then said to Su Antong, don't tell anyone about the evolutionary crystal, including your sisters in Daughter Valley. Su Antong nodded obediently in agreement, Brother Ren, don't worry, God knows and the earth knows, you know and I know, and by the way, Luo Shan Luo Hai, Luo Jaluolai and the others know. Luo Ren thought for a while, took out the remaining evolution crystal and handed it to Su Antong, saying, that's it, now you are a member of the guard. They have all swallowed too, so I will give you this one. Su Antong happily took the evolutionary crystal, looked at Luo Ren with softer and more respectful eyes, and suddenly saluted, understood. Seeing her decent posture, Luo Ren smiled and said, there are also 3 principles of the guards that you must keep in mind. What are the 3 principles? Su Antong asked. Luo Ren hooked his fingers and said, Luo Shan, tell her. Luo Shan, you must not betray your superiors. Luo Hai, you must not betray your superiors. Luo Ji, you must not betray your superior. Raleigh, these are the 3 principles of the base guard. After Su Antong heard this, the tall image he had just established in Luo Ren's heart immediately collapsed. She couldn't help but give Luo Ren a roll of her eyes and said, do you think I am a traitor? Luo Renjin looked at it carefully, then touched his chin, nodded slightly and said, it doesn't look like it. That's it. Su Antong then gave Luo Ren a roll of his eyes. Seeing this, Luo Ren said, by the way, there is another rule, that is, you are not allowed to give me a blind eye. Su Antong held her breath and looked at Luo Ren speechlessly. The rule of co-authorship is that you can add if you want and change if you want. Luo Ren's expression was serious, and Su Antong had no choice but to agree, I will work hard to change it. By the way, sir, please restrain yourself and don't always make shocking remarks that make me want to roll my eyes. Luo Ren shook his head and said, no, that's not okay. I am the commander. I don't want me to restrain myself, I want you to restrain yourself. Su Antong was speechless again. Why did this guy look like a domineering president, but who asked him to be the chief? She had no choice but to agree, okay, my chief. In this way, Su Antong became the first normal human being to join the escort. The 6 of them came to the barracks. Luo Ren asked the 4 Luo Shan people to test each other, and then took Su Antong into the warehouse, which was filled with weapons, ammunition, and combat uniforms. Su Antong was stunned for a while. The equipment of the escort army already made her feel incredible. She didn't expect Luo Ren to have so much inventory. She really doubted whether this guy had looted a military area. The combat uniforms were all of the same style, and there was no choice. Luo Ren randomly picked one and gave it to Su Antong, take it. Su Antong excitedly took over the combat uniform. Such a professional combat uniform has higher defense and is more comfortable than ordinary clothes. It is just more troublesome to wear, but it is not as good as ordinary clothes. Walking to the place where the weapons are displayed, Luo Ren said, a pistol and a saber are standard. Choose the one you are good at with the long gun. Holy shit, big sniper. As far as her eyes could see, there was an anti-machine sniper rifle, which made Su Antong couldn't help but curse. Her eyes were hot and eager. Unfortunately, after some ideological struggle, she reluctantly looked away. When Luo Ren saw it, he couldn't help asking, just take it if you want. Why bother? Are you worried about whether there is a gun or not? Don't worry, there are enough bullets. Su Antong said, it's not because of the bullets, it's because the sniper is too heavy and I can't lift it. Luo Ren put a hand on Su Antong's shoulder and said helplessly, sister, do you remember that you ate an evolution crystal when you were by the river? Yes. Su Antong suddenly remembered and was excited. No longer hesitating, she grabbed the anti-equipment sniper rifle with both hands, took a deep breath, and gathered all her strength. Hey! The anti-material sniper rifle weighing nearly 30 kilograms was lifted instantly. Due to excessive force, Su Antong retreated repeatedly. Fortunately, Luo Ren reacted quickly and hugged her, so she did not fall. Su Antong's face turned slightly red and she quickly left Luo Ren's arms. Thank you. Immediately, she looked at the big sniper she was holding and waited a few times. It didn't feel as heavy as before and was as light as a normal automatic rifle.
I want this one, Su Antong said.
Luo Ren nodded and said, okay, but I have to remind you that sniper rifles cannot be shot accurately without a certain amount of experience.
Do you understand this?
Don't worry. Seeing Luo Ren agree, Su Antong happily ran out of the warehouse and came to the shooting range.
This kid is really fearless. I think the first time I used my sniper rifle, I missed it.
You, a little girl, can still be better than me. Luo Ren followed closely and came to the shooting range. He looked at Su Antong, who was holding the sniper in a very professional manner, and muttered disdainfully.
However, the next second, he was dumbfounded. Boom, boom, boom. Su Antong pulled the trigger continuously and fired 3 bursts.
Under Luo Ren's gaze, the gun hit the bullseye. Not only Luo Ren, but also Chi Jun, who was training the escort at the training ground, was surprised. He ran to Luo Ren and said, Brother Luo, this girl's marksmanship is good.
She is better than my previous team members. It's not much different. Where did you get it from? Luo Ren was dumbfounded. He looked at Chi Jun and then at Su Antong, looking at both sides like this. At this time, Su Antong, who had just finished shooting, came over happily. Seeing Luo Ren's appearance, she reached out to help him close his wide-open mouth, and then gave him a smug smile. Luo Ren hurriedly asked, have you been a soldier?
Or a special forces soldier? Su Antong said, no, I just like guns since I was a child, and my father took me to play with them a few times. Luo Ren was speechless and looked at Chi Jun. After the battle in the factory, Luo Ren asked Chi Jun for advice on shooting, so Chi Jun knew why Luo Ren was like this, and immediately patted Luo Ren on the shoulder and gave him a comforting look.
Brother Ren, do you want to learn? I can teach you, Su Antong said without knowing why. Luo Ren was really going to be autistic.
Su Antong said such words now, and he automatically assumed that she was showing off, which really gave his self-confidence a great impact.
You continue to practice. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. Luo Ren waved his hand and turned to leave.
He had to go back to calm down, and just at this moment, the urgent alarm sounded throughout the base. Luo Ren looked towards the city gate and his eyes suddenly condensed. The guards quickly assembled and rushed to the city gate for support.
What's wrong? Su Antong asked. Luo Ren replied, when the alarm sounded, there are only 2 things, zombies attacking the city or the enemy attacking the city. Let's go and take a look.
Without stopping, Luo Ren burst out at an extreme speed, like a humanoid motorcycle, rushing towards the city gate. Su Antong looked left and right, rushed into the warehouse, quickly changed into combat uniforms, and then followed. As for Chi Jun, he did not belong to the guards. His duty was only to train special forces for Luo Ren, so he did not follow.
Luo Ren jumped onto the formidable high wall and looked outside the city. It was not zombies attacking the city, but the enemy army.
Moreover, they were old acquaintances with whom he had fought several times. Luo Ren saw a familiar face among the thousands of soldiers at a glance.
Hu Fei. It's true that there is a way to heaven if you don't take it, and there is no way to break in from hell.
Before he could go to trouble him, Hu Fei walked to the city first.
Today, he will never come back.
Luo Ren waved his hand to signal the following guards to stop temporarily and not to climb the city wall, deliberately creating the illusion of a shortage of troops. He guessed in his mind that Hu Fei must have thought that the last ambush had caused heavy losses to his team, so he dared to lead his army to attack the city. In this case, he would use a trick to make him think that he had suffered heavy losses, and catch him off guard when the time came.
Outside the city, Hu Fei, who was surrounded by his men, shouted to Luo Ren, right? I checked your details. You have an army of 1,000 people. I don't know where you got a batch of sophisticated weapons. But now, there should be only half of your army left. How about it? I'm not satisfied with the zombie gift package I prepared for you.
The coldness in Luo Ren's eyes was piercing. He had never wanted to kill someone so much before.
He said in a low voice, Hu Fei, young master of Hu City, I remember you. Today I not only want you to come back, but also we are going to send troops to destroy Hu City. Ha ha. Hu Fei sneered, with your hundreds of remaining soldiers and defeated generals, do you know how many soldiers and horses I have in Hu City? Let me tell you, the 4,000 people I brought today are only a quarter of the troops and horses of my city of Hu. You still want to destroy my city of Hu? It is simply a daydream. Then I will wake you up today and conquer your city, kill all your people. Luo Ren said coldly, idiots are talking about dreams. If you have the strength, just come. With your current attitude, if I attack the city later, even if you kneel down and kowtow to me 10,000 times, I won't let you go. However, don't worry, I don't want your life. Looking at your little appearance, I won't let you go. He's quite handsome, and one of my brothers is like this. Speaking of this, Hu Fei smiled evilly and said word by word, I will let them take good care of you. Hearing this, Luo Ren's eyes became more murderous and he was about to fight back. At this time, Su Antong rushed over and responded first, Hu Fei, you are really shameless. You also know that your subordinates have this hobby. I wonder how you know this, have you tried it? Ha ha ha. As soon as Su Antong finished speaking, the escort burst into laughter. They all looked at Hu Fei strangely. Even some of Hu Fei's subordinates couldn't help but glance at Hu Fei strangely. Those who were closer even tightened their anus, quietly opened some distance. Yes, how did Hu Fei know? Hu Fei was shaking with anger and his face turned red. He looked at Su Antong angrily. This woman had always swallowed her anger when she was in Daughter Valley, but now she has become so sharp-tongued. Luo Ren gave this to her. Courage? Hu Fei pointed at Su Antong and said through gritted teeth, Su Antong, you will definitely pay the price for what you said. Price? What price? Su Antong glanced sideways and said coldly, I pay the price, I think you are the one who has to pay the price today. Su Antong was not afraid at all. Where her confidence came from, it really came from Luo Ren and the escort. On the day she came back, she saw that more than half of the escort had been destroyed, but after just a few days, the number of the escort had returned to normal. And this issue there was no recruitment of new soldiers at all. The escorts seemed to appear suddenly. There were also weapons and ammunition in the outer city and a warehouse full of them. This was simply a miracle. From this, Su Antong believed that Luo Ren was not lying. But he really has the strength to destroy Hu Chang. Luo Ren couldn't help but look at Su Antong again. He didn't expect that this woman could not only endure but also speak. She was so angry that Hu Fei was speechless after just a few words. Humph. Hu Fei snorted coldly, his face turned red and his teeth were itching with anger. Okay, hello, when I break the city, I will let you know the consequences of offending me, Hu Fei. Brothers, here you go. I fight. Following Hu Fei's order, Hu Chang's troops immediately formed their formation and advanced towards the base. Some of them were carrying ladders. They actually planned to use the human sea tactic to send these ladders to the bottom of the city, and then climb over the city wall and enter the inner city. It's a pity that modern warfare uses cold weapons such as guns instead of swords. Facing Hu Fei's mindless tactics, Luo Ren couldn't help but shake his head with a contemptuous expression, which was worse than the Mahua in Paradise City. Luo Ren did not order to fire immediately. Instead, he waited for Hu Cheng's army to approach within 50 meters of the city wall. He immediately waved his hand and the soldiers guarding the city wall quickly climbed onto the city wall, set up their light machine guns, and fired bullets. The trajectory of the bullets formed a dense fire net, covering the attacking Hu Cheng army. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were killed by machine gun fire. Hu Fei looked confused. What's going on? Hasn't more than half of the escort been destroyed? But now the city wall is full of people. At a glance, there must be at least 800 or 900 people, and they have been out fighting for several days. Why are there so many ammunitions? This is unscientific. Seeing that his team was about to be wiped out and the smell of death was getting closer, Hu Fei quickly boarded the Hummer and urged the driver to drive away. The driver was also frightened and immediately stepped on the accelerator to the bottom without caring about the lives of others. This war couldn't even be called a war, it was more like a one-sided massacre. In just a few minutes, only a few hundred of the 4,000 Hucheng troops were left. They threw off their helmets and armor, and ran away in all directions. Luo Ren ordered the city gates to be opened, and the escort troops went out of the city to pursue the remaining soldiers of Hu City. He himself boarded his vehicle and, with enough power, pursued Hu Fei in the direction of his escape. If it was an ordinary attacker, Luo Ren might not pursue the enemy, but it would be difficult to calm his anger if Hu Fei didn't die. At the same time, in the Hummer, Hu Fei saw a modified off-road vehicle following closely in the rearview mirror. He was anxious at the time and hurriedly urged, "Drive faster and get rid of the car behind." The soldier driving the car was already scared. When he heard someone chasing him from behind, he looked in the rearview mirror and saw that it was indeed the car behind him. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He also wanted to go faster, but the accelerator was already stepped on the bottom and couldn't go any faster. Seeing this, Hu Fei became more anxious. He gritted his teeth, pushed open the skylight on the roof, leaned out half of his body, picked up the gun and shot at the vehicle behind. Luo Ren's reaction speed was extremely fast. When he saw Hu Fei was about to shoot him, he immediately drove with one hand and leaned out of the window with a pistol in the other hand to take the initiative. Bang bang bang! He fired several shots but missed, but Hu Fei was so scared that he quickly retreated back into the car and dared not stick his head out again. Luo Ren continued to shoot, and the bullets hit the glass of the Hummer, frightening Hu Fei in the car and trembling, cursing, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" The speed of both cars reached the extreme, and the rear car could not catch up with the front car, and the front car could not get rid of the rear car. In this chase, I don't know how far or how long I drove. Luo Ren glanced out of the car window and saw a strange scene. At the same time, in the Hummer, the driver could no longer hold his spirit because of extreme fear and long-term high concentration to maintain a very high speed. He fell on the steering wheel and fainted. Bang! The vehicle lost control and crashed into an abandoned house on the roadside the next moment. Squeak! Luo Ren stepped on the brakes urgently, and the car slid several meters and left 4 long tire marks on the ground before stopping. In addition, the previous car hit the wall, and such a huge movement immediately attracted the zombies wandering around. Fortunately, there were only dozens of ordinary zombies, so it was not a big problem. Luo Ren got out of the car with a saber, moved his feet, and his figure flashed. The zombies attracted were split open one after another. After a while, dozens of zombies were slaughtered. The Hummer was still very strong. Under such a violent collision, only the engine was broken and was emitting black smoke, but other parts of the car were not damaged much. Luo Ren stepped forward and pulled the back door of the Hummer open. Hu Fei in the car was already unconscious. Luo Ren did not kill him directly, but dragged Hu Fei out of the car and threw him into the back seat of his car. While chasing him, he considered getting information about Hu Chung from Hu Fei, but he was not in a hurry to kill him immediately. The vehicle started, turned around, and was about to return to the base. Suddenly, there was a black mass in front of him. Luo Ren looked closely and his scalp went numb. He was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. The black mass was actually all rats. Their eyes were scarlet, and their 2 front teeth were estimated to be 5 centimeters long. Each of them was as big as a piglet, and their teeth were bared, which was very scary. Seeing this scene, Luo Ren only had one word in his mind: run. But when he turned around and ran away, a black mass of rats appeared behind him, and then a black mass of rats appeared on both sides. He was surrounded by rats. Damn it, fight! At this time, there was no other way. Luo Ren gritted his teeth, stepped on the accelerator to the highest level, and rushed towards the rats. Bang bang bang! The big rats kept rushing towards the off-road vehicle and were knocked away one after another, but their vitality was very tenacious. After being knocked away, they fell to the ground motionless, as if they were dead, but after a few seconds they came back to life and continued to rush towards the off-road vehicle. With such a constant rush, even the modified off-road vehicle could not withstand it. The body of the vehicle was scratched, and the front and rear windows were shattered. Fortunately, it was about to rush out of this black ocean and reach the land, but at this moment, the alarm of the vehicle's fuel exhaustion lit up. Damn it, no way, there is no fuel at this time. The previous chase had caused the fuel to run out, and it was reasonable to run out of fuel at this time, but this was worrying Luo Ren to death. The land was just ahead, but the fuel was exhausted. This was not a joke. The fuel was consumed, the vehicle could not generate power, and the speed gradually slowed down. If the vehicle stopped completely, Luo Ren had reason to believe that it would only take a blink of an eye for these terrifying rats to submerge the car. At that time, unless the gods came to rescue, it would be a dead end. Luo Ren glanced at Hu Fei in the back seat and thought, it's a pity that we haven't got the information yet. After saying that, he looked at the land within reach in front of him, gritted his teeth, tore off his seatbelt, smashed the windshield, came to the hood, and then kicked his legs, using inertia to throw himself dozens of meters away, rolled forward and landed safely on the ground. Luo Ren ran away without looking back. Because of his kick, the speed of the off-road vehicle slowed down even more, and it was soon stopped by the rats. They smelled the blood in the car, which was the smell of food. They bit and scratched, trying to dismantle the iron box to get the delicious food inside. It was also at this time that Hu Fei woke up from his coma and heard the harsh scratching sounds from all directions. He suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the big rat's scarlet eyes, sharp teeth, and hungry and flowing saliva, he couldn't help screaming. The next second, the car was dismantled, and Hu Fei was completely exposed to the rats. Without giving him any chance to breathe, the rats swarmed up and piled up into a black hill. Hu Fei in the hill was instantly dismembered, and his flesh and blood were eaten by countless rats, leaving no bones. On the other side, Luo Ren's speed exploded to the extreme. He didn't want to become food for the rats. He ran all the way, without direction or goal, only a heart to escape. Unknowingly, it was dusk. Luo Ren looked back and saw that the rats didn't catch up. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked forward, and there were several big trees standing. He aimed at one of the big trees as thick as a basin, then jumped onto the branches of the big tree, panting heavily, and finally he could rest for a while. On the branch, Luo Ren recalled the swarm of rats and felt a little scared. He quickly asked, "System, are those rats also first-level evolved animals?" "No, they cannot reach the first-level evolved animals, they are zero-level evolved animals." The system quickly gave an answer. Luo Ren was very surprised and said, "These rats are as big as piglets, and their two big front teeth are as sharp as knives. Moreover, there are so many of them. They are not considered first-level evolved animals. In my opinion, they are more terrifying than first-level evolved animals." Species such as rats, locusts, and bats are peculiar species among evolved animals. They are very small and their individual strength is not strong, so they will be one level lower than other animals after evolution, but they are huge in number, and they are often tens of thousands each time they go out, so evolved animals that are one level higher than them can only choose to flee when they encounter them. After listening to the system's explanation, Luo Ren understood that although the strength of a single person could not reach level 1, there was still strength in numbers. No, it should be that there was strength in numbers of rats. God was really not nice. The number of humans was also large, so why did humans become zombies? The surviving humans were all ordinary people, and they had to hunt down evolved zombies and evolved animals to obtain evolution crystals to enhance their individual strength. Speaking of evolution crystals, Luo Ren's eyes lit up. "System, do those evolved rats have evolution crystals in their heads? If there were evolution crystals in the heads of the evolved rats, it would be great." Although he could not defeat such a large number alone, he still had the army. With full firepower coverage, even a group of rats with tens of thousands would have a high probability of being defeated. As long as he harvested a group of rats, he could obtain tens of thousands of evolution crystals, and he could completely turn the guards into a super soldier corps. A super soldier corps of 1,000 people, it was exciting to think about it. By then, Huqing would be swept away by him. When encountering a group of rats, he would not need a gun. He would fight with a saber. Anyway, he would not become a zombie if he was injured by an evolved animal. Imagination is extremely beautiful, but reality is always cruel. The system immediately poured cold water on Luo Ren. Only level 1 evolved animals have evolution crystals, level 0 evolved animals do not, and large-scale evolved animals like rats, even if they reach level 1, do not 100% have evolution crystals. Luo Ren said helplessly, "It seems that vigorously developing the population and unlocking more advanced weapons and equipment are the right way to enhance the strength of the base." Time passed by, and Luo Ren was almost done resting. He stretched and looked around. He had not checked the environment of this area properly just now. Standing on the tree and looking out, there were actually 5 humans resting on the mound not far away. Those humans also found Luo Ren the moment he stood up, and immediately stood up and approached the tree where he was. The weapons and equipment of these 5 people were very backward. 2 of them held homemade spears, 2 held machetes, and 1 had a knife on his waist and a homemade earth gun in his hand. Luo Ren looked at the man holding the musket. He was sturdy and had sharp eyes. He was the only one among the 5 who had 2 weapons, so he guessed that he was the leader. The 5 stopped 50 meters away from the tree. The man holding the musket aimed at Luo Ren and shouted, "Come down." Hearing the shout, Luo Ren took a deep breath. Under the gaze of the 5 people, he jumped down from the branch that was 5 or 6 meters high and landed firmly on the ground. The 5 people were secretly frightened. This guy was quite powerful. However, with the large number of people and a gun, they were not afraid, and their attitude was still very bad. "Boy, what are you doing here?" asked a man with a machete. Luo Ren looked around and asked, "Barren mountains and ridges, do you live here?" The man didn't know why and subconsciously replied, "I don't live here." "That's fine, isn't it? This is not your home, why do you still care so much? Luo Ren said sternly. Okay, do you know what this is? It's a real gun. Be careful and I'll shoot you, the man said angrily. Shut up. The man with the gun glared at him, then looked at Luo Ren and said, young man, although you are very skilled, you are only one person after all, and you have no weapons. There are 5 of us here, and the weapons in our hands are deadly things. I don't ask for much. Just hand over all your food and I'll let you go. Boss, his clothes are not bad. Someone whispered in the ear of the man holding the gun. The man with the gun heard this and took a look at Luo Ren's clothes. Well, it's not bad. That's it. Keep the food and clothes and leave. Luo Ren smiled contemptuously. A few rotten losers actually wanted to rob him. However, they did not kill anyone when they came up. Therefore, Luo Ren did not have any murderous intentions. Otherwise, these 5 people would have died long ago. I told you to hurry up. Seeing that Luo Ren didn't make any move after he finished speaking, the man with the gun became anxious and urged. Facing the urging, Luo Ren's eyes flashed with slyness, and he said with a smile, no hurry, I only have very little. I have a better place to go, there is plenty of food there, but I don't know what you guys are doing. Do you dare to come with me? If you are afraid to go, lead the way. The man with the knife was overjoyed when he heard that there was plenty of food, and said with a fearless expression. He's playing tricks on you, you damn sure believe it. The man with the gun quickly stopped him. The person in front of him showed no fear, and he couldn't help but look at it carefully again, thinking, this man is facing us. There is no fear at all. I don't know if he is pretending or if he is really powerful. But he doesn't have any weapons on his body. Is he sure he can defeat us with fists and kicks? Yes. The man holding the gun thought of something. His eyes suddenly turned frightened when he looked at Luo Ren, and he swallowed nervously. Could it be that he is an evolved human being like Brother Tai? He remembered again that this man had jumped from a tree 5 to 6 meters high just now, with no harm done and a relaxed look on his face. Therefore, the more he thought about it, the more nervous and frightened he became. He involuntarily took a few steps back and quickly put down the gun. As the saying goes, he was not afraid. 10,000 is just in case. Several other people wondered why their boss suddenly put down his gun and looked scared. The gun boss shouted hurriedly, you guys put down your weapons quickly. He has seen the power of evolved humans. He can lift a big stone of 300 to 400 kilograms with his bare hands, and his speed is comparable to that of a skinny zombie on all fours. Unless it is a team of 100 people with guns, they are no match at all. The evolved human being in front of me has been deeply offended just now. If they don't correct their attitude, I don't know how they will die next. The other 4 people were puzzled, but 3 of them obeyed the boss's words and put down their weapons. Only the man with the knife who spoke before rolled his eyes and quickly picked up the gun that belonged to the gun boss on the ground, and pointed the gun at Luo Ren. What are you afraid of? I tell you, take off your clothes and hand over the food quickly, otherwise I will shoot. The gun boss was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly yelled, asshole, put down the gun quickly, you will kill us. Not only did the man not listen, but his tone was very contemptuous. He is just a stronger human being, isn't he still an ordinary person? I have a gun in my hand, why am I afraid of him? Could it be that he is wearing an iron cloth shirt with a jean gong cover, and bullets can't hit him? Where? After saying that, he took a few steps closer to Luo Ren and shouted, hurry up, I don't want to say it a third time. You, put down the gun quickly, it will really kill us. The gun boss was even more anxious and almost cried. Luo Ren smiled contemptuously and said, okay, then you have to put it away. After hearing this, the man looked back at the gun boss proudly, which seemed to mean that you are not suitable to be the boss because you are a coward, and you should give the position to me. Taking advantage of the moment when the man turned back, Luo Ren moved his figure, ducked in front of the man, and grabbed the gun. The other 3 people were suddenly startled, and immediately understood why gun boss was suddenly so afraid of the person in front of them, because at this time, they were as scared as gun boss in their hearts. The gun boss sighed secretly. He guessed correctly, but he was not happy at all. Bringing such a pig teammate had completely offended this evolved human being. The man who yelled felt a gust of wind blowing by, and his hands became empty. He immediately turned his head, his pupils shrank sharply, and he stumbled and fell in fright. At this time, he still had a hint of majesty and arrogance, and his face was full of fear like the others. He quickly knelt down and cowed out, spare my life, spare my life. This performance was even more impressive than gun boss and the others. The 4 gun bosses also knelt down and were trembling all over. At this time, the 4 of them were cursing in their hearts, dead to death. If it hadn't been for him, how could he have completely offended this evolved human being? It's all this bastard. Damn it. Son of a bitch. Luo Ren held the tail of the gun in one hand and the head of the gun in the other, and then bent it hard, and the metal-made earthen gun was bent like this. The gun boss and others were even more scared when they saw this scene. Throwing away the abandoned earthen gun in his hand, Luo Ren looked at the man kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, "Don't you want my clothes and food? I'm standing here, come and get them yourself. Grandpa, please spare my life, please spare my life, I don't know Taishan, I don't dare to do it anymore." The man cowed out frantically and begged for mercy. "I'm talking to you, if you want my clothes, come and take them off yourself, if you don't, I'll kill you now." Luo Ren kicked the man upside down and shouted sternly. The man was also afraid. Hearing that he was going to be killed, he knelt in front of Luo Ren and tremblingly reached out his hand to touch Luo Ren's clothes. Luo Ren took a deep breath, kicked the guy away, and said angrily, "I told you to take it off, but you still did it. Didn't you say that if I didn't take it off, you would kill me?" The man muttered in his heart, feeling very aggrieved. Did he get caught by the door here? Luo Ren looked at Gun Boss and others and pointed at his head. Boss Gun plucked up his courage and said seriously, "I haven't been caught by the door, but once when he went out to find food, he was resting against a tongue tree, and a tongue nut fell from it and hit his head. Newton discovered gravity when an apple hit his head, but he became nervous after being hit on the head by a tongue nut, and didn't find any physical phenomenon. I guess it might be the weight of the tongue nut and the different height from the apple. According to the equation, y is the height, x is the weight, and this function." Luo Ren's brain was boiling after hearing this, and he quickly stopped him. "Is it reasonable? Are you going to read me a novel or give me a lesson?" Boss Gun quickly shut up. Seeing him shut up, Luo Ren asked, "Okay, let me ask you, weren't your attitudes quite arrogant at the beginning? Why did you suddenly change 180 degrees? Because you are an evolved human being, even if we have guns, we are no match for you. If you still don't know what to do, aren't you looking for death?" The gun boss answered truthfully. "Red evolved humans?" Luo Ren was secretly shocked. I don't know if the evolved humans he talks about evolved naturally like animals, or if they are humans like me who swallowed evolutionary crystals. Luo Ren asked, "Besides me, have you seen other evolved humans?" "Of course I have, our village leader is an evolved human being." Gun Boss 10 replied. "Fortress leader?" Luo Ren thought to himself, it seems that these people are not a scattered team, but a team sent by a big force to search for food. However, we can learn about the so-called village owner and their shelter from these people. Luo Ren then asked, "What is the name of your shelter? How many people are there? What is the strength of the troops? Also, what is the name of the leader of the village in your mouth, and how did he become an evolved human?" The gun boss did not dare to lie and said clearly, "Our shelter is called Go Village. This is the name given by the owner of the village, which means living in an ignoble life in the last days. We have about 7 or 8,000 people in Go Village." Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. As for the strength of the troops, how can I say it? Because we all spontaneously organize teams to go out to search for food. If we don't go out, there will be no food to eat. And if the village is in danger, we all guard it together. It's more like signing up for a group to keep warm. We insist on talking about the strength of the troops, that is the village leader's team of 100 people. Also, our village leader is called Chin Tai. I don't know the specific reason why he became an evolved human. I guess no one in the village knows, because Tai suddenly became very strong overnight, and he said it himself. He is an evolved human being. Luo Ren touched his chin and thought, becoming stronger overnight does not rule out natural evolution. Of course, he believes that Chin Tai ate evolution crystals, because if natural evolution occurs, it cannot be so rare in number, and tens of thousands of people in the base can no one has evolved naturally, and no one has evolved naturally among the forces I encountered. This is very unscientific. I just don't know what level of physical fitness Chin Tai has reached after eating a few evolutionary crystals. After some thought, Luo Ren said, "Get up and lead the way." The gun boss was a little confused and asked cautiously, "Where are you going? Where do you want to go?" "Of course it's to Gojai. Do you know the way to other places?" Luo Ren said. The gun boss was shocked when he heard this, but then he felt relieved. Luo Ren was just a human being. Even if he was an evolved human, it would still be dangerous to encounter a large number of zombies. He should only go to Gojai to seek shelter. But there is one more thing. The gun boss rubbed his hands and said with a flattering look on his face, "Well, we will take you to Gojai. Don't forget the faults of the villain and let us go?" Luo Ren was speechless, and immediately showed a fierce expression. Hurry up and lead the way, or I will kill you now. The gun boss was startled and did not dare to ask any more questions. He called out to his brothers and kicked the pig teammate to let him go ahead. Please come with us. Gun boss and the others were very familiar with this area, and the journey went smoothly without encountering zombies or evolved animals. They took Luo Ren to their destination, Gojai, very quickly. In front of Luo Ren was an abandoned factory, with people moving around in various simple houses made of various materials. At the entrance, the word Gojai was written on a piece of cardboard with charcoal and pasted on the wall. There were 2 soldiers on duty here, but when they saw Luo Ren and the others entering the village, they showed no intention of intercepting them. Following the gun boss, I walked into Gojai. The environment inside was far inferior to that of the base. All kinds of garbage could be seen everywhere, and no one was cleaning it. Fortunately, people are not beasts and have their own sense of shame. They can recognize garbage randomly, but when relieving oneself, one still knows to dig a hole in the land outside and then bloom it. Therefore, the village does not stink, but people who go out are in trouble. People often step on landmines, leaving shoes all over. Arriving at a simple house made of wooden boards, iron sheets, and rags, the gun boss pointed and said, "This is our residence." "Do you think you are?" Luo Ren looked inside the house. There were a lot of clutter in the small room, and the remaining space was for 3 beds, which could barely squeeze in the 5 gun bosses. Luo Ren dared to stay in this situation, and besides, he was not here to stay. "Yes," he immediately said, "you can sleep on your own, I have my own way. By the way, which house does the leader of Gojai live in?" The stone hanging in the gun boss's heart fell to the ground. Hearing Luo Ren's tone, he should have let them go. He quickly pointed to the collapsed factory building with less than a fifth left, and said, "That's the village owner's residence." Luo Ren took advantage of the situation and took a note, then took out a few pieces of compressed dry food from his pocket, threw it to the gun boss, and said, "This is hard work money and hush money. Don't tell anyone about my affairs, otherwise, you know the consequences. Don't worry, you can kill us without telling us." The gun boss was overjoyed to see that there was still food, and quickly nodded in agreement. Luo Ren left the residence of Boss Gun and the others and walked on the road. He was not in a hurry to find Shin Tai, the leader of Go Village, but planned to take a tour of the entire Go Village first. "Brother, 2 portions of food, I am yours today." Passing by a room, people in the room saw Luo Ren and rushed out, grabbing Luo Ren's arm. Luo Ren looked at this person. Long-term hunger had caused her to be malnourished, and her face was sallow and thin. She had blackened her face with potash, but her delicate facial features still revealed that she was beautiful, and it could be seen from her body shape and facial features that she was but a girl of 16 or 17 years old. Luo Ren looked past the girl and saw the situation inside the house. A little boy of 7 or 8 years old, his face was pale, his cheeks were sunken, and the outline of his bones was printed. After not receiving a reply for a long time, the girl became anxious. She held Luo Ren's arm harder and said hurriedly, one piece of food will do. "Sir, please, my brother will starve to death if he doesn't eat, please." The girl slowly knelt down, tears falling from her cheeks, and then she thought of something again. She quickly let go of Luo Ren, ran back to the house, and got a bottle. There was still half a bottle of water in the bottle. She carefully poured out the water. "Dare to waste, wash away the potash on your face bit by bit, revealing your beautiful and charming appearance." She walked up to Luo Ren and stood up, trying to let Luo Ren see her face clearly. She thought that Luo Ren's delay in agreeing was because her dress just now was too ugly. Luo Ren was moved by the girl's actions and couldn't help but ask, "Didn't the village leader Chin Tai help ordinary people?" The girl replied, "The village master is only responsible for maintaining order in the village and will not care about our life and death. If you want food, you have to find it yourself, otherwise you will starve to death." Luo Ren then asked, "In that case, why don't you join other teams and go out to find food together?" The girl said, "I think so too, but the men's team is too dangerous. They are all very honest in the village, but their true nature will be revealed when they leave the village. In the past, many women joined the men's team, but very few of them could be intact. If you come back, you either can't come back or you have a mental breakdown. My eldest brother was here before. Although there was often not enough food, he would not starve to death. However, my eldest brother went out 7 days ago and never came back. The food in the house was all eaten a few days ago. My younger brother fainted many times because he was too hungry. Just give me half of the food, and I will be yours today. There is also a women's team, why don't you join?" Luo Ren asked. The girl shook her head. They think I am weak and slow, so they don't want me. The man in front of her asked so many questions, but he didn't say whether he would agree to her or not, nor did he bargain. He just said the price in his mind. The girl let go of Luo Ren's arm with some disappointment, walked back to the room with her head down, squatted beside the bed, looked at her weak brother on the bed, and tears could not stop falling from her cheeks. Read the girl was only 16 or 17 years old, but she had such a hard life. Luo Ren couldn't help but feel sympathy in his heart, and immediately took out the remaining 4 pieces of compressed dry food. These foods should be enough for the 2 siblings to make do for a while. The girl also noticed Luo Ren's actions, and her disappointed face was immediately full of expectations. As she expected, Luo Ren walked into the room, and then gently placed the compressed dry food on the only table in the room under her gaze. Seeing this, the girl immediately got up and walked to the door, put down the door curtain, her face flushed, and trembling hands unbuttoned her clothes. Because of panic, she unbuttoned several times before unbuttoning the first button, but at this time Luo Ren stopped her. She couldn't help but wonder what the man in front of her meant, whether he regretted it. Thinking of this, her face was full of disappointment again. She looked at the food on the table and swallowed a few times. The food is for you. Keep it for yourself. Don't let others see it. Live well. After saying that, Luo Ren walked out of the house without looking back. The girl quickly put away the compressed dry food on the table and looked around. Fortunately, no one saw it. She was relieved. Although many people did not dare to make trouble under the pressure of the village owner Chintai, 4 pieces of compressed dry food were enough for 3 or 4 days. This attraction must be said to be very large, so it is not ruled out that those who are brave and not afraid of death will come to rob. My brother has not returned yet, and my younger brother is weak. These compressed dry food are the hope for her and her brother to survive. After putting away the compressed dry food, the girl looked at Luo Ren's back with tears in her eyes and gratitude in her heart. Thank you, I will definitely live well. Thinking of this, she found some pot ash and painted her beautiful face black, so as to reduce other people's attention and avoid unnecessary trouble. After the incident with the girl, Luo Ren guessed that although there was no oppression from the powerful and the order was relatively stable in Go Village, the people here did not live well, or in other words, the strong preyed on the weak. Young, strong, and fast-moving men and women could go out to search for food. As long as they came back safely, they would have no problem surviving. However, the old, weak, and disabled were regarded as burdens. No one was willing to give them food, including the village owner Chintai. If they could not find food, they would starve to death. From this, we can know that there are extremely vicious people in Go Village, but they are relatively few, and most of them are ordinary people who want to survive, such as the gun boss and the girl just now. 7 or 8,000 people, attacking together, sounds scary, but after understanding, it is not the case. The purpose of these people is nothing more than to survive, and they can do it by joining the base. Not only can they do it, but their lives can also be thousands of times better than now. At least they don't have to worry about food, safety, and fear every day. Luo Ren walked while thinking, and unknowingly came to the vicinity of the factory. Looking at the factory that only 1/5 of it was left, he thought to himself, I don't know what kind of person Chintai, the leader of Gojai, is. With the superior conditions of the base, if these people knew about it, they would definitely scramble to go there, so there is a problem here, and we have to let these people know about the base. And the best way to solve this problem is Chintai, the leader of Gojai. He has a lot of prestige in Gojai, and the residents of Gojai are more likely to believe what he says. As long as he is willing to join the base, it will be a matter of course for the people to know about the base and join the base. Similarly, if Chintai is unwilling to join the base, it will be a big obstacle. 1/5 of the dilapidated factory building was reinforced with reinforced concrete and decorated. Compared with the residences of ordinary people, it is simply a mansion. This mansion has only one entrance and is guarded by fully armed soldiers. These soldiers' weapons are not as good as Hu Chang's, let alone the guards. They are all homemade armor and homemade firearms. There are no other houses near the factory building. It is very empty. The guarding soldier saw Luo Ren at a glance, said a few words to his companions, and then walked forward. This is a military restricted area. Civilians are not allowed to approach. Leave quickly. Luo Ren frowned. The guarding soldier was so domineering. Chintai didn't think he was a good person. The man in front of him didn't react to his words at all. The soldier suddenly became a little angry. He stepped forward a few steps to Luo Ren and stretched out his hand to push him hard. Luo Ren reflexively grabbed the soldier's wrist with one hand. With a little force, the soldier grimaced in pain. The other soldiers heard the screams and looked over. Seeing their companions being captured, they quickly surrounded Luo Rin with guns. "Let him go, or we will shoot." Luo Rin did not want to cause trouble, so he immediately let go of the soldier's wrist. The soldier was able to break free, thinking that Luo Rin was afraid because of his large number of people, so he was very tough. He glared at Luo Rin, pointed his gun at him, and shouted, "I will kill you. I warn you, don't point the gun at my head." Luo Rin said coldly. The soldier became even more angry, and the muzzle of the gun got closer and closer, and he shouted, "I am pointing it." As soon as the voice fell, Luo Rin pinched the barrel of the gun with 2 fingers, and the force penetrated his fingertips, and the muzzle of the gun was directly flattened. At the same time, he kicked him in the stomach, kicking him more than 10 meters away. He pulled the trigger subconsciously. Bang! Because the muzzle was flattened, the bullet could not be ejected, and the pressure in the gun chamber was too high, so it exploded directly, and the soldier's face turned from yellow to black. Luo Ren glanced at the other soldiers coldly. Seeing the scene just now, the other soldiers were all terrified and retreated one after another. It took a lot of strength to flatten the gun barrel with bare hands. The man in front of him was definitely an evolved human. The huge movement outside alarmed the people in the factory. Creak, the door opened and a man came out. This man was of medium build, with long hair and a sports suit. As this man appeared, the soldiers dispersed a path, and they looked at the newcomer with a trace of fear in their eyes. The long-haired man looked Luo Ren up and down, then pointed at the black-faced soldier on the ground and asked lightly, "Did you do it?" Luo Ren looked at this man and thought, "Is he Qin Tai, the leader of Gojai? How dare you?" For some reason, the long-haired man suddenly got angry, rushed towards Luo Ren, raised his fist and hit Luo Ren in the face. "You haven't answered my question for 5 seconds, you deserve to die." This man was so domineering. He wanted to kill someone just because he didn't answer his question for a few seconds. This made Luo Ren really angry. Facing the punch, Luo Ren easily caught it with one hand, and then rotated his palms. Papa papa. More than a dozen slaps hit the long-haired man's face in a row, and the sound was crisp and pleasant. Soon the long-haired man's face swelled up. From the strength of the long-haired man's punches and the speed of his sprint, Luo Ren estimated that he should have eaten 2 evolution crystals. Of course, natural evolution is not ruled out. The long-haired man was dizzy and turned around and couldn't tell the directions. This scene made the surrounding soldiers stunned. They knew the strength of the long-haired man. He could beat 5 of them alone without any problem. He was beaten in the blink of an eye and even his mother didn't recognize him. How strong is this man in front of him? "Ah, I'm going to kill you." The long-haired man regained consciousness and felt the burning pain in his cheek. When he touched it with his hand, it hurt to the core. He took out a mirror and looked at it. He just glanced at himself in the mirror and the mirror was crushed by him. This was the unprecedented sense of humiliation filled him with rage, and he wanted to tear the man in front of him into pieces. Red roaring and rushing towards Luo Ren, he rotated his fists and used all his strength. In Luo Ren's eyes, the long-haired man's fist was just a little faster than a snail. He easily dodged it and then stamped his palm on the long-haired man's chest, sending him flying back and hitting the wall of the factory. Just as the long-haired man was about to collide, a figure rushed out of the factory and caught the long-haired man firmly. Although the speed of the visitor was far less than his own, he estimated that he had eaten 4 or 5 evolution crystals. Luo Ren suddenly became interested. "It's a bit interesting." He took a closer look and saw that the person was about 1.8 meters tall, with handsome features and a strong build, exuding the aura of a superior person. It seems that the long-haired man is not Qin Tai, but this person is probably Qin Tai. As expected, Luo Ren guessed correctly. The visitor put down the long-haired man, looked him over, and said, "My dear Qin Tai, who are you? I don't remember offending you. Why did you come to my village to cause trouble?" As expected, it's Qin Tai. Since the other party wanted to reason, Luo Ren also reasoned with him. "I'm not here to cause trouble, but your soldiers are too overbearing. I just passed by the factory, and he drove me away fiercely and even started to attack me. Then he counterattacked. And the long-haired brother next to you is even more domineering. He asked a question, but after a few seconds without my reply, he wanted to kill me. If it weren't for his lack of strength, I would be dead now." After hearing this, Qin Tai touched his chin and thought for a moment, then pointed at the black-faced soldier and ordered the people around him, "Take him down and beat him with 20 army sticks." Then he looked at the long-haired man and said, "Find a room by yourself and stay in confinement for 3 days. Brother?" The long-haired man looked at Qin Tai in confusion. "Go quickly." Qin Tai's words could not be refused. Well. The long-haired man knew that talking was useless, so he glared at Luo Ren, walked into the factory. This Qin Tai really has double standards. Ordinary soldiers can be beaten with 20 military sticks, while his close associates can only be imprisoned. These words were just what he thought in his mind. Naturally, Luo Ren would not say them out. Instead, he thought of something else and said with clasped fists. It's Master Qin who knows right from wrong. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. After saying that, Luo Ren turned around and left. However, when he turned around, Qin Tai's cold voice sounded behind him. Wait a minute, I have already dealt with these two, so I have to give you an explanation. So do you have to give me an explanation as well? Luo Ren's eyes narrowed, he turned around slowly and asked, I don't know, what kind of explanation does Master Qin want? Qin Tai said indifferently, it's very simple. Just slap yourself as many times as you slapped my second brother. Remember, the force must be the same. Ha! Luo Ren was really angry and laughed. Why are you laughing? Qin Tai asked. Luo Ren's eyes gradually became cold, and the anger in his heart was burning. He stared at Qin Tai and said contemptuously, it's impossible for me to slap myself. I'm here. If you have the ability, you can slap me. Snort! Qin Tai snorted coldly and became angry. He immediately stepped towards Luo Ren, exuding a powerful aura that scared the onlookers, but for Luo Ren, who was facing it heaten, there was no discomfort at all. Qin Tai's eyebrows stood up, and he stepped in front of Luo Ren, raised his leg and struck his head. This blow was intended to kill Luo Ren. Luo Ren took a step back and easily dodged it. Qin Tai then punched out, making a sound like breaking the wind. However, this seemingly swift punch was still easily dodged by Luo Ren as he turned slightly sideways. Seeing this, Qin Tai grabbed him with his backhand. Luo Ren kicked the ground with his feet and retreated half a meter, but he easily dodged it. It was like an adult playing with a child. After more than a dozen rounds, Luo Ren did not make a move, but Qin Tai's attacks were easily dodged by him one by one, without even touching the corner of his clothes. After this, Qin Tai became even more angry, with bulging veins on his forehead, punching and kicking randomly. But his fists knocked out the air, and his feet kicked out the air. This made him furious, and he immediately reached for his waist, where he had a pistol. I won't play with you anymore. The moment Qin Tai took out his pistol, Luo Ren's speed exploded. A figure flashed in front of Qin Tai's instinctive eyes. His pistol was taken away by Luo Ren, and then pointed at his own head. Hua seeing this, Qin Tai's soldiers immediately aimed their guns at Luo Ren. With a gun pressed against his head, Qin Tai did not dare to move rashly and quickly shouted, "Put down the gun." When the soldiers heard this, they had no choice but to put down their guns. The smell of death forced Qin Tai to put away his arrogance, put down his dignity, and said, "Brother, I was wrong. How about we write off the matter?" "Are you thinking of writing it off now?" Luo Ren said contemptuously. Qin Tai forced out a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "It's not just a write-off. If you have any requests, feel free to ask for them, as long as I can satisfy them. Feel free to ask for it. If it's so good, what if I ask you to give Gojai to me?" Luo Ren said with a smile. Qin Tai clenched his fist quietly, thought for a while, and uttered two words, "I give it." "Okay, remember what you said." Luo Ren was in a good mood, and then said, "Tell your men to throw their guns on the ground and step back 10 steps. This, Qin Tai hesitated a little. The man in front of him was very fast. Once his soldiers dropped their guns, he could kill him and then escape within a few seconds when the soldiers picked up their guns. "Quick!" Luo Ren shouted. The muzzle of the gun hurt his head, and Qin Tai had no choice but to order, "Everyone drop your guns and step back 10 steps. Huala the soldiers dropped their guns one after another and stepped back 10 steps. "Remember what you said." After Luo Ren finished speaking, he kicked Qin Tai out with one foot, and then ran away. He was so fast that he disappeared in a few breaths. The soldiers ran up, picked up their guns, and surrounded Qin Tai in the middle. Qin Tai stood up and looked in the direction where Luo Ren disappeared. The anger in his eyes was about to burst out, and the endless anger made him want to eat Luo Ren alive. With his fists clenched, he ordered, "Throw the troublesome soldiers into the cellar to feed the zombies. Also, martial law will be imposed from now on. Anyone entering or leaving the village will be strictly checked until tomorrow morning." Qin Tai knew that he could not take revenge, so he could only vent all his anger on the black-faced soldiers. The implementation of martial law was just a psychological comfort for himself, but he did not expect to catch Luo Ren, because if Luo Ren wanted to leave, they might not be able to stop him. After giving these instructions, Chin Tai threw his hands and walked into the factory angrily. After he left, the soldiers looked at each other, and they saw the fear of Chin Tai in each other's eyes. Why are you all standing here? Hurry up and work. Didn't you hear the village chief say martial law for one day? Someone suddenly said when Chin Tai's figure disappeared from sight. The soldiers did not dare to stay too long after hearing this, and spontaneously formed teams of 3 or 5 people to start patrolling. The setting sun is about to fall, and the sight is enchanting. It was dusk, and the clouds in the sky were very beautiful, but all the residents of Gojai stayed at home. No one went out to enjoy the natural beauty. Only groups of soldiers under Chin Tai were patrolling the small streets. A simple house. Luo Ren clung to the wall, poked his head out, and looked around. There were no patrolling soldiers. He walked out from behind the house, and at this moment, footsteps and conversations suddenly came into his ears, and they were getting closer and closer. It seemed that they were coming this way. Although he was not afraid of these patrolling soldiers, he did not want to be discovered, which would cause unnecessary trouble and disrupt his plan. Looking at the house next to him, let's hide first. If the people inside want to call me, I will block their mouths or knock them out. Deciding in his heart, Luo Ren flashed into the simple house. The next second after he entered the house, a 5-man patrol team came out from the corner. Although they were patrolling, they did not carefully observe whether there was any suspiciousness around them. They walked past the simple house with laughter and disappeared at another corner. Inside the simple house, the girl's eyes were filled with fear, and her whole body was trembling. She wanted to scream, but someone covered her mouth. After Luo Ren entered the house, because the light inside was dim, he could not see the expressions of the people inside, and did not know whether they were going to call for help, so he can only take the initiative to cover the person's mouth. From the humming sound of the person in his hand, it should be a young woman. Scanning the interior of the house, Luo Ren frowned slightly. Why did this layout have a familiar feeling? Wait, Luo Ren slowly turned his head and looked back. There was a bed, and a person was lying on the bed. It was a child. Isn't this the residence of the girl during the day? Thinking of this, Luo Ren listened carefully to the woman's voice. It was familiar, very familiar. It was the girl during the day. At the same time, a childish and weak voice sounded behind him. Let my sister go. It's the little boy who woke up. It seems that she gave the food I gave her to her brother. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Although this is an era where people regard human life as worthless, Luo Ren still feels very accomplished to be able to save a life because of his little food. Ahem. Luo Ren coughed lightly. Just 2 coughs, the fear in the girl's eyes quickly dissipated, and her body still couldn't stop shaking, but it was not because of fear, but because of excitement. It's the benefactor. At this time, Luo Ren spoke. I am the one who gave you food during the day, remember? I can let you go, but you have to promise not to scream, understand? The girl nodded hurriedly. Luo Ren's hand slowly moved away, and the girl didn't scream or make a fuss, which made him feel relieved, and then he let the girl go completely with confidence. The girl learned who the visitor was, and hurriedly searched the drawer, took out a half-burned candle, and then found a lighter with only a little gas left. The candle was lit, not very bright, but enough to see everything in the house. The girl was still as she was during the day, with soot all over her face. When she smiled, her white teeth were exposed, giving Luo Ren the feeling of seeing an emoticon. Benefactor. The girl was so excited when she saw that it was really Luo Ren that she immediately knelt down and kowtowed to thank him. Luo Ren quickly helped her up and said, No need to do that, I didn't do anything. The girl said seriously, Yes. If it weren't for your food, my brother and I would have starved to death. So, this is a life-saving grace, and I must repay it. As she said that, the girl scratched her head, a little embarrassed, but, I have nothing now, my strength is not great, and my speed is not fast, but I don't know how to repay you. After a little hesitation, the girl's face suddenly showed a resolute expression, and said, Let's do this, I will do whatever you say, although I may not be able to complete it, but I will do my best. Luo Ren saw her resolute expression, waved his hand, and smiled, No need, you live well as the greatest thank you to me. The girl's eyes suddenly turned red when she heard this, and tears kept rolling in her eyes. Luo Ren was very puzzled when he saw this, thinking, I didn't say anything, why are you crying? You must not cry out loud, otherwise you will be discovered by the patrol outside. As if she could hear Luo Ren's voice, although tears kept falling, the girl did not make any sound. Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief and asked, What's wrong? The girl wiped her tears and said, Since the outbreak of the virus, no one has cared about me except my brother. Many people have become bad people.
They killed their benefactors for a little food and betrayed their companions for their own survival. But these people have done so many evil things, but no one cares about them.
Big brother, do you think that humans are going to be extinct?
The girl's younger brother, the little boy on the bed, is young, but he can tell from his sister's words that Luo Ren is not a bad person.
He looked at Luo Ren sincerely and asked.
Because of his weakness, his voice was very low, but his words were like a heavy object hitting Luo Ren's heart.
Yes, are humans really going to be extinct? This is such a serious question.
The virus broke out, zombies were everywhere, and there were also evolved animals. This was extremely dangerous for the surviving humans.
However, up to now, the city-states have stood, and those who have a little power and a little military force are thinking about how to monopolize more materials and oppress others to serve them, instead of organizing together to eliminate zombies and mutant animals and save humans from the water and fire. In such a big environment, humans still perfectly maintain the nature of internal fighting. Will humans really become extinct?
Luo Ren fell into deep thought. After a long time, he suddenly realized that oppression, brutality, and internal fighting were just what he saw at the moment. The outside world was still big, and there were many kinds of people. And what he saw was not all these, just like Daughter Valley, they were different from other forces.
Moreover, if the outside world was really all dark, then he would destroy it and annex it.
If there were only bases left in the world, then the world would no longer be dark, oppression and brutality would no longer exist, and humans would naturally not become extinct.
Luo Ren looked at the brother and sister and answered seriously, "Don't worry, humans will not become extinct. If no one cares about people who make mistakes, then I will."
The girl and the boy both had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. In their hearts, Luo Ren's image was like a savior from heaven. They nodded heavily, without any doubt about Luo Ren's words. Luo Ren gave them hope to live, and at the same time, they believed that Luo Ren could also bring hope to everyone to live, of course, except for those who did evil. It was getting late, and Luo Ren had other things to do, so he said goodbye to the brother and sister and prepared to leave.
Hey, wait a minute.
When Luo Ren was about to leave, the girl suddenly called him.
Anything else? Luo Ren asked.
The girl rubbed the corner of her clothes and said shyly, "I don't know your name yet." Luo Ren smiled and said, "My name is Luo Ren, Ren means benevolence and righteousness."
The girl said, "You are about the same age as my brother, can I call you brother Luo Ren?"
Luo Ren nodded, "Of course."
The girl was very happy and said, "Brother Luo Ren, my name is Lin Niantao, my brother is Lin Nianxin, by the way, I have a brother named Lin Nianda, he went out to find food and hasn't come back for a long time, but I don't believe he is dead. If brother Luo meets him outside, please tell him that his brothers and sisters are still waiting for him to come back." Luo Ren nodded heavily and agreed, "Okay. Everything that needs to be said has been said. It's getting late now. It's time for Luo Ren to leave here to do his own things."
After saying a few words of farewell to Lin Niantao and Lin Nianxin, he is about to open the door and leave. But at this moment, footsteps came from the outside world. Luo Ren thought it was a patrol soldier, so he immediately lowered the door curtain and waited for the patrol soldiers to leave before leaving. However, the strange thing is that the footsteps are getting closer and closer, seeming to be heading towards the simple house where he is.
Luo Ren's heart tightened and he thought secretly, could it be that he was discovered?
The sound of footsteps was already close at hand, and the visitor had arrived at the door. Luo Ren felt the breathing outside the door. There was only one person, and he couldn't help but wonder. The patrols were not all in teams of 3 or 5, so how could there be a single person?
However, it was easier to deal with it alone. Luo Ren's muscles were tense.
As soon as someone outside came in, he would kill them with one blow without making any noise.
Nian Tao Nian Xin, I'm back.
The person outside the door did not come in immediately, but said hello first. Luo Ren frowned and looked at the two siblings. They saw that they looked so excited that they were speechless for a moment.
Knowing the names of these two siblings, they shouldn't be patrolling. Who could they be? Seeing how excited they are, could it be that their brother Lin Nianda is back? But this can't be killed with one hit. Wait for people to come in and do it. Decision. Luo Ren quietly moved behind the door curtain. Why aren't you talking? Are you asleep? Then I'm coming in, said the person outside the door.
Then the door curtain was opened, and Luo Ren followed to avoid it. The person outside the door was revealed in front of the two siblings.
They were even more excited. The girl rushed forward and hugged the person. Looking at this, it should be Lin Nianda.
Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't have to do anything anymore.
Shouldn't I be happy that I'm back? Why are I still crying? Lin Yan's heart felt like a knife when he saw his sister's malnourished appearance and his brother's weakness on the bed, but he still smiled and wiped away his sister's tears and said, "Come on, let's go into the house and see brother brought you something delicious." "Yes." Lin Yintao nodded obediently and led his brother into the house. Then he saw Luo Ren behind the door curtain and said immediately, "By the way, brother, let me introduce someone to you." Lin Yenda was a little surprised. There were only 2 younger brothers and a sister at home, and they still needed to be introduced. He had been out for a while, but it was not yet time to introduce them again. But Lin Yentao pointed behind him and said, "This is brother Luo Ren." Lin Yenda suddenly looked back and was immediately shocked. There was actually another person at home, and he was also a man. He frowned, looked at Luo Ren, and asked at the same time, "Who are you?" Before Luo Ren could speak, Lin Yentao answered for him, "This is brother Luo Ren. If it weren't for the food given by brother Luo Ren, my brother would have starved to death today." Lin Yenda could tell that his sister had a good impression of the person in front of him, and he heard from his words that this person had provided food and help for his younger brothers and sisters. After seeing this person's face, he was very pleasing to the eye, and he felt a little relieved. He stretched out his hand and said gratefully, "My name is Lin Yenda, the brother of Nian Tao Nianxin. Thank you for helping my younger brothers and sisters." Luo Ren stretched out his hand and held it together, saying, "My name is Luo Ren." Luo Ren, such a familiar name. Lin Yenda whispered, frowning and thinking hard. After a long time, his brows relaxed and he became extremely excited. "You said you are Luo Ren?" Luo Ren couldn't help but feel strange. He spoke clearly and at a moderate volume. Why did he need to confirm it again? He nodded and said affirmatively, "I am Luo Ren." Lin Yenda confirmed again, "Are you Commander Luo Ren of the base?" Luo Ren thought to himself, "Is my fame already so great that it has spread to Gojai?" Then he nodded and said with more certainty, "Yes, I am Luo Ren from the base." Ho Lin Yenda's breathing was rapid and his snorting became heavier. Because he was so excited, his whole body was shaking. He clenched his fists and his eyes were completely occupied by reverence and excitement. This was the first time that Lin Niantao saw his brother like this. It was like the reaction of those ignorant girls when they had close contact with meat idols before the end of the world. She thought to herself, "Who is brother Luo Ren? How can he be so excited?" Seeing Lin Yenda like this, Luo Ren was a little scared. He had seen the news, including incidents where celebrities were knocked down by crazy fans and kissed violently. This made him involuntarily take a few steps back, fearing that Lin Yenda would suddenly pounce on him and hit him hard. After sucking on himself a few times, he couldn't imagine the scene. Seeing that Luo Ren was serious about taking a few steps back, Lin Yenda also noticed that he had lost his composure, and quickly suppressed his excitement and explained, "Sir Luo Ren, I am so excited to see you, I'm sorry." After he calmed down, Luo Ren asked, "Have you been to the base?" The only people who can call him commander are the soldiers and civilians of the base, and no one else. Now that Lin Yenda calls him this, the first thing Luo Ren thinks of is that he has been to the base. Only in this way can he respect himself so much and see him. "That's why I'm so excited." Unexpectedly, Lin Yenda shook his head and denied, "I have never been to the base." This made Luo Ren feel even more strange. Since he had never been to the base, how could he call himself sir like this? Lin Yenda could see that Luo Ren was confused, so he explained before he asked, "Although I haven't been to the base, I have seen the guards. If it weren't for the guards, I might not be able to come back this time." After a pause, Lin Yenda took a deep breath and recalled, "That day, I went out with 5 other people to look for food and found a convenience store that had not been looted. We dealt with the zombies around the convenience store and successfully rushed into the convenience store. There was a lot of food inside, which could fill the backpacks of the 5 of us, and there was still some left." As he said, he took off his backpack, but it was not as he said. The backpack was flat. After opening it, the food inside was pitifully small. He continued, "After we got the food, we were about to leave the convenience store, but at this time, many zombies suddenly rushed in from the street. The 6 of us alone could never break through, so we could only hide in the convenience store. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and 6 days passed. Fortunately, there was enough food in the convenience store, so we didn't starve to death, but we were. After being trapped for so many days, the zombies outside showed no sign of retreating. We were desperate. To be honest, we had already written our suicide note, but it was on the 7th day." Speaking of this, Lin Yenda suddenly became excited. Dense gunshots rang out, and all the zombies outside were killed. "We saw an army that was unlike any army we had encountered before. This army had extremely high quality. Not only did they not arrest us, but they also did not rob us of our food and weapons. They just sincerely invited us to a place called the base. They said that there was no oppression or brutal rule in that place. As long as you were willing to work hard, you could get enough food and clothing. They also showed us a video. In the video, every resident of the base was full of vitality and enthusiasm for life, just like the Garden of Eden in the dream. And they also told me the story of the founder of the base, that is, you. Lin Yende looked at Luo Ren, his eyes full of admiration. After listening to your deeds, we yearn for the life of the base and want to become a part of the base. Why did you go to the base with the guards instead of returning to Gojai? Luo Ren asked. Reed Lin Yende shook his head and said, it's not us who are back, but only me, because Nian Tao and Nian Xin are still here. I can't abandon them, I have to take them to the base, they are my only relatives in this world. Lin Nian Tao and Lin Nian Xin were moved, with happiness in their eyes that they hadn't seen for a long time, and they called out at the same time, brother. In this world, the best way to make people feel happy is to have someone care about you. Lin Yende also moved his eyes from Luo Ren to his younger brother and sister, with endless tenderness and love in his eyes. Luo Ren was also touched by his loyalty and patted him on the shoulder and said, the base welcomes you at any time. Thank you, Commander Luo Ren. Lin Yende thanked him and continued, I also heard from Captain Luoshan of the guard that they were looking for you. I didn't expect you to be here. I wonder what Commander Luo Ren is doing in Gojai. Luo Ren said, I was out of the city to chase the enemy. On the way, I accidentally found Gojai. I was curious and came in to investigate. I found that the people in it were not living well, so I thought about letting the 7,000 or 8,000 people in Gojai join the base. Lin Yende in front of him made Luo Ren's heart move and then said, it's a pity. I went to discuss with Qin Tai, the leader of Gojai. Before I said a few words, he and his people wanted to kill me. In this case, it is impossible to have a good discussion, so the only way to go is to attack. However, I heard that Qin Tai, the leader of Gojai, is a good person. He never oppresses the residents in the village and maintains the order of the village. Therefore, whenever there is an enemy attack, the residents of Gojai will rise up in resistance. In this case, if I lead a large army to attack, I will definitely hurt the residents of Gojai, which makes it difficult for me to make a decision. After listening to Luo Ren's story, Lin Yende thought for a while and said, Commander Luo Ren, you don't know that Qin Tai's maintenance of order in the village is not free. Every month, each person must hand in 10 kilograms of food or medical supplies. If you don't pay, he won't drive you out, but if the person encounters any crime in the village, they won't care. Therefore, the residents of Gojai are not satisfied with Qin Tai, but they have no choice. Everyone needs to survive. Gojai is a better choice than some places that oppress people to death. Of course, if the people in the village know the existence of the base, I believe they will choose the base without hesitation. Yes, but how can we let the residents of Gojai know the existence of the base? Luo Ren pretended to be distressed and fell into deep thought. The room fell silent. Lin Yende's expression changed several times. Finally, he seemed to have made an important decision. He looked at Luo Ren with a firm look and said, Commander Luo Ren, I have a way to let the people in Gojai know the existence of the base. Oh? What is the way? Luo Ren looked expectant. Lin Yende said, we need someone to spread the information about the base in Gojai. I have been in Gojai for such a long time and have met many people. I can tell all the information about the base to those I know, and those people can spread it. It won't be long before the whole Gojai will know the existence of the base. Of course, Commander Luo Ren, you can also send someone to spread the information, but between acquaintances and strangers, the words of acquaintances are always more believable. So, if you believe me, I am sure that you can defeat the enemy without fighting when you bring troops here next time. I just need to ask you for one thing, take my sister and brother back to the base first. Luo Ren was delighted, this was exactly what he wanted. He originally planned to find Gun Laode and others, promise them benefits, and let them spread rumors about the base, but after seeing Lin Yende's love for his younger brothers and sisters and his yearning for the base, he changed his mind and said the words that exposed his plan just now, but with a sense of inducement. If Lin Yende just glossed over it and didn't volunteer, then he would at most take him back to the base, and he wouldn't be afraid of his plan being exposed. But the fact is that Lin Yende volunteered, which is really great. Lin Yende is loyal and righteous, and he entrusted his brother and sister to him to take back to the base, so he doesn't worry about him turning against him. And as he said, between acquaintances and strangers, the words of acquaintances are always more trustworthy than those of strangers, so he is the best candidate. Luo Ren said solemnly, I believe you, then the matter of Gojai will be handed over to you. Don't worry, I will bring Nian Tao and Nian Xian back to the base safely. No one will bully them there, and they won't go hungry. Thank you, sir. Lin Niande cares most about his younger brothers and sisters. He was relieved to get Luo Ren's promise. He chose to stay and promote the base for Luo Ren, just to make his younger brothers and sisters live better. He heard Luo Shan say that as long as he has the ability, he can become a manager of the base, and now is the opportunity to show his ability. As long as this mission is successfully completed, regardless of ability, he has reason to believe that Luo Ren will make him a manager of the base. Although ordinary residents of the base can also eat enough, managers should always have better living places and food than ordinary residents, so that their younger brothers and sisters can live better. Of course, not everything can be said to be 100% successful. If this mission fails, he has also thought about it. The most serious consequence is just death. However, this can allow Luo Ren to take care of his younger brothers and sisters and make their lives better even though he died for the base. This also achieves the goal. Luo Ren patted Lin Niande's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "There is martial law tonight, so it's not easy to leave the village, and your brother Nian Xian is still very weak. Let's take a day off and set off tomorrow." The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Niande went out for a walk and then returned. As soon as he entered the house and saw Luo Ren, he said, "The martial law has been lifted, and you can leave the village." Luo Ren nodded, looked at Lin Nian Tao and Lin Nian Xian, and said, "Pack up everything, and we'll set off immediately." Lin Nian Tao bowed her head and sorted out her things. She glanced at her brother from time to time, her eyes full of reluctance. After sorting out, there were actually not many things, and she couldn't bring much. After all, the luggage was too obvious and very easy to be noticed. But even so, half an hour had passed, and Lin Nian Tao hadn't sorted it out yet. Luo Ren couldn't help but frown slightly and said, "Why haven't you finished yet?" Lin Nian Tao heard this, just lowered her head and kept silent, busy with her hands, but didn't know what she was busy with. Lin Niande also looked over and noticed Lin Nian Tao's abnormality, so he asked, "Nian Tao, do you have something you don't know where to put it?" Lin Nian Tao's body trembled slightly when she heard this, bit her lips, then looked up at Lin Niande, and all the words in her heart were expressed in her eyes. Lin Niande, his sister who had been with him for more than 10 years, could see it, and immediately touched his sister's head and said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to fight Chintai, I just want to tell everyone the facts. It's okay, you go to the base with Commander Luo Ren first, and we will reunite at the base in a few days." Tears rolled in her eyes. Although Lin Nian Tao was reluctant, she still nodded obediently. She knew that in the current situation, she and her brother staying here would only be a burden to her brother. Luo Ren changed his clothes, and his combat uniform was too conspicuous. If he was alone, it would be fine. Chin-Tai's team of only 100 people wanted to leave on their own, and they couldn't stop him at all. But now it was different. He brought 2 people with him, so they had to be careful. The few of them successfully arrived at the gate of Gojai. 2 soldiers under Chin-Tai were stationed there. Lin Niande took out 2 cigarettes and went up to greet them with a smile. "Come on, brother, have a smoke." The 2 soldiers puffed out smoke, feeling relaxed. One of them said, "Old Lin, I thought you were dead after being away for so many days, but I didn't expect you to be so lucky." Another joked, "Yes, old Lin, you are back after all. If you don't come back, your sister will be watched by many people. Once this month is over, she will have no food to hand in, which will be very dangerous." Lin Niande laughed, "Yes, in this fucking era, it's really more comfortable to die than to live." Pinching out the cigarette, Lin Niande said, "I won't talk to you anymore. My stomach can't stand it anymore." As he said that, he covered his stomach, looking anxious. The 2 soldiers laughed, "Go quickly, go quickly." Only then did Lin Niande lead Lin Nian Tao and Lin Nian Xian out of Go village and headed towards the grass and woods on the side. The 2 soldiers stared at Lin Nian Tao's back, swallowing their saliva secretly. One of them whispered, "What a beauty!" The other nodded in agreement. While the 2 were staring at Lin Nian Tao, Luo Ren quickly crossed the gate. The 4 of them stopped in a secluded woodland. It was sparsely populated, and even those who had to leave the village to solve their 3 urgent needs would not come here. Facing his sister, Lin Niande said earnestly, "Listen to the commander's words along the way, take good care of Nian Xian, live well at the base, don't worry, we will be reunited at the base in a few days." Lin Nian Tao looked at Lin Niande reluctantly, and then nodded obediently. Lin Niande said to Luo Ren again, "Sir, I hope you can take care of Nian Tao and Nian Xian. Don't worry, I will treat them like my own sisters and brothers." As he said that, Luo Ren took out a high-explosive grenade and handed it to Lin Yinde, saying, "When you encounter danger, think about protecting yourself first." "Yes." Lin Yinde nodded heavily and said, "Thank you, sir." Luo Ren patted Lin Yinde's shoulder, and then took Lin Yen Tao and Lin Yen Xian on the route back to the base. Under Lin Yinde's gaze, the younger brother and sister kept looking back, their eyes full of reluctance, and Lin Yinde also waved vigorously until they disappeared at the end of the horizon. After Luo Ren and the others left, Lin Yinde did not return to Gojai immediately, but wandered for several hours, then rolled on the ground for several times, shaping his appearance to be very embarrassed, and then burst out all his acting skills, with sadness on his face, so he walked back to Gojai. At the gate, 2 soldiers saw Lin Yinde's appearance, and he was the only one who came back. They couldn't help but feel strange. One of them hurriedly asked, "Old Lin, what are you doing?" "Ah." Lin Yinde sighed, shook his head, ignored the man, and walked into Go village with sadness. Looking at Lin Yinde's back, another soldier said, looking at his appearance, "I'm afraid he encountered zombies. Old Lin's brother and sister didn't come back with him. I'm afraid." Unknowingly, it was noon. This area was relatively flat, and the weather was very good today, so the view was very wide. On the road, Luo Ren was walking with Lin Yen Tao and his brother, and suddenly saw that there were several cars parked not far ahead. The 3 of them quickened their pace and walked forward. Luo Ren asked Lin Yen Tao and his brother to wait, and went to check alone. When they came to the side of a car, they looked through the window and saw a skinny zombie in the driver's seat being fixed by a seatbelt. The zombie smelled the smell of flesh and blood and weakly raised his hands to grab Luo Ren and swallow his flesh and blood. Luo Ren would not give it this chance. He saw the zombies being killed with a knife. The dark sticky blood splashed on the seats and steering wheel, emitting a foul smell. Luo Ren decisively gave up the car. Then he came to a car with an open door. Although there were bloodstains inside, they had dried up, and those bloodstains were obviously normal human bloodstains. This car was acceptable. Luo Ren got in the car and pressed the start button, but the car did not respond. He looked at the dashboard and saw that there was no gas. Gasoline is volatile. This car has been here for so long, and the gasoline in the tank must have evaporated long ago. Luo Ren's eyes fell on the car he had not checked yet, but he retracted his eyes in just a few seconds and shook his head slightly. According to experience, these cars have been placed for several months, and the gasoline in the tank must have evaporated. After passing the car, Luo Ren and Lin Yintao continued on the road. Without a car, they could only use their 2 legs. Day. Not long after walking, they suddenly heard gunshots. Luo Ren looked to the right following the sound. There were many houses and buildings about a kilometer away, and zombies were vaguely seen wandering. It was a village. The gunshots came from that village. Judging from the gunshots, there were quite a few people on the other side. Luo Ren immediately took Lin Yintao into hiding and observed the situation in the village. Not long after, an army came into view. Familiar combat uniforms, familiar guns, and familiar faces. Luo Ren was overjoyed. It turned out to be the guards. He immediately rushed out of hiding, waved his arms vigorously at the guards, and shouted, "Luo Ji, I'm here." As for the guards, Luo Ji heard Luo Ren's voice and looked over subconsciously. When he saw that it was really Luo Ren, he was overjoyed and said, "It's the commander." He immediately ordered, "Follow me and greet the commander." Luo Ji led 100 guards to Luo Ren, and Luo Ren ran towards the guards with Lin Yintao and her brother. "Commander, we have been looking for you for several days, and finally found you." Luo Ji was excited. "Have you been looking for me these days?" Luo Ren asked. "Yes, Commander, since you chased Tu Fei for a whole day and didn't return to the base, Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Li, and Su Andong took turns to lead the team out to look for you every day. Today, we finally found you. Where did you go? We were all worried to death." Luo Ji said. "Su Anton also came out. Is he with the guards?" Luo Ren asked hurriedly after hearing this. Although Su Antong is already a member of the guard, she cannot lead the guard. She leads the female soldiers from the Daughter Valley, and the guns they use are also the guns they made themselves. Luo Ji said. "That's it." Luo Ren felt warm in his heart. Su Antong actually brought a group of female soldiers to find him. This touched him very much. He looked in the direction of the base and said, "Let's go. Let's return to the base as soon as possible so that they don't have to worry so much." Because of the shortage of gasoline and other fuels, the escorts basically walked when they went out. Even if they used vehicles, they were only vehicles for hauling ammunition and food.
Although the main purpose is not to pull people, there are still places to sit, but no one in the escort is willing to do anything special. Except for the people driving, even if there is a place to sit, others will definitely not sit, unless they are injured. However, Luo Ren is different. As the commander of the base, he doesn't need to care about this, because even if he does something more extreme, the guard's loyalty to him will be 100% and will never be reduced. Besides, it's just a car ride, so sesame seeds. Small things are nothing. Luo Ren took Lin Niantou and Lin Nianxin to the front of the small truck hauling supplies. Lin Niantou and his brother sat in the back seat respectively, while he himself took the passenger seat. Lin Nianxin was only 7 or 8 years old. The physical strength of a child was not as good as that of an adult. In addition, due to malnutrition, his body was very weak. After walking such a long distance, even though Luo Ren was carrying him on his back, his physical strength was still exhausted. I fell asleep as soon as I sat in the car. Although Lin Niantou was not exhausted, as the car started to move, the bumps and shakes along the way made her eyelids heavier and heavier. In the end, she couldn't hold on and closed her eyes, snoring slightly. Luo Ren saw the two siblings asleep, smiled slightly, turned around and looked ahead. The speed of the car was neither fast nor slow, and it had to match the walking speed of the escort. In this way, the time came to the afternoon, and finally, the base city came into view. When the team arrived at the city gate, Luo Ji took a step forward and shouted, "Open the city gate quickly, the chief is back." "Sir, are you back?" The soldiers guarding the city were all pleasantly surprised. They scanned the troops led by Luo Ji carefully, but did not find Luo Ren. They couldn't help but wonder, thinking in their hearts, "Didn't you see, sir?" At this moment, the windows of the supply truck in the middle of the team were lowered, and Luo Ren poked his head out, smiling and waving to the soldiers defending the city. The doubts in the hearts of the soldiers guarding the city dissipated instantly, and they were even more surprised. They quickly opened the city gate and welcomed the chief officer back to the city. The news of Luo Ren's return to the city quickly spread throughout the base city, and the residents among them all breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. In their hearts, Luo Ren is like a god, providing them with spiritual support. They believe that Luo Ren is a savior sent by God who can save mankind from danger. Therefore, there has been no news for several days, and their hearts are filled with confusion. They were very anxious. Now that Luo Ren has returned to the city safe and sound, the stone hanging in their hearts has finally fallen to the ground. Luo Shan, Luo Hai and Luo Ji Luo Li are the top officers of the escort army except Luo Ren. They have hunted the largest number of zombies and have reached the level of second-level squadron leader. Each of them can command up to 500 troops. Moreover, they are the oldest and have followed Luo Ren for the longest time, so they have the deepest relationship with Luo Ren. Luo Ji did not say anything, but the other three were all ecstatic when they heard that Luo Ren had returned to the city and came after hearing the news. There was another person who immediately relaxed when she heard that Luo Ren had returned to the city, and her eyes were slightly moist, but she did not take the initiative to come to Luo Ren. Mobile base. Luo Shan, Luo Hai and Luo Ji Luo Li stood side by side, with unconcealable joy in their eyes. Next to them stood Saudi Arabia. He was one of the first people to join the base. Luo Ren even promoted him to be the resident supervisor of the base. This made him very grateful to Luo Ren. Therefore, Luo Ren returned to the city safely, and in his heart no less happy than anyone else. Okay, Saudi stays, and everyone else goes to work. Being stared at by 5 grown men, the atmosphere was indeed a bit awkward, so he quickly sent them away. Luo Shan, Luo Hai and Luo Ji Luo Li saw Luo Ren and were not injured. After hearing this, they left the mobile base. After they left, only Luo Ren, Sha, Lin Niantou, and Lin Luo were left in the mobile base. Thinking of my brothers and sisters. Luo Ren said, "Saudi, this is the brother and sister Lin Niantou and Lin Nianxin. You find a good place for them to live in the inner city. Remember that the environment must be good. In terms of space, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room are about the same. Also, in terms of food, you are responsible for it. Take Luan Tao and Nian Xin to the cafeteria. Remember, explain to Li Jiao that it is the privilege I give them and let her eat as much as she wants." "Sir, I remember." Saudi Arabia was a little surprised when he heard that the 2 siblings in front of him went directly to the cafeteria to eat. You must know that the cafeteria mainly supplies the guards. Ordinary residents receive raw materials and cook their own meals. However, managers like him can go to the cafeteria to eat, but that's because I'm too busy at work and have no time to cook, so I go to the canteen to eat, and I have to show proof. This regulation is because it is impossible to spend a lot of manpower and material resources on cooking, so no one is dissatisfied with this management regulation.
Now, Luo Ren, who had always strictly enforced the base's regulations, was trying to make ends meet for the two siblings.
This forced Saudi Arabia to face up to Lin Niantao and Lin Nianqin.
Their status must be extraordinary, and he had to take good care of them.
Luo Ren looked at the siblings and said, "You settle down at the base first, and in a few days I will send troops to the camp, and then you can reunite with your brother at the base.
His name is Saudi. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come here to see me directly.
If I am not here, you can also come to him. He is the resident supervisor, and he will solve any resident problem for you." Sister Lin Niantou said gratefully, "Thank you, brother Luo Ren." Luo Ren smiled slightly and said, "Go ahead." The siblings walked up to Saudi Arabia, and Lin Niantou said politely, "Hello, my name is Lin Niantao, and this is my brother Lin Nianqin."
Saudi Arabia also said very kindly, "My name is Saudi Arabia."
As the Sir said, "If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me.
Don't be polite to me.
If it is something that I cannot solve, I will report it to the Sir as soon as possible."
Lin Niantou said, "Thank you, Director Saudi." Saudi smiled slightly and said, "For those who are not in charge, just call me Saudi."
After a conversation, Lin Niantao's sister and brother became familiar with Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia took them to the residential area to choose a place to live.
Luo Ren looked at the leading figures of his siblings and couldn't help but smile.
Suddenly, he turned his eyes and saw a familiar face, and the smile on his face became even bigger.
Suantong was leaning against the wall, not far from the mobile base.
She saw Luo Ren coming out and saw that he was safe and sound, and his expression remained the same. She was completely relieved, and then turned to leave, but at this time, Luo Ren discovered her and moved toward her. She walked over, and when she got closer, Luo Ren smiled and said, "Antong, why are you here and not entering the mobile base?"
Suantong said, "I was just wandering around and ended up here by accident. Why should I go to the mobile base?"
Luo Ren smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll go shopping with you." Suantong rubbed the corners of her clothes with her hands, her eyes wandering, and she said at the same time, No, you must be very tired after being out for so many days, so you should have a good rest."
Luo Ren joked, "You don't know how good my body is, how could I be tired? Come on, I'll go shopping with you."
When Suantong heard this, her face turned red and she said anxiously, "How do I know whether you are in good health or not?
You bastard."
As she spoke, she turned her back and took steps.
Luo Ren looked confused.
What he really meant was to express that he was in good health and not tired.
Why was he so impatient?
He hurriedly followed and explained, "I didn't mean that.
I was simply expressing that I wasn't tired. It didn't mean what you thought." Suantong suddenly stopped, turned around and asked, "What do you mean? Do you know what I mean?" Luo Ren suddenly choked up.
As expected, he couldn't explain clearly to women, so he chose to change the topic.
What do you mean?
Sai, I wonder how the aquaculture base is being built.
Why don't we go take a look?
Suantong rolled her eyes at him. This change of topic was too abrupt, but she didn't intend to go into details. She continued to walk and said at the same time, "Okay."
Luo Ren was immediately delighted and quickly followed. The two of them walked to the outer city and came to the aquaculture site.
If you want to say that there is strength in numbers, the workers building the aquaculture base perfectly interpreted this sentence. They saw that a few days ago it was a land full of weeds. At this moment, a large pit 1 meter deep and 500 meters long and wide has been dug into the flat ground. 9 small areas are divided into 9 small areas in this large pit. The person directing the construction here saw the Sir coming in person, and his face was immediately filled with smiles, with reverence in his eyes. He jogged all the way to Luo Ren and greeted, "Sir." Luo Ren looked at the person in front of him and saw that he had never seen him before. He should be someone Chao Mu or Saudi Arabia found. The man concentrated his attention and saw the flash of doubt in Luo Ren's eyes. He immediately introduced himself, "Sir, my name is Lin. Senator Director Chao Mu asked me to take charge of the aquaculture land construction project." Luo Ren understood and nodded immediately, saying, "Keep up the good work, as long as you do a good job, you will be rewarded." When he said these words, he thought Lin Sin would be very happy, but instead he saw a calm face and said, "I am from Muzhang village, sir, who was rescued from Wanghu. I clearly remember that, sir, that day my words are to right this world where order has collapsed. This sentence is deeply embedded in my heart. Therefore, after joining the base, all I did and think about was to do my part to build the base well so that everyone can live a better life. It doesn't matter to me whether there are rewards or not." After hearing this, Luo Ren looked at the person in front of him again.
Seeing that his eyes were sincere and his words seemed to come from the heart, he couldn't help but secretly praise, he has such a thought. He is a very good talent. If only with more talents like this, the development speed of the base will inevitably be greatly improved. Luo Ren patted Lin Sen's shoulder and encouraged, okay, then let's build our base together. Luo Ren deliberately emphasized the word we, which made Lin Sen excited and said, I will definitely work hard, sir. Then I will continue working. Luo Ren said, go. Su Anton looked at Lin Sen's back and could see that he was very excited. She couldn't help but murmured, is this our base? Snap. Luo Ren put his big hand on Su Anton's shoulder and smiled, it's our base. Then he walked towards the West District to see how the housing construction was going there. Su Anton looked at Luo Ren's back and was stunned for a while before she realized what she was doing and quickly followed him. The two came to the West District. Under the leadership of Chao Mu, housing construction in the West District was in full swing. Everyone was full of energy. However, because the time was short and it was not like an aquaculture land, they just had to dig deeper. In addition to construction, we still have to look for construction materials, so after a few days, we are still in the state of laying the foundation. Although they still had to live in tents for so many days, the tens of thousands of new people who joined did not complain, including those who came from the Naughty Valley, because they had seen too much in these days and the enthusiasm for life of the base residents. It impressed them and made them devote themselves wholeheartedly to the construction, because they were building their own homes. Luo Ren couldn't help but feel pleased when he saw the energetic people. When they saw Luo Ren, those people also said hello, sir. The residents from the Naughty Valley were full of gratitude to Su Anton, and even called her Valley Master. If it hadn't been for Su Anton, how would they have ended up in such a doomsday paradise? Several of them were even more ashamed. They felt that they were extremely stupid for opposing the move to the base. At the same time, Chao Mu, who was directing the construction, discovered Luo Ren and walked over immediately. He was about to speak when suddenly, Luo Ren heard the sound and left, only to see Luo Hai running towards him. When he got close, he said, Sir, there is an army of 100 people outside the city. The leader calls himself Chen Huai, saying that they are under the influence of Hu Tian, the lord of whose city. I want to see you. Oh? Luo Ren was surprised. A few days after Hu Fei's death, people from Hu Cheng came again. He wanted to see what their purpose was and said, let's go and meet them. Luo Ren came to the city gate, followed closely by Luo Hai and Su Anong. Climbing up the city wall and looking down, it was indeed an army of 100 people. They were fully equipped with weapons and equipment. There was also a strange-looking vehicle behind the team. This vehicle was modified from an off-road vehicle. A large pot was installed on the top of the vehicle, and many antennas were welded on the pot. Luo Hai pointed to one of the 100-man army and said, the man with small eyes is Chen Huai. Luo Ren looked in the direction he pointed and saw a man who was 1.75 meters tall, with small eyes, a high-nose bridge, and 2 small mustaches. Luo Hai shouted, Chen Huai, the commander is here, just say whatever you want to say. When Chen Huai heard Luo Ren coming, he couldn't help but look at the person next to Luo Hai, thinking, well, he looks exactly like in the photo. Luo Ren is fine. Clearing his throat, he said loudly, I am Chen Huai from Hucheng, and I am here to talk to Commander Luo Ren on the orders of the city lord. Luo Ren said, let's talk, what do we have to talk about? Chen Huai said, a few days ago, my young city lord of Hucheng, Hu Fei, came here. But after a few days, he didn't come back, and there was no news. I don't know what happened, and as for why the young city lord came here and what happened, I think Commander Luo Ren knows best. However, I can also guess that since the base is fine and the young city lord has no news, he must be dead or captured by Commander Luo Ren. I think it is more reasonable for the young city lord to be captured than dead. The reason why Chen Huai guessed this is because he knew what Hu Fei was here for, and he was sure that Hu Fei was captured, not dead, because Chen Huai was confident that Hu Cheng's strength could calm Luo Ren and prevent him from killing him. Unfortunately, Chen Huai was wrong. After hearing this, Luo Ren couldn't help but raise a curve at the corner of his mouth. Chen Huai had been paying attention to the changes in Luo Ren's expression. When he saw his half-smile, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. At the same time, Luo Ren said, I would like to capture Hu Fei alive, but unfortunately, God does not give me this opportunity. This sentence hit Chen Huai's heart like a hammer, making the smile on his face disappear, and he could not believe it. After a while, he thought to himself, I thought too much. Luo Ren did not say that the young city lord was dead. He must have deliberately deceived me. I almost fell for it. Thinking of this, Chen Huai threatened, this is not a joke. If the young city lord is in the hands of Chief Luo Ren, I advise Chief Luo Ren to return him to us immediately, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous if the city lord is furious. Faced with these threatening words, Luo Ren didn't care at all and said calmly, I'm not kidding. Could it be that the young city lord has really? Hearing this, Chen Huai was struck by lightning and stood still. However, he changed his mind and said, no, he must have deliberately lied to me, wanting to see me lose my composure when I learned about the young city lord, so as to laugh at me. Chen Huai then said, maybe what I said is not powerful enough. I'd better let Chief Luo Ren talk to our city lord directly. After that, he walked through the team, came to the side of the strange car, and fiddled with the big pot. Luo Ren felt novel. At the moment, everyone was fighting for their lives, but there was no time to manage and maintain those electronic facilities. Without a phone, how could he talk to Hu Tian, the city lord of Hucheng? His eyes fell on the strange car, thinking, is this car a mobile signal tower? After a while, Chen Huai finished it. He drove the car to the city gate, then leaned out of the car window and shouted to Luo Ren, open the city gate. The guards guarding the city all looked at Luo Ren. The enemy was at the gate, and opening the city gate was not a clear move, even though the enemy had only 100 people. Luo Ren thought for a while. The terrain outside the city was flat and there was no place to hide a large number of troops, so he said, open the city gate and let him in. There were only 100 people. Even if they wanted to rush into the base at the same time when the city gate was opened, it would be useless. The guards were guarding here. If they made a move, the light machine guns on the city wall would not be a joke. The city gate was opened, and Chen Huai drove the strange modified car into the base. As soon as he came in, the city gate was immediately closed, and then a group of guards surrounded him. Chen Huai raised his hands and got out of the car to show that he was not carrying any weapons. At this time, Luo Ren also walked down from the city wall and asked, what do you mean by this? Chen Huai put down one hand, then took out an object that looked like a landline microphone from the car and said, you can talk directly with our city lord through this. It's really a mobile phone. Luo Ren was curious and was about to take the phone, but was stopped by Luo Hai, sir, be careful of danger. Seeing this, Chen Huai said, you have dozens of guns pointed at me, and I don't want to die. It's okay, he doesn't dare to make any small moves. Luo Ren walked up to Chen Huai regardless of Luo Hai's obstruction, stared at him, then took the phone, looked left and right, and saw a button on the back of the phone. Luo Ren looked at Chen Huai again, and when he saw him nod, he pressed the button. Ding ding ding. After a few electronic sounds, the voice of a middle-aged man came from the phone. Hello. Luo Ren cleared his throat and said, I'm Luo Ren. Luo Ren, the person on the other end of the phone whispered softly, as if recalling something. After a while, he said loudly, I remember that my son went to attack you and then disappeared. It seems that you and Chen Huai didn't reach an agreement. Tell me, what are your conditions? Luo Ren said, my conditions are very simple. A population of 100,000, 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition, and 1,000,000 kilograms of food. How about it? Do you agree? The other end of the phone fell into silence. Luo Ren's conditions were obviously made up. How could Hu Tian agree to them? About a minute later, Hu Tian's voice came again, young man, don't push your luck. I can agree to your request as long as you let my son go, and we will have nothing to do with each other from now on. At the same time, I can also guarantee that Hu Fei will not come to harass your territory again. Luo Ren chuckled and said, since you don't agree, it's a pity, so I can only kill him. This time, Luo Ren didn't wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Tian on the other end of the phone said, if you don't drink the toast, you will drink the penalty. Are you going to fight to the death with me, Hu Chang? Whether it was the tone or the meaning of the words, there was a strong sense of threat, but Luo Ren was not afraid, and the more he threatened, the tougher he became. Besides, Hu Fei had been eaten by the evolved rats, and there was no bone left. The base and Hu Chang had long lost the opportunity to coexist peacefully. I won't drink the toast, and I'll leave the penalty to you. What's the matter with fighting to the death? If you, Hu Chang, have the ability, come, I'll wait for you here. Moreover, I tell you, your precious son is dead, and there is nothing left. After that, Luo Ren hung up the phone directly, and didn't listen to Hu Tian's angry words. Chen Huai was listening on the side. He did not expect Luo Ren to be so bold. This was already a declaration of war to the city lord Hu Tianxia. He knew very well that with the city lord Hu Tian's temper, it would not be long before he would personally lead the army to attack the base. There would be no possibility of any negotiation at that time. Either the city would be destroyed or people would die. At this point, he looked at Luo Ren, but saw that Luo Ren was also looking at him.
He swept his eyes around the guards holding guns, and the black muzzles of the guns were pointed at him. Fear surged in his heart instantly.
Commander Luo Ren, the two armies do not kill the messengers when fighting.
His tone changed from indifference at first to pleading. Luo Ren just looked at him like this, and the guards also looked at him like this. Under such a gaze, the great fear made his mental defense line completely collapse. He knelt down with a plop, cowed out and begged for mercy. Commander Luo Ren, I am just a messenger, please let me go. Luo Ren's eyes flashed with contempt, and then smiled. Don't worry, I won't kill you, you still have to go back to lead the way for your city lord. Chen Huai heard the words, and the happiness of escaping death came to him spontaneously.
He thanked him repeatedly, and then quickly climbed into the car and was about to leave, but Luo Ren stopped him and said, the people go, and the car stays. As long as he can survive, losing a car is nothing. Chen Huai got out of the car immediately. Luo Ren opened the city gate to let him out. After Chen Huai left the city, he did not dare to stay and immediately retreated with 100 soldiers. He was not sure whether Luo Ren would regret it, so he ran all the way and did not dare to slow down. On the city wall, Su Antong asked, just let them go? Luo Ren said, how can you catch big fish if you are reluctant to give up small fish? Su Antong's heart moved and said, do you really want to destroy Hucheng? Luo Ren nodded and said, yes, Hu Fei tried to kill me again and again, and although I killed him, I still couldn't get rid of the hatred in my heart, so I had to destroy Hucheng. Su Antong complained, really vengeful. Luo Ren smiled slightly without too much explanation. Although he was talking nonsense, his main purpose was very clear, that is, for the population of Hucheng. With an army of more than 10,000 people, the population in the city must be quite large. Such a big piece of fat meat cannot be let go. At present, Hucheng's army is about to attack the city, but the matter in Gozhai needs to be delayed for a while. This is good. It will take some time for Lin Nianda to spread the message from the base, and it will also take some time for the residents of Gozhai to accept the meaning of the message, so there is no delay. In the base city, the construction of the outer city is still in full swing, and it has not stopped because of the imminent arrival of the Hu City army. However, the residents are also talking about it, but there is no fear in their words, because they believe in the guards and Luo Ren. In the base barracks, the guards were undergoing daily training, and Luo Ren and Su Antong stood side by side, looking at the guards who were training. The items in the training ground were all normal soldier training items. For the guard soldiers who had done it hundreds of times, it's very simple and you can pass it easily. Luo Ren thought to himself, it seems that we need to find Shi Jun to redesign some projects and make them more difficult. Su Antong on the side suddenly asked, what are you thinking about? Luo Ren turned to look at her and said with a smile, nothing, I just want to make their training more difficult. It should be improved. Su Antong agreed with the increase in training intensity, and then said, Brother Ren, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Luo Ren asked, what suggestions? Su Antong turned to look at the guards on the field and said, although the guards' physical and military qualities are very high and have reached the level of professional soldiers, their number is too small, only 1,000 people. My suggestion is to start from expanding the number of soldiers among the residents can also enhance the overall strength of the base. Luo Ren shook his head decisively and said, no, the guards are guards and the residents are residents. The two cannot be confused. The reason why he decisively refused was because Luo Ren had his own concerns. The guards were 100% loyal to him, but the residents were not sure. There might be some loyal people, like Linson, who led the aquaculture construction, but Morty doesn't know about these people because he doesn't have the ability to read minds. If he builds an army from these people and gives them fighting power, there is no 100% guarantee that they won't have thoughts of betrayal one day. This is too risky and not good for him. It's also bad for the base. Su Antong had a different opinion. The guards are guards, but residents can also be guards, just like me. Didn't you also let me join the guards? Moreover, whose army is about to attack? There may be tens of thousands of them, but there are only 1,000 guards. Even if we can hold on with the advantage of the city wall, if they choose to besiege us, will we have to be trapped in the city forever? Furthermore, even if they retreat due to lack of supplies or the like, what if they come back next time? And Brother Ren, didn't you say you wanted to destroy Hu City? At that time, we had to take the initiative to attack Hu City, but at that time Hu City had the advantage of the city wall. We only had 1,000 guards. How could we fight? In other words, even if we break through the defenses of Hu City and eliminate the army of Hu City, we can have such a large army. The population of Hu City is at least 50,000. With so many people, I think Brother Ren will definitely include them all. space, then, how will 1,000 of us escort 50,000 or more people back to the base?
Although Suantong's words were correct, 1,000 guardsmen was a bit too few, but with the help of the system, Luo Ren didn't have to worry about food, ammunition, or weapons and equipment. Even if the guardsmen were sacrificed, he could quickly replenish them. The advantage made him confident that Hu Chang could not break through the base, nor could it consume the base, so retreating was inevitable. And Suantong said that he kept saying that he wanted to destroy Hu's city, but how could he destroy 1,000 guardsmen?
This is indeed the difficult issue at the moment. If he hadn't been quick to wit when attacking Tiantang City, he climbed up the cliff and used a high-explosive grenade to blow up the Tiantang army. Otherwise, whether Tiantang City could have been conquered is another question. Now Hu's city is even more powerful, with more than 10,000 troops, which is much more powerful than Paradise City. However, he has already considered this problem and has a countermeasure in mind, which is Gozhai. If all the 7 or 8,000 people in Gozhai join the base can be upgraded to level 3 immediately. Although he does not know what weapons will be unlocked after the upgrade. How much can the equipment and the number of escorts be increased? But I think it shouldn't be too bad. After upgrading from level 1 to level 2, the number of guards increased from 130 to 1,000, which is nearly 8 times the number. At the same time, the weapons and equipment also unlocked anti-instrument sniper rifles, light machine guns, and high-explosive grenades. All are huge improvements. Therefore, Luo Ren guessed that the level 3 base should unlock weapons such as artillery and rocket launchers, and the number of escorts should also reach 5 to 6,000. By then, with such troops and weapons and equipment, it would be a piece of cake to capture Hu's city. Therefore, Luo Ren still shook his head and said, I have my own plan in mind, let's talk about it later. Suantong wanted to say something more, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw Luo Ren waving his hand towards her. The rejection was very clear, so she could only shut up and sullenly muttered in her heart, I have my own plans. What can I do? Can the number of escorts still increase dramatically?
Seeing her like this, Luo Ren was about to comfort her when he suddenly heard Luo Shan's voice.
He looked around and saw Luo Shan running over. When he got closer, Luo Shan said, report to the commander, the vanguard of Hu Chang army has been found 10 kilometers away.
Luo Ren looked solemn and said, Hu Tian moved quickly, but he only took action in 2 days.
Since the vanguard scouts are 10 kilometers away, Hu Chang's army must not be far away. He hurriedly asked, how many vanguard scouts are there? Have they been captured? Luo Shan said, there are 5 Hu Chang pioneers. We killed 3 and captured 2 alive. They are now locked up in the dungeon.
Luo Ren was surprised and clapped his hands and said, okay, let's go to the dungeon quickly. We have to ask how many soldiers Hu Tian brought this time. The 3 of them went to the dungeon together and arrived soon. At the entrance of the dungeon, Luo Ren looked at Suantong and said, Antong, you just wait outside.
Luo Shan and I will go down.
Just standing at the door, Suantong could smell a musty smell.
Thinking that the smell would be even worse inside, she nodded and agreed, okay. Luo Shan led the way and walked into the dungeon.
The space inside was not big and the light was very dim. There was only a 50-watt light bulb emitting light, and it was flashing, creating a terrifying atmosphere, which made the prisoners here suffer a lot of psychological pressure.
Walking to a cell, 2 Hu Chang pioneers were sitting in the corner.
Seeing the people coming, they showed expressions of fear and shrank their necks involuntarily. Luo Shan shouted, come here quickly, the commander has something to ask you. The 2 vanguards looked at each other and came over with fear in their hearts.
Luo Ren asked, what are your names?
Gulilu. The 2 were very nervous and scared, and they lowered their heads and dared not look at Luo Ren and Luo Shan.
Seeing that the 2 did not answer, Luo Ren said sternly, the commander is asking you questions. The 2 trembled with fear, and one of them swallowed and said, my name is Bu Chao. The other one also said, my name is Lu Zhuang. Luo Ren then asked, how many of you are here this time?
The man in front of him was the chief of this place, and he could kill them with just one word. Since his life was in his hands, Bu Chao did not dare to lie. If he behaved better, he would still have a chance to survive. With this in his heart, Bu Chao was about to speak, but Lu Zhuang beside him pulled him and whispered, if you tell the information, the 2 of us will be dead when the city lord finds out. Although the voice was small, it was still heard by Luo Ren. He smiled softly and said, if you didn't tell me, you would be dead now. Although the words were spoken with a smile, they were like thunder in the ears of Bu Chao and Lu Zhuang. Yes, the city lord knew that they were dead, but if they didn't tell them, they would definitely die now. Bu Chao swept away Lu Zhuang's hand, glared at him, and then said, sir, I will say anything, but please spare my life. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain named, Luo Ren said. Whether you can survive or not depends on your own performance.
Please answer my questions quickly. Bu Chao said hurriedly, I must perform well. Our expedition is personally commanded by the city lord Hu Tian, and there are almost 10,000 people. Luo Ren then asked, how are the weapons and equipment? How about the ammunition and supplies?
Bu Chao replied, more than 10,000 soldiers, each armed with homemade repeating rifles, each with 100 rounds of ammunition and 2 grenades. As for supplies, I only know that 10 medium-sized trucks and 2 light trucks were dispatched, including 10 medium-sized trucks. Most of what was being hauled was food, and the 2 light trucks were covered with raincloths, so you couldn't see what they were. You could smell some gunpowder when passing by, which should be weapons and ammunition. More than 10,000 soldiers, each with 100 rounds of ammunition, must have at least 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition. The numbers sound scary, but it is nothing to be afraid of. As long as they don't have weapons such as artillery shells, they will never be able to break through the base's defense.
Luo Ren secretly said after thinking about it. He then asked, does Hu City have weapons such as artillery?
Bu Chao thought about it carefully and shook his head in denial. No, in this way, Luo Ren was relieved. It didn't matter that he had an army of 10,000 people and didn't have artillery weapons, it was all nonsense. Looking at the two of them, Luo Ren was quite satisfied with Bu Chao's performance and said to Luo Shan, he performed well and is temporarily detained. After saying that, he looked at Lu Zhuang again.
Luo Ren was very dissatisfied with his performance.
Under Luo Ren's gaze, Lu Zhuang was trembling all over, and his face was covered with fear. He regretted not performing well just now, and said in his heart, I'm dead, let's take him into custody for the time being, Luo Ren said.
Although I am very dissatisfied with Lu Zhuang's performance, I don't want to kill him.
Whether he deserves to die or not, it is still up to the residents of Hu City to judge. If he doesn't deserve to die, then carry out transformation and increase the population of the base. If he deserves to die, then kill him. All the questions that should be asked were asked, and Luo Ren did not stop in the dungeon. The small space, dim light, and strong musty smell all made Luo Ren not want to stay any longer.
After Luo Ren Luoshan left, the dungeon returned to silence. Bu Qiao and Lu Zhuang returned to the corner and sat down. They did not say that they would die immediately, but they did not say that they would not be killed. Their future was still unknown, and fear was still in their hearts. Breed. An army of 10,000 people cannot be underestimated and must be fully prepared. Luo Ren came to the military area after leaving the dungeon and produced 250 light machine guns and 6 million rounds of machine gun bullets. After the light machine guns were produced, Luo Ren ordered the escort to erect them all on the city wall. Including the previous 50, there were already 300 light machine guns set up on the city wall. With such a lineup, it would not matter even an army of 10,000 people. After doing this, the next step is to wait. Luo Ren ordered someone to bring a deck chair and place it on the city wall. He ate snacks and drank drinks, and just waited leisurely for the arrival of Hu Cheng's army. Time passed by and soon it was noon. Buzz, suddenly there was the roar of a car. Luo Ren removed the hat that covered his eyes and looked around. He saw an off-road vehicle speeding towards the base. The city gate was wide open and the car was let in. Luo Hai got out of the car. He ran up the city wall to Luo Ren and said, "Report to the commander, the Huqing army has arrived 10 kilometers away." Luo Ren nodded slightly, then covered his eyes with his hat. Another hour passed, and another vehicle came rushing from outside the city. This time it was Luo Ji who came back. Luo Ji said to Luo Ren, "Hu Cheng's army has arrived 5 kilometers away, and it is expected that they will arrive at the city in about half an hour." Half an hour? Luo Ren put on his hat, stood up, and looked into the distance. There was no fear in his eyes, and he even looked forward to it. He turned his head and said, "Luo Hai, please arrange for a few people to inform the residents working in the outer city to stay away from the gate of the outer city." "Yes." Luo Hai immediately went down to make arrangements. Luo Ren said again, "Everyone, get ready for battle. Machine gunners load bullets and flip the safety. Don't wait until Hu Cheng's army comes. Also, snipers find a good position and set up their guns. Rifleman prepares under the city, and at the same time prepare to deliver bullets or top dot." As soon as the order was given, within a few minutes, the escort was ready for the battle. Another 10 minutes passed. Luo Ren listened and vaguely heard the sound of dense footsteps. 5 minutes later, the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Looking ahead, there were crowds of people under the flying dust. It was Hu Cheng Jun who was coming. The scene was dark and dense, like a swarm of rats. The fully armed Hucheng army marched towards the base city.
The army of 10,000 people was very imposing. If the soldiers of ordinary forces faced this scene, they would have collapsed and surrendered without a fight. But the guards were different. They were 100% loyal to Luo Ren and were not afraid of death. As long as Luo Ren gave an order, they would go even if they knew they were going to die. Moreover, they were strong and well-equipped. The base city wall was high and solid, and the 10,000-man army of Hucheng could not break through. The Hucheng army stopped 1 kilometer away from the base city, and a black off-road vehicle drove out of it. The off-road vehicle came to the city and a man got out of it. Luo Ren looked at the person who came, and he was still an acquaintance. He said, "Chen Huai, we meet again. Does Hu Tian send you here to say something?" Although there were 10,000 troops behind him, Chen Huai did not dare to be presumptuous. After all, he was so close, and he could not guarantee that he would not be shot to death if he angered Luo Ren. Clearing his throat, Chen Huai shouted, "My city lord said, as long as Commander Luo releases the young city lord and then takes the initiative to surrender, the city lord can forgive Commander Luo's previous offense and guarantee the safety of the lives of the soldiers and civilians in the base city. If Commander Luo still insists on his own way, then the Hucheng army will slaughter all the people in the city after breaking into the city. So, Commander Luo is a man of insight. You are not afraid of death, but your brothers and the residents of the city may not be so sure."
"Oh," Luo Ren said with interest, "Hu Tian is really broad-minded. However, these people under my command really don't fear death. If you don't believe me, ask them."
Hearing this, Chen Huai looked at the many guards.
"If you want to fight, fight. Stop talking nonsense."
Luo Shan took the lead in expressing his position, and then all the guards said in unison, "If you want to fight, fight.
Stop talking nonsense."
Thousands of guardsmen expressed their stance at the same time, erupting with a terrifying momentum. Chen Huai immediately felt a strong sense of oppression coming towards his face. He was so frightened that he involuntarily took several steps back and stumbled to the ground, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Hu Chengjun, who was 1 kilometer away, could clearly see the movement here, and they also heard the voices of the escorts very clearly. They couldn't help but curse angrily, "You really don't know how high the sky is." In the center of Hucheng's army, on the Humvee, Hu Tian took a drag of the cigarette in his hand and exhaled a cloud of smoke. His soft eyes suddenly turned cold. He lowered the window and stretched out his hand. Soon a man wearing an officer's uniform left. Coming over, Hu Tian looked at Jun and said coldly, "Let Chen Huai come back and prepare for war." "Yes." The officer received the order, took out the walkie-talkie, pressed the call button and said, "The city lord ordered, return to the team immediately and prepare for war." Under the city wall, Chen Huai, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly heard from the intercom around his waist, "The city lord ordered, return to the team immediately and prepare for war." After hearing this, Chen Huai suppressed the fear in his heart and climbed onto the off-road vehicle, turned around and returned to the Hucheng army. Seeing this, Luo Ren naturally understood what was going on, and immediately said loudly, "Brothers, those bastards in whose city are going to attack the city, are you all ready?" "Ready." Facing Hucheng's army, which was several times larger than his own, every guard soldier showed no fear and had high morale. Luo Ren was very satisfied with this and looked at Hu Chengjun, waiting for their attack. 1, 2, 3. Just waiting like this, but 3 minutes passed, the imaginary army of 10,000 people attacking the city did not appear. Luo Renjiang felt strange, and suddenly, there was a woo sound. An object came through the sky. Luo Ren took a closer look and was immediately startled. Holy crap, a rocket! Bang! Yes, the object that broke through the air was a rocket. The rocket hit the city wall and exploded instantly. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky. In an instant, rubble flew, and the solid city wall made of concrete was blown out. The large pit with a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of nearly 2 meters, the guard soldiers located on this section of the city wall were more or less injured. If there were a few more rounds, this section of the city wall would definitely be blown through. Just as he thought, another rocket struck, this time hitting the city gate. A big hole was blown out of the iron gate behind him. Luo Ren raised his telescope and looked at it, and saw a soldier in front of the Hucheng army, carrying a rocket launcher, and another soldier loading rockets into the rocket launcher. There were still a few more rounds like that. How could they succeed? He said anxiously, "Sniper, kill the soldier operating the rocket launcher on the other side." "I'll do it." With a clear shout, Su Anton rushed up to the city wall and quickly set up an anti-machine sniper rifle. Boom! The huge vibration stirred up the dust on the ground, and the bullet cut through the air and instantly hit the soldier loading the rocket.
At this time, he had just loaded the rocket, and when he was about to leave, he was hit by an anti-material sniper bullet in the chest. A bloody hole as big as a head was immediately exploded, and blood and flesh mixed with internal organs splashed all over the soldier carrying the rocket launcher. The soldier was also startled. He pulled the trigger involuntarily and fired the rocket. By coincidence, the rocket flew straight towards Su Antong. Luo Ren was startled and rushed towards Su Antong, trying to pull her away from the explosion range. Su Antong's mouth curled up slightly, and then he pulled the trigger. Boom! Bang! The next scene shocked everyone present. The rocket exploded in midair before it hit the target. Su Antong actually shot the rocket that was flying rapidly. It is not an exaggeration to call him a sharpshooter with this kind of marksmanship. However, she didn't seem satisfied. She quickly turned her gun and aimed at the soldier who fired the rocket. Then with a bang, the soldier's head exploded like a watermelon. Luo Ren's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he looked at Su Antong in surprise. Su Antong noticed his gaze and winked at him proudly. Quickly coming back to his senses, Luo Ren ordered, all snipers focus on killing the soldiers operating the rocket launchers. If there are no rocket launcher soldiers, feel free to kill them. After Luo Ren's order, the sniper started shooting. The distance of 1 kilometer was completely within reach of the sniper rifle, and this was at the base, so there was no need to worry about bullet consumption. Hu Cheng's army suddenly went into chaos. The soldiers at the front retreated in horror when they saw their companions being killed by snipers. On the Humvee, Hu Tian thought he was winning, but the troops in the front row suddenly panicked and retreated backwards. When he was confused, the officer from before ran over and said urgently, "Report to the city lord, Luo Ren has a sniper rifle, our rocket launchers were useless under their long-distance sniping, and their bullets seemed to be inexhaustible. They sniped and killed our soldiers at will." The soldiers in the front row were already panicking. "Please ask the city lord. Order the troops to withdraw." Hu Tian put out the cigarette in his hand and was very angry. However, seeing that the front army was completely panicked, he had no choice but to give the order, retreat 2 kilometers. Under the watchful eyes of Luo Ren and others, the Huqing army retreated 2 kilometers, leaving more than 100 corpses on the ground with no one to clean them up. Luo Ren saw that they had not completely withdrawn their troops, but were stationed outside the range of the sniper rifle. He sneered in his heart, "Are you going to use the trapped word trick? Let's see who can outlast whom." 3 days passed. Hu Cheng's army, in the city lord's military tent, Chen Huai said to Hu Tian, "City lord, that base is Luo Ren's base camp. They must have stored food. We can't consume their food. We should return to the city first and then discuss new countermeasures." "Bar. Your words are just to boost their morale and destroy your own prestige. We brought all the food in the city with us, which is enough to support the entire army for 15 days. It's only been 3 days, and you want to withdraw?" An officer looked at Chen Huai with disdain, and then said, "Besides, there are tens of thousands of people in Luo Ren base. They are trapped like this. They can't go out to search for food. They can only rely on the food. Do you think they can outlast us? Once their food is insufficient, tens of thousands of residents in the city will starve and will definitely rebel. Then we will wait for them to fight. Both sides will suffer losses, and the base city can be easily broken through." Chen Huai retorted, "Then have you ever thought about their self-sufficiency in the city?" The officer was even more disdainful and said, "Self-sufficiency, so what? Can the crops they grow mature in 1 day? Or can their chickens and ducks lay eggs in 1 day, and then hatch in 1 day, and grow up in 1 day after hatching?" Chen Huai was speechless after hearing this, sighed, and cast his eyes on Hu Tian. No matter how much they argued, it was useless. The final plan had to be decided by Hu Tian. Hu Tian took a puff of cigarette, exhaled a cloud of smoke, thought for a while and said, "Wait 10 days, if there is still no abnormality on Luo Ren's side after 10 days, then withdraw the troops." "Yes." Chen Huai and the officer did not dare to refute, and responded at the same time. At the same time, in the base, facing the siege of the army outside the city, everyone still worked and slept, because everyone knew that even if the base's food reserves were eaten up, the commander would have a way to get food without leaving the city, so there was no need to worry about food shortages, so they were all very relieved, and when they heard that Hu Cheng's army planned to fight the base, they all laughed and said some contemptuous words. Time soon came to the 9th day. The base remains as usual, and the guard soldiers on the city wall are full of energy and fighting spirit. The residents in the city are also glowing, they are still so motivated at work, and everyone gets along very harmoniously. On the other hand, Hu Cheng's army had been stationed in the field for a long time, with no place to bathe or anything to entertain them. Moreover, Hu Tian neither ordered a retreat nor an attack. As it went by, the morale of the soldiers had become sluggish. In the military tent, Hu Tian stood with his hands behind his back facing the combat whiteboard. On the whiteboard were photos of the base, the escorts, and Luo Ren. Although there was no expression on his face, if you look carefully, you can still see the slight worry in his eyes. It has been 9 days, and the base is still as usual. There is no food shortage, and there is no suspected riot. Moreover, the soldiers on the city wall have always been full of fighting spirit. Their combat effectiveness has not been reduced at all, but on the contrary, their morale is low. How could he not be anxious? Behind him stood Chen Huai and various officers. Chen Huai was the first to speak. Report to the city lord, our calculation is wrong. It is estimated that the food can feed the entire army for 15 days. As of today, the remaining food can last for 2 days at most. In other words, no matter whether Luo Ren has it or not tomorrow, if there is a confrontation between the army and the people as expected, we all have to withdraw our troops. Is it just a matter of returning without success? Hu Tian closed his eyes slightly, thought again and again, took a breath of moist air, then turned around, looked at Chen Huai, and said, "You go to the base city to discuss with Luo Ren. As long as Hu Fei is released, I will immediately withdraw the troops. Remember, don't reveal that we don't have enough food." Going out with an army of 10,000 people would cost a lot of manpower and material resources. It would be unacceptable to return without success. Therefore, he had to fight for it in the end. If he could rescue Hu Fei, the trip would not be without gain. When Chen Huai heard the order, he clenched his fist slightly. His original intention was not to go, but the military order was overwhelming. Moreover, if he refused Hu Tian at this time, Hu Tian would definitely be furious, and he would inevitably be beaten. In desperation, had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree, yes. Not long after, an off-road vehicle was dispatched from the camp where Hu Qingjun was stationed, heading straight to the base city in a clear direction. When the car arrived at the bottom of the city, Chen Huai took a few deep breaths in the car, suppressing the fear in his heart, and praying that Luo Ren would come as usual. Then he opened the car door, got out of the car, and looked at the muzzle of the gun on the city wall. The soldier who was aiming at him politely shouted, "I am sent by the city lord to discuss matters with your chief Luo Ren. Please inform me." "Wait a minute." Luo Ji said something and ordered people to go and report. Luo Ren rushed over quickly, looked at Chen Huai under the city wall, and said with a smile, "We meet again. Why did Hu Tian ask you to come this time?" Chen Huaicheng forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said, "The lord of the city asked me to tell Chief Luo Ren that as long as the Lord Chief releases young Lord Hu Fei, we will immediately withdraw our troops. From then on, the grudges between the two families will be wiped out, and the base in Hu City will go to win-win cooperation." Luo Ren thought to himself, what a big change in attitude. At first, they not only asked me to release Hu Fei, but also asked me to open the door and surrender. But this time, they asked me to retreat immediately as long as I released Hu Fei. Luo Ren sneered in his heart, it seems that Hu Tianshao not going down anymore. He cleared his throat and said with a half-smile, "O city lord who is really a large number. As long as we let Hu Fei go, we will retreat. It sounds like a good deal." Chen Huai's heart moved. After hearing this, Luo Ren wanted to let him go. However, he was disappointed the next moment. He only heard Luo Ren say, "It's a pity. I don't want to do such a good deal and mess with you. If I cooperate with the city, I will undoubtedly seek the skin of a tiger, which will only make me lose all my money. Therefore, you should go back and tell your city lord that I am not afraid of attacking the city, and I am even less afraid of wasting him. If he wants to attack the city, then come. If he wants to be wasted with me, then come. If he wants me to let his son go, you go back and tell him that his son Hu Fei is dead as I have told him many times." After receiving the reply, Chen Huai did not dare to stay. He immediately drove back to the camp and came to the military tent to report immediately. When Hu Tian saw him coming back, he immediately asked, "How will Luo Ren reply?" Chen Huai knew that Hu Tian would be angry when he said Luo Ren's true words. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he said bravely, "Report to the city lord. If Luo Ren said that the city lord wants to attack the city, go ahead. If you want to waste him, he will. It is impossible for him to let him go." And Chen Huai glanced at Hu Tian's face and saw anger beginning to appear. He swallowed and said cautiously, "Besides, Luo Ren also said, the young city lord is dead." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Tian overturned the table in front of him, startling Chen Huai, then suddenly approached him, grabbed his collar, and asked, "Xiao Fei is dead?" Chen Huai just glanced at it and immediately looked away. Hu Tian's face became distorted due to extreme anger, and it was as scary as a zombie. Faced with such a situation, Chen Huai came to his senses in a hurry and hurriedly said, "Lord City Lord, what Luo Ren said is 70% true and 30% false. He said that the young city lord is dead, which may not necessarily be true. Just like last time, he said that he did not capture the young city lord alive, but then he admitted to capturing the young city lord when he called you. I guess he just wanted to make you angry. If you get angry because of this and get hurt, you have fallen into his trap." Hu Tian thought about it carefully and realized that what Chen Huai said made sense. His face immediately returned to calmness and the anger in his heart dissipated a lot. He would not fall for Luo Ren's low-level strategy. He let go of Chen Huai's collar, took 2 steps back, distanced himself from Chen Huai, and then said, "In that case, let's act according to the plan. You will inform me to withdraw the troops tomorrow." Chen Huai breathed a sigh of relief and responded quickly, "I'll go right away." After saying that, he went to various places in the army to announce the city lord's orders. After Chen Huai left, Hu Tian walked out of the military tent and looked in the direction of the base. He saw the walls of the big city and the guard soldiers as small as ants on the walls. The palms behind his back could not help but clenched into fists, and his eyes showed with hatred and murderous intent. He secretly said, "Luo Ren, wait for me. Next time I come back, I will destroy your city and kill you." In an instant, the hatred and murderous intent in his eyes turned into worry. "I don't know Xiao Fei, how's it going, base, wall?" It has been half an hour since Chen Huai withdrew, but there was no movement from Hu Chengjun. Luo Ren smiled contemptuously. It seems that Hu Tianjin really can't use it up anymore. Luo Ren looked back at the escort and shook his head. "It's a pity, there are too many people. Otherwise we can take advantage of their low morale and go out of the city to annihilate them in one fell swoop." Then he looked to the northwest, which was the direction of Gozhai. As soon as Hu Tian withdrew his troops, he immediately set out to attack Gozhai. It had been more than 10 days, but he still didn't know how well Lin Nianda was doing his propaganda work. "I hope he can complete it successfully, so that not only can he defeat the enemy without fighting and gain the population of 7,000 or 8,000 people in Gozhai and meet the base upgrade conditions, but he can also return to the base smoothly. Seeing that he is a person who values love and justice, he will be given his management position also allows him to create a better living environment for his younger brothers and sisters." The next day, early morning. Luo Shan came to report early in the morning, "Sir, Hu Cheng's army has retreated." Luo Ren looked happy when he heard this, and he followed Luo Shan quickly to the city wall and used a telescope to look. Sure enough, Hu Chengjun was already dismantling the temporary camp and recycling useful items. What else could he be doing if he didn't want to retreat? At the same time, Luo Hai suddenly came to report, "Sir, the seized strange vehicle suddenly made a beeping sound." Luo Ren frowned slightly and said, "Take me to have a look." Following Luo Hai to the strange vehicle with a big pot on its head, Luo Ren heard the sound of Didi, thought for a while, then opened the door, picked up the microphone, and pressed the button. Sizzling after a few electric beeps, Hu Tian's voice came from inside, "Luo Ren, you are so arrogant. You just answered the phone now." Luo Ren was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and said directly, "If you have something to say it quickly, and if you have anything to say, let it go." There was silence for a while on the other end of the phone, and Hu Tian's voice came out again, this time clearly angry. "Don't be complacent. Although you won this time, the next time I come back, it will be your end. I will destroy your city and your people." Luo Ren said contemptuously, "Really, then I will wait. No, you don't need to come next time. I will take the initiative to destroy your Hu city. I, Luo Ren, will do what I say." Ha ha, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, Hu Tian laughed loudly, and then stopped suddenly. He said harshly, "You really don't know the heights of the world. If you have the ability, just come. I'll do it. I want to see how you can destroy me, Hu city." Luo Ren said, "Then just wait." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hu Chengjun, on the Hummer, Hu Tian took the microphone away from his ear, the anger in his eyes was as real as ever. He took a long drag on the cigarette and exhaled a large cloud of smoke, making the car become foggy. The driver in the driver's seat did not smoke and the smell of smoke was very uncomfortable, but he did not dare to complain or even open the window to let the smoke dissipate. Hu Tian pressed down the car window, ejected the cigarette but that had not been extinguished, and leaned on the seat with his eyes closed to relax, thinking in his heart, Luo Ren, I don't know how high the world is, do you think I can do this? I said that next time I come to destroy your city, I will definitely destroy your city and people. No, I won't kill you, I will let you watch others die one by one, and then I will cut off your hands. Put your feet on a dog leash and hang it at the door of the city lord's mansion, living like a dog. Report to the city lord that everything has been packed and we are ready to go." At this moment, Chen Hui suddenly came to report. Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes, looked at Chen Hui, and said, "Then go back to the city." When leaving, he glanced in the direction of the base, then withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. Base, wall. Luo Ren took a telescope to check and saw Hu Chengjun gradually retreating. He put down the telescope and looked at the guards and said, "Brothers, in the past few days, everyone has been eating and drinking on the city wall, except for going to the toilet. Solve it on the city wall. Thank you all for your hard work." "It's not hard work," the escort soldiers said in unison. Luo Ren said loudly, "Now that Hu Tian has withdrawn his troops, everyone can relax. Let's have some drinks today. Sir is wise." The guard soldiers suddenly burst into excited roars. They are all hot-blooded men. The most enjoyable thing in the world, besides grudges, is drinking and chatting with companions and friends. However, one person frowned and was not interested in drinking. That was the only non-cyborg in the guard. Suantong is also the only woman. After waiting for the voice to subside, Luo Ren continued, "However, relaxation is not indulgence. The safety of the base must still be given top priority. We cannot all drink at the same time, thus making the defense lax. In this way, we took turns to go in batches. The first 2 batches were 300 people, and the last batch was 400 people. Also, we must not get drunk, and we must ensure that we have a clear mind and fighting ability." "Yes," the guard responded. Luo Ren glanced at the escort and announced loudly, "Then let's start now." The base was particularly lively today. Not only the guardsmen could drink and relax, but the residents also received an order from Luo Ren to have a rest today and not to work. At the same time, each person was given an individual soldier ration. Today, the canteen in the inner city was packed and full of escorts. The beer that had been stored for a long time was taken out. Each person had 3 cans. They would definitely not get drunk. Under such circumstances, everyone was very happy. However, the cafeteria supervisor, Fatty Li Jiu, and his friends were too busy and confused. Luo Ren did not participate in the drinking. Although he is also a passionate man, he does not like drinking, but prefers to drink Fat House Happy Water. On the way back to the mobile base, the cafeteria was too crowded, so he didn't drink, so he stopped joining in the fun. Just then, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Suantong, and he slapped his forehead. "Oh, I forgot about her." Luo Ren immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "What is Ntong doing here?" Suantong rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm not doing anything, just hanging out." Luo Ren smiled and said, "On this day when everyone is enjoying themselves, why are you hanging around? Come on, come with me, I have something good for you." Suantong asked in confusion, "What good thing?" Luo Ren smiled and said, "You will know when you come with me." After saying that, he pulled Suantong towards the mobile base. Soon they arrived at the mobile base, and after entering, Luo Ren brought her a stool. "Please sit down." Suantong sat down, her eyes locked on Luo Ren, wondering what he was going to do. Luo Ren trotted into the bedroom, and then there was a sound of rummaging in the bedroom. Suantong couldn't help but look inside curiously, but because of the angle, she couldn't see anything. However, Luo Ren came out soon, and he was seen holding a lot of snacks, such as beef jerky, potato chips, and biscuits. Luo Ren put the snacks on the table, without stopping, walked to the refrigerator, opened the refrigerator, and revealed a full, colorful soda, comparable to a canteen, which made Suantong stunned. Luo Ren actually hid so many snacks and soda, thinking, this guy wouldn't use his power to steal from the grain warehouse. Thinking of this, Suantong couldn't help but look serious, and said earnestly, "Brother Ren, you are wrong to do this." Luo Ren had just put the Fat House Happy Water in his hand on the table in front of Suantong, and heard Suantong say that he was wrong. He was immediately confused and said, "What's wrong? What's wrong with me? You little brat, you're still pretending not to know." Suantong thought, then pointed at the snacks on the table and said, "Where did you get these snacks from? Did you steal them from the grain depot by abusing your authority? I tell you this is bad behavior. As the highest commander of the base, you should take the lead. If the residents know about this, it will affect your image in their hearts. If other managers know about it, they will also learn from you to use your authority for personal gain, then the base will be in chaos." After hearing this, Luo Ren smiled from ear to ear and explained, "I went to the supermarket to buy this on the eve of the virus outbreak, but I spent all the money in my bank card instead of going to the base grain depot to steal it. I'm not that kind of person. Suanton looked disbelieving and said, "Don't lie to me. Why did you buy so many snacks on the eve of the virus outbreak? Did you know in advance that the virus would break out?" Luoren smiled and said, "You are really right. I have a strong ability to predict danger. On the eve of the doomsday, I felt that a catastrophe was about to come, so I prepared a lot of supplies. However, I have been busy. Development base, but forgot to eat." He didn't say anything about the system, because it was too shocking, and Suantong might not believe it if he told it. Suantong frowned and stared at him for a while, but she had no doubts, because the world has become like this now, and it is not impossible to have the ability to predict. Maybe Luo Ren is the reincarnation of an animal and has a super powerful third ability. Six senses. Luo Ren said, okay, let's clink glasses. They drink, and those of us who don't drink can celebrate with Feijai happy water instead of wine. Suantong no longer hesitated, raised the canned drink and touched it with Luo Ren, then took a sip. The familiar taste and feeling made Suantong let out a sigh of relief, and then picked up a bag of potato chips unceremoniously. Chewed it crunchily. As a girl, she naturally loves to eat snacks. Since the outbreak of the virus, she has never eaten so happily. It is simply not too good. Seeing Suantong pack one pack after another, Luo Ren was not to be outdone. It's getting late into the night. The base that had been enjoying a day finally became quiet, and the residents fell asleep one after another. At the mobile base, when Luo Ren was about to take a rest, the sound of conversation suddenly came from outside the house. "Sir, he has fallen asleep. Please come back tomorrow. I have something important to see Brother Luo Ren. Please let me in. I'm really sorry. It's very late now. The commander has gone to bed. You can come back tomorrow." But Luo Ren heard the voice, which was very familiar. It was Lin Yintao, and he couldn't help shouting, "I'm not asleep yet, let her come in." "Yes." The soldiers outside the house responded, and then the door of the mobile base was opened, and Lin Yintao walked in. Luo Ren smiled and said, "Is there anything that Luan Tao wants to see me for so late?" Lin Yintao said, "Brother Luo Ren, it has been more than 10 days. My brother is still in Gozhai. When will we pick him up at the base?" It turned out that he was worried about his brother. The relationship between the brother and sister was really good. Luo Ren got a chair for him and poured a glass of water. "Why don't you come to me during the day? Although you don't have to worry about zombies and mutant animals at the base, it is quite dangerous if you encounter a poisonous snake or something on the road at night." Luo Ren did not answer Lin Yintao's question immediately, but said with concern, "I saw Brother Luo Ren and his sister together during the day, and I didn't have the nerve to disturb him, so I came to see you at night." Lin Yintao said anxiously, "Brother Luo Ren, you haven't answered my question yet." Luo Ren smiled and said, Okay, I'll answer it now. On the day I came back, I planned to wait a few days before sending out troops to Gozhai, but I didn't expect that the Hu Cheng army had been prepared to attack the city, which led to such a long delay. Now the Hu Cheng army has retreated, I will send troops to Gozhai tomorrow." "Really?" Lin Yintao was very surprised and asked, "Brother Luo Ren really plans to send troops tomorrow?" Luo Ren smiled and nodded, and said affirmatively, "Yes, it's tomorrow." Lin Yintao's eyebrows were filled with joy, and she clenched her little hands into fists, showing great excitement. Then she asked, "Brother Luo Ren, can you take me with you? I want to see my brother earlier." This time, Luo Ren shook his head, "This won't work." Lin Yintao was a little disappointed. Luo Ren said, "It's not that I don't want you to see your brother earlier, it's just that the outside world is too dangerous. I promised Brother Nyenda to take good care of you two siblings, and I can't break my promise. Don't worry, even if you don't go, you will see your brother soon." "Yes." Lin Yintao nodded obediently. "Let's go, I'll take you back." Luo Ren stood up and came to the door to open the door of the mobile base. Lin Yintao stood up quickly and said quickly, No, Brother Luo Ren, you don't need to give it to me, I can go back by myself." "It's okay, I just happened to take a walk," Luo Ren said. Lin Yintao no longer refused and allowed Luo Ren to send him back. The round trip lasted only 10 minutes or so. Luo Ren returned to the mobile base after seeing Lin Yintao off and fell asleep. The next day, after breakfast, Luo Ren came to the training ground, and all the escorts gathered urgently. Luo Shan Luo Hai and Luo Ji Luo Li stood in front of them. Luo Ren said, "Luo Ji Luo Li, you lead 500 people to stay and defend the city. Luo Shan Luo Hai, you lead the others out of the city with me." Luo Shan Luo Hai was confused as to why he suddenly gathered out of the city. Was it to attack whose city? Why was it that he only brought 500 people, which was not enough? Luoren said, I was busy with Hu Tian's affairs a few days ago and I didn't tell you. The place we went to today is called Go Village. There are more than 7,000 residents in it. The leader of the village, Qin Tai, has only 100 troops, but they encountered foreign enemies will attack in groups. However, you don't need to worry. Those more than 7,000 people are just ordinary people who want to survive. I have arranged for people to spread the news about the base among them. This time we go, we will definitely not encounter desperate resistance. Luoshan Luohai and others suddenly realized that the chief is the chief, and they did so many things without even knowing it. Russell. At this time, footsteps sounded, and Luoren looked over and saw Su Antong running over wearing a combat uniform and holding an anti-equipment sniper rifle. Su Antong said to Luoren, there is also me. Have you forgotten that I am also a member of the guard? The whole army was assembled, but they forgot to notify Su Antong, but this is no wonder Luoren. After all, the escort troops live in dormitories, and they are all in a small team. As long as the notification is continued, others will get the news immediately. As for Su Antong, she was a bit special. Since she was a foreign member and she was a girl, she did not live in a dormitory, and she was not included in the combat team. This made it easy for her to be forgotten when the entire army gathered. Luoren looked apologetic and didn't know how to explain. Su Antong waved her hand magnanimously and said, forget it, I'm generous enough not to argue with you. Luoren breathed a sigh of relief and said, then you can stay and defend the city. Su Antong refused and said, I'm almost bored to death staying at the base every day. I also want to go to that dog village. After finishing speaking, she murmured curiously, what is a dog village? There are many dog? Su Antong has eaten 2 evolutionary crystals. Among the guards, her physical fitness is only slightly weaker than that of Luoshan Luohai and others, but she is more than twice as strong as other ordinary soldiers who have not eaten evolutionary crystals. It doesn't hurt to take her with her. Ren immediately nodded and agreed, okay, then you can go to Gojai with us. The escort army left the city and headed towards Gojai. At the same time, Gojai was in the abandoned factory building in the center. Qin Tai sat on the sofa and listened to his subordinates report. Report to the village leader, the rumors about the base have spread throughout the village. It can be said that everyone knows about it. Qin Tai asked, how did the people react to these rumors? The subordinate said, they are very yearning for life at the base. We have secretly interviewed many people and they all said that they will definitely go to the base if they have the opportunity. Moreover, some of our soldiers also have this idea. Qin Tai stood up suddenly, came to the window, looked at the residents of Go Village coming and going below, and cursed angrily, a group of unruly people and a group of ignorant white-eyed wolves. Then he asked again, I let you investigate. Base, there is news, what kind of force is this? The subordinate said, according to the information we received from our investigation, the base is huge, with a population of tens of thousands and an army of thousands. The owner of the base is named Luo Ren, and his individual strength is also very strong. He should be an evolved human being. A few days ago, Hu Cheng's Hu Tian led an army of 10,000 people to attack the base, but there was a stalemate for a long time. Just yesterday, the Hu Cheng army actually withdrew. Village leader, look, this is Luo Ren. The subordinate took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Although there was no signal and he couldn't make calls, the camera function was still very useful. He woke up the screen, opened the photo album, and clicked on a photo. The person on it was Luo Ren. Can't an army of 10,000 people attack the base? Qin Tai was shocked, then he took the handed phone and looked at it carefully, his pupils shrank sharply, it's him. This is a face he will never forget. It was this man who humiliated him in front of his soldiers just a dozen days ago. Unexpectedly, he was the owner of the base. In this case, why did the rumors about the base spread? The news spread throughout Gojai, but the reason could be found. Damn it, you not only humiliated me, but also planted spies in my territory to spread rumors in an attempt to dismantle me from within. Qin Tai's palms clenched involuntarily, and the cell phone that could block bullets exploded with his bare hands. The subordinates were secretly shocked, wondering why the village leader suddenly became angry, but Qin Tai said, have you found the first person who spread rumors about the base? The subordinate replied, found it, we have initially targeted these people. He took out his mobile phone again, opened the photo album, clicked on a photo, and said, this person is called Ma Bei. Then he clicked on another person. Photo, this person is called Li Ku. Finally, he scrolled to Lin Nienda's photo and said, this person is called Lin Nienda. Among these people, he was most likely the first person to spread the rumor. We found out that he went out with 5 people to search for food for several days and did not come back. It stands to reason that if he did not come back for such a long time, he would either be killed by other survivors or be killed by other survivors. The zombies had enough to eat, but he came back, and he was the only one. None of the 5 people who were with him came back. Also, he originally had a sister and a brother, but once he went out to relieve himself, his brother and sister disappeared, and he didn't hear him say why they were missing. This was really too much of a coincidence. And not long after that, rumors about the base began to spread in the village. After Chin Tai heard this, he basically confirmed that the first person who spread the rumors was Lin Yinda. It seemed that he was the spy planted by Luo Ren in Gozhai. As for the others, he was also dealt with, which just served as a deterrent to let these unscrupulous people know betrayal of oneself comes at the price of blood. With this in mind, Chin Tai ordered, "You lead people to arrest all the people I just mentioned. After killing them, hang their bodies in the most conspicuous place, so that these unscrupulous people can see the consequences of betraying me." "Yes," the subordinate responded. After his subordinates left, Chin Tai rubbed his eyebrows and said, "We can't stay in Gozhai any longer. We have to evacuate immediately. Otherwise, if Luoren leads his army, these more than 7,000 unruly people will definitely not be able to resist." In the simple house, Lin Yinda was eating dinner. Suddenly, several soldiers broke in, and one of them sternly shouted, "Tie him up." Lin Yinda was shocked. He knew why he was arrested. It seemed that the spread of the matter had been found out by Chin Tai. However, he refused to admit it and shouted innocently, "What are you doing? I didn't, it's against the rules. Stop talking nonsense and take it away." At the same time, voices calling for injustice came from other houses in Gozhai, basically saying, "I'm innocent. I didn't break the rules." While being held at gunpoint, Lin Yinda and several others were escorted out of Gozhai and came to a jungle. The jungle was filled with dozens of skeletons. One characteristic of these skeletons was that there was a small hole between the eyebrows. The bones on the back of his head were blown off, and it was obvious that he had been shot to death. Lin Yinda naturally knew where this place was. This was the place where Chin Tai executed prisoners. These soldiers had made it clear that they had brought him here. With his eyes closed tightly, he was already prepared to face death for taking this job. Thinking that his younger brothers and sisters were living a good life at the base, he had no regrets. Then he felt the cold muzzle of the gun pointed at his forehead, indicating that death was imminent, but after a while, not only was there no shot, but the muzzle of the gun was also moved away from his forehead. After waiting for a while, there was still no response, and he didn't hear the gunshots that killed other people. He couldn't help but open his eyes and look to the left. It was those unlucky people, many of whom were his old acquaintances, who were staring at him resentfully. Looking at him, looking to the right, 10 soldiers were more than 10 meters away from them, forming a circle and discussing something in a low voice. Just when he was wondering, something unexpected happened. 9 of the soldiers who had been having a good discussion a second ago suddenly knocked one of them down, took the man's gun, and then raised the gun and pointed it at the man's head with the butt of the gun. He was hit on the head. After a few blows, his head was bleeding and he fainted. The other 9 people looked at each other, breathing rapidly. It took a while before they calmed down. One of them squatted down and stretched out his finger to test the breath of the man on the ground, and then said a few words to the people standing there. The 9 people discussed for a while, and then they all looked determined. 6 of them raised their guns and pointed them at the unconscious man on the ground. Bang! 6 people shot at the same time, and the man on the ground was no longer unconscious, but completely dead. Then, under Lin Yinda's confused gaze, 9 people came over. All 9 people's faces were full of smiles. One of them said, "Old Lin, remember me, Dolly? This is Neo Air." The soldier who called himself Dolly introduced all 8 of his companions, and then said, "Old Lin, you also saw the scene just now. To be honest with you, we all dislike Chin Tai. That guy has a bad temper and drills us at every turn, and it's extremely double standards. His cronies will be imprisoned for a few days at most if they make mistakes, and we will be severely punished if we don't do what he ordered us to do. Did you see that the guy we killed was one of Chin Tai's cronies? We just discussed that we should abandon the dark side and surrender to the light, and let you go to the base with you. But no matter how hard we talk, he just doesn't agree, so we can only kill him. Lao Lin, you can't go back to Gozhai now, and we can't go back to Gozhai. You see, we have done this. You and I are still old acquaintances, so just take us to the base together." Lin Yinda finally understood why these people suddenly attacked their companions. Since they all did this,
they must have been determined to go to the base. This was good, and he and his old acquaintances who were captured because of him would not have to die. Of course I can take you to the base, but Lin Yende looked down at himself who was tied up.
Oh, I understand.
Dali immediately reacted and untied the rope for Lin Yende, and said at the same time, "Don't stand there, those brothers are still tied up."
Soon, after untying the ropes of Lin Yende and others, Dali and others looked at Lin Yende and others with expectation. The people who were captured with Lin Yende felt a little guilty under the expectant eyes of Dali and others. They didn't know how to get to the base, so they could only look at Lin Yende, because Lin Yende told them about the base. Lin Yende naturally knew, stretched his muscles, and then said, "Let's get on the road."
The others were surprised and followed Lin Yende on the road to the base. After they left, a team of dozens of people rushed out of Gojai, led by a long-haired man. When they arrived in the jungle, the long-haired man did not see the bodies of Lin Yende and the others, but found the bodies of Qintai's confidants. He was furious on the spot and punched the tree, and the leaves fell. Chase. Lin Yende also knew that Qintai would definitely notice what happened in the forest, so he trotted all the way and did not dare to slow down. At this time, the sky was already dark, and the wind was howling in all directions, which was very scary. It would be very dangerous to encounter a large number of zombies in such an environment. At this time, Lin Yende, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped.
The others stopped, and Dali stepped forward and asked, "Why did Lao Lin stop suddenly?"
Lin Yende did not speak, but raised his arm and pointed forward. Dali looked closely, staggered back a few steps, and then fell to the ground. At this time, everyone else looked forward, all in fear.
There were hundreds of people in front of them at a glance. In this dark environment, only the outline could be seen.
The first thing they thought of was zombies.
"Li? What should we do, brother Li?" Nyo Air said tremblingly.
There were more than a dozen of them, with only 10 homemade single-shot guns. Facing hundreds of zombies was undoubtedly a dead end. Dali had no choice but to look at Lin Yende.
But with so many zombies, what could Lin Yende do?
Just when they were desperate, a light suddenly lit up in front of them. They could see clearly that the hundreds of figures were not zombies, but real flesh and blood humans.
Then the crowd in front dispersed, and a modified off-road vehicle drove out.
The light from the 2 headlights made it difficult for Lin Yende and his men to adapt for a while, and they all covered their eyes.
The car door opened and a man got out.
He smiled and said, "Brother Yende, long time no see." Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Yende's heart suddenly tightened. Then he squinted his eyes and looked over. After seeing the person clearly, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Captain Luoren." The people who came with him also got used to the lights. When they heard Lin Yende calling him Captain Luoren, they looked at the man in front of them in confusion. After staring for a while, Dali and his companions were suddenly startled.
Nyo Air stuttered, "Yes, yes. It's him, the evolved human."
That's right, the person who came was Luoren who went to Gojai.
After hearing Nyo Air's words, he looked at the familiar clothes and guns, and couldn't help asking, "What's going on?"
Lin Yende naturally knew what Luoren was asking, and explained, "They are all people who can't stand Qintai's rule and want to join the base." All Luoren suddenly realized, and was surprised, Lin Yende's work is really good. Even Qintai's soldiers have been instigated to rebel, but why are they here?
Thinking of this, Luoren asked again, "You are not in Gojai, where are you going?"
Lin Yende sighed and told Luoren the cause and effect of the matter.
"So that's it."
Luoren said to Dali and others, "You are very good, you have abandoned darkness and joined the light, and the base welcomes you, but we are not going back to the base now. You have to go to Gojai with me first. At that time, we will return to the base with more than 7,000 residents of Gojai."
"Thank you, sir,"
Dali and others said excitedly.
"Yeah."
Luoren nodded, and at the same time ordered to turn off the lights.
The light at night is easy to attract zombies, so try to find the way with natural light.
Just as they were about to continue heading towards Gojai, suddenly, an extremely arrogant voice came. "Humph! You bunch of ungrateful bastards actually dared to release important criminals privately and kill your companions.
You deserve to die."
After hearing this, Dali and the others looked at each other. They all knew who was coming, but the hundreds of well-equipped troops behind them did not scare them at all.
Dali trotted to Luoren and said, "Report to the commander, it should be Qintai's second brother Qin Hang. They must be here to hunt us down."
Luoren also found Qin Hang's voice very familiar. He looked towards the darkness ahead. Soon, a long-haired man with dozens of people broke through the darkness and entered his field of vision.
Although it was too dark to see his face clearly, Luo Ren could still tell who it was from his walking posture and long hair. He couldn't help but say, "It's him." The man who came was the one whose face was swollen like a pig's head by Luo Ren that day. It turned out that his name was Qin Hong, Qin Tai's second brother. Qin Hong approached step by step. At the same time, Lin Yenda and others, Luo Ren, and the guards behind Luo Ren also came into his sight. His steps couldn't help but freeze. He also couldn't see clearly, but there were so many people on the other side. Even if it wasn't a human being, it was a zombie that his dozens of people couldn't deal with. Moreover, the figure opposite didn't pounce on him immediately, so it was obvious that he was a human being. Since he knew that the other party was a human being, there was room for negotiation. Shinhan plucked up the courage to speak. "Brothers across the way, those people are traitors in our Gojai village. We are here just to arrest them, and we also ask the brothers across the way to show their respect." Luo Ren was surprised that this Qin Hong did not start the fight directly, but chose to discuss it. He was really a bully and afraid of the strong. That day, he probably wanted to kill him arrogantly because he was just a human being. However, since he wanted to discuss it, he should discuss it with him first, but Luo Ren did not intend to discuss it with them himself. Instead, he whispered a few words in Dali's ear, and then smiled, "Go ahead." Dali grinned, gestured okay, walked forward, cleared his throat, and shouted to the soldiers behind Qin Hong, "Brothers, I know that you are forced to join us just to survive. Qin Tai's men were beaten and scolded, but now there is a chance to escape. Do you know who is behind me? They are the guards of the base. As long as you put down your guns and surrender, the commander has said that you are allowed to join the base. Brothers, I believe you have all heard of the base. You don't have to be beaten or scolded, you don't have to worry about hunger, and you don't have to be afraid of zombies. This kind of place is simply a paradise on earth." The dozens of people led by Qin Hong behind him were a little shaken after hearing Dali's words. Dali continued, "Following Qin Tai can only live without dignity. When he is angry, he will vent to us. Do you remember? Shout he who was thrown into the cellar by Qin Tai to feed zombies more than 10 days ago. Who of you can I guarantee that Qin Tai won't throw you into the cellar to feed the zombies when he gets angry? And this Qin Hong, you know his temper as well as I do, or even better than me. If you don't join the base, you will only end up being killed by the escort or returning without success with him. What will Qin Hong do to you then? You should figure it out yourself." "Damn it! Shut up!" Qin Hong was angry, pointed his gun at Dali, and was about to shoot, hoping to shut him up completely in this way. In the flash of lightning, only a gunshot was heard, bang. Dali was startled. He closed his eyes tightly and hugged himself. After a few seconds, he did not feel the pain of being hit by the bullet. He groped up and down for a while. There was no hot blood from him and no wounds. He slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw the pistol in Qin Hang's hand falling to the ground, with a bullet still embedded in the pistol. Looking back, I saw a hand holding a gun returning to the car. Seeing this scene, Dali could imagine what happened in the flash of lightning just now, and he felt more confident. He put his hands on his hips and yelled, "You bastard, Qin Hong, you are really a beast, you can't let me say anything to you. Are you so angry that you still want to kill me? Hi, it's just you, the chief and the guards are here, you want to kill me, but you don't have the ability." Qin Heng's eyes were split open, and he was so angry that he was dizzy. He still cared about the hundreds of people opposite him, and said angrily, "Why are you just standing there? Shoot and kill these damn white-eyed wolves." It's a pity that no one listened to his order. Dali's words touched the hearts of dozens of soldiers. If they were just moved just now, they have now seriously considered it. "Damn it, you white-eyed wolves." Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Qin Hong kicked the soldier next to him away, and then attacked another person. Qin Heng's behavior at this time immediately made the soldiers who were still thinking make up their mind, and they pointed their guns at Qin Heng. One of them said angrily, "You are a white-eyed wolf with one mouthful, what have you given us? You only give us 2 meals a day, if you are not full, you cannot add more. If the food is insufficient, it is acceptable, but you yourself are big fish and meat, and you eat hot and spicy food. It's us who do the work, but it's you who enjoy it, and you beat and scold us whenever something doesn't go your way. I've had enough." "Yes. I've had enough too." "Me too." Dozens of soldiers expressed their opinions one after another, which made Qin Hong even more angry. He pointed at them and cursed angrily, "Rebellion. Rebel. You damn people are rebelling. I will kill you traitors now." Qin Hong was overwhelmed with anger. Although he was much stronger than ordinary people, he could not dodge bullets like his elder brother Qin Tai. When he rushed towards the dozens of people, he only heard, bang bang bang, dozens of guns were fired at the same time, and bullets came towards his face. Shintai could not avoid it, and was beaten into a sieve in an instant. His movements froze instantly, and then he went straight backwards, covering his body with bullets. Blood flowed from the bullet hole to the ground. Shintai's eyes widened and he died unwillingly. Bang bang bang. Luo Ren clapped his hands and stepped forward. Upon seeing this, the dozens of soldiers immediately threw away their guns and knelt down at the same time. One of them said, "We are willing to abandon the dark side and join the light side to join the base. Please accept your permission, sir." "We are willing to abandon the dark side and join the base, and we ask for your permission, sir," dozens of soldiers said in unison. Luo Ren smiled and said, "Get up quickly, the base welcomes you." Dozens of soldiers were all happy and thanked them quickly. "Thank you, sir." Luo Ren ordered the firearms to be confiscated, then asked Lin Nienda and others to follow the rear of the escort, and then continued on the road. This place was not far from Gojai. It took Luo Ren and the others less than half an hour to finally see Gojai with its weak lights. The lights of the vehicle were turned on, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in Gojai. Then Luo Ren took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "People inside, listen, I am Luo Ren from the base. Today I am here to pick you up and go to the base. Those who are interested in going to the base should place their weapons at their doorsteps, and I, Luo Ren, can guarantee your safety after the escort troops enter the base." Immediately afterwards, Luo Ren called Lin Nienda and others and said, "You also want to say a few words." Lin Nienda took the horn and was the first to say, "Brothers and sisters, I am Lin Nienda. Some of you know me, and some of you don't. I only want to say one thing, the matter about the base is that I was ordered by the commander. I guarantee that everything I said about the base is true, and dozens of brothers have joined the base, including Chintai's soldiers. I will let them say a few words." After saying that, he handed the trumpet in his hand to Dali, cleared his throat, and then said, "Well, good evening, everyone, I am Chen Dali. Some of you should know me. Yes, I am under Chintai's command. Soldiers, besides me, there are dozens of soldiers under Chintai's command who have abandoned the secrets and joined the base. This shows that what Lao Lin said is true." After Dali finished speaking, he continued to pass the trumpet. This time it was passed to Nyo Urshu. He first complained, "Brother Dali, you are doing very well. Thank you everyone for making it look like a gala. Look at me." Nyo Air put the trumpet to his mouth. "Well, this, that. I am Nyo Air, thank you." The others were stunned. They said they liked you, but that's it? Nyo Air blushed and handed the trumpet to the next person, then covered his face and ran to the back of the team to hide. The surrendered people here spoke one by one, while in Gojai, Shintai smashed the tea table in front of him with his palm, then walked back and forth, and when he saw that the sofa was not pleasing to his eyes, he kicked it away. "Damn it! Damn it!" He roared angrily, smashed things crazily, looked at the windowsill, then rushed out and jumped directly from the second floor. Boom! A man jumped down from the building. The guards saw that it was Chintai and immediately turned their eyes. They heard Chintai's roar and saw that he was full of anger. They didn't want to attract Chintai's attention, otherwise they would be beaten at the least or even lose their lives. At the same time, they also heard what the people outside said, and they were also very tempted. Chintai glanced at the soldiers and said in a deep voice, "Do you also want to join the base? If anyone wants to go, then go. I will definitely not stop you." Although he said so, who would dare to believe it from the tone? If that blind person thought that what Chintai said was true and went out to surrender, Chintai would probably throw this person into the cellar to feed the zombies immediately. Humph! Seeing that no one dared to move, Chintai snorted coldly and said sternly, "Since everyone wants to go, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and organize those stubborn people to defend." Dozens of soldiers immediately scattered and went to various places in Gojai to organize residents for defense. In the west area of Gojai, a team of soldiers shouted loudly, "Strong enemies are coming, everyone hurry up and pick up weapons and prepare to fight." The civilians only looked at the team of soldiers when they heard this, but no one picked up their weapons. In the east area of Gojai, a team of soldiers also arrived and shouted loudly, "Everyone hurry up, pick up your weapons, and never let the people from the base enter the village." As in the west area, civilians threw their weapons at the door, and people stayed at home quietly waiting for the guards to enter the village. The soldier guards who mobilized civilians in the central area also encountered the same problem. No civilian was willing to take up weapons to defend against the guards. At this time, Chintai walked onto the street and saw weapons thrown at the door of every house, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. The civilians threw their weapons at the door, which meant that they gave up Qin Tai and chose to join the base in Luo Ren. This made him very angry, extremely angry. The Gojai he had worked so hard to build was actually going to fall into the hands of others, and it was Luo Ren who had humiliated him. This made him very unwilling. But now, what's the use of his unwillingness? He couldn't win in a single fight, and he couldn't win in a group fight. There was only one way to go, that was to escape. He was an evolved human and had eaten evolution crystals. Even if it was dark at this time, he didn't have to be afraid of zombies. He thought to himself, they looked at his soldiers, what these people were thinking, he could probably guess, probably they also wanted to join the base, but they didn't show it because they were afraid of him. Since you have the heart to betray me, I will let you know before I leave what the consequences of betraying me are. Qin Tai exuded a strong murderous intent. He pulled out the dagger tied to his leg and rushed towards the team of soldiers who were shouting until their voices were hoarse. At that moment, the soldiers felt a chill on their backs and a cold wind blew. One soldier looked back and saw a figure flashing, puff. The soldier covered his neck, blood spurted out from his fingers, and his face turned pale quickly due to excessive blood loss. Then he collapsed to the ground, staring at Qin Tai with resentment and hatred. The others saw clearly that the person coming was Qin Tai, and felt his strong killing intent and couldn't help but feel fear and screamed. Ah! Outside Gojai, Luo Ren heard this harsh and miserable scream, frowned, and immediately ordered, "Enter the village." Hundreds of guards took action and headed towards Gojai, while Luo Ren took the lead. He followed the screams to the central area of Gojai, and saw more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground, all of whom were soldiers under Qin Tai. These soldiers were terrified and unwilling, and each of them died by having their throats cut or their hearts pierced by sharp weapons. This made him think of Qin Tai first. At the same time, screams came from the west side of the village, and Luo Ren immediately set out. In just a dozen seconds, Luo Ren arrived at the west area, and he saw Qin Tai cutting a soldier's throat. Qin Tai noticed Luo Ren and was shocked. He was no match for Luo Ren, so he chose to run away immediately. What a beast, he doesn't even let his own people go. How could Luo Ren let him succeed? He cursed and chased him. Qin Tai's speed was far less than Luo Ren's, and he was caught up in a short while. Luo Ren punched him in the back and knocked him out. Qin Tai fell to the ground and rolled more than 10 meters before stopping. This made his body covered with mud. Qin Tai quickly stood up and faced Luo Ren Heiden, with the flames of anger and hatred burning in his eyes. Ah! He rushed over with a roar, and there was no escape, so he had to fight. Facing his desperate posture, Luo Ren smiled lightly, and kicked him more quickly, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Then he followed and kicked him away again, landing right next to a hole in the ground. Puff! Qin Tai lay on the ground, spitting blood. Luo Ren's two kicks not only broke several of his ribs, but also injured his internal organs. At this time, as long as he exerted force, his body would be in great pain. Watching Luo Ren approaching step by step, like Bai Wuchang who was asking for his life and He Wuchang who was seducing souls, Qin Tai felt desperate, and he was sure to die today. He stared at Luo Ren with hatred for a while, and suddenly, with a determined look on his face, he rolled back and fell into the hole in the ground. Bang! It should be the bottom, and the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from the hole in the ground. Luo Ren rushed forward and leaned over to look at the cave. It was dark inside without any light, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He thought, it can't be another tunnel or something like that. Long Chi from Paradise City escaped through the tunnel. If Qin Tai also escaped through the tunnel, it would be too uncomfortable. Luo Ren was about to jump down the cave to chase him, but at this moment, a painful roar came from the cave. Luo Ren could tell that it was Qin Tai's voice, and then another beast-like roar came from the cave. Hearing the sound, Luo Ren quickly stepped back a few steps to distance himself from the cave. A surprised expression appeared on his face, and he muttered, "This is the roar of the evolved zombies." There are evolved zombies in this cave? Could it be that Qin Tai knew there were zombies under the cave, and would rather be eaten by zombies than be caught by me? Luo Ren then took a few steps forward and went to the edge of the cave. The roar of zombies could be heard from the cave from time to time. It seemed that Qin Tai was doomed. He wanted to ask whether Qin Tai had eaten the evolution crystal or evolved naturally, but now it seemed that there was no chance. Luo Ren pulled off a high-explosive grenade. Since there were evolved zombies under the cave, he would naturally not let go of the evolution crystal. He pulled the safety pin, threw the high-explosive grenade into the cave, and quickly retreated dozens of meters. He counted in his mind, 1, 2, 3, when he counted to 10 seconds, there was an explosion with a bang, the ground was shaking, and the flames of the explosion rushed out of the cave, and a black shadow came out with the flames. The black shadow rushed over quickly, and the fishy smell hit him. Luo Ren guessed that it was a speed-type zombie, but this zombie was much faster than the ordinary level 1 speed-type evolved zombie. Luo Ren hurriedly retreated and narrowly avoided the zombie's attack. At this time, he looked closely and found that it was indeed a speed-type evolution zombie, but this zombie was a little different from other level 1 speed-type evolution zombies, that is, its eyes. Whether it is an ordinary zombie or a level 1 evolution zombie, the eyes are all white, but this zombie's eyes are actually glowing with a faint red light, which is really strange. Roar! After the attack missed, the zombie continued to pounce, and Luo Ren also drew his saber to fight it. The speed of this zombie is very fast, comparable to Luo Ren, and the sharpness of its 2 claws is no worse than that of the saber. The zombie rushed to Luo Ren and stabbed with his right claw. Luo Ren used his saber to block its claw. The zombie then swung the other claw horizontally to grab Luo Ren's head. Luo Ren moved back and barely avoided it, then held the knife with both hands and chopped the zombie's head diagonally. The zombie's reaction speed was also very fast. Luo Ren's knife was dodged by it. Luo Ren took advantage of the situation and chased after it. He held the knife in his backhand and swept it out, intending to cut the zombie into 2 pieces. The zombie parried with his claws. The saber chopped on his claws, making a sound of metal hitting metal, and sparks flew everywhere, which was very eye-catching in the dark night. This zombie's strength was weaker than Luo Ren's. Luo Ren did not move at all, and the zombie retreated more than 10 steps. After suffering a small loss, it roared at Luo Ren, and its face showed human anger. Luo Ren was shocked. How is this possible? Aren't zombies without thoughts and only know how to kill? But the zombie in front of me is expressing anger to me. Swish! At the same time, neat footsteps sounded, and the guards rushed over. When the zombie saw the large number of guards, he couldn't help but retreat a few steps, showing a terrified expression, roaring at Luo Ren, and then turned and ran away, disappearing rapidly into the darkness. Luo Ren was even more surprised. The zombie in front of him actually had human-like thoughts. Not only did he know fear, but he also knew terror. This was incredible. Luo Ren immediately asked the system, how could that zombie just now have human thoughts? Isn't it a zombie? The system gave a reply, the zombie just now was indeed an evolved zombie, but it was at a higher level and had reached the level of Quasi level 2. It is expected that it will evolve into a real level 2 zombie in less than 7 days, level 2 evolved zombie? Luo Ren felt a pressure falling on his heart, which made him a little depressed. He thought to himself, it can evolve into a real level 2 evolved zombie in less than 7 days. It is only Quasi level 2. Its speed is not slower than that of me who has eaten 8 evolution crystals. If it evolves to level 2, how fast will it be? Moreover, it has human emotions. It knows to run away when it can't beat it. It is much more difficult to deal with than a level 1 zombie. Seeing Luo Ren staring at the darkness in front of him and standing blankly, Luo Shan couldn't help but walk up to him and ask, "Sir, are you not injured?" The voice entered his ears, and Luo Ren was pulled back to reality from his own thoughts. He turned his head to see Luo Shan, and then turned around to see hundreds of guards behind him. The morale was high, and the pressure in his heart disappeared immediately. He thought, what's wrong with a level 2 evolved zombie? I'm not alone. If I meet it again, I can just kill it to get the level 2 evolution crystal, and evolve myself to level 2, right? Moreover, with more than 7,000 people from Gojai joining the base can be upgraded immediately. The weapons and equipment of my level 3 base can't beat your little level 2 zombie? Thinking so, he put his hand on Luo Shan's shoulder. It's just a small zombie, it can't hurt me. Then he took 2 steps forward to get closer to the team, and ordered, 20 people in the front row, step out and follow me to the central factory, and the others will collect the weapons and equipment handed over by civilians. The troops were divided into 2 groups. Luo Ren led 20 people to the central factory. The journey took only a few minutes. At this time, there were no guards near the factory. They were all sent by Qin Tai to mobilize residents, and then they were killed by him. The factory door was closed. Luo Ren stepped forward and kicked the door open. The moment the door opened, he saw 2 people pointing guns at the door. Seeing that they were about to shoot, the guards behind Luo Ren reacted quickly. Only 2 gunshots were heard, and the 2 men fell to the ground. Entering the factory, the decoration inside is not gorgeous, not as good as Long Chi's residence in Paradise City,
and not even as good as Wang Hu's three-story villa. After the guards searched the factory, the upper and lower floors were turned upside down, but they didn't find anything useful. There were only a few of Qin Tai's confidants, and they were all good-looking men. Each of them showed a touch of femininity between their eyebrows. This was something Luo Ren didn't expect. Qin Tai looked like a very masculine man, but he didn't expect that he liked this. After the search, Luo Ren didn't stay in the factory for long. I always felt a gust of cold wind blowing, which made his back cold. Luo Ren asked Luo Shan and Luo Hai to take care of the rest, and he found a place to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and shone on Luo Ren's face. Luo Ren's eyelids trembled, and then slowly opened. He stretched comfortably. It was time to return to the base. At this time, the guards and more than 7,000 civilians had gathered outside Go Village, waiting for Luo Ren's order. Luo Ren came to the outside of the village, his eyes after scanning the crowd. He immediately ordered to set off, and the team of several thousand people set out on the journey back to the base. It was noon in a blink of an eye. At this time, they were still halfway to the base. The guards were fine, but most of the civilians were panting and very tired. Luo Ren immediately ordered them to rest on the spot and took out food from the vehicles towing supplies to distribute to these civilians. The civilians were grateful for the food and yearned for the base even more. While everyone was eating food and sitting on the ground to rest. "Hey, what is that?" A civilian pointed to the horizon and suddenly said. "What is that?" Another civilian heard the words and looked in the direction of the pointing curiously, only to see a black piece, and it was moving quickly towards them. Soon, more people also saw the black piece on the horizon. At the same time, Luo Ren also saw it, and was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly shouted, "Prepare for battle, all civilians go behind the guards." Hearing Luo Ren's anxious shout, the others dared not slack off. The guards quickly set up machine guns, and the civilians hurriedly ran to hide behind the guards. The black mass was very close, less than 500 meters away. At this time, everyone saw clearly what it was. They were all rats as big as piglets. The scene was very horrifying. "Shoot!" With Luo Ren's order, both machine guns and rifles opened fire, and bullets were poured out like water. No matter how tenacious the big rats were, they would die if they were hit by bullets. The dense firepower defense line successfully blocked the rats. Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Aren't you awesome? I think you chased me for several miles. Today I will wipe you out." Chirp, chirp. Just when he was feeling proud, he heard the cry of sparrows. He looked up and saw a black mass flying in the sky. He looked closely and saw that they were all sparrows as big as one-man-whole chickens. There must be hundreds of them. "Damn it, this is a two-pronged attack from land and air," Luo Ren said in surprise. "If we were just dealing with rats, 500 guardsmen would be enough, but with another wave of sparrows coming, the pressure would be a bit high. The speed of flying is faster than the speed of running." After just one encounter, hundreds of sparrows arrived above the team, and then swooped down. Luo Ren was about to draw out his troops to deal with the sparrows. However, at this time, the panicked people were on hand. If anything is thrown out immediately. They threw the unfinished food in their hands at the sparrow, and the sparrow grabbed it directly, and then flew to a nearby tree to peck at the food. Seeing this scene, Luo Ren had an idea and rushed to the vehicle carrying supplies, and then directly opened the door of the carriage. When the sparrows smelled the fragrance of the food, they rushed into the carriage and pecked at the food in the carriage. None of the sparrows attacked humans. Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. Although this thing has grown in size, it still maintains its habits. It's not like those rats. After they grow in size, they forget their roots. They don't dare to be a thief anymore and start hunting. Soon, the food in several supply trucks was swept away by sparrows. The sparrows flew out of the carriages and circled in the sky for a while, and then landed on nearby trees, standing side by side one next to the other. At the same time, the battle between the guards and the rats came to an end. The tens of thousands of rats were still unable to break through the defense line of the guards. Only a few squeaks were heard from the rear of the rats, and then the rats began to retreat. The rats retreated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, Luo Ren ordered to set off again. The second half of the journey did not encounter any troubles, and they returned to the base smoothly. Like the people who saw the base for the first time, the more than 7,000 people in Gozhai were all shocked. After more than 7,000 people entered the base, the voice of the system rang in Luo Ren's ears. Ding! The population exceeded 50,000, and the base reached the upgrade conditions. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Ding!
New task released, the base is upgraded to level 3, and 1 billion points are rewarded. Luo Ren quickly came to the mobile base. Looking at the mobile base, he said decisively in his heart, upgrade. Ding! The base is upgraded to level 3. Ding! Mission completed, reward 10 points. Ding! The base is upgraded to level 3, unlocking the level 3 arsenal. Ding! The base is upgraded to level 3, unlocking the level 3 city wall. Ding! The base is upgraded to level 3, unlocking the tank factory. Ding! New mission released, build a tank factory, reward 1 billion points. Tank factory? At this time, Luo Ren was so happy that he wanted to sing and dance if he didn't care about his image. That's a tank factory, which can produce tanks. I wonder if it can produce tanks after it is built. Thinking of this, Luo Ren hurried to the military zone. At this time, the military zone only had an empty arsenal, which was still level 2. Seeing this, Luo Ren decisively said, the system will upgrade the arsenal to level 3. At the same time, he muttered with expectation, I wonder what new weapons will be unlocked. Ding! The arsenal is upgraded to level 3. After the upgrade was completed, Luo Ren immediately called up the interface to see which weapons were unlocked. The function panel of the arsenal was expanded. At first glance, I saw that the number of guards had increased to 3,000. Although this increase was tripled, Luo Ren felt that it was still a bit small. After all, the previous Paradise City had 5,000 troops, and whose city had more than 10,000. In this comparison, the number gap is still a bit large. However, I thought about it again. It's not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality. Although I have few soldiers, they have extremely high military quality, and they also have excellent weapons. Facing enemies that are several times larger than me, I can still win with fewer soldiers. In this way, Luo Ren was relieved. Then he looked at the newly unlocked weapons. Bazooka, 50,000 points heavy machine gun, 50,000 points oh my god, bazooka, heavy machine gun. Although there are not many weapons unlocked, only 2, but these 2 alone make Luo Ren very excited. Bazooka is a siege weapon, and heavy machine gun, this guy is a tough guy. Luo Ren estimates that even if he faces a level 1 power type evolved zombie, he will be shot into a sieve with a sweep. It is an absolute weapon for defending the city. The arsenal upgrade is complete, so the next step is the highlight, the tank factory. Excitement has completely filled Luo Ren's eyes. He took a deep breath, then switched out the construction light screen, dragged the tank factory to the map, and released his fingers after finding a good position. Walala, a mechanical sound rang out, and the ground next to the arsenal was covered with dust. A tank-like and rocket-like tank factory rose from the ground. After it was completed, Luo Ren heard the system's voice. Ding! The tank factory is built. Ding! Mission completed, 1 billion points rewarded. Luo Ren swallowed his saliva and looked at the tank factory. The function panel of the tank factory immediately appeared in front of him. He let out a long breath. This was more exciting than the lottery draw. His eyes slowly moved to the function panel, and immediately, the items that could be produced fell into his eyes. Tank, 500,000 points armored personnel carrier, 200,000 points diesel, 500 points gasoline, 100 points. Luo Ren opened his mouth, as if he was dumb and was too excited to speak. He could only roar in his heart, tank, it's a tank, my god, I am not dreaming, I thought I could only unlock an armored vehicle at most, my god. There are also gasoline, diesel, etc., so there is no need to worry about the fuel problem. I can only describe my mood now in one word, that is, it's so cool. Then Luo Ren thought again, Hu Chang, Hu Tian, you are done, just wait for my tank army, see if I can destroy you. After a long time, Luo Ren finally recovered. Fortunately, his physical fitness and mental will were there, so he didn't go crazy like Fan Jinzhong, and then asked someone to slap him a few times to wake up. This would completely destroy the tall image of the commander in the past, which was not what Luo Ren wanted. Luo Ren was not in a hurry to produce tanks. Instead, he opened the function panel of the arsenal first, then filled up the guards, then returned to the mobile base and ordered someone to call Luo Shan. Luo Shan came to the mobile base, saw Luo Ren and asked, Commander, you are looking for me? Luo Ren nodded and asked, I ask you, can you drive a tank? Luo Shan replied, yes. Luo Ren was surprised and asked again, do all the guards know how to drive a tank? If all the guards can drive a tank, then just send hundreds of them directly. Anyway, there is no difference in points. When the time comes, they will march to Hucheng in a mighty manner. The scene is estimated to scare Hu Tian to death. Unfortunately, Luo Shan shook his head and said, no, only the second-level squad leader and above can operate a tank. This disappointed Luo Run. He quickly called up the information panel of the guard army and saw 23 second-level squad leaders, 12 third-level squad leaders, 7 first-level squad leaders, and 4 second-level squad leaders. In total, there are only 46 second-level squad leaders and above, and a tank requires 4 people to drive. So now we can only use 11 tanks at most. Oh my god, the gap between reality and imagination is really huge. Luo Ren slapped his thigh and asked, what about armored personnel carriers? Luo Shan replied, there are no restrictions on armored personnel carriers. Ordinary soldiers can drive them. Even if they are not guards, anyone who can drive them. Luo Ren was relieved immediately. If armored personnel carriers also have restrictions in this regard, it would be too ridiculous. Fortunately, Luo Shan gave a satisfactory answer. 11 tanks, that's 11. No, I'm afraid we can't get 11 tanks. We need to keep someone to command the army. I can't be responsible for everything by myself. Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Ji and Luo Li, the 4 second-level squadron leaders, must not be allowed to get on the tanks. Luo Wu, the first-level squadron leader, should also be left behind. Then leave 3 third-level team leaders. In this way, there are only 38 people who can get on the tanks. 38 divided by 4 is 9.5. Oops, that's wrong. Then leave 2 third-level team leaders to make up the number of people for 9 tanks. Luo Ren was very satisfied with his distribution. He found a piece of paper to write it down, and then handed it to Luo Shan, saying, do as written above. After eliminating the people who stay, let the others wait for me in the military zone tomorrow. Yes. Luo Shan didn't ask the reason. He took the order and went to deal with it. The next day, Luo Ren got up early, washed up, and came to the military area without eating breakfast. At this time, the 36 people in the military area were neatly arranged. These people's temperament was obviously higher than that of ordinary guards, and they all reached the level of second-level squad leader or above. When the 36 people on the field saw Luo Ren coming, their eyes were full of respect and they shouted, Sir. Luo Ren nodded and said straight to the point, there is a big thing to call you here. I am going to form 3 tank teams. Here, I will confirm with you, you can all operate tanks, right? Yes, sir. The 36 people answered in unison. Yes. Luo Ren nodded with satisfaction, and then said, a tank needs 4 people to exert its maximum combat effectiveness, so now you will divide into teams by yourselves. The 36 people heard this and said yes, and began to divide into groups. They were all comrades who had been together day and night and had experienced life and death together. It didn't matter who they were in a group with, and there was no need to pick and choose like children. The division of teams was completed in just 3 or 2 minutes. Luo Ren was very satisfied with this speed, and without any nonsense, he walked quickly to the tank factory. The blue transparent light screen unfolded in front of him, and he said in his heart, produce 9 tanks. The system prompt sounded, produce 9 tanks for a total of 4.50 W points, are you sure? Confirm. Ding, tank production is in progress, and it takes a total of 9 days for 9 tanks. Fuck. Luo Ren was a little confused. In the past, the production of firearms and grenades was done in seconds, and even anti-material sniper rifles took less than a minute. Only the guards took time. However, after upgrading to a level 3 base, 10 guards can be produced in an hour, but it takes a day to produce a tank. This made Luo Ren, who was used to a fast pace, a little uncomfortable. Tip. Firearms are easy to make, so they take less time, while tanks are difficult to make and naturally take more time. This is very scientific. After hearing what the system said, Luo Ren couldn't help but want to complain. You, the system, are still talking about science here, and I, the host, am embarrassed to say that science is good. Regardless of this, Luo Ren asked, how long does it take to produce an armored personnel carrier? It is estimated to take 12 hours to produce an armored personnel carrier. Although it is half the number of tanks, 12 hours is still a bit long. I used to watch military TV programs and they said that armored personnel carriers usually carry 1,012 people. So for the 3,000 guards, not counting the 36 tank drivers, at least 247 vehicles are needed. 247 times 12, 101 equals 1, 102 equals 2, 103 equals 3. Oh my god, this will take 2,964 hours, which is 123 and a half days. Luo Ren was really confused. He was thinking about producing the armored personnel carriers as soon as possible to greatly improve the mobility of the guards and then attack Hucheng. He didn't expect that it would take half a year just to produce the vehicles. This was a bit too much. He couldn't help but complain, "System, I think these points are a bit redundant. I have too many points to use, but the production of something is limited by time and quantity. It feels like digestion is complete, and the toilet is full, but the toilet is still full and the people inside are still unwilling to come out. Remind the host, you can use it if you want, but you can't describe this system as such a dirty place." Luoren was speechless and sighed helplessly. "I will use it," he still asked unwillingly. "Is there really no way to increase the production speed?" "No." "Okay." Since he answered like this, Luo Ren could only think of another way. He first pulled 250 armored personnel carriers for him, and then he looked at the fuel options such as gasoline and diesel, and his eyes turned, and he chose to produce a barrel of gasoline. Ding! Gasoline production is completed, quantity *1. Just 3 seconds later, a barrel of gasoline was produced. Luo Ren carefully checked the barrel of gasoline. It was marked with 10L, which was enough to fill the tank of an ordinary car. Then he chose to produce a barrel of diesel. Ding! Diesel production completed, quantity *1. It took 10 seconds to produce diesel. The volume of a barrel of diesel is obviously larger than gasoline. The barrel is marked with 100L. A barrel of diesel is a full 100 liters, which can fill a medium-sized truck. If it is a large truck, 2 barrels are usually enough. The fuel production was so fast that Luo Ren's eyes lit up. The armored personnel carrier had to wait, but the trucks outside could be used immediately. He walked back to the 36 people and said, "The tank will take some time. You haven't had breakfast yet, so go and eat." "Yes." As the 36 people left, Luo Ren also returned to the mobile base. Just as he sat down, he saw Su Antong coming. Luo Ren stood up to greet him and said with a smile, "Antong, why are you here?" Su Antong was very impolite and found a chair to sit down. She looked at Luo Ren and said, "Brother Ren, I want to talk to you." Luo Ren nodded and said, "Go ahead." Su Antong said straight to the point, "It's still the previous proposal to expand the guard army." As soon as these words came out, Su Antong immediately saw the change in Luo Ren's face, and immediately explained, "I made a lot of changes to the previous proposal. Whether you agree or not, I hope you can listen to it." Luo Ren was curious about what changes could be made, so he agreed, "Then tell me." Su Antong said, "I know that the first thing you worry about is loyalty when recruiting guards from the residents. In fact, I don't think you need to worry at all. The respect that the residents of the base have for you is obvious to all. It is from the heart and rooted in the deepest part of the soul. You can imagine how low the probability of betrayal will be after such devout believers become guards. Of course, this is persuasion, not a revised proposal. Then I will tell you the revised proposal now. Expanding the guards is inevitable. Otherwise, the more people there are in the base, the less strong the troops will be to protect it. Considering the possible betrayal factors, I have thought of the following countermeasures. 1. The highest officer in each team of residents can be arranged as a guard soldier. 2. Set up another soldier camp. The resident army does not train with the guard army, and the training instructors for the resident army are provided by the guard army. 3. Carry out ideological education every month to ensure the loyalty of the resident army to the base. 4. The weapons and equipment are completely controlled by the guard army. They usually provide suitable training ammunition, and only provide sufficient ammunition when they go out to perform tasks. These are the 4 countermeasures I thought of. What do you think? Su Antong's countermeasures are good and practical, but now the base has been upgraded to level 3, and the number of guards has also increased significantly, so Luo Ren does not need more troops now. If a large number of residents are recruited as soldiers, the productivity of the base will inevitably decrease. Therefore, this matter should be discussed after the base develops to a larger scale. Luo Ren raised his head, smiled at Su Antong, and said, "Your countermeasures are good and practical, which is worthy of recognition. However, the base is now limited in scale, and the number of soldiers is not important, but the quality is. The current guard army can fully maintain the peace and stability of the base, and it is not a big problem to strike forces like Hucheng. Therefore, it is better to wait until the base expands to a larger scale before implementing conscription." Su Antong was disappointed and said dejectedly, "Okay." Seeing her like this, Luo Ren couldn't bear it. After thinking for a while, he continued, "I am also considering the production of the base. Let's do this. I approve the establishment of a militia team of 50 people, and you will be in charge of it as a demonstration. Su Antong's face suddenly cleared up. Although it was just a militia, it was a major step, proving that Luo Ren's idea of only having a guard army in his heart was not unshakable. Luo Ren said, by the way, let me be frank. The militia is not a full-time soldier. They still have to engage in production labor. And if one of them relies on the weapons in his hands to oppress ordinary people, I will immediately disband the militia organization. Do you understand? Su Antong nodded heavily, patted his chest, and said confidently, don't worry, under my management, no one will oppress ordinary residents. Luo Ren said, then I will wait and see. Su Antong smiled and said, just wait and see, I will never let you down. After talking about this matter, the two talked for a while, and Su Antong couldn't wait to recruit militia, and Luo Ren didn't stop her and let her go. After Su Antong left, Luo Ren was the only one left in the mobile base, which seemed very deserted. He sat for a while and looked at the information on the table. He was really bored. He rolled his eyes and thought, let's go to the parking lot. Thinking about it, he got up and left the mobile base and headed towards the base parking lot. Since the space in the inner city is not large, Luo Ren asked Xiaomu to plan a new parking lot in the outer city. As for the parking lot in the inner city, it is temporarily vacant. When there are important buildings in the future, this piece of land can be used. After walking for about 10 minutes, the parking lot was finally reached. The new parking lot is very large. Although it is only an open-air parking lot, it can park more than 100 vehicles. However, there are only more than 20 vehicles in the parking lot at this time, most of which are medium-sized trucks. The purpose is to haul supplies when going out for battle, and the rest are all off-road vehicles. The reason why there are only so few vehicles is that there was a shortage of fuel before. If there are too many vehicles, they can't drive without oil. Besides, the Guard Army only had 1,000 people at that time, and more than a dozen medium-sized trucks were completely enough. But now it is different from the past. The tank factory can produce gasoline, diesel and other fuels. Now there is no need to worry about fuel shortages. Luo Ren looked around the parking lot and thought, such a large parking lot, with only 20 or so cars, it's too empty, this won't do. Then he had an idea. I remember there's a large parking lot near Jiebei Industrial Park, I can go there and get dozens of cars back. With an idea in mind, Luo Ren immediately went to the barracks and summoned the guards. In addition to the soldiers who were out performing daily search and rescue missions and city defense missions, there were about 2,000 guards on the square at this time. With so many people, the barracks square seemed a bit small, and people were squeezed together to barely squeeze in more than 2,000 people. Seeing this, Luo Ren thought, it seems that the barracks need to be expanded. But there was no rush, and the priority was to get down to business. It obviously wouldn't take more than 2,000 people to get some vehicles, so Luo Ren said, Luo Shan, pick out 500 people and follow me to the Jiebei parking lot to get dozens of vehicles back. Yes. Luo Shan stepped forward and answered, then he turned around, glanced at the other guards, pointed to the first squadron and said, the first squadron stays, the others disband. The other guards dispersed to continue training, leaving only the first squadron with 500 people. Luo Ren did not set off immediately, but brought more than 500 people to the military zone, and then produced 20 barrels of diesel and 30 barrels of gasoline. After such a long time of parking, the oil in the tank of any car would evaporate. If you don't bring fuel, you can only push it back. The gasoline and diesel were loaded onto a medium-sized truck, and Luo Ren gave an order, let's go. The 500 guards, led by Luo Ren, headed towards the Jiebei parking lot. During the period, they encountered several waves of small zombies, which were easily solved by the powerful firepower of the guards, so the guards had a smooth journey and arrived at the Jiebei parking lot in about an hour. The Jiebei parking lot is very large, divided into 2 floors, underground and above ground. The above ground is mainly used for vehicles such as trucks, while the underground is used for vehicles such as cars. Luo Ren's main purpose of this trip is the trucks on the ground, because cars are not very useful in this doomsday. Even if they are used as a means of transportation, Luo Ren prefers to use off-road vehicles. At the entrance of the parking lot, the access control pole had been broken long ago. Luo Ren led 500 people into the parking lot without any obstruction. Looking around, it was indeed full of trucks. Luo Ren ordered, just medium-sized trucks, go. Medium-sized trucks have a stronger cargo capacity than light trucks, and are more flexible than heavy trucks, so they have become Luo Ren's best choice. While the guards were searching for a suitable target in the parking lot above ground, Luo Ren came to the parking lot below ground. As the power system had long been paralyzed,
The parking lot below ground was dark except for some light coming in from the entrance. However, Luo Rin did not need to worry because he brought a mobile light source, a flashlight. He swept the flashlight over the cars one by one and shook his head repeatedly. He did not like any of them. He came here to find a car for himself, so of course he had to pick a good one. Squeak! Suddenly, a mouse-like sound came into his ears, and then he heard footsteps. When he shone the flashlight, he saw a skinny zombie rushing towards him. This was just an ordinary zombie. There was no pressure for Luo Ren. He raised his leg and kicked it away. Then he pulled out the saber tied to his thigh, rushed up in one step, and cut off the zombie's head with a knife. Sha. But things were not so easy to end. Footsteps sounded from all directions, accompanied by the sound of squeak. Luo Ren held the saber tightly in one hand, glanced at the light at the entrance, and rushed to the entrance without hesitation. He wanted to lead all the zombies to the light and then kill them one by one. After all, unlike zombies who rely on hearing and smell, Luo Ren has not practiced the magical martial arts of listening to the sound to determine the position. He mainly relies on his 2 eyes. As he expected, the zombies followed him one after another. With the light, Luo Ren could see clearly that there were less than 20 zombies, so there was no pressure at all. Puff puff puff. Just like chopping watermelons with a knife, the heads of the dozen zombies were split by Luo Ren in less than half a minute, but what burst out was not bright red, but a black and red sticky liquid with a fishy smell, which was very disgusting. He wiped the saber in his hand casually, hoping that there would be no other zombies. He still wanted to choose a car carefully, but at this moment, Luo Ren felt a strong breath coming from behind him. He looked back suddenly and saw 2 red dots flashing in the dark. The next moment, the red dot moved and magnified rapidly in Luo Ren's eyes. As it entered the light range, its true appearance was finally revealed. It was lying on all fours, with a thin body and a faint red light in its eyes. It was a zombie. Red quasi-level 2 evolved zombies? Luo Ren was shocked. This zombie was exactly the same as the one he met in Gojai. It seemed that it was also a quasi-level 2 evolved zombie, so he immediately set up the saber he was about to put away and assumed a fighting posture. The next moment, the zombie was in front of him, claws as sharp as daggers grabbing at him from top to bottom. Luo Ren reacted quickly, raised his saber to the sidebar, clang! It was like gold and iron colliding, and sparks suddenly shot out. Blocking the blow, Luo Ren quickly retreated to distance himself from the evolved zombie. But the zombie rushed over without mercy, waving its sharp claws, trying to slash Luo Ren's belly and throat. Clang! Luo Ren reacted quickly and parried with the saber in his hand, blocking all the zombies' attacks. At the same time, he not only passively defended, but also actively attacked. The saber blocked the next blow. At the same time, the zombie showed a flaw, although there was only one. It's less than a second, but it's enough. Luo Ren clenched his fist with his left hand and hit the zombie's chest directly. Bump! The fist hit hard and the fists and flesh connected. This evolved zombie is more powerful than ordinary zombies. Even the flesh and blood are as elastic as living humans. Huge power poured out from his fist. Although this thin quasi-level 2 evolved zombie was fast, its strength and defense were not strong. It was immediately knocked away by Luo Ren and dented a white car. Roar! The quasi-level 2 zombie quickly climbed onto the roof of the car and roared angrily at Luo Ren. At the same time, it humanely reached out and touched the place where it was hit, which was dented like the car it hit. Touching this point, the zombie's glowing red eyes looked at Luo Ren, showing not only anger but also fear. Although he knew that the quasi-level 2 zombies were conscious, his heart tightened when he saw Luo Ren again, and he couldn't help but imagine what the current level 2 zombies would be like. Seeing that he was no match for this human being, the quasi-level 2 zombie turned around and headed out of the parking lot. Luo Ren quickly caught up. According to the system, a quasi-level 2 zombie can evolve into a level 2 zombie in less than a week. The Jiabei parking lot is not far from the base. If there is an extra level 2 evolved zombie in this place, going out for search and rescue in the future will be a big trouble, so it is necessary to nip it in the cradle. 2 figures rushed out of the underground parking lot one after another. The guard soldiers on the ground saw it clearly, and then heard Luo Ren's urgent voice, "Stop it!" The 500 guards quickly put down what they were doing, pointed their guns at the quasi-level 2 evolved zombie, and shot without hesitation. Day. The overwhelming bullets came, and even though the quasi-level 2 evolved zombie was very fast, it was difficult to avoid. The next moment, its legs and abdomen were injured, and then it quickly hid behind a car and let out a shrill roar. The escort and Luo Ren surrounded the car.
Luo Ren went around the car and saw that the Quasi Level 2 evolved zombie had been shot several times, especially its right leg and calf. It saw Luo Ren. It came over and did not run away, but continued to make a shrill roar. Pulling out his pistol, Luo Ren planned to kill the zombie with his gun, aimed, bang. The bullet was fired, and the roar stopped abruptly. It was not that the Quasi Level 2 evolved zombie was killed, but the bullet was dodged by it, and it got up and ran. There were blood marks on its right leg without the sole of its foot. If it were a human running like this, I'm afraid it would have hurts to death. However, being so seriously injured still greatly affected its speed. It was quickly caught up by Luo Ren, and with a flash of sharpness, its movements froze instantly, and then its head separated from its body. He stepped forward and split the head open, and an evolution crystal fell out. Luo Ren picked it up and looked carefully. The evolution crystal was not pure milky white, but had a light green color. Luo Ren immediately thought, did Hutian Jade turn into jade? Regardless of this, after putting this emerald-colored evolutionary crystal in his pocket, Luo Ren smiled softly and thought to himself, I wonder if this evolutionary crystal can strengthen my body again. Bite. The Quasi Level 2 evolution crystal can naturally strengthen the host's physical fitness again, but the host is reminded that this must be done alive first. When Luo Ren heard this, he was excited at first, and then very confused, muttering, what does it mean to go back alive? Sudden. The sound of dense footsteps came, followed by countless zombies rushing from all directions. Holy shit! Luo Ren was suddenly startled and shouted quickly, everyone return to the parking lot and prepare to fight. Back in the parking lot, Luo Ren thought to himself, why are there suddenly so many zombies? Could it be that they were attracted by the gunshots just now? Day. While he was thinking, the battle started, and a large number of zombies attacked the parking lot crazily. Fortunately, the parking lot was protected by iron nets on all sides. Only the entrance was accessible. As long as you guard this place, you will be safe. This was also the reason why Luo Ren immediately ordered to return to the parking lot. Gunshots continued one after another, and zombies fell one after another, but zombies still kept coming. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the corpses of the killed zombies had been piled into a wall of flesh, but there were still a large number of zombies coming from all directions. This shouldn't be the case. The sound of gunfire can only be transmitted as far as a mile. There shouldn't be so many zombies within this mile. Luo Ren frowned and thought hard, what else can attract zombies? Suddenly, his brows relaxed, is it the roar of the Quasi Level 2 evolved zombie? In addition to the sound of gunfire, it is the roar of the Quasi Level 2 evolved zombie. It can actually summon a group of zombies. Thinking of this, Luo Ren was even more surprised. The Quasi Level 2 zombies are powerful. Ordinary humans can't beat them in a single fight, but humans can shake people and choose to fight in groups. It's hard to say who will win or lose. But the Quasi Level 2 zombies also know how to shake zombies, so the advantage of humans fighting in groups will be gone. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Humans are too miserable. Not only can they not evolve naturally, but now they even have no advantage in cooperation. Luo Ren looked up to the sky and asked, but it was obvious that no one answered him. As time passed, there were no more zombies coming. This time, the guards won with the advantage of weapons, but I don't know if this advantage will disappear in the future. The zombie corpses all over the ground were a headache. If he wanted to drive the car out, he had to clean up the corpses. Luo Ren had no choice but to give the order to clean up the corpses. In about an hour, the zombie bodies were finally moved away, a road was cleared, and dozens of trucks returned to the base in a mighty manner. The speed is different with a car, but we arrived at the base in about 20 minutes. Luo Ren looked at it again at this time. Although the parking lot was not full, most of the parking spaces were occupied by vehicles. This made him very happy. He would no longer need to walk on two legs when going out of the city. Calm facing the sun, Luo Ren opened his arms, stretched comfortably, and then returned to the mobile base. As we walked into the inner city, we suddenly saw residents walking in a hurry, as if they were going to see something interesting. Upon closer inspection, we found that most of these residents were young people in their teens or 20s, and some were even in their 80s, 19s, and 10s. Years old child. When these people saw Luo Ren, they immediately greeted him with reverence, and then headed towards the southwest corner of the inner city. This made Luo Ren feel strange. He stopped one person and asked, "What are you going to do?" It was a great honor to be asked by the chief. People passing by looked at the man with envious expressions. The man who was stopped was also very excited.
He straightened his back hard and replied with a trembling voice, "Sir, the commander of the escort named Su Antong said that he has asked your opinion to recruit militiamen."
I also want to join. And Tong's work is carried out very quickly. Luo Ren was surprised and affirmed Su Antong's work efficiency.
At the same time, he glanced at the hurried people, and then returned his eyes to the person in front of him, thinking in his heart, the attraction of becoming a militia is so great. If the guards are recruited, wouldn't it be a mobilization of the whole people? Let's ask him why he wants to become a militia. When the man saw that the chief had not spoken for a while, he couldn't help but think wildly, why didn't the chief speak? He didn't look very good. Didn't the chief agree to recruit militiamen? No, if the chief doesn't agree with this kind of thing, how can that beautiful chief Su Antong dare to do it so blatantly? Luo Ren saw his brows furrowed, sometimes confused, sometimes showing bitterness, and immediately smiled and said, "What's your name?" Hearing the voice and looking at Luo Ren's smile, the man breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied, "My name is Huang Sikong." This name seems familiar. Luo Ren had an idea, but he didn't think much about it, and then asked, "Huang Sikong is a good name, so let me ask you, why do you want to become a militia?" Huang Sikong clenched his hands into fists, looked excited, and said with sincere eyes, "Of course it is to protect the base." Luo Ren looked at Huang Sikong carefully. They said that the eyes are the windows of the soul, which can best express a person's emotions and thoughts. Through these two windows, Luo Ren could see that he was not lying. This was surprising to Luo Ren. Unexpected. If this is the only thought, it would be a good idea to become a bodyguard. However, we can't know until we actually become one. After all, people's thoughts will change depending on their position. Moreover, everyone has their own ideas, and Huang Sikong can only represent himself. There are so many people who Luo Ren doesn't know why they want to join the militia. Luo Ren patted Huang Sikong's shoulder and said, "Go." Huang Sikong was even more excited. The chief actually patted his shoulder, which aroused the envy of passers-by. He nodded heavily, yes, and then headed towards the southwest corner. Luo Ren looked towards the southwest corner. After stopping for a while, he finally took steps towards that direction. The inner city is not big, and soon they arrived at the southwest corner. Luo Ren was a little surprised by the scene in front of him. He saw a crowd of people, crowded together to form a circle, and people continued to join in, making the circle bigger. It is estimated that there must be several hundred people. Luo Ren secretly said. At the same time, someone discovered Luo Ren and shouted, "Sir." Everyone looked over one after another, and then respectfully called, "Sir." Then, the crowd dispersed, revealing the people surrounded by Su Antong and a few familiar faces. After Luo Ren thought about it for a moment, he remembered that they were female soldiers from New Valley. When Su Antong and the female soldiers saw Luo Ren coming, they hurried up to greet them. This was outside, in front of many residents. Su Antong would never be as rude as when she moved the base. She came up to greet him and said, "Sir, sir." The female soldier behind her said, "Sir." Luo Ren waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry about me, just continue to do your thing." "Yes." Su Antong responded and returned to her original position. When she saw that there were already a lot of people coming, she immediately said, "Don't be surrounded like this. Everyone should line up. If you line up neatly, you will get extra points." After hearing this, everyone immediately moved and started to line up. However, these people were not professional soldiers and suddenly panicked. Some people were accidentally knocked upside down by the oncoming people, which angered the crowd. A burst of laughter. Luo Ren's eyes fell on the city wall, and then he jumped up. The 4-meter high city wall was completely insignificant in his eyes. After climbing the city wall, Luo Ren saw the chaotic crowd below with great interest, while waiting to see how Su Antong would solve the current problem. Su Antong frowned and immediately shouted, "Stop." After the words fell, people stopped instantly and looked at Su Antong. She said again, "Everyone find the person closest to you to line up. I don't need you to be fast. As long as you don't fight or squeeze or shout, if the position you like is occupied, then line up to the back. If the current row is full, open another row. Do you understand?" "Understood." People answered in unison. Su Antong continued, "Okay, 20 people in a row, 30 people in a row, follow this standard, let's start." The crowd moved again. This time they slowed down a lot, but they were not panicked. There were no more people stepping on people or bumping into people. Everyone was in order and strictly followed Su Antong's instructions. If the position you like is occupied, then line up to the back. If the current row is full, open another row. In this way, about 20 minutes later, the hundreds of people on the field were finally arranged. The neatness was naturally not as good as that of a professional team, but the seats were barely qualified for ordinary residents to achieve this effect.
Luo Ren nodded slightly and gave Su Anton the look of approval.
Then he looked at the crowd again, and found that most of the hundreds of people seemed to be teenagers under the age of 15. According to the base's regulations, those who are over 12 years old and under 15 years old have their labor intensity and time halved, but their food is not reduced. Those under 12 years old do not have to work, and the base will provide 2 meals a day for free. So those under 12 years old basically have nothing to do all day, and do not need to study or work, except playing. Seeing this, Luo Ren suddenly had an idea in his mind: we can't let them do nothing all day, we must find something for them to do, otherwise they will become lazy. After thinking hard, Luo Ren's eyes lit up. By the way, we have to let them study. Of course, the content of the current education will naturally not be the kind of theories that are basically useless before the end of the world, but to train them to become talents useful to the base, such as aquaculture, livestock breeding, agricultural planting, and construction.
All talents can do it. Read by the way, there is another one, that is ideological education.
It is said that correct thoughts must be cultivated from an early age. If you want them to be loyal to the base, you must naturally cultivate their thoughts in this regard.
With such thoughts in his mind, Luo Ren became active. He stood up, glanced across the inner city, and saw an open space, which was an old parking lot, and a school could be built there. While Luo Ren was thinking about it, Su Anton seemed to have a tacit understanding.
Seeing those young girls whose youthful and childish faces had not faded, she also thought, they are too young to join the militia. If there is a school, how great it would be to sit in class and learn useful knowledge, and to form a Boy Scout troop and develop military skills from an early age. Luo Ren was preoccupied with building the school and lost interest in the militia. He quickly came to the Parliament Hall and ordered people to call Sha, Xiao Mu, Xiao Ma, and the supervisors of various aspects. Around the long table, Luo Ren sat at the head seat, his eyes slightly dozed, waiting for the arrival of others. After about 10 minutes, the supervisors from all aspects finally arrived. These supervisors were all nervous when they saw that the chief had arrived a long time ago. They didn't understand why the chief suddenly summoned them. Some of them had wild ideas, thinking that Luo Ren was going to carry out a major blood exchange, so they were extremely worried. Luo Ren slowly opened his eyes and glanced at everyone on the field. There were no more than a few supervisors. It seemed that everyone had arrived. Whether it was Xiao Mu, hospital director Yuan Yuan, or nursing supervisor Meng Xinrong who had become Yuan Yuan's wife, they all looked at Luo Ren in awe, waiting for him to speak out the reason and purpose of summoning them.
Luo Ren said, "Is this our second gathering?"
Saudi Arabia was the most senior person among all the supervisors, so it was natural for him to answer, "Yes, I remember the first meeting where the chief assigned tasks to the supervisors."
Yes. Luo Ren said with a smile. The supervisors also laughed and agreed, and then there was silence.
Creak. After about a few minutes, the door of the conference room was pushed open again, and then Luo Shan walked in.
Luo Ren saw Luo Shan and smiled. Finally everyone is here.
Luo Shan first said to Luo Ren, "Sir, I'm late."
Luo Ren waved his hand. "It doesn't matter."
Luo Shan said apologetically to the supervisors, "I'm sorry everyone, there are some things in the army, I'm late, everyone has been waiting for a long time." None of the officers blamed him, and the supervisors naturally didn't dare to express dissatisfaction.
They all smiled and said, it's okay, we haven't been here long." "Yeah, wait a minute, I just arrived a while ago."
Luo Shan sat down and the conference hall became quiet again.
Everyone was already here. Luo Ren didn't waste any time.
Under the gaze of many supervisors, he said, "The theme of today's meeting is school. Hearing this, the supervisors who thought Luo Ren was about to make a big change suddenly calmed down.
At the same time, they were curious, "Sir, is this intentional about building learning? But what does the school have to pay?"
Luo Ren continued, "Everyone knows the rules of the base. Those who are over 12 years old but under 15 years old have their working time halved, while those under 12 years old do not have to work, so they spend most of their time doing nothing.
I don't know what to do every day."
Maybe some people are taken by their parents and elders to help on farms, pastures or construction sites, and they can also learn some skills such as planting, breeding, and construction, but those are a small number, so I thought about it and decided to build it in schools. The content of education is the skills that the base needs most at the moment. Of course, cultural classes are still required, such as reading and literacy.
After all, we cannot let the base become a primitive society where people cannot read or write. By the way, there is also mathematics. This does not need to be too advanced, it is enough. Of course, for children who are talented in that area, we can also build a library in the city to collect various books for them to learn by themselves. Of course, there is also the most important course, which is the base's history and ideological education. At this point, Luo Ren's tone suddenly became serious. The base is to protect everyone's safety, so everyone is responsible for the stability of the base. I don't want to see traitors appear in the base. All the supervisors were awestruck when they heard this. Some of them may have their own little thoughts, but they are all insignificant things, but they are always determined in their hearts and will never betray the base. They will never betray the base. It's a matter for your lord, sir. Seeing everyone's expressions of satisfaction, Luo Ren nodded secretly, and continued, by the way, there are also military skills. The security of the base is currently guarded by the guards, but the residents of the base still need to have certain military skills. After all, in the end of the world, no one knows how serious the danger will be in the next second, so we must be fully prepared. In Luo Ren's mind, he still hasn't thought about recruiting soldiers from the residents, at least not yet. Maybe in the future, when the base reaches a certain scale and has to use conscription to obtain soldiers, Luo Ren will let go of this policy. The reason why he decided to cultivate the military skills of school students was because he saw the ability of Quasi Level 2 evolved zombies to summon other zombies in the Jibei parking lot. If one day, Level 2 evolved zombies summon a large number of zombies to attack the base, then when there are not enough guards, or the production speed cannot keep up with consumption, these residents with military skills can directly guard the base with guns. This point is similar to that when the enemy in Gojai attacks, all the residents gather together to attack. The supervisors nodded one after another, obviously agreeing with Luo Ren's words. This is my basic plan for the school. Then, next, I will roughly arrange your work. Luo Ren first looked at the construction director Chao Mu and said, the school is an important building, so it must be built in the inner city. I have already thought about the suitable site for the old parking lot. As for the style of the school, I will leave it to you if you are a professional. Also, after the school is established, you will arrange for professionals to teach the construction courses. Chao Mu responded, yes, sir. Luo Ren then looked at Yuan Yuan and Meng Xinrong, two guys who didn't know when they got together, and said, Yuan Yuan and Meng Xinrong, you two are responsible for arranging teachers for nursing and medical classes. Medicine is difficult and cannot be learned in a short time, but doctors are in relatively short supply at the base, so once someone with medical talent is discovered in class, they will be allowed to study medicine, and they will not need to study other skills. Yuan Yuan nodded firmly and agreed with Luo Ren's arrangement. In this way, Luo Ren assigned the tasks of arranging teachers to each supervisor, and then asked Saudi to implement them. In late autumn, the temperature dropped sharply, especially in the south. Yesterday it was still sunny and very warm. But today Luo Ren went out early in the morning and saw that the leaves, grass, and roof tiles were all covered with a thin layer of the white frost as blown by a gust of wind, and you can feel the coldness contained in it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Ren went straight to the military zone and saw at first sight 9 tanks and 20 armored troop carriers parked in front of the tank factory. Calling the escort to park the armored troop carrier in the parking lot, and then calling the 36 tank crews from before, Luo Ren said to them, each group of you choose a tank by yourself. At the same time, Luo Ren once again chose to produce 20 tanks to prepare for emergencies. After the tank selection was completed, 3 teams and 9 groups drove the tanks in order. Their movements were skillful and the speed was so fast. It didn't look like they were driving tanks for the first time. They were clearly 36 experienced drivers. Looking at the 9 steel beasts, Luo Ren was extremely excited and immediately ordered, go out of the city and try. 9 tanks lined up in an orderly manner and headed out of the city, and Luo Ren drove his car to follow. The tanks swaggered through the city, and the residents were stunned when they saw it. One of them said, hey, man, this is a tank, right? That's right, buddy, it's a tank. Oh my god, it's really a tank. This. Sir, you really shocked me again. Yes, you said that sir is really a human being. What do you mean, are you calling the sir a human being? Oh, why are you slandering me again? Is that what I mean? I mean, sir, you are beyond my knowledge, just like a god. The exclamations and comments in his ears continued one after another, which made Luo Ren's mouth curve slightly. The tank team drove to the city gate, and the city gate was wide open. After all 9 tanks drove to the open space outside the city, Luo Ren just drove his car to follow. At the same time, the onlookers followed and crowded the city wall.
Of course, luckily there were escorts to maintain order, otherwise a few people might have fallen off the city wall due to the crowds. While the 9 tanks were lined up neatly, they saw a team of dozens of people returning from abroad. Luo Rin took a closer look and saw that the leader was Su Antong, who turned out to be the only militia team in the base.
Su Antong and the 50 militiamen also saw the tank.
Their walking movements froze, their eyes widened, and their mouths opened so wide that they could easily swallow a whole egg.
Su Antong was the first to recover.
She also saw Luo Ren on the off-road vehicle and immediately led the team over.
When they arrived, Su Antong ordered the militia team to return to the city.
She came to the off-road vehicle.
She looked at Luo Ren and pointed at the tank.
She had a long mouth but could not make a sound. She was obviously too shocked. Fortunately, Luo Ren understood what she wanted to express, but he did not explain it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Look at the power of my tank." The escort soldiers on the tank turned back to Luo Ren and asked for instructions. "Sir, the tank is ready."
Luo Ren immediately ordered, "Fire."
After Luo Ren gave the order, the residents on the city wall no longer discussed, but held their breath and focused on the tank muzzle. Su Antong also no longer asked, but stared at the place directly opposite the tank muzzle, as if this moment the air froze, and then, dong dong dong, 9 gunshots rang out, and a huge flame burst out from the tank's muzzle. The gun popped out of the chamber, cut through the air and shot towards a small bungalow a mile away.
Bang bang bang, in the same way, 9 explosions and 9 shells hit the same target. Dust suddenly flew up at that location, obscuring the situation.
After a few minutes, the dust gradually dispersed, and the bungalow at the target point had disappeared in front of everyone.
All that was left was a pile of ruins. Hua hua. Although it was late autumn and the weather was cold, the people on the city wall did not feel the cold at this moment. They roared excitedly and laughed hard. With such sharp tools, if Hu Tian comes again, they will just wet him. Luo Ren was very satisfied with the power of the tank. With a smile on his face, he got out of the car and looked in the direction of Hu Chang. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he said secretly, Luo Ren, said I would. We will definitely do what we say when we destroy Hu City. Hu Tian, just wait, I'm coming soon. After the tank test was completed, Luo Ren returned to the mobile base. Also returning with him was Su Antong. It was not that Su Antong wanted to follow, but Luo Ren took the initiative to call her over. At the same time, Luo Ren also ordered people to call Luo Shan, Luo Hai, and Luo Ji. Raleigh 4. Luo Ren said, "At present, the number of escorts has greatly increased, and our weapons and equipment have also made a huge leap.
9 tanks are enough to break through Hu City.
So I now declare that the 4 of you, Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Ji, Luo Li, each leading 500 soldiers and myself personally commanding the tank team, we will set off to attack Huqing tomorrow." "Yes." Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Ji, Luo Li responded.
After the tasks were assigned, Luo Shan, Luo Hai, and Luo Ji, Luo Li went down.
Only Luo Ren and Su Antong were left in the mobile base. Su Antong looked at Luo Ren with her mouth slightly open.
Luo Ren smiled and said, "You will also set off with us tomorrow. After all, your marksmanship is so good and you are a strong combat power."
Su Antong nodded, bit her lower lip, and couldn't help but ask again, "How did you get those 9 tanks?" Luo Ren smiled and said, "Where did those guns come from?"
"That's where the tanks came from. Well, in short, these tanks can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the escort." At the same time, Saudi Arabia rushed over and saw a stack of design plans in his hand. After submitting the design plan to Luo Ren, he said, "This is the detailed design plan of the school that I compiled based on the proposal of Sir. Sir, please take a look." Luo Ren looked at Saudi Arabia's plan carefully and nodded secretly. Saudi Arabia's work efficiency is becoming more and more efficient.
This plan is really well designed. I can't find any faults at the moment. Let's start with this plan. Until then, it's okay to modify it if there's anything wrong with it.
Returning the plan to Saudi Arabia, Luo Ren said, "Yes, let's implement it according to this plan." Saudi Arabia's face was full of joy, and he quickly took over the plan and said, "Yes." Then he left the mobile base. Luo Ren turned his head and saw Su Antong staring at him in surprise again. Luo Ren raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes and said, "Are you okay?" When Su Antong heard this, he realized what he said and said in surprise, "Are you still planning to build a school?" She only thought about this matter more than 10 days ago, but Luo Ren actually started to do it, and even asked Saudi Arabia to sort out the detailed plan. She couldn't help but wonder if Luo Ren could read minds. Thinking of this, Su Antong's face turned red, she covered her chest and took a few steps back,
while observing Luo Ren vigilantly. Luo Ren was confused by this set of actions. Looking at Su Antong's expression, he felt as if a gangster was going to eat her. I'm just running a school. Why do you react like this? It makes me feel like I have an ulterior motive. Luo Ren said helplessly. Su Antong thought to herself, it doesn't sound like he read my mind. Could it be just a coincidence? Su Antong looked at Luo Ren's expression again and became more sure. Well, he definitely can't read my mind. It should be a coincidence. Thinking of this, the blush on Su Antong's face faded, and she said apologetically, I'm sorry, this is not me. I was thinking a few days ago that if there was a school in the base, the younger children could learn things without having to spend a whole day. I have nothing to do. I didn't expect you to. I thought you could read minds, that's why you reacted the way you did just now. Hearing this, Luo Ren suddenly laughed and said, I see, don't worry, even if I can read minds, I won't read other people's minds casually. I was a law-abiding citizen before, so I won't just pry into other people's privacy. Then he touched his chin again, shrugged his eyebrows, and said with a smile, but, why are you blushing just now? Are you thinking you have some thoughts about me in your heart, and you are afraid that I will read it out? Su Antong's face immediately turned red with embarrassment, and she cursed, you stinking gangster. Then he ran out of the mobile base. As winter approaches, the days are always short, and it gets dark soon. Red Luo Ren came to the small river and looked at the clear river water. He could see fish swimming at the bottom. He found a stone and sat down. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and thought it was beautiful. He lowered his head and took out a piece of jade from his pocket. No, it should be an evolutionary crystal. It was printed with moonlight and reflected a faint green light. It was very beautiful. Luo Ren thought, can you finally evolve again? Holding tightly the evolutionary crystal that fell out of the head of the Quasi Level 2 evolved zombie, Luo Ren took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of underwear. He put his right foot into the river and felt the coldness of the river. Cool. After one leg was submerged, Luo Ren lowered the other leg, and then his whole body entered the river. The water along the river was not deep, only reaching a little above Luo Ren's navel. The previous experiences made Luo Ren not take evolutionary crystals in the mobile base, because the impurities discharged from the body were really foul-smelling, and the smell permeated the mobile base for a long time and could not be dissipated, affecting his ability to sleep. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ren opened his mouth and swallowed the evolutionary crystal in one gulp. The previous process is the same. The evolutionary crystal melts in the mouth and flows into the belly, making the whole body warm, offsetting the coldness of being in the river. The next second, Luo Ren's whole body turned red, and his veins stood out. He gritted his teeth, his eyes widened, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. Gray and sticky impurities were continuously discharged from his body, and then washed away by the river water. Go away without clinging to his body, thereby emitting a foul odor. Luo Ren endured the severe pain and uttered word by word, it hurts so damn much. It was a long-lost feeling. Although it was not as painful as the first time I took the evolutionary crystal, it was not much different from the second or third time. The first minute passed, and the severe pain still existed, but his pores no longer removed gray and sticky impurities, as if the impurities in his body had been emptied. At the same time, Luo Ren felt that his body was undergoing some kind of change. This wonderful change made him feel very comfortable, very obsessed. It could be said that it was painful and happy. However, suddenly, the severe pain stopped and the wonderful changes disappeared. Luo Ren, who had closed his eyes to enjoy it, suddenly opened his eyes with a confused look on his face. Logically speaking, evolution shouldn't take 3 minutes, but it was only a little over a minute. He immediately asked, what's going on with the system? The system replied, after all, the Quasi Level 2 evolutionary crystal is not a true Level 2 evolutionary crystal, and the evolutionary energy contained in it can only last for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Luo Ren was relieved, that was the case, and he then asked, then have I reached the level of a Level 2 evolver now? System answer, no, the host is currently at the peak of Level 1 evolution. If you take another Quasi Level 2 evolution crystal, or Level 2 evolution crystal, you can reach Level 2 evolution. After hearing this, Luo Ren was a little disappointed, but he still couldn't wait to know how much his strength had increased, and the changes that those wonderful changes had made to his body. With this in mind, Luo Ren began to scrub his body to wash away the impurities that had not been washed away. However, when his hand touched his skin, his movements froze for a few seconds, then he rubbed it a few times, and then suddenly raised his hand. He raised his right hand and took a closer look. On the surface, there was nothing unusual about it.
He stretched out the palm of his left hand to rub his right arm again. It was not an illusion.
Logically speaking, human skin should be smooth and elastic.
However, although Luo Ren touched his skin, it was still very elastic, but it felt like wood and stone. On the bright side, it looks no different from normal skin and is even whiter than before.
Luo Ren thought to himself, could the strange change just now mean that my skin has become rough? Luo Ren quickly asked the system, why does my skin feel like wood?
Reaching the level 2 evolver level will not only increase strength and speed, but the skin will also become as hard as wood and stone, thereby greatly enhancing defense.
So that's it.
Luo Ren was happy in his heart. Although it felt a little rough, there was no change on the surface, and his defense was greatly increased.
This was not a bad thing, but a good thing. Luo Ren climbed ashore and put on his clothes.
Suddenly he saw the big blue stone that had been used to test Luo Shan and the others' strength. Luo Ren stepped forward, squatted down, inserted one hand under the stone, and then lifted it up. The 400 to 500 kilograms he lifted the big stone easily, and then he threw it upward, 3 or 4 meters high. The stone fell down and was caught by him with one hand. This evolutionary crystal improved his strength a lot. After the strength test was completed, Luo Ren turned around to face the direction of the mobile base, then his speed exploded to the extreme, turning into a shadow and galloping away. In less than a minute, Luo Ren arrived at the door of the mobile base. The soldiers standing guard were startled by him, and they suddenly became energetic and no longer sleepy. Walking into the mobile base, Luo Ren changed into a pair of underpants. The wet underpants were really uncomfortable to wear. Lying on the bed, Luo Ren closed his eyes and was about to sleep, but after a few seconds his eyelids moved, then he opened them and sat up. When he saw the saber hanging on the hanger, Luo Ren rolled his eyes.
Get out of bed and go to the clothes rack.
He pulled out his saber, looked at the sharp blade, swallowed, then rolled up his sleeves and cut towards his arm, but when the blade touched his hair, it suddenly stopped. No, this knife has chopped too many zombies, it must be full of zombie viruses. If my skin can't bear it, I will be infected with the virus indirectly.
No. Luo Ren shook his head and put the saber back into the scabbard.
He sat down on the bed, but he was really curious about how hard his skin was now.
If he didn't test it, he might not be able to sleep tonight.
After struggling for a while, he finally decided to test it, so he put on his clothes, walked out of the mobile base, and headed towards the military area.
The soldier on guard watched Luo Ren's back disappear into the darkness, and muttered curiously, "What are you going to do tonight?" Luo Ren came to the military area and faced the arsenal.
He said in his heart, "Produce a saber."
Ding! The saber is being produced. Ding! The saber is finished. Ding!
Remind the host, this is the only time, next time you can't produce only one saber at night.
Hey, you don't need to sleep.
Luo Ren put his hands on his waist, and after a few seconds of silence, he was too lazy to care. He pulled out the new saber, rolled up his sleeves, took a deep breath, and cut his arm. He only heard a sizzle sound, and felt a sharp pain. A blood mark immediately appeared on his arm, and blood came out of it.
It was cut. It turns out that the evolution is not complete.
Not to mention the strength of stone, even wood has not reached it. Luo Ren said to himself, but it is still much stronger than flesh and blood.
After getting the result, Luo Ren's curiosity finally disappeared, so he returned to the mobile base and fell asleep.
On the second day, the escort army assembled outside the city. 6 tanks were at the front of the team and 3 tanks were at the end of the team.
Reading is different from previous expeditions. This time there are dozens of medium-sized trucks parked neatly next to the escort.
A few of them are vehicles for hauling ammunition and fuel, but most of them are used to transport soldiers. All trucks have been modified, not only to increase the strength of the body, but also to install 3 light machine guns. Therefore, they are not moving targets, but have a certain combat effectiveness. There were 22 armored personnel carriers parked in front of these medium-sized trucks, all of which were used to transport soldiers. As for Luo Ren, he still rode his own off-road vehicle. Luo Ren leaned half out of the sunroof of the off-road vehicle, and then shouted, "Let's go." After giving the order, the escorts quickly boarded the vehicles and marched in the direction of Hu City. Xuantong and Luo Ren were riding in an off-road vehicle together. She was a woman, so it was definitely inappropriate to be crowded together with a group of big men. Although Luo Ren firmly believed that the guardsmen would not have any evil thoughts, there was always a difference between men and women. It would be better to let Xuantong ride with him. The speed of vehicles is faster than walking on 2 feet. The journey that used to take 4 or 5 hours now takes nearly half of it in less than an hour.
On the off-road vehicle, Suantong suddenly asked, Brother Ren, are you sure we can destroy Hu City this time? Luo Ren confidently pointed to the front tank and asked, with that thing, how can little Hu Cheng be defeated? His confidence is justified. Hu Cheng's most powerful weapon is just a few rocket launchers. Don't say that his trump card has not been revealed. You must know that attacking the base is not child's play. Facing a formidable high concrete city wall, Hu Tianruai, if you have stronger weapons, you will inevitably use them, because unless you can completely crush them in a war, you have to use all your strength in the first shot and end the battle quickly, so as not to give the opponent a chance to counterattack. Suantong looked in the direction of Luo Ren's finger and saw the tank that looked like a giant steel beast. She couldn't help but recall the scene where the bungalow outside the city was razed to the ground yesterday, and she suddenly felt a little more confident. Then she looked at the armored vehicle behind the tank. A heavy machine gun was installed on the roof of the armored vehicle. At the same time, during the assembly today, she also saw someone in the escort holding a rocket launcher. Thinking of this kind of force, her confidence increased. A lot of growth. At the same time, I also understood why Luo Ren refused his suggestion to recruit a resident army. It's true that there are not many soldiers, but the best. The convoy was driving all the way, and it was already halfway through the journey. It should reach Hu City in about an hour. Luo Ren closed his eyes slightly, thinking about how rich Hu Tian's expression would be when the escort troops came to the city. And after Hu City was breached, what kind of expressions would Hu Tian have and what kind of actions would he do at the same time? Did he kneel down and beg for mercy, or did he just drink a bullet and commit suicide, showing a trace of the heroic spirit in troubled times? Squeak! At this moment, the car suddenly stopped, the harsh brakes sounded one after another, and Luo Ren's eyes suddenly opened. Sizzling, the intercom in the car emitted the sound of electricity, and then Luoshan's voice came, Sir, the road ahead needs to pass through a town, and there may be dangers inside. Should we take a detour or continue moving forward? Luo Ren said, Keep going. Luo Shandao, yes. After Luo Ren finished speaking, he continued to lean on his seat and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he thought to himself, what kind of danger can there be in a small town? Even if there are a few level 1 zombies, with my current strength, I can't do that without using anti-equipment snipers or heavy machine guns. There's no pressure at all. The convoy drove into the town. Suantong, who was sitting next to Luo Ren, lowered the window and observed the environment outside. He couldn't help but frown. The atmosphere here was really strange. Logically speaking, such a small town is a densely populated place, and there must be people there. There were many zombies wandering around, but she didn't see a single zombie. If there were no zombies on the street they were walking on, the movement of the convoy was so loud. In addition, the zombies on the street should have been attracted, but there was no such thing. At the same time, her eyes scanned the surrounding houses, and she couldn't help but become more worried. She pushed Luo Ren and said, Wake up quickly, I feel something is wrong. Luo Ren slowly opened his eyes, looked at Suantong and said, What's wrong? After entering the town, I observed all the way. There were no traces of fighting such as bullet holes on the buildings on both sides of the street. That means the town has not been cleaned up by humans. But in this case, there is not a single zombie. Don't you think so? Do you think it's strange? Suantong said, pointing out the window. Luo Ren looked out the window. Sure enough, as Suantong said, there was no trace of fighting or zombies, and there were no bones on the ground. This scene can be explained by the fact that there are many residents in the house before the end of the world, but in this case now it seems a little weird. He lowered his car window and looked outside. The same thing happened. There were no signs of fighting or zombies. So he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Luoshan, are we leaving the town? Soon Luoshan's voice came over the intercom, Sir, we expect to leave the town in 3 minutes. Luo Ren said, Speed up and leave the town. Luo Shandao, yes. Luo Ren put down the walkie-talkie, gave Suantong a reassuring smile, and said, It's okay. Maybe this town was an empty city before, and no one lived in it. Naturally, there are no zombies, and we will be there in 3 minutes. Roar. Wow! Before he finished speaking, a roar similar to that of an animal suddenly sounded, followed by a sound of shattering on both sides of the road. The doors and windows of the houses and buildings were broken one after another, and a large number of zombies rushed to the convoy from the houses and other streets. Luo Ren was shocked. At the same time, Luo Shan's anxious voice came from the intercom, Report to the commander, we are surrounded by a large number of zombies. Please order a counterattack. Luo Ren immediately ordered, tanks lead the way, and the rest of the vehicles shoot and kill the zombies. Day. The gunshots rang out instantly, but the streets of the town were very narrow, and the zombies came suddenly. At this moment, many zombies had already pounced on the troop carrier. Fortunately, the troop carrier body had increased strength, and these ordinary zombies could not break through for a while. Bang! A zombie fell on the off-road vehicle, and Luo Rin drew his saber and directly pierced the zombie's head. Although it was attacked by a group of zombies, it could not hinder the convoy's progress, but the speed was a little slower. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of gunfire spread throughout the convoy. Luo Rin looked forward and saw smoke coming out of the muzzle of a tank. This shocked him. The tank actually fired. Could it be the evolved zombies? At the same time, Luo Shan's anxious voice came from the intercom again. Sir, a large number of evolved zombies suddenly appeared in front. Not only Luo Ren, but everyone in the car was extremely shocked. The word large number was used to describe the evolved zombies. A large number of evolved zombies suddenly appeared in front of them. Even with tanks leading the way, the speed of the convoy slowed down a lot. It was originally expected to leave the town in 3 minutes, but at the current speed, it might not be possible to leave in half an hour. Reading Luo Rin suddenly looked at Su Antong, and Su Antong also looked over. The two looked at each other and nodded slightly at the same time, and they both saw each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. Luo Rin pushed open the skylight on the roof, grabbed the edge of the skylight with both hands, and rushed out with a force. After landing on the roof, Luo Rin looked around. All zombies. Many vehicles were already crawling with zombies, but fortunately, they were all ordinary zombies and it was difficult to break through the defense of the vehicles. At the same time, after he was exposed, he instantly attracted many zombies to pounce on him. He smiled contemptuously, held the saber in his hand, and began to kill people everywhere. Zombies fell one after another, and soon, there was black blood and zombie corpses everywhere. At the same time, Su Antong also leaned out of the skylight, holding an automatic rifle. She turned on the burst mode, and 1 out of every 3 shots hit the zombie's head, and the ones that were close were even more accurate. Boom! Another loud noise attracted Luo Ren's attention. He looked at the tanks in front, but he didn't see which tank fired. He only saw a huge rock hit an armored personnel carrier, and the heavy machine guns on the roof were all smashed away. The guards operating the heavy machine guns were also bloody. Luo Ren said to Su Antong, "I'll go to the front and take a look." Without waiting for Su Antong to answer, he ran to the front of the convoy at a high speed. Killing dozens of zombies along the way, Luo Ren came to the armored vehicle that was hit by the huge rock, jumped on the armored vehicle, looked at the huge rock that weighed 400 or 500 kilograms, and looked down. The guards under the rock were already dead. Luo Ren kicked the rock away with 1 foot, killing several zombies that were rushing towards him. Boom 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 boom. 6 consecutive gunshots, 6 tanks fired, and a puff of green smoke rose up. Luo Ren looked at them in surprise. 6 tanks fired at the same time. It was conceivable that the large number of evolved zombies Luo Shan mentioned was not exaggerated. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 gunshots were heard at the end of the convoy, and then Luo Hai's voice came from the intercom on the armored vehicle under Luo Ren's feet. "I am Luo Hai, I am Luo Hai." A large number of evolved zombies suddenly appeared at the back of the convoy. Luo Ren was even more shocked. They were attacked from the front and back. He looked at the 6 tanks in front of him, and then chose to go to the back of the team. 6 tanks should not have much problem facing a large number of evolved zombies, and there were only 3 tanks in the back, which needed his support more than the front. When he was about to arrive, there was a sudden bang, and then a tall figure jumped up more than 4 meters high, and then smashed straight towards a tank. Boom! It was like a heavy fall, hitting the tank at the back heavily. The whole body of the tank sank down, and the ground cracked. Luo Ren looked closely and saw that it was a tall evolved zombie, about 2 meters and 5 or 6 meters tall. The zombie was full of muscles, and his eyes were emitting a faint red light. The zombie suddenly bent down and held the gun barrel with both hands, then roared and bent it back. The pure steel gun barrel was actually bent by it little by little. This kind of power made Luo Ren frightened, a Quasi level 2 power type evolved zombie? With such a tall body and strong power, and the eyes were the same as the Quasi level 2 speed type evolved zombies, both of which were emitting a faint red light. What else could it be but a Quasi level 2 power type zombie? After the gun barrel of the tank was bent by this Quasi level 2 evolved zombie, its attention was focused on the body of the tank. It was seen that it rotated 2 pairs of huge fists and violently smashed the tank under its feet. 1 punch, 2 punches. The hard tank body was actually dented under such a heavy bombardment. The other two tanks naturally would not just watch the fun, and turned their guns to aim at the Quasi level 2 power zombie. The Quasi level 2 power zombie sensed the danger and immediately chose to abandon the tank under his feet and turned his attention to the other two tanks. He gathered strength in his legs and jumped suddenly. The moment his feet left the tank that had lost its combat effectiveness sank again, and gravel splashed under the tracks, and cracks spread. The jumping Quasi level 2 power zombie pounced on another tank, but Luo Ren had already arrived at this time, so how could he let it succeed? He also gathered strength in his legs and burst out at an extreme speed, and then broke through the wind like an arrow from a string. He clenched his right fist, concentrated all his strength on one point, and then hit the Quasi level 2 power zombie in midair. Bang! The fist hit the Quasi level 2 power zombie's heart directly, just like hitting steel, making a clang sound, which hurt Luo Ren's fist, and the zombie's chest was hit and sunken, ribs were broken, and it flew backwards. Luo Ren then shouted, "Fire!" The tanker in the tank reacted quickly, turning the barrel to lock the Quasi level 2 power zombie. Before it landed, but at the moment when it was about to land, boom boom, the muzzles of the two tanks spit out huge flames at the same time, and shells were fired from them. The next moment, a shell hit the Quasi level 2 power zombie's thigh, and the entire thigh was directly broken. Another shell hit the Quasi level 2 power zombie's abdomen. Even though it was made of steel and iron, a big bloody hole was also punched in the abdomen. However, the zombie's vitality is very tenacious. As long as the heart and brain are fine, it will not die. Therefore, after suffering such a heavy blow, the Quasi level 2 power zombie can still stare at Luo Ren angrily, struggling to get up and seek revenge on Luo Ren. Unfortunately, it could still support itself with one leg if its legs were broken, but the bullet in the abdomen broke its spine. The only remaining flesh and blood, even if it was all muscle, could not support its upper body, so it struggled and could not get up. This power-type zombie is different from the speed-type zombie. It only knows anger and not fear. It is exactly the same as humans. Some are as timid as mice, while others are as brave as cows. Luo Ren thought to himself as he looked at the zombie struggling on the ground. Roar! At the same time, another roar spread throughout the town. After hearing this, the zombies on the field attacked more frantically. Among the zombies pouring in from the houses on both sides and other streets, there were actually 1st-level evolved zombies, including both power-type and speed-type. Luo Ren looked back and saw several evolved zombies rushing towards his car, and Su Anton was in the car. For some reason, Luo Ren felt an unprecedented anxiety in his heart. He immediately rushed to the off-road vehicle at the fastest speed. Su Anton held an AK automatic rifle and relied on her good marksmanship. Although the zombies around her were more crazy and more numerous, they still could not break through her defense. But just after she killed an ordinary zombie, she saw a black shadow attacking her. She quickly fired. The black shadow was very fast. Similarly, Su Anton's marksmanship was not vegetarian. After dodging 5 shots, the 6th shot finally hit the black shadow, bringing out a burst of black viscous liquid. The black shadow was killed, and the forward momentum made it scratch several meters on the ground before stopping. Su Anton looked and found that it was a level 1 speed zombie, and her shot hit the zombie's head. Before she could rest, another speed zombie rushed over. She raised her gun and fired, but after pulling the trigger, she found that the bullets were all used up. She quickly replaced the new magazine, but the speed of the speed zombie was so fast that when she changed the magazine and raised her gun to shoot, the speed zombie was less than 2 meters away from her, and the breath of death was blowing in her face. The sharp nails rapidly enlarged in Su Anton's pupils. She had only taken 2 evolution crystals. Although her physical fitness was better than that of ordinary people, it was still much worse than that of evolution zombies. Facing the claws that were grabbing her face, she had no way to dodge. Read in despair, a shout broke into her ears, and then the 5-centimeter-long sharp claws hit her face and stopped less than 10 centimeters away, and then suddenly retreated. It was not that this speed-type evolution zombie suddenly awakened its humanity, but that Luo Ren behind it grabbed its ankle with one hand and then pulled it back suddenly. At this time, Luo Ren, whether in speed or strength, far exceeded the ordinary level 1 speed-type evolution zombie. With this pull, the zombie in his hand was thrown back. Luo Ren did not let go and threw it out, but held it tightly. As we all know, the weight of a single limb is far less than the combined weight of other parts. Therefore, under the huge backward force, the zombie's body strength was not enough, and the thigh root was torn apart, and the rest of the body flew out, leaving a complete thigh in Luo Ren's hand. Su Anton's despair suddenly disappeared. Seeing that Luo Ren, who was like a killing god, broke the speed zombie, his eyes could not help but glow with a strange light. Not only did he not feel that the scene was bloody, but his heart was beating fast. While she was stunned, the surrounding zombies rushed up immediately. Luo Ren took out the pistol from his waist, holding the knife in one hand and the gun in the other. Although his shooting skills were poor, he only hit 2 or 3 zombies after firing 10 bullets, and only one of them was hit in the head and died. However, Luo Ren's knife skills were good. With a slash of his knife, he split the heads of the zombies that rushed up into 2 pieces. "What are you doing? The zombies haven't been completely dealt with yet." Luo Ren saw Su Antong still staring at him blankly, and hurriedly reminded her. Su Antong reacted immediately and raised her gun to shoot the zombies. After killing several zombies, she stole a glance at Luo Ren, and a blush crept up on her face. I don't know what she was thinking. After the zombies in this area were dealt with, Luo Ren looked around, and his heart tightened. He saw that several troop transport trucks had been overturned by the huge level 1 power-type evolved zombies, and then they were swarmed by the zombies. The guards were afraid that they were in danger. Luo Ren took a deep breath, came to the window, took out the intercom inside, and ordered, everyone in the medium-sized truck got off and annihilated the zombies. In the current situation, they absolutely could not hide in the car anymore. Not only would their vision be affected, but they could only shoot at the entrance of the car and use the 3 machine guns in the car to resist the zombies. This could not fully exert the overall strength of the guards. With so many evolved zombies, if they are surrounded by a few power-type zombies, armored vehicles and tanks may not be afraid, but medium-sized trucks are afraid. Just look at the overturned vehicles to understand how serious the consequences are. After Luo Ren gave the order, the guards jumped off the medium-sized trucks one by one. The soldiers who got off first blocked the zombies for those who had not yet gotten off. In this way, soon all the guards on the medium-sized trucks got on the ground and the formation was immediately deployed. Although the formation was deployed to effectively block ordinary zombies, the bullets of the automatic rifles of the evolved zombies, especially the power-type evolved zombies, had almost no effect on them. Therefore, the formation was formed in the last second, and was dispersed in the next second, and then formed and dispersed again, and so on. And in this narrow street, so many ordinary zombies rushed one after another, and a few seconds were fatal. Therefore, not only were the zombies killed, but many guards also sacrificed. Luo Ren saw all these scenes. He thought for a moment, opened the trunk of the off-road vehicle, took out an anti-material sniper rifle and handed it to Su Antong, saying, "You are responsible for sniping the evolved zombies, and I will protect your safety." Su Antong took the sniper rifle without hesitation and began to aim. Dong dong. The sniper rifle fired 2 rounds in a row, and 2 bullets broke through the air and instantly hit the heads of 2 power zombies. Dark red viscous liquid splashed, and the huge bodies fell to the ground. The 2 evolved zombies were killed in an instant, and the pressure on the guards was immediately relieved a lot. At the same time, the huge gunshots also attracted a lot of zombies to attack, including evolved zombies. 2 speed-type evolution zombies rushed towards Su Antong with all 4 limbs. Luo Ren's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and a murderous intent emanated from his body. He moved his feet and rushed out, rushing back to the 2 speed-type evolution zombies. Luo Ren's speed was far faster than that of the level 1 evolution zombies. He slashed twice quickly, and 2 sharp edges flashed, and the heads of the 2 level 1 speed-type zombies were split open. Then another level 1 power-type zombie rushed over, like a human-shaped beast. Luo Ren smiled lightly, rushed out, clenched his fist with one hand, and hit the head of the power-type zombie suddenly. Bang! The fist hit the head, and the violent power poured out. Only click was heard, and the head of the level 1 power-type zombie actually flew out, while the body remained in place. With the tacit cooperation between Luo Ren and Su Antong, the evolved zombies that attacked the internal convoy were quickly dealt with, which reduced the pressure on the guards by at least 80%. It was very easy to face the remaining ordinary zombies. Luo Ren looked back at Su Antong and smiled slightly. Su Antong smiled back, but her smile suddenly froze in less than 3 seconds. Her eyes instantly turned into anxiety, and she said anxiously, "Danger." When he heard Su Antong's reminder, the word danger popped up in Luo Ren's mind at the same time. He turned his head and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a figure flying over, and its speed was much faster than the level 1 speed-type evolution zombie, and even faster than the Quasi level 2 speed-type zombie. Luo Ren subconsciously raised his knife to block. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, and it was also lucky that he was able to block this extremely fast sneak attack. Then Luo Ren roared, clenched his left hand into a fist and punched hard. The attacking object was faster, and he turned back to avoid this fatal punch. At this time, Luo Ren looked closely and found that it was a zombie, and the figure looked familiar. Until the zombie suddenly turned upside down, Luo Ren was shocked. It turned out to be the Quasi level 2 speed-type zombie that drilled out of the cellar of Gojai. At the same time, he remembered what the system said, that it would take 7 days to become a real level 2 zombie, and 7 days had already passed, which means that the zombie in front of him had reached level 2. Luo Ren's heart was pounding. He didn't know how terrifying a level 2 zombie was, but from the sneak attack just now, he could at least tell that the zombie in front of him was faster than him. The reason he was able to block it just now was a subconscious action plus good luck, as the saber was just right in front of the attack position, otherwise he would have died long ago. The head of the zombie in front of him suddenly turned 180 degrees, staring at Luo Ren. Luo Ren was horrified. He saw a look of triumph in the zombie's eyes. Based on the sneak attack just now, it seemed that evolving to the real level 2 not only greatly increased its speed, but also improved its wisdom. Boom! When the two looked at each other, Su Antong suddenly fired 2 shots. She thought she could kill the zombie while it was not paying attention. Even if it could not be killed, it would be better to injure it. This would also reduce its combat effectiveness and make it easier for Luo Ren to deal with it. It's a pity that Su Antong underestimated the level 2 speed zombie in front of her. On the surface, she was just looking at Luo Ren, but at the same time, she was also wary of her. The moment she pulled the trigger, the level 2 speed zombie had already noticed it and immediately acted. Reaction, thus dodging a bullet with a speed of more than twice the speed of sound. The level 2 speed zombie locked eyes with Su Antong angrily and jumped towards her in a flash. Upon seeing this, Luo Ren hurriedly stood in front of Su Antong and shouted at the same time, "Hurry and hide in the car." Su Antong knew that she couldn't be of much help, so she obediently retracted into the car and closed the sunroof. The level 2 speed zombie stopped immediately when it saw Luo Ren, and immediately returned all its attention to Luo Ren. It remembered the human in front of it, and even remembered that it had fought with him and lost. Although it had just made a sneak attack, this human being was startled, but was not injured, which made him a little unsure whether he could defeat this human being now. It kept pacing, observing the human in front of it. The chance of a sneak attack was gone. Then came the hard steel in front of it, which made it very hesitant. After all, it had lost to this human before. As the saying goes, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. The zombies in front of him were pacing back and forth, but they made no offensive moves. Faced with this situation, Luo Ren knew that he didn't know his opponent, so he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Therefore, the two were in a stalemate. About 5 minutes later, the level 2 speed zombies still couldn't muster up the courage to fight this human heathen. At the same time, the number of ordinary zombies was getting smaller and smaller. Luo Ren noticed this situation and was overjoyed. As long as the guards get out of here, I can't do it to you alone. How can a group of people do it to you? Thinking of this, Luo Ren couldn't help but move slightly. Even with this tiny movement, the level 2 zombie felt like it was facing a formidable enemy. It thought Luo Ren was going to take action, which made it even more guilty. The human in front of it didn't seem to be afraid at all. It must be confident that it could defeat it. It growled lowly. He took a few steps back and looked at Luo Ren with a little fear in his eyes. Seeing the zombie's movements, Luo Ren's muscles immediately tensed up, ready to fight at any time. However, his worries were unnecessary. He saw the zombie looking up to the sky and letting out a sharp roar. The roar lasted for nearly 5 seconds before it stopped. The zombie took a deep look at Luo Ren, then jumped onto the roof next to the street, looked back again, and disappeared from Luo Ren's sight without looking back. After the level 2 speed zombie left, the remaining zombies should have heard its roar and retreated one after another, including the level 1 evolution zombies. This scene really caught Luo Ren's eyes. Although he was surprised by the individual strength of level 2 zombies, it could not make him feel scared. However, this scene actually made him a little scared. He could control people lower than himself. Zombies will also use combat methods such as sneak attacks. Only level 2 zombies have such wisdom, but what about level 3? And higher levels 4 and 5? God, you are so determined to destroy humanity. Luo Ren roared in his heart. After a long time, the waves in Luo Ren's heart calmed down. He glanced around and saw corpses all over the ground, including many of the bodyguards. The losses this time were quite serious. Su Antong got off the off-road vehicle and saw the bodies of the guard soldiers on the ground. Her eyes turned red. She walked to Luo Ren and asked, "Are we going to continue to attack Hu City?" Luo Ren shook his head, returned to the base along the same route and rest for 2 days to make plans. I was in high spirits when I set out, but I didn't expect that Chung Yao Jin appeared on the way. No, it was a level 2 zombie and a group of corpses. The attack on whose city had to be postponed for a few days. For squadron leaders, Luo Shan, Luo Hai, and Luo Jiluoli trotted over. Luo Shan took the lead and said, "Sir, the first squadron has lost 167 people." Luo Hai said, "Sir, the second squadron has lost 236 people." Luo Ji said, "Sir, the third squadron has lost 301 people." Luo Li said, "Sir, the fourth squadron has lost 238 people." After listening to the report, Luo Ren calculated in his mind that a total of 942 people had been lost, which was close to half of the number of people on the expedition. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, and ordered, "You all go and clean up. 30 returned to base in minutes." After speaking, Luo Ren stood up and headed towards the back of the convoy. Among the 3 tanks, one had a bent barrel and a much dented roof. The other 2 tanks had no major problems. At this time, the people on the damaged tank had been he was rescued. For Luo Ren, every tanker is very precious, and the tank is not that important. Because the points are enough, he can just exchange it. It just has to wait a day. Luo Ren crossed the tank and saw the Quasi level 2 power evolved zombie. It was already dead and its head was smashed to pieces by the shells. Searching with his eyes, he found the evolution crystal with a light green color not far away. Picking up the evolution crystal, Luo Ren sighed. Those level 1 evolution crystals and this Quasi level 2 evolution crystal can be regarded as some compensation for this loss. Looking at the Quasi level 2 evolution crystal in his hand, Luo Ren thought to himself, little Jade, please let me reach the level of a level 2 evolver quickly, otherwise I will just have to run away when facing a level 2 evolution zombie." After collecting the evolution crystal, Luo Ren ordered people to collect the ordinary evolution crystals. The advantage of the guard army is that there is no need to worry about someone embezzling them. Half an hour later, the convoy turned around and returned to the mobile base. In the car, Suantong stared at Luo Ren without saying a word. Luo Ren turned his head to look at her and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Suantong shook her head and said, "No." Luo Ren said, "Then why are you staring at me?" Suantong's face flushed slightly, and she turned her head away. At the same time, she asked, "The zombie was so fast just now, are you sure you can beat it?" Luo Ren shook his head and answered very honestly, "No." Suantong's heart moved, and she turned her head to look at Luo Ren again and asked, "Then why are you still standing in front of me?" Luo Ren looked into her eyes and suddenly he smiled and said, "After it kills you, it will definitely kill me. Anyway, it's all going to die, it doesn't matter if it dies early or late. However, I didn't expect it to choose to retreat. This is too strange." "Is that so?" Suantong was a little disappointed, but she smiled and said, "It doesn't matter whether it's strange or not. It's a good thing that the zombie can retreat." Luo Ren also smiled and said, "Yeah, who cares?" Author's words, thank you for your support. Friends who like this book, please move your fingers to give a good review. I'm the first to thank you. After the guards withdrew, the town fell into silence. Only the corpses on the ground and the bullet holes on the walls showed that a fierce battle had taken place here. Clouds floated in the sky, and the red sun had half sunk into the mountain. Under the setting sun, a car came from a distance. The car drove into the town at high speed and the speed gradually slowed down. The people in the car lowered the window and leaned out. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they were all shocked. They had walked this road many times and were familiar with this town. The people in this town moved away as a whole before the end of the world. It was considered an empty town. They had walked many times without seeing a zombie. But the scene here now was completely different from what he knew. They looked carefully and saw the bullet holes on the walls of the houses on both sides of the road. Combined with the corpses on the ground, they could imagine how fierce the battle had been here. "Captain, let's go back quickly, it's too scary here." There were 4 people in the car, 1 driving, 1 co-pilot, and 2 people sitting in the back seat. The driver said to the co-pilot, "You have never seen a zombie? Have you never seen a corpse? You are too timid." One of the people in the back seat complained. The co-pilot, the man called the captain, looked away from the window, looked ahead, and said, "Keep driving forward for a while." Although the driver was scared, he didn't dare to disobey the captain's words, so he could only bite the bullet and continue to drive forward. "Stop!" the captain suddenly shouted, which scared the driver. He stepped on the brakes and looked at the captain in the co-pilot's seat nervously. He saw that he was staring straight ahead, as if he was attracted by something. The driver glanced and saw that the two companions in the back seat were also staring straight ahead, which made him look involuntarily along their lines. When his eyes fell to the front, he was startled. He saw a zombie with 4 limbs on the ground and a faint red light in its eyes staring at them. While staring at the zombie, he reached out and tugged at the corner of the captain's clothes, and his tone was obviously full of fear. "Captain, this seems to be an evolved zombie. What should we do?" The captain was obviously very nervous and scared. His Adam's apple rolled, he swallowed his saliva, and said in a trembling voice, "Back up slowly." The driver nodded slightly and drove the car back up slowly. However, every time the car backed up 1 meter, the reedied zombie followed 1 meter, and every time it backed up 2 meters, the reedied zombie followed 2 meters. The 4 people in the car were extremely nervous and scared. They backed up and the reedied zombie followed. The driver couldn't bear the pressure brought by the fear. He screamed and stepped on the accelerator. The speed of the car backed up suddenly increased, but the reedied zombie's head turned 180 degrees, and a smile was seen in its eyes. The car retreated rapidly, and suddenly, with a bang, it seemed to hit something. The 4 people looked back at the same time. When they saw what was blocking their retreat, their pupils suddenly shrank. Suddenly, a foul smell filled the car. They saw that the driver was scared and peed his pants. I saw that a fat level 1 zombie blocked their retreat behind the car. Swish! At the same time, a black shadow flashed, and the reedied zombie jumped onto the hood of the car, and a claw quickly grabbed the driver. Smash! The windshield shattered instantly, and the sharp claws like daggers pierced into the driver's chest, splashing a flower of blood. The claws of the reedied zombie pierced his heart, causing him to lose his life before he could scream in pain. Puff! The reedied zombie pulled out his hands, with a still warm heart stuck in his 5 claws. He opened his mouth and was about to eat the freshly baked heart, but his nose moved and smelled the stench from the driver's crotch. He couldn't help but show a look of disdain, and then threw the heart to the level 1 power zombie behind the car. The level 1 power zombie was not picky about food, and he opened his mouth to catch the heart and began to chew it, with minced meat and blood splashing out. This scene made the other 3 people terrified and shocked. The reedied zombie moved his eyes to the co-pilot captain. Seeing the driver's fate, the co-pilot captain was very scared, but then he thought, it was going to be a death anyway, so he might as well fight. He quickly took out his pistol, pointed the muzzle at the reedied zombie, and then pulled the trigger, but the reedied zombie was obviously much faster than him. Before the trigger was completely pulled, the reedied zombie's claws had pierced the co-pilot captain's eyebrows, and the whole person instantly collapsed. While the body was still active, the reedied zombie quickly stabbed the co-pilot captain's chest with his other claw, took out the still warm and slightly beating heart, and then ate it in 2 or 3 bites. At this time, the 2 people in the back seat were so scared that their bodies were stiff and motionless, and they couldn't make a sound even if they opened their mouths. They could only watch the reedied zombie enter the car, and then the sharp claws pierced his chest. At this moment, the severe pain swept through their bodies, making their stiff bodies no longer stiff, and their voiceless throats also recovered at this moment. However, when they were about to scream, the reedied zombie had already taken out their hearts. Seeing the heart still beating slightly in the reedied zombie's hand, the 2 wanted to scream, but they couldn't make a sound. The light of life in their eyes quickly dimmed and then went out. 5 kilometers behind the town, an army of 10,000 people was resting here. In the middle of the army, on a black Humvee, Hu Tian was smoking a cigarette and spitting out clouds of smoke. I don't know how long it took, but his brows suddenly wrinkled and he muttered, "Why haven't you come back yet?" He stretched out the window with one hand and hooked his palm. Chen Hui immediately ran over with a flattering smile on his face. "City Lord?" Hu Tian asked, "Have the pioneers returned?" Chen Hui shook his head and replied, "No." Hu Tian took a puff of cigarette and then asked, "It's been almost an hour, why haven't you come back yet? Could it be that Luo Rin was arrested like the previous team?" Chen Huidao, "How about sending a team of vanguards to take a look?" Hu Tian fell into deep thought and thought, this place is still more than 20 kilometers away from the base, so Luo Rin has deployed defensive personnel in such a large area? Hu Tian shook his head slightly, this should not be possible, maybe that team he encountered a swarm of corpses. Hu Tian nodded slightly, confirming his idea, he must have encountered a swarm of corpses. Then he looked forward and said, in this case, it seems that we have to take a detour. There is no need to push through and cause unnecessary losses. Thinking of this, Hu Tian immediately ordered Chen Huidao, "Send the order, let's take a detour and take the second route." Chen Hui didn't know what Hu Tian thought, and no matter what Hu Tian thought, his mission was just to carry out Hu Tian's orders. Besides, the second route was only a little further, and he would be able to reach the base in the end. Shen Huai went down to deliver the order. The cigarette in Hu Tian's hand had burned out. He took another cigarette, took a heavy drag, then blew out a puff of smoke and looked in the direction of the base. His eyes were full of hatred and anger. He then looked at the rearview mirror, which reflected the car behind him and what was covered by a military green canvas on the car behind him. The author has something to say. Thank you all for your support. Friends who like this book, please use your fingers to leave a positive review. I am the first to say thank you. The sky in autumn is grayish-white, because it is the season of falling leaves, and the already desolate world becomes even more desolate. Read the speed of the convoy slowed down, because there was a big city in front of it, and the sound coming from it made the desolation fade a lot. The soldiers guarding the city wall were surprised to see the convoy return. How could they come back so soon after going out? Moreover, there were several fewer cars. What was even more strange was that one of the 9 tanks had a dent on the top and a bent gun barrel. How much force could bend a pure steel gun barrel into such an arc? The city gate was wide open, and the convoy drove into the city. The residents in the city gathered around to watch. Unlike in the past, the residents did not cheer or dance this time, because there had never been an example of returning to the city so quickly in the past, and each car was full when it set out, but now almost half of the guards on each car were missing, and one tank was even more strange, as it was seriously damaged. Moreover, the windows of the off-road vehicle that belonged to the commander were always rolled down after a victory in the past, and the commander would greet them with a smile on his face, but today they were all closed, and they also felt that every soldier of the guard in the car seemed to be in a heavy mood. Luo Ren looked out the window of the off-road vehicle, and the faces of the residents passed by him one by one. He couldn't help thinking, they must think that the guards are not good enough to return to the city in such a miserable state. My image must have plummeted in their hearts. Suantong saw Luo Ren's mood and was about to comfort him, but heard. The guards are mighty. Long live the guards. The guards are mighty. Long live the guards. In this way, all the residents shouted vigorously, repeating the 2 sentences, the guards are mighty, long live the guards, over and over again. The guards on the troop carrier were all moved. They looked at the faces of the residents, and the eyes of these passionate men turned red. In the off-road vehicle, Luo Ren's eyes sparkled. He saw the faces outside the window. Everyone was so handsome and beautiful. Even he couldn't help but turn red. Suantong, who was beside Luo Ren, was moved and tears were rolling in her eyes. She might fall at any time. Luo Ren clenched his fists, then loosened them. He opened the roof skylight, leaned out half of his body, and looked around at the residents on both sides of the road. The residents saw Luo Ren and shouted even harder, the guards are mighty, long live the guards. Luo Ren raised his clenched right fist, took a deep breath, and shouted at the same time, the guards are mighty, long live the guards. The residents were even more excited when he shouted, and they raised their fists and shouted at the top of their lungs, the guards are mighty, long live the guards. Such emotions inspired everyone, including Suantong in the car and the guard soldier driving the car. Suantong cried and shouted, the guards are mighty, long live the guards. The guard soldier driving the car also shouted excitedly and moved, the guards are mighty, long live the guards. The guard soldiers in other cars also followed suit and shouted, the guards are mighty, long live the guards. In this way, the low mood was swept away, and everyone regained their fighting spirit again. Luo Ren thought to himself, I was wrong. How could such a resident betray? Recruiting the resident army can indeed be implemented. The guards returned to the barracks, while Luo Ren came to the military zone, along with the severely damaged tank. He ordered the tank to drive into the tank factory. Luo Ren heard the system's voice, the tank is damaged by 46%. Repairing requires points *90000. It is expected to take 1 hour. Do you want to repair it? Luo Ren chose to repair it without hesitation. Then he called up the light screen of the arsenal and increased the number of guards again. Although he had the intention to recruit the resident army could not be directly put into battle like the guards. At least 3 months of training were needed to form combat effectiveness. And the most important thing is that the number of residents is limited. If they are taken to fight, they will die if they are sacrificed. It is not like the guards can be produced again. Therefore, even if Luo Ren really recruited the resident army, he would only let them guard the base or perform some basic daily search and rescue tasks. Of course, as time goes by, when the population reaches a certain number, Luo Ren may go to war with the resident army. As the sky gradually darkened, Luo Ren returned to the mobile base, and someone had already brought dinner to the table. He did not eat immediately, but took a shower and changed clothes first, and then sat down to eat. After taking a bite, Luo Ren's chewing action suddenly froze, and then chewed and tasted. The taste is wrong, this is not made by Li Jiu. Li Jiu's level should not be that bad. Is this stir-fried meat with a whole bag of salt? Luo Orbai, come in. The sentry on duty trotted over and saluted. Luo Ren pointed to the dishes on the table and asked, who sent this dish? Luo Orbai said, report to the commander, it was sent by the soldier Su Antong. Luo Ren muttered, strange, why did she send it? Hasn't Li Jiu always sent me food? Luo Orbai said, report to the commander, I don't know. Luo Ren glanced at him and said, I didn't ask you, go to your post well. As the saying goes, who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is hard-earned. Although too much salt was added, Luo Ren still decided to finish the dishes on the table. After all, who let me be a 3-good student when I was in school and a 3-good citizen when I entered society, so I should start with myself to eliminate waste. Luo Ren finally finished the dishes on the table in a hurry. At this time, Luo Ren's face turned blue. He ran to the refrigerator quickly, opened the refrigerator door, took out a large bottle of beverage and drank it all in one gulp, which diluted the salty taste in his mouth. At this time, Luo Orbai's voice came from outside the door, report to the commander, Soldier Su Antong wants to see you. Luo Ren said, let her in. Su Antong walked into the mobile base and looked at the table at first glance. There were only a few empty plates on the table. Obviously, all the dishes had been eaten up. This made her happy from the bottom of her heart and she couldn't help laughing. Luo Ren came over with a 2L bottle of beverage and asked, Antong, why are you here? Su Antong did not answer, and asked back, Brother Ren, have you eaten all these dishes? Luo Ren nodded, gulped down a big sip of the beverage, and then said, I don't know who made this, how does it taste? Before Luo Ren finished speaking, Su Antong asked with expectation in her eyes. Luo Ren swallowed the salty food that was about to hit his mouth. He looked at Su Antong and thought, this table of dishes is not cooked by her, no wonder it is so salty. People who don't know would think that the salt cellar was beaten to death. Although he thought so in his heart, Luo Ren would not say so. After all, it was a heartfelt gesture. So he laughed and said, it tastes pretty good, Antong, why do you want to cook for me? Isn't this to thank you for saving me? Su Antong blushed and said, this is my first time cooking. My parents have never eaten my cooking. It's my first time cooking, no wonder. Luo Ren pretended to be surprised and said, it's my first time, that's amazing, Li Jiu's cooking is not as good as yours. Really? Su Antong said happily, how about I cook for Brother Ren every day in the future? Day by day, hearing that Su Antong wanted to cook for herself every day, the expression on Luo Ren's face froze instantly. This stuff was so salty that it could be tolerated after 1 or 2 meals, but it was hard to marinate it into bacon if it was eaten every day. His mind was racing, thinking of how to reject Su Antong in a reasonable and harmless way. Su Antong also noticed something was wrong with Luo Ren's expression, and immediately asked, Brother Ren is unwilling? Well, that. I eat relatively lightly, Luo Ren said hesitantly. Su Antong carefully savored the meaning of Luo Ren's words, then stretched out her fingers to dip some of the soup left on the plate, put it into her mouth and sucked it. Her fingers dipped in the soup entered her mouth, and she frowned, it's so salty. It's strange, I didn't put sugar in it, why is it so salty? She looked at Luo Ren with an apologetic look and said, I made a mistake this time. Brother Ren, don't worry, I will see it clearly next time before releasing it. When Luo Ren heard Su Antong's words, she was speechless. Even if it was her first time cooking, such a low-level mistake should not be made. The difference between salt and sugar was quite big, and didn't she know to taste it after it was done? However, Luo Ren didn't want to hurt her self-confidence, and still had a smile on his face, saying, next time you don't know the spices, you will know after a taste. He. Su Antong scratched her head in embarrassment, then cleared the dishes on the table and said, I know, I'll leave first. Yeah. Luo Ren nodded. Su Antong walked to the door with the bowl and chopsticks, paused slightly, looked back at Luo Ren with a smile, and was about to step out when she suddenly heard, report. She was so frightened that her hand loosened, and there was a clang sound, and the plate in her hand the bowl fell to the ground and broke into more than 8 pieces. This is ruining my job. Luo Ren thought to himself, then looked outside the door and saw Luo Shan standing upright, and immediately asked, what's going on? Luo Shandao, Hu Cheng's army was discovered 3 kilometers away. Hu Cheng Jun. Luo Ren sneered, Hu Tian, I encountered zombies on the way and returned without success, but I didn't expect you to come here on your own initiative. It's okay, I will kill them here for you to avoid wasting artillery attacks city. Luo Shan. Luo Ren looked at Luo Shan and said, "Assemble the escort immediately and follow me out of the city to destroy Hu Cheng's army." "Yes." Luo Shan responded. Whoosh bang bang bang. At this moment, there were suddenly several sounds of breaking through the air, followed by strong explosions. Luo Ren was startled and rushed out of the mobile base. He looked towards the city gate and saw that the place was filled with dust after the explosion. "Hurry up and summon the escort," Luo Ren said and flew towards the city gate. Luo Shan knew that the situation was urgent and immediately went to summon the escort without any delay, while Su Antong followed Luo Ren to the city gate. When they came to the city gate, they saw a gap in the city wall. Several guards were lying on the ground in a mess, lifeless, and several had their hands and legs broken, but none of them made a sound of pain. Instead, he continued to defend with his gun in hand. Luo Ren immediately ordered that the injured people be sent to the arsenal of the military zone for repairs, and then he jumped onto the city wall. The moment he jumped onto the city wall, he only heard 3 cannon shots, dong dong dong. Immediately after 3 shells pierced the sky, Luo Ren's muscles tightened, and his legs exerted force and he rolled backwards. Bang bang bang. 3 cannonballs hit the city wall, causing rubble to fly in an instant. Another intact section of the city wall was hit with a gap. Luo Ren was horrified. The cannons were obtained from Hu Chengjun. Hu Cheng's army was 3 kilometers away, and the rocket launcher's shooting range could not reach that far. Therefore, it only had cannons. At this moment, the buzzing of the engine reached his ears, and he saw 9 tanks speeding towards him. Luo Ren suddenly gained confidence and cursed, "Damn, the cannon is amazing, I even have a mobile cannon here. Open the city gate and charge with tanks." Luo Ren shouted. The guards guarding the city saw that the tanks were equally powerful, and immediately opened the city gate after hearing Luo Ren's order. 3 kilometers outside the city, Hu Cheng's army was stationed in a military tent. Behind Hu Tian, the scout vomited lotus flowers and said excitedly, "Report to the city lord, under our shelling, a big gap was made in the wall of the base city, and more than 10 guardsmen guarding the city were killed." After hearing this, Hu Tian was overjoyed and laughed loudly. "Okay. Okay. Okay." After saying 3 good words in a row, Hu Tian's excited mood calmed down a little. He walked out of the military tent and looked at the base city with sinister eyes. His hands behind him could not help but clenched his fists. Then he looked at a place where 3 people were standing there. Although the cannon is rusty, it does work and can be fired smoothly. At this time, the soldiers operating the cannon are ejecting the previous shell casing and loading new shells. The 3 cannons greatly increased Hu Tian's self-confidence. He looked at the base city again and said harshly, "Luo Ren, you never thought that I could get cannons. This time I will see what use your sniper rifle has. When your city wall is blown down, our army of 10,000 people will surge forward, and your base city will flow into a river of blood." Boom, boom, boom. The 3 cannons fired again, and the shells pierced the sky and hit the wall of the base city. The gravel flew and the dust flew up, covering up the tragic scene of the shelling. When the dust dispersed, they saw another gap in the wall. This gap that was bigger than the first round of shelling, enough for 2 people to walk in and out side by side. Hu Tian felt relieved when he saw the tragic situation of the base city through the telescope, but at this moment, he saw the gate of the base city suddenly opened, thinking, is Luo Ren going to surrender? However, he thought of Luo Ren's previous experience and snorted coldly, "Humph, it's too late to surrender now. Just wait for the bloody massacre of my 10,000-man army." But the next second, the base proved that his guess was completely wrong, and his fantasy of blood flowing in the base city was instantly shattered. He saw the gate open, and it was not Luo Ren who surrendered with a white flag, but a steel beast. This, Hu Tian couldn't believe it. When he thought his eyes were blurry, he put down the telescope and rubbed his eyes, and then raised the telescope to look. The steel beast still existed and had been arranged, with the muzzle pointed directly at them. "Ah!" Hu Tian screamed, threw the telescope and ran towards his Hummer. Just when the surrounding Hucheng army soldiers were wondering, they heard boom, boom, several gunshots, and 9 shells broke through the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Like a meteor falling from the sky, the Hucheng army's garrison exploded everywhere. 2 shells hit the Hucheng army's artillery position. The rusty cannon was instantly blown apart, and the artillerymen were blown several meters high, and then fell heavily to the ground, meeting the King of Hell directly. Hu Tian ran all the way, shouting all the way, "Retreat!" One after another, shells streaked across the sky, hitting various parts of the Hucheng army's garrison. From time to time, soldiers of the Hucheng army were blown several meters high, and those who were directly hit by shells were instantly torn into pieces, turning into pieces of meat.
This made the Huqing army's garrison full of panicked screams and painful groans. Hu Tian had already run to his Hummer. He raised his telescope and saw 9 tanks from the base city rushing towards them. He shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" But his voice was too weak and was completely covered by the noise of the panicked army. Seeing the tanks rushing towards him, Hu Tian could not care about these people. Coincidentally, Chen Huai ran over at this time, "City Lord." Hu Tian didn't even look at him and said directly, "Get in the car." How could Chen Huai not guess what his own city lord was going to do? Without saying a word, he got on the driver's seat of the Hummer, and Hu Tian quickly got on the back seat. Buzz the car started, and the roar of the engine attracted nearby soldiers. In fear of death, they didn't care about the city lord or not, and ran towards the Hummer, shouting, "Lord, take me with you." Hu Tian looked indifferent, thinking only of his own life, and didn't care about these people. Seeing them rushing towards him, he hurriedly shouted, "Go." Although Chen Huai sympathized with these comrades who were also living and dying together, he stepped on the accelerator without hesitation for his own life, stirring up dust all the way and driving away. When the soldiers of Huqing army saw that the city lord had fled, their morale collapsed instantly. The panicked soldiers of Huqing army began to snatch the remaining vehicles and even fired guns. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, and many people fell in a pool of blood. Their eyes were full of unwillingness. In the end, they did not die at the hands of the enemy, but died at the hands of their own people. Some people who cherished their lives dared not rob cars when they saw this scene, so they ran away. It really fulfilled the saying that you can only rely on yourself for everything, and you have to rely on your 2 legs to escape. The rest of the people neither robbed cars nor used their 2 legs to escape, but held the 2 ends of the gun with both hands and raised them high, then knelt on the ground waiting for the arrival of the base tanks and guards. Base. The enemy's artillery fire had not been fired for such a long time, and it was obviously destroyed by the tanks. Luo Rin jumped on the top of the city and raised the telescope to look. Sure enough, the Huqing army was in chaos. He smiled coldly, put down the telescope, and then waved his hand, "Attack." At this time, all the guards in the city had gathered. With Luo Ren's order, they shouted, "Kill the killing intent sword into the sky like a substance." The morale of the guards was as high as a tide. With Luo Ren's order, they rushed out of the base and rushed towards the Huqing army station. The tanks advanced to the Huqing army station 3 kilometers away, and first saw rows of people kneeling on the ground with their guns raised high, then they saw corpses everywhere, and people who were still snatching vehicles, and then there were those who looked as small as ants and used their legs to escape. The turret rotated and aimed at the Huqing army soldiers who were snatching vehicles. Some of these people immediately learned from their comrades who knew the situation, raised their guns with both hands, and knelt on the ground to show their surrender. And some of them were so angry that they didn't care about anyone, just to snatch vehicles. There were even a few people who saw the tanks, with red eyes, and came towards the tanks with guns, which meant that they wanted to snatch the tanks. After all, tanks are also cars. However, although the tank is a car, it is not an ordinary car. It is a steel beast known as the King of Land Warfare. Facing the Huqing army soldiers who rushed over with red eyes, the guards in the tanks would naturally not sit and wait for them to snatch. Day. The machine guns mounted on the tanks started the sweeping mode, and the bullets rained down on the readied Huqing soldiers. They were really readied and lost their minds. They didn't dodge or evade, but raised their guns to fight back. The result can be imagined. The bullets from the machine guns instantly penetrated their bodies and turned them into sieves, while the bullets they fired on the tanks only made a sound. After this wave of people were cleared, only the surrendered people were left in the entire garrison. As for those who had already escaped, they had to wait for Luo Ren to decide whether to pursue them. Soon, the guards rushed over. The murderous guards came to the garrison. The scene in front of them surprised them. They didn't expect that the battle would be resolved so quickly. The murderous intent was useless at this moment. Buzz, an off-road vehicle, drove over and stopped in front of the guards. Luo Ren got out of it and was a little surprised to see the Huqing army soldiers kneeling on the ground. However, when he saw the pile of corpses in front of the tank, he was relieved. Facing such a steel beast, only an army with faith and fearlessness would not surrender, and the Huqing army was obviously not such a team. The Huqing army soldiers stole a glance at Luo Ren, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and their inner thoughts were very rich. Will he kill us? In ancient times, there were deeds of killing prisoners in pits. In this situation, it is not impossible for him to do such a thing. This Commander Luo Ren looks so handsome, he should not massacre prisoners. Mom, I miss you. Luo Ren glanced at the kneeling Huqing army soldiers and said secretly, it is estimated that there are 2,000 or 3,000 people,
which is a large number. I hope they have not done anything cruel, otherwise it will be a pity. Take their guns and detain them all. Luo Ren said. As the voice fell, the stones hanging in the hearts of the trembling Huqing soldiers fell to the ground instantly, and the joy of survival spread to all the captives, and most of them showed a relaxed expression. The guards quickly confiscated the prisoners' guns and tied their hands one by one. Although these prisoners had their guns confiscated and their hands tied, they still looked relaxed, because they thought they would not die. However, Luo Ren sneered, if you have not done anything cruel, you can relax and not die, but if you have done those damn things, think about your last words before Huqing is destroyed. Of course, I don't know who you will tell, and I don't care who you tell, and I won't provide you with paper and pen to write a suicide note. After hearing this, more than half of the 2,000 or 3,000 captives were still relaxed and even happier, while the rest of them instantly put on masks of pain, and fear grew in their hearts. Luo Ren saw the changes in these people, he just sneered and ordered, return to the city. Luo Ren did not choose to chase the fleeing Huqing soldiers, because there was no need. Those who were lucky enough to return to Huqing or join other shelters, those who joined other shelters were left alone for now, and those who returned to Huqing would just wait for the guards to come to the city. And those who were unlucky would either become food for zombies or food for evolved animals, so these people were no threat to Luo Ren at all. Under the leadership of Luo Ren, the escort escorted more than 2,000 prisoners back to the base, which was warmly welcomed by the residents. It was the first time for the prisoners to see the inside of the base, and they were immediately stunned by the harmonious scene. Among them, those who are confident that they will not die have begun to fantasize, can I live here in the future? I never want to go back to that ghost place in Huqing. And those who don't know whether they are alive or dead think, what a beautiful place, I wish I could survive. I really regret doing those things. As for those who knew that they were bound to die, they shed tears of regret and thought, why? Why? God, you are such a bastard. Why did you let me come to such a good place, but then you want me to die? I hate it. I hate it. Luo Ren had no idea what these people were thinking, and he felt very comfortable. He lost half of his troops in the expedition this morning, and Hu Tian came to kill them in the afternoon. He almost wanted to let Hu Tian go. Entering the city, Luo Ren first looked at the two gaps created by the cannonballs. He immediately called out a blue light screen to repair the damaged city wall. Then he called Luo Shan and ordered, you will arrange for these prisoners. Luo Shan scratched his head when he heard this, with an awkward expression on his face, and said, the dungeon at the commander's base and the place where the prisoners were originally held do not have enough space to hold thousands of prisoners. This is the truth. The base space is only so big. The inner city is already full. Although the outer city has a lot of space, there is no time to build a place to hold prisoners. If the prisoners and residents are directly put together, what else can be done? It's better to release it directly. Luo Ren touched his chin and thought for a moment, then looked to the right of the city, and then jumped onto the city wall. This made the prisoners stunned and exclaimed, is this base commander Luo Ren a martial arts master? The city wall is 4 to 5 meters high. I jumped on it immediately. On the city wall, Luo Ren looked outside the city. There were no puddles, rivers, or anything like that. A small outer city could be planned here to hold these prisoners. He immediately called up the light screen and planned an outer city with a length of 500 meters and a width of 500 meters against the right city wall, and then connected it to the main city. After planning, Luo Ren confirmed the construction without hesitation. After a burst of white light, people in the city saw that a section of the city wall had disappeared. Looking inside, there was actually a larger space. The residents were already not surprised. And the prisoners were dumbfounded. After Luo Ren jumped off the city wall, everyone looked at monsters or gods. Luo Ren ignored him and said to Luo Shan, go and find Chamu to build a wall here. These prisoners will be detained here. By the way, we will arrange for someone to be on duty every day, and then we will get some materials and tools for them to build their own shelter. Yes. Luo Shan responded. Luo Ren said, also, let the brothers have a good rest these 2 days. We will set off to attack Huqing in 3 days. Luo Shan Dao, yes. After a hard fight, the time came from early evening to late night. In the mobile base, there are a bunch of evolutionary crystals on the table in front of Luo Ren. One of the Quasi Level 2 evolutionary crystals that glows green like emerald is the most eye-catching, while the others are milky white Level 1 evolutionary crystals. Carefully counting, there are 27 pieces in total. Level 1 evolutionary crystals can only replenish physical strength for Luo Ren now. If he is cautious and keeps them for himself, it would be a pure waste. Therefore, he has already thought of dividing the 27 evolutionary crystals equally among Luo Shan, Luo Hai, and Luo Hai. Luo Jiroli and Su Antong. He didn't know why he included Su Antong. It might be because she had already eaten 2 evolutionary crystals, and taking a few more would be able to reach higher heights. In fact, there was an uncontrollable thought in his heart, which was to give Su Antong the power to protect herself. Luo Ren smiled bitterly and shook his head. He calmed down and stopped thinking about this. Instead, he turned his attention to the Quasi Level 2 evolutionary crystal with a faint green light. The system said that as long as he takes another Quasi Level 2 evolutionary crystal, he can break through to the level of a Level 2 evolver. I wonder how strong a Level 2 evolver will be. His eyes became hotter and hotter. The Quasi Level 2 evolutionary crystal in front of him was like the most beautiful woman in the world taking off her clothes and standing in front of him, making him unable to look away. The desire for power in his heart made him breathe. Aggravated. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he picked up the evolution crystal that glowed with green light and rushed out of the door. He flew to the river. Reason still told him that he could not evolve in the mobile base. The smell was too strong. I have to sleep there. He faced the bright moon, his eyes slowly closed, and then he took a deep breath. The cold wind of late autumn blew his clothes and hair, but it couldn't blow away the heat from his body. He only wore the clothes on his upper body. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of large trousers, he didn't feel any chill from the cold air in such a cool outfit. He even felt hot all over. Slowly opening his eyes, he lowered his head and saw the green light evolutionary crystal in his hand. The heat in his body rose a few points. He finally couldn't help it and took this beautiful emerald-like evolutionary crystal without any hesitation. Put it into the mouth. The first few steps were the same. The entrance to the evolutionary crystal turned into liquid and flowed into the abdomen. After 3 seconds, the huge power suddenly burst out. Based on past experience, Luo Ren gritted his teeth and waited for the severe pain to occur. However, there was no. Instead, as his abilities exploded, he felt that his body was undergoing strange changes, and he felt quite comfortable. If there was anyone next to him, he would be extremely surprised. Luo Ren's skin was covered with a layer of faint white light. Under that white light, every inch of his skin was changing. As time went by, he actually began to shed his skin, dying layer by layer. The skin peels off, revealing new skin that looks very white and tender. 2 minutes passed, the white light gradually faded away, and all the dead skin peeled off. Luo Ren's skin now looked as white and tender as a newborn baby. Luo Ren also felt that the energy of the evolution crystal had been exhausted and evolution had stopped. He took the first step to smell the smell, and it didn't stink. When he raised his arm, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, it's so white. Unable to resist touching it, Luo Ren's expression instantly froze, and then he frowned. It looks smooth and tender, but it feels rougher than before. Fortunately, my appearance hasn't changed much, and it hasn't affected my handsomeness. Luo Ren saw his reflection in the water through the moonlight and couldn't help but said narcissistically. After feeling narcissistic, he took out a prepared knife and without hesitation slashed his arm. Stab it. The sharp blade passed through his arm, leaving only a through hole. There are white knife marks with very light bloodstains, and the hardness is almost the same as that of ordinary stone. After the skin hardness test, he tested his strength and speed, both of which were greatly improved. If he faced the level 2 speed zombie again, Luo Ren would be sure to keep up with its speed, and with his overwhelming power strength overcomes it. Luo Ren raised the corners of his mouth, looked at his hands, and said, "Is this the level 2 evolver?" The next day, early in the morning, Luo Ren ordered people to call Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Ji, Luo Li, and Suan Tong early in the morning. Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Ji, and Luo Li stood straight and looked forward. They did not guess why Luo Ren called them here, but just waited for Luo Ren's order. Suan Tong was puzzled. Why did they call these 5 people here so early in the morning? They hadn't even had breakfast yet. Their stomachs would protest in a while. Just as she was wondering, Luo Ren came out of the room carrying 5 black cloth bags. Seeing the 5 people, he smiled and said, "Come on, sit down." The 5 people looked over. Luo Shan and Luo Hai did not notice any changes. They just found stools and sat down. Suan Tong, as a woman, was much more careful than a man. She noticed that Luo Ren had become whiter at the first time. She covered her mouth and said in surprise, "Brother Ren, why did you suddenly become so white? You don't have vitiligo, do you?" Luo Ren did not just become white, but several kinds of white. He was whiter than Suan Tong. No wonder she was so surprised. Regardless of this, Luo Ren put the 5 bags on the table, clapped his hands, and then said with his hands on his hips, I called you here early in the morning, nothing else. Although we suffered heavy losses in the battle of the town, we also killed many zombies, including evolution zombies, a total of 28, and got 28 evolution crystals. I ate one, and there are 27 left. I divided the remaining evolution crystals into 5 parts. Luo Ren pointed to the 5 bags of evolution crystals on the table and said, since it is an odd number and cannot be evenly distributed, there are 2 bags with 6 crystals and 3 bags with 5 crystals. I have disrupted the order. How many you can get depends on your luck. Suantong was very moved when she heard that Luo Ren was going to give her evolution crystals, and at least 5 crystals. She knew the importance of evolution crystals very well. Luo Ren gave her 2 evolution crystals before to scare her, and then she was careless. She didn't expect her to be so courageous. But today, he gave them to her sincerely, which made Luo Ren's position in her heart more important. Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Ji and Luo Li were also very excited. With these evolution crystals, they would be able to become stronger. Luo Ren said, why are you all standing there? Who will take it first? Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Ji and Luo Li looked at each other, and then cast their eyes on Suantong. This was a girl, so the 4 men had to be more gentlemanly. Suantong waved her hand quickly and said, I don't care. You go first, you are being polite to each other. Luo Ren said, come on, and Tong, you pick first. Luo Ren had spoken, and Suantong no longer refused. She didn't pick and choose, but picked a bag at random. Anyway, 1 5 and 1 6 didn't make much difference. Luo Ren then nodded at Luo Shan and the other 4. The 4 understood and sent Luo Shan to take all the remaining 4 bags on the table, and then each of the 4 took a bag. Whether they could get the extra bag depended on fate. Ah! A surprised voice came out of Suantong's mouth, which attracted the attention of others. She had opened the bag and saw the evolution crystal inside. What's wrong? Luo Ren asked. Suantong happily replied, I have 6. Luo Ren looked at Luo Shan and the other 4 and smiled, it seems that there is only one surprise left among you. The 4 rough men opened the bags in their hands without hesitation, and Luo Ji finally got the remaining surprise. The power was in front of them, and the 4 of them were a little impatient. They poured the evolution crystals into their palms and were about to take them all, but they were stopped by Luo Ren. Luo Ren said, don't do it here with me. It smelled for 3 days last time before the smell dissipated. The 4 of them scratched their heads embarrassedly, and then asked, then where can we take it, sir? Luo Ren said, the dormitory, the riverside, as long as it is not seen by the residents. After hearing this, the 4 of them left one after another, and they were all eager to go back to increase their strength. Before they left, Luo Ren reminded them, there is a limit to how much the evolution crystal can enhance human fitness. The effective number of level 1 evolution crystals is 5 to 10 evolution crystals depending on individual physiques. If you feel that there is no improvement during the use, it means that the level 1 evolution crystals have no strengthening effect on your body and you don't need to take them anymore. We remember that. Luo Shan and the other 4 said in unison, and then left the mobile base. Suantong saw Luo Shan and his men withdraw, and she also asked to leave, but Luo Ren smiled and said, Andong, where are you going to take these evolution crystals? Suantong casually said, didn't you say that? The dormitory, the riverside, any place where residents can't see it will be fine. Luo Ren smiled and said, I remember you live in a residential area, there are a lot of people there. If you take evolution crystals there, the smell will spread and will probably attract the neighbors upstairs and downstairs immediately. And the riverside, remember last time? After being reminded, Suantong immediately remembered the scene of the lotus emerging from the water last time, as well as the big round eyes of those male residents, and some people's nosebleeds sprayed far away. She couldn't help but blush, bit her lower lip, and thought about it, but couldn't think of a suitable place to take evolution crystals. At this time, Luo Ren smiled and said, isn't it just to find a safe place that will not be discovered by residents? It's simple, I'll find a place for you. Suantong asked, where? Luo Ren pointed at the ground and then at the ceiling. Suantong didn't have to think about the meaning. Luo Ren said that the place he was looking for was a mobile base, but didn't he just say that he wouldn't be in a mobile base? Why are you here again now? This made Suantong very confused and couldn't help but ask, didn't you say you can't be here? Luo Ren looked at the ceiling, pinched his thumb, and kept shaking his right leg, and said, I told Luo Shan and the others. As soon as these words came out, Suantong's pretty face turned red, and she immediately began to think wildly in her mind, I just told Luo Shan and the others, didn't you tell me? That means I can take the evolutionary crystals here. But why did Brother Rin do this? What was his purpose in not giving Luo Shan and the others? Luo Shan and the others? By the way, they are men, so naturally they are nothing to look at, huh, stinking hooligans. Damn it, you gave me the evolution crystal for this purpose. It's so boring. Su Antong immediately became angry and was about to smash the evolutionary crystal in Luo Ren's face, and then scolded him, scoundrel. But then she thought, no, in my impression Brother Rin is not such a person. It is absolutely impossible to spend 6 evolution crystals just to peek at me. Thinking like this, she took a closer look at the evolution crystal in the bag. It was indeed correct, so she confirmed that Luo Ren's purpose was not to peek at herself. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Brother Rin should just be watching. It's because I didn't have a good place to take evolution crystals that allowed me to evolve in the mobile base. I still miss him like that. Suddenly, Su Antong said to Luo Rin with guilt and emotion on her face, I'm sorry, Brother Rin, I wrongly blamed you. Luo Rin was confused. What the hell? Why did you blame me when you were fine just now? Although he couldn't figure out why Su Antong suddenly apologized, Luo Rin still said magnanimously, it's okay. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the mobile base. When he closed the door, he said, I will temporarily lend you my place. Luo Rin did not leave after he went out, but waited outside the mobile base. After a while, he heard Su Antong's uncontrollable scream of pain from inside the mobile base. However, it was quickly suppressed. Luo Rin could not help but admire that a girl could have such a strong ability to endure pain. Although Su Antong's scream only lasted a few seconds, it was still heard by the soldiers on guard and the residents passing by. The soldiers on guard were fine, but the residents passing by stopped and looked towards the mobile base, and discussed, Lao Wang, did I hear it wrong just now? There was a woman screaming in the commander's mobile base? You heard it right, Lao Li. I heard it too. It was a woman's scream, and it sounded particularly painful. Why are you so curious? Is it the reincarnation of Teletubbies? Luo Ren looked at the soldiers on guard and ordered, disperse them all. Yes. The soldiers on guard stepped forward and shouted, hurry up and work, don't stand around here. The residents naturally knew that it was Luo Ren's intention to drive people away. Since the commander had spoken, they didn't want to be bored. They chatted with the people next to them for a few words and left. 2 hours later. Click, the door of the mobile base finally opened. The stench that was expected was not there. Instead, there was a strange smell of perfume. Su Antong, with a slightly blushing face, appeared in front of Luo Ren. Luo Ren, who was originally complaining about why it took so long, was stunned at this moment. Su Antong was wearing a sweater on her upper body and sports shorts on her lower body. Her temperament was already excellent and she was even more beautiful. If he had to describe her in words, Luo Ren could only think of, she is so beautiful that she is stunning and graceful. Because she was so beautiful, even the soldiers on guard couldn't help but look at her sideways. Brother Ren, what's wrong with you? Su Antong suddenly asked. This voice sounded very beautiful to Luo Ren. He thought to himself, how come this voice has become even more beautiful? After standing there for a few seconds, Luo Ren hurried into the mobile base and closed the door with a bang. Such an action startled Su Antong. Her heart was beating fast, and as Luo Ren approached step by step, her whole body began to feel hot, and her eyes closed involuntarily, without any intention of rejection or resistance, just waiting. However, she was obviously wrong. Luo Ren did not take the next step, but walked directly past her into the room. Feeling the breeze blowing by her side, it was obvious that someone was walking over. Su Antong opened her eyes, turned her head and looked. Disappointment flashed across her eyes. After searching for a long time, Luo Ren came out of the room with a baseball cap in his hand. He returned to Su Antong and handed the baseball cap to her, saying, put on the cap when you leave. It's better to wrap it tightly, otherwise I'm afraid some LSPs will be excited. Oh. Su Antong responded, took the cap, still a little unwilling, and immediately asked, Brother Rin, do you think I'm beautiful? Ahem. Luo Ren coughed a few times, then pulled Su Antong to the mirror, pointed at her in the mirror and asked, do you think I can't be beautiful? Su Antong had naturally seen it. To be honest, she was shocked at first sight. She felt that if she were a man, she would definitely like herself now, and she would be willing to be a licking dog. Rubbing her face, Su Antong said very Versailles, no, I think it's average. As she said that, she put on the cap and pressed the duckbill down. Luo Ren was speechless. The next day, morning. On the city wall, Luo Ren stood tall and looked around.
He was going to attack Hucheng the day after tomorrow, which made him look worried. He was not worried about not being able to capture Hucheng, but worried that the existing base would not be able to accommodate the population of Hucheng after transporting them to the base. Although there was still a lot of living space in the outer city, he didn't know how many people there were in Hucheng. If he guessed by the number of soldiers, the minimum number of people in an army of 10,000 people would be 50,000 or more. With such a huge population, the remaining living space was obviously not enough. After thinking about it, he decided to expand the base. He immediately called up the virtual map, drew a square with a length and width of 4 kilometers to trap the existing city, and then chose to build. After the white light, a long city wall emerged. Looking at the city wall, Luo Ren thought, although the area around the base has been cleaned up, the risk factor is not high, but it is better to clean it up again. Jumping down the city wall and coming to the barracks, he saw many guards training. Clearing his throat, Luo Ren shouted, "Assemble!" As soon as this was said, the guards, whether they were training or not, immediately put down their work and assembled quickly, and did not forget to remind their comrades around them. In terms of military quality, the guards showed absolute professionalism. The team of thousands of people quickly assembled and lined up very neatly. At the same time when the team was lined up neatly, 4 figures rushed over and stopped in front of Luo Ren. Luo Ren looked at the 4 people. They were Luo Shan, Luo Hai, Luo Ji, and Luo Li, who had already evolved. The temperament of the 4 people was obviously different from that of the guards who had not eaten the evolution crystal. When they were still, they were like leopards hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to move. When they moved, they were like tigers roaring and attacking with a deadly blow. The physical fitness of the 4 people has been greatly improved, and the senses of the 4 people have also been greatly improved. They can feel how powerful they are at this time. Even if they are Quasi level 2 evolved zombies, they have the power to fight, but when facing Luo Renji at this time, they could not develop any confidence to overcome. This is not because Luo Ren is the master of the base and they are 100% loyal to Luo Ren, but because they feel that Luo Ren's strength is really terrifying. To describe it this way, if they are leopards, then Luo Ren is the tiger, the king of beasts. The difference in strength is obvious. How many evolutionary crystals have you taken? Have you reached the limit? Luo Ren asked. Luo Ji took a step forward and replied, "Sir, I have taken all 6 evolution crystals. The first 5 crystals are all effective, and the 6th crystal only has the effect of replenishing physical strength as you said." Luo Ren nodded and said, "It seems that your limit is 7 evolution crystals. The reason why it is you and not you is because all the guards are biochemical humans produced by the arsenal. Their physiques are naturally the same, and their limits are naturally the same." Ahoo! Another figure flashed by, and Su Antong appeared in front of everyone. Her combat uniform matched her excellent temperament. She was so heroic and heroic. Luo Ren's heart was beating loudly when he saw it, and he thought to himself, "Oh my god, this is what it is. Me, otherwise who can resist it?" Although the guards have their own thinking ability, they are still biochemical people. They have absolute resistance to female sex. Seeing the charming Su Antong, they are much calmer than Luo Ren. "Why did you forget me again?" Su Antong looked at Luo Ren dissatisfied, with a hint of resentment in her tone. "Ha, we are about to arrive here, and we haven't had time to inform you yet." Seeing this, Luo Shan, who was next to him, quickly explained to Luo Ren. Luo Ren said along the way, "Everyone has just gathered. I was about to ask someone to notify you, but I didn't expect you to come by yourself. In this case, there is no need." "That's right." After hearing the explanation, Su Antong relieved her dissatisfaction and immediately asked, "Are we gathering now to go to Hucheng? Didn't we say we would rest for 3 days? The expedition to Hu City is indeed scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I have summoned you today for other matters." Luo Ren said with a smile, "Just pack lightly and come with me." After saying that, Luo Ren walked in front towards the city gate, and the soldiers of the guard army followed him neatly without asking. As the escort marched through the streets, they immediately attracted the attention of the residents, who all started talking about what the Sir is going to do. Soon arriving at the city gate, Luo Ren ordered the city gate to be opened. More than 2,000 guards walked out of the city gate under his leadership. Su Antong followed Luo Ren's footsteps. When they arrived outside the city, they saw the newly built. I am not surprised why the city wall suddenly appeared, because it is already commonplace. I am just a little curious. There is still a lot of living space in the existing city, so why are the city walls still being expanded? With these doubts, Su Antong finally asked for everyone, "Is the Renge base going to be expanded again?"
Luo Ren nodded and said, yes, after whose city is captured, I will move the population of whose city to the base. Then whose city can have an army of 10,000 people, and the number of residents must be at least 50,000. Although there are still many people left in the outer city, there is still not enough space, so we can only choose to expand. The purpose of calling you is to clean up this newly created space and remove all the hidden dangers above. Everyone immediately understood why Luo Ren summoned them. It turned out to be this. Looking at the new area, it was not very big. It would not take long for more than 2,000 people to clean it. No longer talking nonsense, Luo Ren immediately ordered, let's get started. The escorts were ordered to immediately start taking action in small groups, but Su Antong remained motionless. Luo Ren looked at her and asked, you're already here, why don't we go together to eliminate the danger? Su Antong stretched and said, there are so many people. It doesn't make much difference if there is one more than me and one less than me. I won't join in the fun. What she said was true. Luo Ren ignored her and immediately jumped onto the city wall, watching the guards spread out radially below. At this speed, it seemed that it really wouldn't take long. Suddenly, he looked up and saw that an iron tower was also included in the city wall. This made his eyes light up, and he jumped off the city wall and ran towards the iron tower. Seeing this, Su Antong asked puzzledly, Brother Ren, what are you going to do? Curiosity drove her to follow him. Two figures, one in front and one behind, ran fast and soon arrived under the iron tower. Luo Ren looked at the iron tower and was stunned. Su Antong suddenly caught up from behind. He looked over involuntarily and asked, why are you following me? When Su Antong saw that Luo Ren's target was actually an iron tower, her curiosity suddenly disappeared and she said, it's nothing. I thought you had found something good, Brother Ren, but I didn't expect it to be an iron tower. Dang dang. Luo Ren tapped the iron tower with his knuckles, making a crisp sound. He smiled and said, this is a good thing. Su Antong asked in confusion, isn't it just an abandoned signal tower? What good thing can it be? Brother Ren, do you plan to dismantle it and make weapons? She looked left and right but didn't realize how good and novel the iron tower was. The most useful thing was the steel, which would weigh dozens of tons if dismantled, and could be used to make a lot of firearms. But for Luo Ren, it seems that there is no need to use the iron to make guns, and dismantling this iron tower is a difficult task, and it may lead to human life. Although human life is not valuable now, it is a stranger she is talking about. I believe Luo Ren will let residents do such difficult technical work, so Su Antong still can't guess what's so good about this thing in front of her. Luo Ren explained with a smile, although this iron tower is rusty on the surface, it can still be used as a signal tower as long as it is properly repaired and powered on. When the time comes, we can find some technical talents in communications and we can build one. Mobile phone. I see. So, this iron tower is indeed a good thing. Su Antong didn't know anything about communications. She just thought Luo Ren's idea was very good and she also agreed with it. If a mobile phone could really be developed, it would be really convenient. But she didn't know if any of the tens of thousands of people in the base had this knowledge. Talent. While the two of them were talking, the radiation cleanup of the escort army had also arrived here. Judging from the situation, it would be completed in less than half an hour. Clang! Slapping the iron tower, Luo Ren said, you have to do things quickly. Let's go back. Let's go back and recruit some communications talents. Returning to the city, Luo Ren found Saudi Arabia and handed over the matter of recruiting communication technology talents to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's method of recruiting talents is very simple. They directly publish notices. It doesn't take long for talents with research and communications to be brought to Luo Ren by Saudi Arabia. 3 people came with Saudi Arabia, all of them men. 2 of them didn't have very thick hair, and one of them also had such a crisis. Luo Ren was a little doubtful whether Saudi Arabia chose people based on their hair. The chief is the spiritual leader of all residents. The 3 were so excited when they saw Luo Ren that they were speechless for a moment. Saad introduced them, they are Deng Gang, Hui, and Xiao Jing. These 3 are communication technicians. Luo Ren nodded and asked, I don't understand communication either. Let me ask you, if there is a signal tower that has not been powered for more than half a year in front of you, are you sure you can use it? And after using it, I want you to design a set of signal waves that can be used for internal communication in our base. After hearing this, the 3 people looked embarrassed at the same time. Obviously, this is a big problem. After a few seconds of silence, the one called Deng Gang said, Commander, what you said is indeed very difficult, and the conditions of the base in terms of communication are limited. After Deng Gang finished speaking, the other two nodded in agreement. Luo Ren frowned. It seems that it is very difficult to build internal communications. I wonder if the base will unlock communication equipment or talents after it is upgraded to level 3. By the way, I don't know how many people are needed to upgrade to level 3. Thinking of this, Luo Ren asked in his heart, system, how many people are needed to upgrade the base to level 3? Upgrading the base to level 4 requires 500,000 people. 500,000. Luo Ren was shocked by this number. Population is not points. 500,000 people is still very difficult. The base now has less than 60,000 people. Even if it goes to Huqing the day after tomorrow and successfully breaks through Huqing and obtains the population of Huqing, it is estimated that it can reach more than 100,000, but this is still a big gap compared to 500,000. Luo Ren sighed, looked at the three people, and said, okay, you three go down. After the three left, Luo Ren looked at Saudi Arabia again and said, you go and get busy too. Pay more attention to communication talents in the future. If you find them, ask me again about the paragraph I just said. If you can do it, bring them to me. If you can't, don't use them. Time passed in a hurry, and it was 2 days later. The number of escorts was finally restored to 3,000, and all previously damaged vehicles had been repaired. The same scene as 3 days ago, 2,000 escorts, dozens of troop transport trucks, dozens of troop transport armored vehicles, and 9 tanks gathered outside the city. Set off! Luo Ren gave the order and the team set off in great force. The vehicle was driving on a familiar road. After about 50 minutes, the speed of the vehicle gradually slowed down. On the off-road vehicle, Luo Ren was closing his eyes to rest, while Su Anon was watching Luo Ren from the side, wondering what he was thinking about. Suddenly, Luo Shan's voice came from the intercom in the car. I am Luo Shan, I am Luo Shan. Sir, there is a small town 2 kilometers ahead. Please decide whether we should go straight through the small town or take a detour. Luo Ren opened his eyes slowly, and Su Antong also retracted her eyes at this moment. After thinking for a while, Luo Ren said, let's take a detour. Although he has reached the level of a level 2 evolver, if he faces that level 2 zombie again, it is completely possible to be 100% undefeated, not to mention 100% victorious. Moreover, Luo Shan, Luo Hai and the others have all reached the pinnacle of level 1 evolutionaries, and can be invincible even against quasi-level 2 zombies. Therefore, he is fully confident in annihilating the zombies in the town in one fell swoop. However, things came first. The main purpose of this expedition was to attack Hu City. There was no need to provoke the zombies in the town and cause unnecessary losses. It would not be too late to turn around and deal with those zombies after Hu City was conquered. Luo Shan responded, Roger it. The speed of the car increased again, and when we reached the fork in the road, we decisively chose to bypass the town. Hu City, the city lord's mansion. Hu Tian's face was as gloomy as the dark clouds in the sky, and the anger in his eyes was as horrifying as lightning. Chen Huai and a group of officers stood on both sides of the hall and did not dare to speak. Clatter! 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 The sound of fingers tapping on the armrests of the chair was very rhythmic. Every sound that fell into the ears of Chen Huai and other officers made their hearts beat. Report suddenly, a small soldier quickly ran into the lobby, knelt down on one knee with a plop, clasped his hands in his fists, and said, report to the lord of the city that Mr. Xiao Zhengqing has arrived. Hu Tian's eyes flashed, his face suddenly lit up, and he smiled brightly, please come quickly. After a while, a man with a height of 1.75 meters, neither thin nor fat, and a round face walked into the lobby under the leadership of Xiao Bing. Hu Tian immediately stepped down from the city lord's throne to greet him. He took Xiao Zhengqing's hand and said with a smile, long time no see, brother Xiao. Xiao Zhengqing, the round-faced man, was also smiling and said, yes, brother Hu, we must have not seen each other for more than a month. Ah yes, come on, please sit down. Hu Tianxiao pulled Xiao Zhengqing to the left side closest to the city lord's throne and asked him to sit down here. Chen Huai and other officers were all standing, but Xiao Zhengqing not only had a place to sit, but also had the most respected position besides the city leader's seat. This shows how much Hu Tian values this person. Hu Tian sat back on the city lord's throne, clapped his hands with a smile, and saw 2 beauties in sexy clothes coming up with tea and fruit respectively. Xiao Zhengqing saw 2 beauties coming towards him and sneered in his heart, beauty trap. The 2 beauties put the tea and fruit on the table to the right of Xiao Zhengqing, and at the same time blinked at Xiao Zhengqing charmingly. Seeing that Xiao Zhengqing ignored him, one of them poured the tea and said softly, if you eat this fruit, you will lose one. The city lord is not willing to eat it, and today in order to entertain Mr. Xiao, the city lord took it out specially. which shows that the city lord attaches great importance to Mr. Xiao. In this situation, it would be nice to have a full meal. This fruit is indeed a rare thing. When Xiao Zhengqing heard this, he did not look at the fruit, but at the woman who was speaking. Her eyes were like a pool of autumn water, her mouth was like a small cherry, her slim waist seemed to be held by one hand, and her slender white legs were even more beautiful. It can arouse the fire in the hearts of most men. It also aroused the evil fire in Xiao Zhengqing's heart, but business matters were more important. He suppressed the evil fire and looked back at Hu Tian, only to see Hu Tian looking at him with a smile. Xiao Zhengqing said, "Brother whose warm hospitality is accepted with all my heart. Let's get down to business first." Hu Tian Dao, okay, let's get down to business. I have described the matter clearly in the letter. I guess Brother Xiao should be very clear about my needs. Xiao Zhengqing nodded and said, "Yes, I understand everything. I didn't expect that there were tanks in that base. They were really well hidden. Brother Hu, you were indeed defeated unjustly. As for your request for our wasteland kingdom to send troops to destroy the base, this is too risky and we cannot agree to it. However, we can agree to protect your safety and try our best to protect the safety of Hu City." Hu Tian was a little disappointed when he heard that he could not send troops, but when he heard that Hu City could be protected, he breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, if you keep the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. He smiled and said, "Thank you so much to the Kingdom of Wasteland and Brother Xiao." Xiao Zhengqing waved his hand and said, "Brother Hu, please thank me after you listen to our conditions first." Hu Tian said seriously, "What are the conditions?" Xiao Zhengqing said, "Our conditions are very simple, that is, from now on Hu City will be Hu City of the Wasteland Kingdom, the soldiers of Hu City will be the soldiers of the Wasteland Kingdom, and the residents of Hu City will also be the residents of our Wasteland Kingdom." As soon as these words came out, the hall was in an uproar, and all the officers were talking about it. Some were unwilling to fight to the death, and some chose to live quietly. Hu Tian's face was solemn. Although he said it in 3 steps, there was only one actual request, that is, Hu Cheng surrendered to the Wasteland Kingdom and obeyed the orders of the Wasteland Kingdom in all matters. Is this the only requirement? Hu Tian asked unwillingly. After all, Hu City was founded by him, and he could do whatever he wanted in Hu City, and everything had to be obeyed by him. But once he is merged into the Wasteland Kingdom, he will have to obey the arrangements of the Wasteland Kingdom. Not to mention that he can no longer do whatever he wants, and may even be deposed as the city lord of Hu City. No, he will definitely be deposed as the city lord, because no force is willing to do so. Let the ruler of the city under you be someone who is not loyal to you. Xiao Zhengqing picked up the teacup, blew away the rising water vapor, took a sip, and said as if unintentionally, "When I came, the vehicles drove through the streets of Hucheng, but the scene was a little different from the last time I came. It seemed that there were soldiers, the number has become smaller." Hu Tian's face changed greatly when he heard this, but Xiao Zhengqing was not ready to shut up, and continued, "Oh, by the way, speaking of City Lord Hu Tian, the 3 cannons you borrowed from us have not been returned yet. We only rented them to you, but if I don't sell it to you, the few supplies you have, let alone 3 cannons, are not enough even if you buy 3 cannons. Now the lease period has already expired, right? When does City Lord Hu plan to return it? If we don't return it, our Wasteland Kingdom will be not very friendly to those who break their trust." Xiao Zhengqing's title changed from Brother Hu to City Lord Hu Tian. Although there was only a difference of 3 words, the meaning changed a lot. It was no longer a good discussion, but a hint of threat. After Xiao Zhengqing finished speaking, he stared at Hu Tian with a smile, waiting for his answer. Hu Tian naturally heard the meaning of Xiao Zhengqing's words. The letter of help he wrote to the Wasteland Kingdom made it very clear. Now that Xiao Zhengqing mentioned the matter of the 3 cannons, he was simply asking why the cannons were not returned as scheduled. Didn't he know? It was obvious that he knew, but he still said this, emphasizing the 4 words "not very friendly," which was like a heavy punch hitting Hu Tian's heart. The meaning is nothing more than, if you, Hu Tian, don't surrender to the Wasteland Kingdom, just wait and see. Hu Tian held the armrests of the chair tightly with both hands. Because he used too much force, his palms were red and the veins on his arms were highlighted. Then I heard the discussions of many officers. Most of them felt that they should compromise and surrender to the Wasteland Kingdom. After all, nothing was more important than survival. He couldn't help but look at Chen Huai, and saw that Chen Huai didn't comment, just lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. However, seeing the change in Hu Tian's face and the delay in answering, Xiao Zhengqing continued, "As long as City Lord Hu agrees to our conditions, then everyone will be our own from now on, and the 3 cannons will be treated as a gift. Naturally, we won't pursue it.
Well, after a long silence, a helpless sigh spread throughout the lobby, and many officers stopped talking. They turned their attention to Hu Tian, waiting for his upcoming decision. Xiao Jingqing still looked at Hu Tian with a smile, waiting for him to speak out his final decision. Hu Tian's eyes swept across everyone in the lobby, and finally fell on Xiao Jingqing's face. He stood up, bowed slightly and said, "Brother Xiao, from now on, whose city is willing to surrender to the Wasteland Kingdom?" As his words fell, other officers also learned to bow slightly towards Xiao Zhengqing, and expressed their opinions one after another. "I, Li Shu, am willing to surrender to the Wasteland Kingdom." "I, Zhang De, am willing to surrender to the Wasteland Kingdom." "I, Chen Huai, am willing to surrender to the Wasteland Kingdom." Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhengqing laughed loudly, stood up suddenly, and said, "Okay. Now that whose city has surrendered to my Wasteland Kingdom, we will be a family from now on, and our Wasteland Kingdom will definitely protect everyone."
"Thank you, Mr. Xiao, thank you, Wasteland Kingdom,"
many officers said with flattering faces. The performance of these people was seen by Hu Tian. He had just announced his surrender and started to flatter him. If he was still allowed to be the lord of Hu City, he would definitely throw these scoundrels into the wild to feed the zombies as soon as possible. After the joy, Xiao Zhengqing said, "Brother Hu, please pack up and leave for Sanctuary City number 3 immediately." The goal has been achieved, and Xiao Zhengqing returned to calling Hu Tian Brother Hu, but what he said made Hu Tian frown and asked, "Brother Xiao, why do we go to Wasteland Sanctuary City number 3? He asked like this, but he was thinking in his heart, could it be that as soon as I surrender, I will be deposed as the city lord and imprisoned in Sanctuary City number 3? This Wasteland Kingdom would be too much. Although he didn't say it out loud, how could Xiao Zhengqing not guess what Hu Tian was thinking, and immediately explained, "Our intelligence personnel have detected that the base guards gathered early in the morning, and the purpose is very clear to be Hu City. It is estimated that they are already far away at this time. Halfway through, the army will arrive at the city in more than 2 hours. Hu City's current military strength is completely unable to resist, so for the safety of you and your men, please go to Sanctuary City number 3 immediately." Hu Tian was shocked when he heard that the escort army would arrive at the city in more than an hour. At the same time, he praised the Wasteland Kingdom for its cautiousness. He wrote a letter 3 days ago and just sent Xiao Zhengqing here today. It turned out that he was going to deploy people. Went to the surveillance base. At this point, it is indeed not suitable to stay in Hu City, otherwise it will be a dead end. Hu Tian immediately nodded and agreed, "Okay." After leading a group of officers and Xiao Zhengqing out of the city lord's palace, Hu Tian immediately issued an order to mobilize vehicles and fuel in the city, and he and a group of officers quickly boarded the vehicles. The city gate was wide open. Hu Tian boarded the Hummer and looked out the window. He saw Xiao Zhengqing explaining something to the two of them in a low voice. Then he patted the two on the shoulders and said with a smile, "Remember, safety comes first, you guys. We must protect City Lord Hu's safety." When Hu Tian heard what he meant, it seemed that Xiao Zhengqing did not intend to go to Sanctuary City number 3 with them, so he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xiao, aren't you going with us?" Xiao Zhengqing smiled and said, "Hu City currently belongs to the Wasteland Kingdom. Naturally, I have to try my best to protect Hu City. The few people I have arranged will take you to Sanctuary City number 3. Go ahead." Hu Tian Dao, there are currently less than 5,000 troops in the city. Luo Ren's escort is very powerful. Such a small force cannot resist it. Brother Xiao, if you stay, you will die. Hurry up and get in the car with us on the 3rd, Sanctuary City. It won't be too late to report to the kingdom and send an army to take back Hu City. Xiao Zhengqing said calmly, "I have my own way to deal with Luo Ren. Brother Hu, just don't worry. What on earth is this Xiao Zhengqing trying to do?" Hu Tian thought hard and was suddenly startled. Could it be that he was lying to me? Luo Ren didn't come to attack Hu City today and let us go to Sanctuary City number 3 just to imprison him. Then he and his people will take over Hu City. However, he soon felt relieved. Hu City and the base were already fighting to the death. Even if Luo Ren didn't come today, he would come tomorrow. If he didn't come tomorrow, he would come one day. If he wanted the Wasteland Kingdom to send troops to protect Hu City, then he, Hu Tian, must step down from the position of City Lord, otherwise why would the Wasteland Kingdom send troops? And if this is the case, then he has nothing to care about, because what he cares about is not the position of the City Lord, but the power of the City Lord and what these powers can enjoy. Hu Tian sighed. Anyway, it would be a matter of time for the base to attack the city. If he did not agree to the conditions of the Wasteland Kingdom, the Wasteland Kingdom would also make a fuss about the 3 cannons.
Since he has chosen to surrender, then just follow the arrangement. As usual. If you want to keep the Green Hills, you won't have to worry about having no firewood. You have to live first before you have a chance. Hu Tian stuck his head out of the window and shouted, Chen Huai. Chen Huai, who was in the vehicle behind him, immediately got out of the car after hearing this and ran over quickly, saying, City Lord, please look for me. You stay to assist Mr. Xiao. Hu Tian said to Chen Huai, then looked at Xiao Zhengqing and said, Brother Xiao, I guess you are not very clear about the affairs in the city. I asked Chen Huai to stay and assist you. You see how about it. This Hu Tian. Xiao Zhengqing was disdainful, but still had a smile on his face and said, Okay, then let's stay. Chen Huai was unwilling to do so and said anxiously, My lord, city lord, he heard clearly about the escort army's attack on the city today, and it was clear that if he was allowed to stay, wouldn't he be risking his own death? At this moment, he felt very aggrieved. Didn't he do enough for Hu Tian? Why was he the one who died and not others? His fists clenched involuntarily, and his anger was about to burst out, but Hu Tian didn't pay any attention to him, but interrupted him and said, Do it well. Hu Tian just said this in order to set off, leaving behind Chen Huai who was trembling with suppressed anger. When Xiao Zhengqing saw Chen Huai, his eyes flashed. He couldn't guess what Hu Tian meant by leaving Chen Huai. It was just to place someone's hand beside him and make plans for the future. It was a pity, he was afraid he wouldn't use it. Arrive? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhengqing smiled and thought to himself, Hu Tian actually believed a few lies. It's much easier than imagined. When the eldest brother's army arrives, whose city will have more than 4,000 troops and tens of thousands. The entire population belongs to my sanctuary city number 3. As for Hu Tian and your men, Xiao Zhengqing's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent, and he sneered in his heart, returning to the city lord's mansion, Xiao Zhengqing sat on Hu Tian's city lord's throne. There was no one in the lobby at this time, and it was really boring. Xiao Zhengqing picked up a teacup, looked at it carefully, and then twisted his neck and made a clicking sound. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the woman who had poured him tea, and his heart began to heat up. He couldn't control the strength in his hand, and with a click, the ceramic teacup was crushed to pieces by him. He looked at a door on the right. He clearly remembered that the woman entered the lobby through this door. The heat in his heart made him unbearable, so he stood up and walked towards that door. Entering the door, there was a courtyard. His ears moved and he heard the woman's laughter. He felt happy and looked up. He came to the door of a house, where the sound came from. Bang! Kicking the door open, the woman's laughter immediately disappeared. Xiao Zhengqing saw 2 women in the room. One of them was the one who was serving tea and water. He licked his lips, and a ball of evil fire was blazing in his abdomen. Burn up! The 2 women were startled at first. Once they could see clearly who was coming, they immediately put on charming smiles and greeted them politely. After more than 2 hours of driving, we finally saw the city of Hu's city as far as the eye could see. Hu's city covers a large area, but the city wall is not strong. It is similar to the kind of wall in an ordinary factory park. It is even worse in some places. It is completely incomparable with the city wall of the base. There are many fields scattered outside Hucheng. It is now the late autumn, and various crops have been harvested. Therefore, these fields are covered with traces of harvest residues. However, the crops grown on them have been harvested. Only a few places still have a touch of green. Green, those are relatively cold-resistant green vegetables that have not yet been picked. Although the crops have been harvested, there are still many Hucheng residents picking carefully in these fields, as if they can dig out food from the soil. These Hucheng people are also malnourished and emaciated. Overall it just looks better than Paradise City. Their waists were bent downward, their faces almost touching the ground, and they were rummaging carefully for possible food. However, even though it was like this, no one among them paid attention to the touch of green in that small area. The escort troops came to the city. When the people in the field saw it, they turned around and ran away with frightened expressions. To them, this was a strange army, an army with unknown intentions. Therefore, they have to stay far away. If the elders of this army are murderous and they suddenly attack, it will be really bad luck. The vehicle stopped, the tank in front of it spread out, and the turret adjusted in preparation for battle. On the off-road vehicle, Luo Shan's voice came from the intercom. I am Luo Shan, sir, we have arrived in Hucheng. Is it finally here? After opening the car door and getting out of the car, Luo Ring quickly came to the front of the team. He saw fear written all over the faces of the Hu city soldiers guarding the city, and their legs were shaking. After all, the enemy was attacking the city and there were still tanks.
Anyone who sees them will be scared. Moreover, they have seen the power of these tanks, and the scene of their comrades being blown to pieces in front of their eyes is still vivid in their minds. Luo Ren took a loudspeaker and said, "If you don't want to die, open the city gate and surrender." The soldiers of the Hu city army looked at each other. They didn't know that Hu Tian had left the city, so they weighed in their hearts repeatedly between surrendering and not surrendering. If Hu Tian knew about opening the city gate to surrender, he would definitely die, but if he surrendered, Luo Ren might not let him go. It's really hard to choose. Luo Ren raised one hand and shouted, "I will count to 5. If you haven't decided after counting 5, then I will attack the city by force." 1, 2, 3. Every sound of a number was like a bomb exploding in the ears of the soldiers guarding Hu city. They were struggling and still unable to make a decision, but Luo Ren would not wait for them long. When the number 4 sounded, the air suddenly solidified, breathing suddenly paused, and everything in the world seemed to stop. Only the last finger of Luo Ren's hand was slowly clenching, and he saw that the entire palm of his hand was about to make a fist. Sudden, etc. An anxious voice reached Luo Ren's ears. When he heard the sound, he looked around and saw Chen Huai running all the way. He was panting after stopping. Luo Ren smiled, but his finger did not fall down in the end. Hu Tian, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Today I just want the guards to destroy Hu city without any effort. Chen Huai thought viciously in his heart, and then ordered, "Open the city gate." The soldier next to him thought he heard wrongly and looked at Chen Huai in surprise. Chen Huai kicked the soldier and shouted, "Look what I'm doing, open the city gate quickly." The soldier knew that Chen Huai was the right-hand man of the city lord Hu Tian. Seeing how determined he was, he thought it was the city lord who ordered the surrender. He immediately opened the city gate without any hesitation. When the other soldiers saw the scene, they also consciously raised their guns. Raise it high, and then kneel down neatly in a row. It would be best not to attack by force. Luo Ren ordered, "Enter the city." 9 tanks and 2,000 escorts entered Hu city without any hindrance. Luo Ren immediately ordered the collection of the firearms of the Hu city army. He came to Chen Huai and said, "Long time no see." Chen Huai looked flattering and said, "Long time no see, sir." "Yes." Luo Ren nodded and said without any nonsense, "Take me to see Hu Tian." Chen Huaidao, "Sir, Hu Tian is no longer in the city." "What do you mean?" Luo Ren asked confused. "He is not in the city, he escaped? Then who gave the order to surrender?" Chen Huai smiled and said, "Sir, I am the only officer of the Hu Cheng army in the city at this time. It is naturally my idea to surrender." Oh, Luo Ren understood immediately, nodded knowingly, and said, "Well done." Luo Ren called Luo Shan, Luo Hai and Luo Ji Luoli, and said, "Luo Hai and Luo Ji Luoli, the 3 of you will each take 100 people to count the number of residents in the city. Luo Shan, you stay behind to take care of these prisoners." After the mission was assigned, Luo Ren looked at Su Antong and said, "Antong, take 50 people and follow me to the Lord's mansion in Hu city." He glanced at Chen Huai and said, "Lead the way." Chen Huai was naturally willing. He walked forward with a smile and led the way. After a while, he arrived at the city lord's mansion. When the guards of the city lord's mansion saw the enemy, they immediately raised their guns, but were immediately scolded by Chen Huai, saying, "Bring it on, put the gun down." The guards hesitated for a while and finally put down their guns, not only because Chen Huai was an officer and had a higher rank than them, but more importantly because the 50 men on the other side were well equipped and strong, and they simply couldn't beat them. Luo Ren ordered people to collect the firearms of the guards, and then left 10 people to guard him. He was about to enter the city lord's palace. At this time, Chen Huai stepped forward and blocked the door. Luo Ren looked at him doubtfully, with questioning eyes. "What do you mean?" "Chen Huaidao, sir, before I go in, I have to explain to you that Hu Tian has left, but now there is a character inside who is even more powerful than Hu Tian. This person is called Xiao Zhengqing, and he is the deputy of the Wasteland Kingdom's Sanctuary City No. 3. City Lord. What Wasteland Kingdom? What Sanctuary City No. 3? Luo Ren heard these 2 names for the first time and couldn't help but ask. Chen Huai explained, "This Wasteland Kingdom is a very large force. It is rumored that it was founded by the commander of the H City Military Division. There are 4 sanctuary cities, namely Sanctuary City No. 1, Sanctuary City No. 2, and Sanctuary City No. 3. Sanctuary City No. 4 foot, the total strength of these sanctuary cities is tens of thousands, and the overall equipment is much better than that of the Hu City Army. Moreover, I heard that Sanctuary City No. 1, which is the capital city of the Wasteland Kingdom, has more than 10 tanks."
More artillery bazookas. Speaking of this, Chen Huai scratched his head in embarrassment and said, the cannons and rocket launchers used to attack the base were borrowed from the Wasteland Kingdom. With tens of thousands of troops and tanks, the Wasteland Kingdom is indeed a huge guy and deserves attention. I just don't know why Xiao Zhengqing, the deputy city lord of Sanctuary City number 3, is in Hu City. Could it be that Hu Tian has defected to the Wasteland Kingdom? Luo Ren asked, why is Hu Tian not in the city lord's mansion, but this Xiao Zhengqing is in the city lord's mansion? Chen Huaidao, Hu Tian has taken refuge in the Wasteland Kingdom. The current Hu City is supposed to be the territory of the Wasteland Kingdom. As for Hu Tian, he set out for Sanctuary City number 3. It has been an hour. To be honest, I don't know why Xiao Zhengqing stayed. There were only 4,000 troops left in Hu City, and he did not lead an army. Moreover, he knew that sir, you came to attack Hu City today, but he said that he had a way to deal with you. This I really can't figure out what he can do. Knowing that the troops in the city were not strong enough to resist the escort, Xiao Zhengqing had the confidence to deal with him. This piqued Luo Ren's interest. He couldn't wait to meet Xiao Zhengqing, the deputy city lord of the so-called Queen's Sanctuary City in Wasteland Kingdom 3. After Chen Huai explained everything, he stopped blocking him and stepped aside. At the same time, he thought in his mind, my performance should be able to get a life. Walking into the city lord's palace, I came to the hall. There was no one in the hall at this time, but if I moved my ears, I could hear extremely passionate voices coming from the side door. The male voice was dull and ecstatic, and the female voice was charming and seductive. Luo Ren was not ignorant of the world. He is a child, and he also watches a lot of action and romance movies. Could he not recognize what this familiar voice is doing? Su Anhong, who followed in, also heard the ecstatic voice. Her face suddenly turned red, and she cursed secretly, shameless. Luo Ren looked at her and said with a smile, I'm so shy. Snort! Su Antong's face turned red with embarrassment, and she turned away and ignored Luo Ren. Luo Ren smiled and stopped teasing her. After hearing the sound, he left and came to a door. The sound inside was still going on, and the situation was getting more and more intense. Moreover, when he got closer and listened carefully, there were actually two voices from different women. Luo Ren couldn't help but touch his chin at the sound, thinking, good guy, he's really good at playing. He took out the pistol from his waist and fired 2 shots into the sky. Bang bang! The passionate sounds in the room suddenly stopped, followed by the sound of people getting dressed, and then an angry shout sounded, who? Are you looking for death? When doing this kind of thing, anyone who is disturbed will become furious. Bang! Luo Ren didn't care about this and kicked open the door. He saw a bright spring inside. 1 man and 2 women were disheveled. The 2 women seemed to have exhausted a lot of physical strength. They were lying on the bed panting, while the man his face was gloomy and his eyes were ferocious, staring at Luo Ren like a hungry wolf, his teeth grinding loudly. Hu Tian is not here, but if he can play like this, then this person should be Xiao Zhengqing in Chen Huai's mouth. Luo Ren looked at the person in front of him calmly. Who are you? Xiao Zhengqing saw a strange face, and the man's temperament did not look like that of an ordinary Huqing soldier. He immediately suppressed the anger in his heart that was suddenly interrupted and asked. The kingdom of Wasteland is so powerful that Luo Ren doesn't want to antagonize it for the time being, but he still wants to see how Xiao Zhengqing can deal with him, so he announces his identity and says, didn't you say you are sure of dealing with me? Why don't you even know what I look like? Don't you even know? Xiao Zhengqing frowned and thought carefully about the meaning of the man in front of him. He was suddenly startled and took a few steps back involuntarily. His face was full of surprise. He thought in his heart, it's Luo Ren. He's really here. And the fact that he appears here now means that the escort has already invaded Hu City. I was just saying casually to deceive Hu Tian. This Luo Ren actually attacked Hu City today. What a coincidence. Xiao Zhengqing was full of bitterness. What he said about arranging manpower to monitor the base and learning that Luo Ren sent troops to Hu City today was just a lie made up casually to deceive Hu Tian. But who would have thought that Luo Ren would actually send troops today? My heart is really more bitter than eating coptas. Putting away the anger in his heart, the gloom on his face dissipated, and he put on his signature smiling expression. As the saying goes, soldiers will stop you, and water will cover you. Since the plan cannot keep up with the changes, you can only make new plans according to the changes. Xiao Zhengqing straightened his clothes, walked forward with a smile, and said, it turns out to be Commander Luo Ren. I have been looking up to you for a long time. I am the deputy city lord of Sanctuary City number 3 of the Wasteland Kingdom, Xiao Zhengqing. He was the first to reveal his identity. If Luo Ren knew that the Wasteland Kingdom would be wary of him, he would gain the next initiative. Seeing his smiling face, Luo Ren's first feeling was that there was a knife hidden in his smile. However, he was not a vegetarian. He also put on a smiling face and said, "Oh, it turns out to be Asylum number 3 of the Wasteland Kingdom. Xiao Zhengqing, the Deputy City Lord of the city, has heard a little bit about it. Deputy City Lord Xiao is really capable. He actually appeared in Hu City and slept with Hu Tian's woman in the City Lord's palace. Of course, I don't care about this. What I'm most curious about is that Deputy City Lord Xiao said there is a way to deal with me and my escorts. I don't know what the way is?" Xiao Zhengqing looked past Luo Ren and saw that there was no one else behind him. He looked back at Luo Ren and saw that Luo Ren only had a pistol and a saber on his body. His heart suddenly froze. "Whatever I can do, I will let you. I know what the method is, as the saying goes, to capture the thief first, capture the king." His eyes suddenly became cold and stern, his 5 fingers bent into claws, and he quickly grabbed Luo Ren's neck. His speed was far faster than that of ordinary humans, and even compared to level 1 speed evolved zombies. Unfortunately, Luo Ren has already reached the level of a level 2 evolver. This attack, which is extremely fast in the eyes of others, is seen as slow in Luo Ren's eyes. He easily dodged it by turning sideways, and then under Xiao Zhengqing's incredible gaze. Grab his wrist and squeeze it gently. Click. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and the severe pain caused Xiao Zhengqing's face to twist and deform, and he couldn't help but squeeze out a few tears. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. It's because I can't see Taishan. Sir Luo Ren, please spare my life." Xiao Zhengqing kept shouting for mercy. He never thought that Luo Ren's personal strength would be so strong. At this time, he felt extremely regretful. He did something blindly for nothing. He was really seeking death. At this time, Xiao Zhengqing's screams of pain had spread throughout the city lord's palace. Suantong and the escort soldiers who were waiting in the hall immediately rushed over and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Luo Ren was not injured. "Brother Ren, what's going on?" Suantong stepped forward and asked. Luo Ren smiled and said, "It's okay. This is Xiao Zhengqing, the Deputy City Lord of Sanctuary City number 3 of the Wasteland Kingdom. We are having a friendly discussion." As he spoke, he let go of Xiao Zhengqing's hand, and the force of the pull made Xiao Zhengqing stumble back involuntarily. In the end, he lost his balance and fell onto his back with a plop. Seeing this funny scene, Suantong couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Xiao Zhengqing quickly got up from the ground, turned his back to Luo Ren, took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and then turned around with a smile on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Suantong. Sure was stunned and murmured, "Is this a fairy from heaven falling to earth?" Suantong frowned, feeling very uncomfortable being stared at by Xiao Zhengqing's fiery eyes, so she couldn't help but move behind Luo Ren. Seeing this, Luo Ren couldn't help but feel an unknown fire in his heart. He stepped forward and kicked him with a clang, sending him flying and hitting the wall hard, scaring the 2 women in the room into screaming. And at the same time he cursed angrily, "You are watching, believe it or not, I dug out your eyes." After the kick, I had a thought in my mind and thought to myself, why am I so emotionally unstable all of a sudden? He has always considered himself a very rational person, and he has never experienced such a nameless anger before. But just now, Xiao Zhengqing just stared at Suantong, but he couldn't help but have a nameless anger. This made him unable to understand why he was so angry. So, Xiao Zhengqing got up from the ground holding his stomach. Luo Ren's kick made his stomach turbulent, as if all his internal organs had been displaced. At this time, he still dared to stare at Suantong like he did just now, just taking a sneak peek. He quickly looked away, fearing that Luo Ren would get angry and kick him again. On the surface he was submissive, but in his heart he was roaring wildly, "Luo Ren, who has been stabbed 1,000 times, dares to kick me? Just wait. I won't argue with you now. When I escape and return to Sanctuary City number 3, I must let my eldest brother send troops to destroy your base, and then get your woman in front of you. Such a beautiful woman can only belong to me." Luo Ren saw Xiao Zhengqing's little moves and thought to himself, this guy is quite scheming and flexible, but he is better than people like Long Qi and Hu Tian. He was thinking about how to deal with Xiao Zhengqing. If he killed him, he would definitely provoke the Wasteland Kingdom, which was a troublesome matter. After thinking about it, Luo Ren came to the final conclusion, it's better to take him into custody first, and then go explore the reality of this Wasteland Kingdom, making plans. Luo Ren actually has only 2 plans. Killing or imprisoning him is the first plan, and the second plan is to let him go. If the strength of the Wasteland Kingdom is not something to be afraid of, then the first one is the first one.
If the strength of the Wasteland Kingdom is really strong, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, then let him go.
If the Wasteland Kingdom is not satisfied with letting him go, then he can only beat him. Although there are only 3,000 guardsmen, there are tens of thousands of residents in the base. With the advantage of the system, Luo Ren is sure that all the people will be armed overnight. He still doesn't believe it. The tens of thousands of troops in the Wasteland Kingdom are all elites. They are all that the so-called professional soldiers of military divisions. Someone, seize it.
Luo Ren waved his hand, and 4 guard soldiers rushed forward and detained Xiao Zhengqing. Although he was an evolved human, his strength and speed were stronger than ordinary guard soldiers, but Luo Ren was standing there.
He had seen Luo Ren.
With his terrifying strength, he didn't dare to act rashly. With his arms tied behind his back by stainless steel handcuffs and his head pressed against the muzzle of a gun, Xiao Zhengqing did not dare to resist in order to survive.
Luo Ren took a step forward and asked, "What's going on with your strength and speed?"
Last time Gozhai Qingtai died, but there was no answer as to whether natural evolution existed. The Xiao Zhengqing in front of him didn't know whether he had taken evolution crystals or evolved naturally. Of course, he had to ask carefully.
I am so powerful, how can I not know it? I really know what I know.
Xiao Zhengqing thought in his heart and said, I ate the milky white crystals in the heads of mutated zombies.
What our Wasteland Kingdom calls strengthening crystals has improved my physical fitness.
It's been greatly improved. It turns out that it was also through evolution crystals.
Luo Ren then asked,
is there anyone in your Wasteland Kingdom who has not taken evolution crystals, that is, strengthening crystals, and became like you?
Xiao Zhengqing shook his head and said firmly, no. Luo Ren asked, how many evolved humans are there in the Wasteland Kingdom? Xiao Zhengqing replied, it's very rare. The fact that strengthening crystals can strengthen human body quality is too important. Only people above the city lord are qualified to know. If it weren't for my eldest brother being the city lord of Sanctuary City number 3, I wouldn't have the opportunity to take strengthening crystals. From this point of view, natural evolution is almost impossible.
Qingtai of Go Village should have taken the evolutionary crystal by chance.
However, this Wasteland Kingdom does have something.
With 4 cities and 4 city lords, plus this guy, at least there are 5 evolvers. Level 2 zombies are powerful, can control the zombie swarms, and have a certain amount of intelligence. Their number is currently small, so they should not be hunted down by this Wasteland Kingdom. However, it is possible to hunt down those quasi-level 2 zombies.
I wonder if there are any level 2 evolvers. Luo Ren thought to himself.
Although in a large-scale war, the strength of a strong individual has limited effect, it does not mean that it is unimportant.
If the Wasteland Kingdom has level 2 evolvers, then he has to beware of assassinations by the opponent.
After all, the base is different from other forces. If the leaders of other forces are assassinated, then new successors will naturally appear, or they will split into several small forces, each acting independently.
But there is only Luo Ren in the base.
If he dies, the base will collapse immediately, and all the escorts will lose their vitality immediately. It seems that it is necessary to improve one's own strength.
Luo Ren couldn't help but think of the town on the way. Isn't there a real level 2 zombie there?
Its evolution crystal is a real level 2 evolution crystal, absolutely more accurate than the level 2 zombie. The super evolutionary crystal contains more evolutionary energy, making him stronger. His thoughts returned to reality. Luo Ren looked at Xiao Zhengqing and said, take him to the lobby.
The most urgent task is to deal with Hu Cheng's affairs first.
The 4 guards pressed Xiao Zhengqing to the lobby, while Luo Ren looked inside the room again. The 2 women's physical strength had long been restored, and they were curled up naked on the bed and shivering. It must be said that these 2 women not only look she is beautiful and has a good figure. Although she is not as good as Su Antong, she is still top-notch, which makes Luo Ren couldn't help but look at her a few more times.
Have you not seen enough after watching for so long? Seeing Luo Ren's appearance, Su Antong became furious and cursed, shameless. Stinky hooligan. Haha, upon hearing this, Luo Ren quickly looked away and laughed. This is not the love of beauty that everyone has. Ha! Su Antong was even more angry, stamped her foot and said, go, and love your beauty. After saying that, he left here without looking back. Luo Ren was a little embarrassed.
When he turned around, the 2 women also looked over. The 3 of them looked at each other. One of them blinked at him with her autumn water eyes and moved her body so that Luo Ren could see clearly. This look was pure seduction. Although Luo Ren was hot all over and his blood was involuntarily gathering towards a certain place, it was more exciting than watching a love action movie.
However, Luo Ren's self-control was extremely strong. Facing such temptation, he snorted coldly, turned his head quickly, and said to the guards behind him, "You two ask them to put on their clothes and take them to the lobby." The others searched the city lord's mansion. "Yes," the guards responded. 2 guards stepped out, walked into the house with guns, and said coldly, "Hurry up and put on your clothes." At this time, Luo Ren had already gone to the lobby. The woman with autumn water eyes smiled charmingly at the 2 guards and hummed softly. But the 2 guards had indifferent faces, and they didn't show any emotion. Seeing this, she sat up slowly, exposing her beautiful body completely, and even made some charming movements. Looking at the guards again, they still looked indifferent, and looked at her as if she was a fool. She said, "2 soldiers, my hands are sore, who can help me put on my clothes?" "Hurry up and put on your clothes," a guard shouted coldly. The autumn water-eyed woman was frightened, her face changed, and she was speechless, so she had to put on her clothes helplessly. Seeing this, the other woman didn't dare to do another set, so she just put on her clothes silently. The lobby of the city lord's mansion. Luo Ren sat on the city lord's throne. This seat seemed to be made of fine wood. He didn't understand this thing. Anyway, it just stood up. After sitting for a while, he stood up and kicked it. It looked very the gorgeous seat cursed in a low voice. "What the hell, if you sit on this thing for a long time, you might get hemorrhoids." Xiao Jingqing's hands were clasped behind his back, his head lowered, his eyes peeking at Su Antong from time to time, not knowing what he was planning in his heart. At this time, 2 guardsmen escorted the 2 coquettish women who had an affair with Xiao Jingqing to the lobby. When Su Antong saw these 2 women, especially the charming woman with autumn eyes, her face changed instantly. He looked ugly, glared at Luo Ren, snorted coldly and looked away. Seeing this scene, Luo Ren smiled awkwardly, and then asked the guardsmen to take the 2 women aside. The charming woman with autumn eyes did not forget to wink and seduce Luo Ren when she saw them. The world is really big and full of wonders. In the end of the world, this woman can live like a donkey in water with her pretty face and charming personality. Luo Ren secretly shook his head and said. After a moment of silence, the escort soldiers who were on a mission to search the city lord's palace came to the lobby. Dozens of escort soldiers had nothing useful at all. All they brought were women, and they were all women with beautiful faces. The total number of people was 58. Including the 2 women from before, there were 60 people in total. At this time, Luo Ren couldn't help but think, this Hu Tian is really good at playing. He doesn't do the same thing every day. Does he have to imitate the emperors in ancient times and turn his cards around? Most of these women looked haggard and depressed, with no hope in their eyes. When they came to the lobby, they knelt down consciously facing Luo Ren and remained silent. They neither begged for mercy nor screamed, waiting for Luo Ren's fate. Luo Ren saw that several of these people had bruises on their bodies. They had obviously suffered inhuman abuse. He cleared his throat and said, "You all, get up." The group of women stood up without rejecting the words, but they remained silent with their heads lowered. Luo Ren asked, "What is your relationship with Hu Tian?" Still silent. "Are my questions too loose?" Luo Ren came closer, saw a woman, and asked, "What is your relationship with Hu Tian?" The woman seemed very frightened and shrank back involuntarily, hesitating and nervous. Luo Ren frowned slightly, then looked at Su Antong and said, "Antong, ask." Although Su Antong was very angry because of that coquettish monster, she still sympathized with the more than 50 women now, and when she thought of her daughter Guji, if it weren't for Luo Ren, she would have become one of these people. Thinking about it like this, she couldn't help but looking at Luo Ren, the anger in his heart weakened a bit. Walking forward with her long and straight legs, Su Antong was still the woman Luo Ren asked. "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. What's your name?" For some reason, the extremely beautiful woman in front of her made her feel inexplicably at ease. Her nervousness relaxed a little, and she was no longer so scared. She replied, "My name is Ji Ziwei." Su Antong nodded and said, "Then what is your relationship with Hu Tian?" Ji Ziwei said, "Most of us were captured by Hu Tian and his son Hu Fei. The father and son were often together. It was still hard to talk about such a shameful experience." Ji Ziwei paused and said it euphemistically, "Hu Tian and Hu Fei and his father often violate us together, and they often hold what they call rallies. In fact, they are father and son together with their officers." At this point, Ji Ziwei had choked up and couldn't speak anymore. Her tears couldn't stop falling. Other women had exactly the same experience as her. They couldn't help but choke up and shed tears when they heard this. That was Qiu Shuwei who was standing aside. The charming woman's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Seeing this scene, Su Antong had already clenched her teeth, clenched her fists, and her eyes were filled with anger. Luo Ren could only sigh. There was nothing he could do about it. In this era, women were rare items, especially beautiful women. He patted Su Antong on the shoulder to express comfort, then looked at the group of women and said, "Are you willing to give you a chance to live?" Those women glanced at Luo Ren quietly, and then realized that this man was quite handsome. He probably wouldn't hold a gathering like Hu Tian Hu Fei did. However, if they held a gathering, they would accept it. After all, for would you like to live? It's not shabby. Therefore, they all nodded to express their willingness to accept. Well, suddenly, the charming woman with autumn eyes raised her hand and shouted. Luo Ren looked at her and said, "Do you have any questions?" There was a trace of anxiety in the eyes of the woman with autumn eyes. Just now Luo Ren said that he would give him a chance to live, but he only said it to the group of women. He stayed aside and wondered if he was included in the group of women. When he saw Luo Ren after giving her reaction, she hurriedly said, "Sir, I also want to live." Luo Ren looked indifferent, and there was no change in his expression. He walked up to the woman with autumn eyes and said teasingly, "You also want to live? But why should I let you live?" Hearing this, the woman with autumn eyes became anxious instantly, and said with a cry, I. Sir, as long as you let me live, as long as you give me orders, I am willing to do anything, and my skills are very good. As he spoke, he did not forget to open his little mouth wide, and then stirred his tongue. His flexibility could be called a third arm. "Oh, I'll go." Luo Ren almost didn't dare to look directly at her, and said to himself, "What a skilled woman." Sudden. A chill ran down his back, and he felt as if he was locked by a fierce tiger. When he looked back, he saw the coldness in Su Antong's eyes. He was so frightened that he staggered back, and was suddenly stopped in the arms of the woman with autumn eyes. At this moment, the coldness in Su Antong's eyes instantly turned into murderous intent, like two sharp arrows shooting into Luo Ren's heart. Luo Ren, who was already a level 2 evolver, felt scared at this moment. He quickly distanced himself from the woman with autumn eyes and said, Okay, you're alive. He leaned into Su Antong's ear and whispered, "I was just joking, I didn't mean it." Humph! Su Antong snorted coldly and walked out of the city lord's mansion. Looking at Su Antong's leaving figure, Luo Ren wiped his face and thought, "What's wrong with me? I won't fall in love with her. Damn it!" Outside the city lord's palace, Su Antong looked at the gray blue sky in surprise, muttering to herself, "Brother Rin is so good, so what if there are 1 or 2 more women? Who am I qualified to express dissatisfaction? But coquettish monster is like that, I really can't accept it, she is not worthy of Brother Rin." Although she said this, she knew that it was just a talk. Who can accept the person they like being intimate with others? Rustle. When footsteps sounded, Su Antong turned around and saw Luo Ren walking out of the city lord's mansion and walking towards her. She turned away involuntarily. At this moment, a report broke the delicate atmosphere, and the two of them simultaneously looking around, I saw Luo Hai, Luo Jalulai and the others coming. Report! Luo Hai, Luo Ji and Luo Li came trotting with 300 guards, and then lined up in front of Luo Ren. Read report to the commander, the number of people in the city has been counted. Excluding those who have gone out to find food and have not yet returned, there are 86,603 people in Huqing at this time. Luo Hai stepped forward and said, "More than 80,000 people." Luo Ren was very surprised. This has already met his expectations, and even exceeded them. He expected 50,000 or more, but he didn't expect that it would reach nearly 40,000 people. This is indeed a big surprise. If all these people are included in the base, the population of the base will directly reach 140,000, which is much closer to the 500,000. Luo Ren said, "In this case, we will temporarily stay in Huqing and wait for those who go out hunting to return, and rest at the same time." At noon, the sun climbed to the highest point in the sky, and the sunlight fell down to dispel the chill, making people feel warm. Squeak, the harsh brake sound, woke up Hu Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed in the car. He lowered the window and looked out of the window, puzzled, wondering why the convoy had to brake when it was driving smoothly. He opened the door and got out of the car. No matter why, it was just right to stretch his back. He muttered to himself, he wonder what happened to Hu Chang. Suddenly, the door of the front vehicle opened, and 2 people got out. They were the 2 people arranged by Xiao Zhengqing. Both of them were very strong, one bald and the other with a crew cut. They both looked honest and simple. When Hu Tian saw the 2 people get off the car, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Why did you 2 suddenly stop the car?" The bald man smiled innocently and said, "We forgot to refuel when we set out. Please give us some of the gasoline you brought with you, Lord Hu." Hu Tian smiled and said, "Hey, I thought something was wrong. Wait, I'll get you some gasoline right away." When Hu Tian turned around to get the gasoline, the bald man and the crew cut looked at each other, and then the crew cut trotted to catch up with Hu Tian, saying kindly, "There's no rush for gasoline. The car has been driving for so long. We are not tired in the car, but the brothers who are driving are probably very tired. It just so happens that the car has stopped, and this area looks quite safe. Why don't we rest here for a while, eat something, and then go on the road?" Hu Tian nodded slightly and agreed, "That's right." He held the car window and said to the Hucheng officers inside, "Everyone get off the car, eat something, and rest for a while. By the way, go and call the others." The officers in the car heard this, especially the driver, and nodded quickly. After getting the gasoline and filling up the vehicle, everyone gathered together. Including the bald man and the crew cut, there were a total of 37 people. Hu Tian ordered people to take out the food and distribute it. Several people ate with relish. Suddenly, the crew cut and the bald man stood up. Hu Tian asked in confusion, "Brothers, don't you want to eat?" The bald man smiled and said, "We brothers have 3 urgent needs. We have to go to the bathroom." Hu Tian laughed and said, "So that's it. Then you two should not go too far. Be careful of encountering zombies." The bald man and the crew cut smiled, walked to their car, opened the door and got in, as if looking for something. Hu Tian saw that they just thought they were looking for paper, so he didn't pay much attention. The car was loaded with bullets. The bald man and the crew cut suddenly looked fierce, nodded at each other, and then suddenly got out of the car with guns, pointing the guns at Hu Tian and others. When Hu Tian and others saw the 2 men with guns, one of them laughed and said, "Brothers, you are cautious enough to bring guns when you go to the toilet." This made everyone except Hu Tian laugh. Hu Tian saw that the crew cut and the bald man looked wrong, and felt their murderous intent. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. The next second, bang! A bullet cut through the air and penetrated the head of a Hucheng officer. The white brain matter like tofu mixed with bright red warm blood splashed, and everyone around was splashed. Hu Tian, who realized something was wrong, ran away, but the others were stunned. They couldn't react to what happened for a while. One of them licked the white and red liquid on his mouth, and fear instantly came to his head. He opened his mouth and screamed loudly. Ah, bang! However, the next second his head was also pierced by a bullet, and the scream stopped abruptly. Although the scream was short, it woke up the others. They stood up and touched their waists, where there were weapons for self-defense. Unfortunately, it was too late. The bald man and the crew cut would not give them a chance to resist. The index finger pressed the trigger to the bottom. Da-day-day-day. Continuous gunshots rang out, and the muzzles of the 2 guns spit out red flames. Bullets cut through the air, leaving a trail. After a minute, the gunshots stopped because the bullets were all used up. At the same time, all the targets except Hu Tian were killed. After changing the magazine, they looked at the Hummer with murderous intent in their eyes. "Why?" Hu Tian's angry voice came from behind the Hummer. At this time, Hu Tian was angry and desperate. He couldn't figure it out. He had already handed over the entire Hu city to the Wasteland Kingdom, so why did he want to kill him? The bald man and the crew cut smiled at each other, and the bald man said, "Because your Hu city is for Sanctuary City number 3, not the Wasteland Kingdom." "Didn't I write to the Wasteland Kingdom? Why was it only Sanctuary City number 3? Did you intercept my letter and not report it to the King of the Wasteland Kingdom?" Hu Tian asked loudly, and was shocked at the same time. Could it be that Sanctuary City number 3 wanted to embezzle my Hu city without telling the King of the Wasteland Kingdom and strengthen their own strength? Hu Tian guessed correctly. If Hu city surrendered to the Wasteland Kingdom, then the King of the Wasteland would be the one who would ultimately decide the ownership of Hu city's resources. If this was the case, Sanctuary City number 1 would definitely be the biggest beneficiary, and the remaining 3 cities would probably not get any benefits. Therefore, Sanctuary City number 3 intercepted the letter and used the name of the Wasteland Kingdom to intimidate Hu Tian to give up Hu city, and then they secretly embezzled the entire Hu city's resources, so that all the benefits would belong to Sanctuary City number 3. However, there are risks in doing so. Once exposed, Sanctuary City number 3 will definitely bear the wrath of the King of the Wasteland Kingdom. Not only Sanctuary City number 1, which is the capital, but I'm afraid the other 2 sanctuary cities will not give up. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that the news is not leaked. Among those who know only a little about this matter are Hu Tian, a group of officers in Huqing, and of course, Xiao Jingqing and the city lord of number 3 Sanctuary City, the bald man, the crew cut, and those who have not yet known. These people are Xiao Zhengqing and his brother's confidants, trustworthy, and different from Hu Tian and his friends. So in order to minimize the risk, at this time, Hu Tian and his friends must die. After figuring out everything, Hu Tian was extremely angry, but what about anger? In the current situation, he can be said to be dead, so anger was gradually suppressed by despair. The pistol in his hand slowly touched his chin, thinking in his heart, I am the lord of a city after all, and I should die in my own hands. Bang! The bullet pierced Hu Tian's head from bottom to top, and his body instantly collapsed to the ground, already dead. The bald man and the crew cut walked forward to check, looked at each other, and the bald man said, Hu Tian is dead, go back to the city and report to the city lord to send troops to Hu City. The two quickly returned to the car, started the engine, and drove away. After the two left, many zombies staggered over. They were all attracted by the gunshots. When they got close, they smelled the scent of fresh flesh and blood, and immediately sped up and pounced on them. They bit the flesh and blood of the corpses on the ground and feasted on them. Huqing. The sky has darkened. There are dark clouds in the night sky today, blocking the bright starlight. The bright moon sometimes appears and sometimes disappears. Most of the residents of Hu City who had gone out to search for food had returned. Luo Ren immediately ordered Luo Hai and Luo Jaluolai to gather all the residents of Hu City in front of the city lord's palace. Using vehicle lights will prevent you from seeing clearly due to the darkness. The roar of the engine is accompanied by the voices of Huqing residents talking about this strange army they have never seen before, and the young man who seems to be the supreme commander of this army. Very curious, but also slightly scared. Luo Ren glanced over and saw that although these residents were also thin and had white spots on their faces due to malnutrition, their overall condition was still better than that of the previous residents of Paradise City. Bringing so many people back to the base puts a lot of pressure on the base. I don't know if the newly opened city space can accommodate it, and there is also food. The more than 40,000 people who joined before are now growing and searching outside. I can barely be self-sufficient, and sometimes I still need to use points to exchange for food support. And after these more than 80,000 and nearly 90,000 people join, it is estimated that they will have to rely on points to exchange for food for a long time. Although it is troublesome, it is not difficult. With a population of more than 100,000, it may not be possible to distribute food uniformly. The workload is too large, and more manpower will definitely be needed. Wouldn't it be better to use these manpower to plant or search for food? It seems that a reform is needed. Luo Ren thought about the reform. After a long time, he rubbed his temples and said to himself, it's better to call Saudi Arabia and the others together to discuss it after returning to the base. Turning his attention to the more than 80,000 people in front of him, under their curious eyes, Luo Ren said loudly, the weather is quite cold, so I won't beat around the bush and speak directly. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Ren, and I am the commander of the base. You can call me Commander Luo or Sir, but the residents of the base basically call me Sir. The reason why my army and I are here is because Hu Tian repeatedly provoked me and sent troops to attack my base. As the saying goes, I will not attack others unless they attack me. Since Hu Tian wants to be my enemy, then I will let him go, so I am here today. When the civilians of Hu City heard that Luo Ren and Hu Tian had an enmity and came to attack Hu City, there was an uproar. Most of the people began to panic. They muttered in their mouths, since Luo Ren has an enmity with Hu Tian, then what? Will he massacre the city? Are we doomed? It's over. I stay in Huqing starving every day just to survive. Am I going to die now? I'm not willing to give in. Seeing that more than 80,000 people were about to riot, Luo Ren hurriedly shouted, don't worry, I won't massacre the city. I have a grudge against Hu Tian, and I will never take my anger out on you. The crowd fell silent instantly and stared at Luo Ren again. They rioted and resisted. Under unarmed circumstances, facing such a well-equipped army, the final result would definitely be death. If you were lucky, you could get a few backers, but if you were not lucky, well, you can only die in vain. So after hearing Luo Ren say that he would not massacre the city or anger them, it was obviously much better to calm down and wait for him to be punished than to riot and resist. Luo Ren then clapped his hands and saw a group of guards escorting dozens of beautiful women out. Some people in the crowd saw these women's eyes widening with expressions of disbelief. It's my wife. Jingjing, it's my daughter Jingjing. She's not dead. After a few seconds of silence, a series of horrified and crying voices broke out from the crowd. Nearly 100 people rushed out, and the women rushed forward one after another, and then hugged their husbands or fathers and cried bitterly. Honey, I thought you were dead. I didn't die. When you went out to find food, Hu Tian's people suddenly kidnapped me and took me to the city lord's mansion. Damn Hu Tian, they even told me that you were bitten to death by zombies while you were working. This scene made other people's noses sore, and then they looked at Luo Ren with eyes filled with awe. People who can do this will naturally not be extremely evil people. After calming down, Luo Ren continued, Hucheng has been destroyed. I will give you a chance to live better than you are now. Are you willing to accept it? The crowd was in an uproar and began to talk. Based on the scene just now, the crowd was silent for nearly half a minute. A brave person among them shouted, I do. With such a leader, the words I do rang out one after another, and almost 80,000 people expressed their willingness. After all, if they can live and live better than they are now, who wouldn't want to? Luo Ren nodded with satisfaction and said, since everyone is willing, then register at the gate of the city lord's mansion from tomorrow. First come, first served. Each batch of 5,000 people will be moved to the base. You all can go back and clean up. The population of nearly 90,000 is too large. Not only are there not enough vehicles for a one-time migration, but it is also very difficult to protect. Now there are not only ordinary zombies and level 1 evolved zombies, but also level 2 evolved zombies. If you are moving with 80,000 people, when you encounter a level 2 evolved zombie, it will give you a lot of zombies. It is really like the Great African Migration, and you encountered a herd of zombies in the middle. Therefore, after discussing with Suanong and Luoshan, and combining the original vehicles with the number of people that Hucheng's vehicles can carry at one time, we came up with the optimal method, divided into batches. Each batch of 5,000 there were civilians, and 1,000 guardsmen provided protection along the way. The remaining 1,000 guardsmen stayed in Hucheng until the last batch of people moved. After the people dispersed, Luo Ren called Luoshan and said, you bring 50 people to be responsible for registration. The next day, early morning. The entrance to the city lord's mansion was bustling with people. When Luo Ren came out, he saw 50 tables arranged horizontally. Behind the tables were 50 guardsmen, all of whom were responsible for registration. In front of the table, people were squeezing and rushing to register. Some people got angry when they were squeezed out of their seats, and immediately started swearing. This was considered a good thing. Some people with bad tempers just started fighting, causing a scene on both sides. Not only did he suffer a bloody head, it also affected the registration of people around him. Luo Ren shook his head. There were too many people and it was difficult to manage. It would not be good to allow them to be so undisciplined. It had greatly affected the registration progress. He immediately called Luoshan and said, go and call in another 100 guards to maintain order. Luoshan quickly mobilized 100 guards to maintain order. The civilians saw the strong and tall guard soldiers and the heavy guns in their hands. The chaotic crowd gradually became orderly, and 50 long lines were lined up. The registration speed immediately increased a lot. In about 2 hours, the first group of people were registered. They boarded the vehicle and were escorted by the escort led by Rogeroli, heading towards the base. Luo Ren calculated in his mind that it would take about 6 hours to go back and forth from the base to Hu City. Putting aside the rest time, only one batch could be transported in one day. It would take at least 18 days to complete the relocation of nearly 90,000 people. It seemed that it would have to be done in Hu City. I have been in the city for 18 days. Time passed by in a hurry like a river, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day. Hu Chang, training ground. The two figures suddenly collided with each other, and one of them was seen flying backwards, falling to the ground and sliding for several meters before stopping. The man stood up, patted the dust on his body, and said, Sir's strength and speed they are far superior to me and I am no match at all. The two people competing were Luo Ren and Luo Shan. Staying in Hucheng for so many days was really boring, so they could only kill time in this way. Luo Ren analyzed, your current strength has reached the level of the peak level 1 evolution. You have no problem dealing with ordinary level 1 evolved zombies. Even quasi level 2 evolved zombies can still be invincible. This is already very good. Not bad. When enough evolution crystals are obtained in the future, the guards can be built into an army composed entirely of evolvers. At that time, they will not even need tanks when facing Hu Cheng's strength, and will just push forward. While the two were talking, a person suddenly ran over very quickly. Luo Ren took a look and saw that it was Su Antong. Su Antong's face was full of anxiety and she said, "Brother Ren, something is wrong. An army has come from outside the city. They claim to be the army of the Wasteland Kingdom and ask us to open the city gate." Wasteland Kingdom Army. Luo Ren frowned slightly and said, "Could it be that Xiao Jingchun secretly notified the Wasteland Kingdom?" "It shouldn't be, he has looked at so harshly. No matter what, let's go meet this so-called Wasteland Kingdom Army first." Luo Ren looked at Luo Shan and said, "Go, and bring Xiao Jingchun with you." "Yes." Luo Shan was ordered to leave, and Luo Ren said to Su Antong, "Let's go and meet this Wasteland Kingdom Army." As soon as the words fell, the two of them immediately headed towards the city gate. Soon he arrived at the city gate. Luo Ren climbed onto the platform made of sandbags and looked outside the city. He saw an army lined up with much better equipment than Hu Cheng's army. The soldiers of this army laughed and cursed, but there was no attack on the city. The posture made him feel a little strange. As if they had been waiting for a long time, the army actually set up a big loudspeaker. One person held the loudspeaker and shouted, "Brothers in the city, we will all be a family from now on. Open the city gate quickly and let us in." This made Luo Ren feel even more strange. How could he still call them brothers when he was not familiar with these people at all? It seemed that only Xiao Zhengchun could explain it. It was said that Cao Cao had arrived. Just when Luo Ren had the idea, Luo Shan rushed over with Xiao Zhengqing. Xiao Zhengqing was escorted by Luo Shan with his head lowered. When he passed by Su Antong, he couldn't help but smell the refreshing fragrance. At this moment, his heart felt numb. However, he quickly realized it and took a sneak peek. Luo Ren in front of him suddenly said viciously in his heart, "Wait a minute, Luo Ren, your woman must be mine." Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't care about it on the surface, and Luo Ren was still close to him. Therefore, on the surface, he looked very honest, and could be described as harmless to humans and animals. Luo Ren was too lazy to talk nonsense and asked directly, "The army outside the city calls itself the Wasteland Kingdom Army. Do you know? My brother has brought troops, how could you not know?" Xiao Zhengqing said in his heart, "I know, they are the troops from our sanctuary city number 3. "Oh?" Luo Ren was surprised, and then asked, "Then why do they appear here?" "How can I tell you the truth?" Xiao Zhengqing said, "This is the order of the king. After whose city is obtained, our sanctuary city number 3 will temporarily send troops to manage it, and then use the existing troops of whose city and recruit from the residents. 5,000 troops to build the 5th sanctuary city of the Wasteland Kingdom." While Xiao Zhengqing was speaking, Luo Ren had been observing carefully and saw no change in his expression as he spoke, but for a moment he couldn't guess whether he was lying. However, regardless of whether it was true or not, he could not let the army outside enter the city by opening the city gate, so he ordered, "Everyone listen to the order. If anyone in the army outside the city dares to go 1 meter further, he will shoot a warning. If he doesn't listen, if you get too close, you will be killed directly." "Yes!" Luo Ren shouted, so his voice was so loud that even the troops outside the city heard it. The laughter and curses of the soldiers of the Wasteland Kingdom stopped abruptly. At this time, their hearts were full of doubts, and they secretly thought, "Didn't you say that this time we will just gather the number of people, and when we get there, we will directly attack the city?" This mentality spread to the entire army, and suddenly there was an uproar, and everyone started talking noisily. Sitting in the center of the team, surrounded by an off-road vehicle, was a man whose appearance was 60% similar to Xiao Jingqing's, frowning and equally confused. He was the city lord of Sanctuary City number 3, Xiao Jingqing's brother, Xiao Zhenghong. Xiao Zhenghong lowered the window and called over Baldhead and Ban Cun, the two men who killed Hu Tiana. He asked them, "What's going on?" Both Baldhead and Ban Cun looked confused. Baldhead scratched his bald head, which was already reflecting light, and said, "Report to the city lord, we don't know either." Xiao Zhenghong's brows furrowed even more tightly. He got out of the car, looked at the city in front of him, and whispered in confusion, "What on earth is this kid doing?" "Ah!" Suddenly, Ban Cun seemed to have discovered something, and immediately said, "Lord City Lord, there are great changes between Hu Cheng's army today and Hu Cheng's army 5 days ago." "Ha?" Xiao Zhenghong turned to look at him. The bald man didn't notice it for a moment and looked at Ban Cun, waiting for his explanation. The bald man said, "Hey, bald man, did you see the equipment of the current city defense army, combat uniforms, standard automatic rifles, and what did you see hanging on their combat uniforms?" The bald man looked closely and said in surprise, "High explosive grenades." The bald man said, "What's more surprising is that their temperament is completely different from the Huqing army 5 days ago.
If you don't believe it, observe carefully. The bald man observed carefully and found that it was just as the bald man said.
The temperament of these city defense soldiers was far from comparable to the Wuchang army 5 days ago.
Combining these, the bald man roughly guessed what was going on. As the city lord, Xiao Zhenghong was obviously more meticulous and his logical thinking was clearer than these two people. After listening to the conversation between the two, even though it was his first time in Wuchang, he guessed why the city gate did not open as planned. The enemy of Wuchang, and the force that has the ability to capture Wuchang, is only Luo Rin from the base. It seems that Wuchang has been captured by the base. I don't know whether Zhang Qing was killed or captured. The guards of the base should be the guards of the base at this time. As expected, they are well equipped, and their weapons and equipment are stronger than those of the capital army. I only brought 5,000 troops this time, and I didn't bring heavy weapons. If we start a war, we will definitely not be able to break through the city, and we may even lose soldiers and generals.
The gain will not outweigh the loss.
I can only ask first to see if Jingqing is dead or alive, and rescue him first, and make plans for other things later. After a rational analysis, Xiao Zhenghong walked to the front of the team.
Inside the city, Luo Rin stepped on the stepping platform with sand and soil to observe the army outside the city. When he saw a man coming out of the Wasteland Kingdom army, this man looked at least 6 points similar to Xiao Zhengqing. He thought, Wasteland Kingdom, number 3 Sanctuary City, City Lord. Among the many eyes, Xiao Zhenghong felt a special gaze. He looked around and saw Luo Ren, who was observing him. The two looked at each other. Xiao Zhenghong was secretly shocked. This person has a very strong aura and excellent temperament.
It must be a high-ranking member of the guards, maybe even Luo Ren, the top officer of that base. While looking at each other, Luo Ren smiled slightly and jumped onto the wall. His whole body was exposed to the firepower of the Wasteland Kingdom army, as if he was not afraid of the cold guns of the army outside the city. Xiao Zhenghong thought for a long time before speaking. I am the city lord of Sanctuary City number 3 of the Wasteland Kingdom, Xiao Zhenghong.
May I ask your surname? Also, has whose city been occupied by the escort army? Oh, I actually knew it was the guards. Luo Ren was surprised and said, my name is Luo Ren.
You guessed it right. Whose city has been captured by the guards. If you came here with the intention of attacking whose city, then you can give up and go back wherever you want.
It's really Luo Ren.
Xiao Zhenghong was even more shocked and thought, it's definitely not possible to start a war, but Jingqing doesn't know whether to live or die, so he still can't just retreat. Xiao Zhenghong then said, yes, I do plan to attack whose city, however, since whose city has been captured by the guards, I will naturally not do anything stupid and antagonize the guards. After all, the guards are much stronger than whose city. However, I have a younger brother named Xiao Zhengqing.
He arrived in Wuchang a few days ago. I wonder if Chief Luo Rin saw him?
Luo Rin glanced at Xiao Zhengqing from the corner of his eye and saw that he was very excited when he heard his brother's voice.
However, he was not like those extremely arrogant and ignorant people.
When his brother was approaching the city, he only looked happy and did not say stupid threats such as asking Luo Rin to let him go. Luo Rin secretly said, she is somewhat self-aware. He then waved his hand and said, bring Xiao Zhengqing up. Luo Shan was seen escorting Xiao Zhengqing onto the platform piled with sandbags, exposing a third of his body for Xiao Zhenghong and his soldiers to see. Xiao Zhengqing's hands were only restrained, and his right wrist bone was crushed by Luo Ren. There were no injuries on his face, except that his hair and face had not been washed for several days, making him look very sloppy. The soldiers outside the city were in an uproar when they saw the sloppy appearance of their deputy city lord. On the contrary, Xiao Zhenghong, as his biological brother, looked calm. Seeing that his brother was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and said immediately, thank you, Chief Luo Ren, for not killing my brother.
This reaction was beyond Luo Ren's expectation.
Xiao Zhenghong said, no matter what my fault is, I am here to apologize to Chief Luo Ren and please let my brother go. As he spoke, he clasped his hands and bowed slightly towards Luo Jia.
Luo Ren would have preferred to start a fight immediately after a disagreement, and then take advantage of the situation to destroy Sanctuary City number 3, but who would have thought that Xiao Zhenghong, the lord of a city, could actually lower his attitude so low, which caught him off guard. I thought to myself, in this way, I don't have a reasonable excuse to attack Sanctuary City number 3. If I forcefully destroy them, the Wasteland Kingdom will definitely not give up.
The current strength of the base may not be able to withstand the Wasteland Kingdom. Fortunately, although Xiao Zhengqing had scheming intentions, he didn't have any information about the base, so he might as well let him go as a favor.
After being silent for a while, Luo Ren said, "The city lord is still sensible, so let him go." Hearing this, Luo Shan did not hesitate and immediately unlocked Xiao Jingqing's handcuffs, and then sent him to the city gate. The city gate opened a gap just for a person to pass through, and Xiao Jingqing walked out and quickly ran to Xiao Zhenghong's side. Xiao Zhenghong raised his fist towards Luo Ren and said, "Thank you, Sir Luo Ren. If you have time to visit me in Sanctuary City number 3, I will definitely receive you with the highest standards." Luo Ren said, "Let's talk about it when we have time." Luo Ren is not a fool to be a guest on his property. Although Xiao Zhenghong looks very kind, he doesn't know if he is real or pretending. If he is really stupid and goes to someone else's property, it will be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Of course, if there is a chance, Luo Ren does not recommend taking the escort to Sanctuary City number 3 as a guest, and then becoming the guest. Xiao Zhengqing had been rescued, and Xiao Zhenghong didn't intend to stay for a long time, so he said to Luo Ren, "In this case, I'll take my leave." Withdraw. Xiao Zhenghong took his brother back to the off-road vehicle. As soon as he boarded the off-road vehicle, Xiao Zhengqing's expression changed instantly, and his eyes became sinister at this moment. He said in a deep voice, "Brother, that damn Luo Ren crushed my wrist bones, I want him to die. No, death is too easy for him. I will cut off his hands and feet, and then possess his woman in front of them every day." Thinking of Su Anong, Xiao Zhengqing's eyes flashed with evil light. She was the most beautiful and elegant woman he had ever seen. If he could have a romantic night with her, his life would be perfect. It's a pity that she is Luo Ren's woman, but if she fell in love with Luo Ren in front of him, wouldn't it be even more beautiful? When Xiao Zhenghong saw his brother's appearance, he shook his head and said, "Luo Ren's guards are well equipped and powerful in combat. You know better than me. It's just that our Sanctuary City number 3 is no match at all, unless, it can be said that if the leader of the country mobilizes the whole country to attack the base, there will still be a chance. However, let's not talk about whether you can persuade the country's leader. If it is a nationwide crusade against the base, the means of retaliating against Luo Ren you think of will not be realized." Xiao Zhengqing gnashed his teeth and kept muttering, damn it. Looking at the army retreating outside the city, Luo Ren retracted his gaze. He naturally didn't know what Xiao Zhengqing and Xiao Zhenghong said in the car. Looking at Su Antong, he saw that she was also looking at him, and then turned his gaze to Luo Shan and said, "Speed up the relocation of residents." In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed, and Huqing was already half empty, with only more than 10,000 people left. It will take another 2 days to get everything done. These days, Xiao Zhenghong has not sent troops to Huqing again, and there are no spies left around to monitor. It seems that he doesn't want to make enemies with me. On the balcony on the second floor of the city lord's mansion, Luo Ren leaned on the railing and looked at the 50 long dragons below, muttering to himself. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps coming up the stairs from behind. Su Antong came running and reported to Luo Ren immediately, "Brother Ren, there are more people from the Wasteland Kingdom." "Again?" Luo Ren asked hurriedly, "How many people are here?" Su Antong said, "Just 4 people." Luo Ren was puzzled. 4 people, what are they going to do? Su Antong shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Luo Ren didn't hesitate and walked downstairs immediately, saying, "Let them come to the lobby of the city lord's mansion to see me." In the lobby of the city lord's mansion, Luo Ren sat on the throne of the city lord, and 4 envoys from the Wasteland Kingdom stood below. These 4 people, 1 in front and 3 in the back. The one in front was a woman, dressed gorgeously, with a pretty face. She was very clean and made people feel good at first sight. As for the other 3 people, they were all men, wearing ordinary combat uniforms. I think they were mainly soldiers or bodyguards escorting this woman. The woman saw that Luo Ren was only in his 20s, and he was handsome and had a great temperament. He was very different from the people she had seen after the end of the world, and she couldn't help but secretly fall in love with him. However, she came here on behalf of the Wasteland Kingdom, and she must not do anything that would harm the interests of the kingdom because of a momentary impulse. After calming down, she took the lead and said, "I am the Deputy City Lord of the number 1 Sanctuary City of the Wasteland Kingdom, Lu Lianxin. I am here on the order of the king to discuss the matter of Huqing City with Chief Luo Ren.